In Yinghua, Z City University, a handsome young man in a suit and leather shoes collapsed at the entrance hall of the teaching building. Beside him, a fashionably dressed girl was panicking and frantically calling for help from passersby. "Someone help my appa." My appa fainted help. The girl kept crying out for help, her voice urgent. The man lying on the ground was Jing Tian, the only son of Jing Hong, Z City's richest tycoon. If anything happened to Jing Tian, she would die a miserable death. Just as the girl hesitated whether to flee the country with her family, the unconscious man in the suit Jing Tian suddenly stood up. "Where is this?" Jing Tian stared at the unfamiliar surroundings, baffled. He distinctly remembered reading a novel on his phone, laughing joyfully, when suddenly, he found himself on the floor of the teaching building. What was happening? While Jing Tian was puzzled, a clear system notification sound rang inside his mind. "Ding system notification, congratulations host for transmigrating into the End-of-World game world. Ding system notification, congratulations host for awakening the life resume system. This is a system. I transmigrated and awakened a system. Life resume system sounds good." Jing Tian rejoiced upon hearing the system notification. He never imagined that one day he would transmigrate to become a long-out-yin protagonist, effortlessly dominating his life. "Ding system notification, congratulations host for awakening the grand villain system. Snatch the protagonist's luck to obtain random acquired talents. Ding system notification, acquired talents can be used by the host or given to others. They vary in quality, oh choose wisely. Ding system notification, the End-of-World game starts in 3 minutes. Be prepared." "What?" Jing Tian's shock. Jing Tian was stunned. In novels, villains either die miserably or have their 9 clans exterminated. Jing Tian had thought his transmigration would be a smooth, long, out-yin adventure, but it turned out to be a pitfall. "System, can we negotiate? Pretend I never came and send me back." Jing Tian wanted to escape, but the system did not reply. "No." Seeing no response, Jing Tian was disappointed. His system seemed not to be anthropomorphic. "System, view my life resume." Ding system notification, view successful. Your life resume is as follows. Name Jing Tian, gender male, height 188 centimeters, identity one of the 3 major playboys of Yinghua, chairman of Hongwu Group, in Z City, sole son of Jing Hong. Level 1 EXP 0 100, reputation 0 gold 0 strength 9 normal human 110 higher is stronger. Spirit 9 normal human 110 higher means faster reaction, reduced cooldown, faster skill release. Constitution 6 normal human 110 higher means more vitality, stamina, defense, and endurance. Skills none. Innate talents, grand villain destined to be opposed by protagonist, lifelong enemy of heroes. Rich heir, massive background, immense wealth. Acquired talent, bad boy, handsome with a hint of wickedness, all mischievous actions, double the opposite sex's liking. I really am a villain, but the rich second-generation background isn't bad. Jing Tian was delighted by the panel. Before he could examine further, a soft body pounced on him. "Appa, you're okay." I was so worried. The hot girl hugged Jing Tian, tears streaming down her face, like pear blossoms in rain, pitiful and lovely. "Who are you?" Jing Tian was startled by the hot girl. As he was about to ask her name, a surge of memories not his own exploded in his mind. Moments later, Jing Tian finally understood everything about himself in this world. The hot girl in front of him was Su Qianqian, his 108th girlfriend. Of course these girls were with him for the money and status. Damn it, 108. Like the heroes of Liangshan. Jing Tian was speechless after learning the original Jing Tian's system. View Su Qianqian's life resume. Jing Tian called the system again. If Su Qianqian was useful, head, keep her, otherwise head, dump her. If Su Qianqian was useless, head, get rid of her quickly. This was the benefit of the life resume system. It could tell whether a person was useful or not. Ding system notification, view successful. Su Qianqian's life resume is as follows. Name Su Qianqian, gender female, height 165 centimeters, identity top 10 campus belle of Z City University, discovered by talent scout idol trainee. Level 1 EXP 0 100, reputation 0 gold 0 strength 5 normal 110. Spirit 7 constitution 5. Skills none. Innate talents, unlucky, extremely unlucky, reduces luck of closest teammate by 10%. Engine of disaster has the luck to trigger various traps. Usually only the closest teammate suffers. Acquired talent, T-bitch slutty, attracts opposite sex, but repels same sex. Vase has nothing except looks, no combat ability, destined to never awaken useful skills. What the hell? Jing Tian was stunned by Su Qianqian's terrifying resume. No wonder the grand villain was so unlucky with a pitfall like her by his side. Get lost. The farther the better. Jing Tian ordered Su Qianqian to leave. Su was stunned, fear rising. Did he find out about my sugar daddies? Su Qianqian thought she could become a phoenix by clinging to a tycoon, but she never hid her past. Su Qianqian left in disgrace. She dared not argue with Jing Tian out of guilt. Jing Tian found it strange that Su left without asking why. She just ran. What was up with that? Just as Jing Tian was puzzled, the system notification sounded again. Ding system notification, the End-of-World game begins in 1 minute. Be prepared. Ding system notification, grand villain mission released. The chosen one Yi Fan is about to meet the school beauty heroine Lung Yuyan. Stop their meeting and acquaintance to reduce Yi Fan's luck and obtain acquired talent rewards. Obstruct the meeting and acquaintance of the son of destiny Yi Fan and the female protagonist Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian listened to the system alert. He quickly looked around searching for the figures of Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan. After obtaining the original owner Jing Tian's memory, he recognized both of them. They were classmates in his freshman year. Yi Fan was the kind of barely noticeable semi-transparent person who rarely spoke to others. In Jing Tian's memory, aside from appearing a few times, there was no other information about him. Lung Yuyan was the complete opposite of Yi Fan. She was recognized as the most beautiful campus belle of Z City University. As a freshman, she had already surpassed the top 10 campus belles and claimed the top spot. However, unlike other belles, her style was mature and aloof with a hint of heroic spirit in her brows. The original owner, Jing Tian's next target was Lung Yuyan. This was the beginning of the conflict between the original owner, Jing Tian, and the son of destiny Yi Fan, because the female protagonist was destined to be with the son of destiny. And the original owner, Jing Tian, as someone who wanted to step into the son of destiny's harem, was doomed to be eliminated. There was only 1 minute left. Jing Tian had to get there before the doomsday game arrived, and prevent the son of destiny Yi Fan from meeting the female protagonist Lung Yuyan. Otherwise, if the two joined forces to face the doomsday game, their feelings would only continue to grow warmer. By then, Jing Tian would have to face not only the son of destiny Yi Fan, but also the daughter of destiny Lung Yuyan. A truly disastrous start. Sorry. Just as Jing Tian was searching for Lung Yuyan, a voice saying, "Sorry," sounded not far from him. Jing Tian looked toward the sound. It was exactly Lung Yuyan and Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan was apologizing to Lung Yuyan. He had been looking down at his phone and accidentally bumped into her, causing the books she was holding to scatter on the ground. "It's okay." Lung Yuyan, seeing the person who bumped into her, apologized, crouched down to pick up the books. "It was my fault. Let me help you pick up the books." Hearing this, Yi Fan crouched down and reached out to help Lung Yuyan pick up the books intentionally, or not moving his hand closer to hers. Jing Tian, watching this dangerous scene from the side, walked quickly toward Lung Yuyan without hesitation. He had to take Lung Yuyan away. If Lung Yuyan's hand touched Yi Fan's, and she looked up to meet his eyes, then for Jing Tian, it would be a disastrous start. Lung Yuyan, who had been picking up books a second ago, didn't react in time before Jing Tian covered her mouth with one hand and forcibly dragged her away. Lung Yuyan instinctually wanted to resist, but her strength was no match for Jing Tian's, so she could only be dragged away by him. Yi Fan, seeing someone kidnapping a person in broad daylight in the teaching building lobby, clenched his fists and rushed over to stop Jing Tian. But what he didn't expect was, Jing Tian, while dragging Lung Yuyan, suddenly took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and threw them into the air, shouting, "Club activity. Whoever grabs them, they're yours. The one who grabs the most will also get a Lamborghini as a prize." Banknotes flew everywhere. Under normal circumstances, people would not pick up money due to self-respect, but upon hearing it was a club activity and that whoever picked it up could keep it, they immediately scrambled for it. Especially with Jing Tian's words that the one who grabbed the most would also get a Lamborghini, the crowd instantly went wild. Anyone else might have been joking, but Jing Tian was different. He was the #1 second-generation rich kid in Z City, and even Yinghua, he would never lie to them about him. Damn it, are these people crazy? Yi Fan tried to push through the crowd to stop Jing Tian, but the crowd only thought he was coming to grab money and gave him no chance. Teaching building. Classroom 23, a second-floor building B. After dragging Lung Yuyan into the classroom, Jing Tian finally released his hand. Lung Yuyan gasped for air, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Jing Tian and said, "Jing Tian, what exactly do you want?" "I am a reincarnator," Jing Tian said seriously to Lung Yuyan. "Yuyan, I am a person who has reincarnated. The doomsday game will start in 1 minute. In my previous life, I failed to protect you. This time I must protect you." "Reincarnator? Jing Tian, what are you talking about?" Lung Yuyan looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was saying. "I am a reincarnated Yuyan. In the future, you and I will spend our lives together. You are my future girlfriend. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I failed to protect you. In this life, I will never let you get hurt again." As he spoke, Jing Tian suddenly hugged her, while Lung Yuyan's expression was bewildered. What is going on with this guy? Lung Yuyan thought everything Jing Tian said about reincarnation, the doomsday game, and her being his girlfriend was absurd. Just as she was about to push Jing Tian away, a deep, low alert suddenly sounded in her mind. The first round of the doomsday game begins. At this moment, the world enters the zombie era. Everyone will be a player in this doomsday game. Life only has one chance. Players strive to survive. What is this? Lung Yuyan was startled by the deep alert. That voice had sounded directly in her mind. There was no way Jing Tian could have interfered. That is to say, everything Jing Tian said before was true. Thinking this, Lung Yuyan's look at Jing Tian became complicated. The doomsday game has started. It's a zombie apocalypse. Yuyan, wait for me. He'll close the classroom door first. There should be zombies outside. Now at the beginning of the zombie apocalypse, there are many people and chaos. Our best choice is to hide here and not go out. Jing Tian analyzed the situation while closing the back door. When he locked the back door and was about to close the front door, he found that Lung Yuyin had already closed. Jing Tian, I don't know how much of your words are true and how much are false, but the fact that you thought to come save me makes me happy. Lung Yuyin said with a smile. Even if I were to reincarnate again, I would still come to save you. Jing Tian replied seriously. At this moment he looked especially handsome. Lung Yuyin looked at Jing Tian somewhat dazed. She never expected that a super playboy like Jing Tian could have such a contrasting side. Is everything he said true? Lung Yuyin began to believe Jing Tian's words and sighed. Because until now, everything Jing Tian had done from start to finish was to... What's more, Jing Tian had revealed his identity as a reincarnator to her. How much trust must he have in her to confess such a thing without hesitation? Lung Yuyin's heart wavered. At the same time, a system alert sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding system alert. As the host has overfulfilled the current villain task, the rewards obtained will be doubled. Congratulations host, you have received the following rewards. Ding congratulations host, you have received random acquired talent lottery chances x2. Ding congratulations host, you have received a basic all attribute increase of... Ding congratulations host, you have reduced the fortune value of the Son of Destiny, Yi Fan, by 2 points. The host can use the reduced fortune points of Yi Fan to purchase items in the Villain Fortune Store. Ding system alert. Would you like to open the Villain Fortune Store? System notifications echoed consecutively in Jing Tian's mind. Jing Tian nodded upon hearing them and chose to open the Villain's Fortune Shop. Ding system notification, the Villain's Fortune Shop is now open. The following items are available. Items, anti-zombie infection vaccine. Upon use, the user's zombie infection value will cease and never increase. Even if bitten by a zombie, infection will not occur. Price 1 fortune point per dose. Red tasseled spear. The spearhead can manipulate flames and is extremely sharp. It works best when combined with fire-based skills. Price 0. 5 fortune points each. Blue flame Gatling gun carries 100 rounds of ammunition with a rate of fire of 100 rounds per minute. Even intermediate level zombies cannot withstand it. Price 0. 5 fortune points each. Meteoric iron Tang Dao, exceptionally sharp. It can freely switch its attack attribute to match the user's affinity. A versatile divine weapon. Price 1 fortune point each. This is too absurd. A blue flame Gatling gun. Jing Tian stared at the items in the Villain's Fortune Shop and swallowed hard. If he hadn't only had 2 fortune points, he would have bought everything to try. System: buy 2 doses of the anti-zombie infection vaccine. After much deliberation, Jing Tian decided that survival was paramount. The female lead Lung Yuyin was by his side now. As long as he lived, fortune points would come again. Ding system notification: 2 fortune points have been deducted from the host. Congratulations host on successfully purchasing 2 doses of anti-zombie infection vaccine. As the system notification ended, 2 doses of the vaccine materialized in Jing Tian's hands. He looked at them, steeled his resolve. You can't catch a wolf without risking a child, and walked over to Lung Yuyin with 1 dose. Yuyin, he said. This is the anti-zombie infection vaccine. After using it, you can ignore zombie infection. I only have these 2 doses. Take it and inject yourself now. Jing Tian handed the dose to Lung Yuyin. Lung Yuyin was stunned as she looked at the vaccine he offered. The apocalypse game had only just begun. Yet Jing Tian already possessed a vaccine against zombie infection. Wasn't this proof that he was a reincarnator? He only has 2 doses, and he's willing to give 1 to me. Lung Yuyin was utterly moved by Jing Tian. The fact that Jing Tian would give her one of only 2 doses proved that she was more important to him than anyone else. And they had only just met today? It would be strange if Jing Tian weren't a reincarnator. Lung Yuyin believed in his identity as a reincarnator, and her affection for him reached an unprecedented peak. Ding system notification: the favorability of the fortune maiden Lung Yuyin towards the host has exceeded 90%. Congratulations host on deducting 20 fortune points from the fortune's child Yi Fan. What? 20 points? Jing Tian couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected that a little coaxing and deception would win over the fortune maiden. Jing Tian was elated. Just as he was about to open the Villain's Fortune Shop again to purchase more items, a violent crashing sound suddenly erupted from the door of the classroom where he and Lung Yuyin were. As the door shook from the impact, a pungent stench of blood drifted in from outside. It's a zombie. Upon smelling the blood, Jing Tian instantly knew who was battering the door. Given the force of the zombie's blows, it was only a matter of time before the classroom door was broken down. Therefore, he had to prepare his defenses in advance. System: view Lung Yuyin's life resume. Jing Tian called upon the system to check her background so he could choose a suitable weapon. Ding system notification: viewing successful. Lung Yuyin's life resume is as follows. Name: Lung Yuyin, gender female, height 168 centimeters, identity top campus belle of Z City University, heiress of a hidden clan. Level 1 experience 0, 100 reputation 0 gold coins, 0 strength, 15 normal, human attribute range is 110. Higher attributes mean greater strength, higher physical attack, and better physical skill bonuses. Spirit 18 normal human attribute range is 110. Higher attributes mean faster reaction, reduced skill cooldown, and faster skill release. Physique 20 normal human attribute range is 110. Higher attributes mean greater vitality, stamina, defense, and endurance. Zombie infection level 2100 growth halted skills Heavenly Frost Current, a passive skill that surrounds the user with a chilling aura. Profound Ice Palm, an active skill. Condenses profound ice in the palm, delivering a lethal chill upon striking, killing silently. Innate talent Fortune Maiden possesses the rarest cultivation physique, the heavenly cold body, with naturally superior base attributes. Acquired talents Celestial Gray Skin, as white as jade, beauty, like a celestial, resistant to aging. Iceberg Beauty dislikes conversing with strangers, but is warm with acquaintances. Loyalty loves only one person in life, never betrays, and would rather die than be unfaithful. Protective will stand by her loved one even if they are wrong and will advise them to correct their mistakes afterwards. So Lung Yuyan is from a hidden clan. Jing Tian finally understood why she was the female lead. Her resume alone was the standard for a protagonist. It's a good thing there were so many people earlier. If Lung Yuyan had gotten serious, I might not have won. Jing Tian thought to himself, then bought a meteoric iron Tang Dao from the villain's fortune shop for Lung Yuyan. He handed it to her after she had injected the vaccine. Yuyan, this weapon will help you release your cold energy better. We're about to face a tough fight. Remember to protect yourself. Lung Yuyan took the meteoric iron Tang Dao from Jing Tian, her eyes filled with gratitude. His statement that the weapon would help her use her cold energy proved he knew about her hidden clan identity. She had never told anyone about this since she could remember. For Jing Tian to know, it confirmed his identity as a reincarnator. In other words, their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend was also real. No longer needing to hide her identity, Lung Yuyan held the meteoric iron Tang Dao. Waves of cold energy emanated from her palm, coating the blade. She looked like a peerless master from a martial arts film. Wow, truly from a hidden clan. Jing Yin said, flexing his wrists. Looks like I need to get serious too. With that, Jing Tian pulled out a Gatling gun. Lung Yuyan, standing beside him, was stunned. She could understand the Tang Dao and the vaccine as items he had hidden on his person, but this Gatling gun was different. There was no way Jing Tian could have concealed such a large object. Jing Tian, where did you pull that out from? Lung Yuyan asked in astonishment. Yuyan, am a reincarnator. I have a system. This weapon is extracted from the system, and so was your Tang Dao. Jing Tian didn't plan to hide the existence of the system from Lung Yuyan. Given her protective and loyalty talents, being honest with her was the better course. A system? So that's it. I see. But Jing Tian, you shouldn't casually take out weapons like this in front of others in the future. It would raise suspicion. We need to be cautious in the apocalypse. Lung Yuyan advised him worriedly after learning the reason. Of course. I only act so freely around you because I trust you. Jing Tian said, looking into her eyes with sincerity. Lung Yuyan lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. She hadn't expected Jing Tian to be so completely honest with her, telling her something he would never tell another soul. Jing Tian, thank you for trusting me. I swear I will never tell anyone. Yuyan, I believe you. In my past life, you never betrayed me. In just a few words, the intimacy between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan soared to its peak. Just as they were about to say more, the zombies banging on the classroom door grew more violent. Jing Tian looked at Lung Yuyan and said, Yuyan, those zombies are about to break in. They'll take the back door, the front door. Before Jing Tian could finish saying front door, Lung Yuyan smiled and replied, leave the front door to me. Bang! The door of classroom B203 was violently smashed open by zombies. Covered in a stench of decay, the zombies greedily fixed their gaze on Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan the moment the door burst open. Their eyes exuded brutality and their hands twisted grotesquely. The burning desire to devour and tear apart the prey before them was unmistakable. With a ferocious roar, the zombies surged forward. But before they could reach Jing Tian, a hail of bullets, dense as a fishing net, engulfed them completely. The classroom desks, chairs, and the charging zombies were riddled with holes in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, the dozen or so zombies that had burst in from the back door. Ding system notification, congratulations, host has leveled up. All basic attributes increased by 1 point. Current host level 2. The system alert had just faded. Jing Tian immediately felt his entire body strengthen. His power, spirit, and physique all saw a significant boost. The most noticeable change was in his vision, which became visibly sharper. Jing Tian, you seem much faster than me, Lung Yuyan said, walking over to him after clearing the zombies at the front door, eyeing the ones shredded by the Gatling gun. I just have the advantage of a better weapon, Jing Tian replied with a smile. Still, that's impressive. At least you're not scared or running away and leaving me behind. Lung Yuyan clenched her fist in the air. Jing Tian, I feel like my strength has increased a bit. Do you feel the same? Yes, that's the attribute reward for killing zombies. Since this apocalypse is called a game, it makes sense that we level up by grinding monsters. We just killed zombies, so we leveled up, Jing Tian analyzed. You really are a reincarnator. You know so much, Lung Yuyan said with a smile. Just as she was about to ask him about their story before his rebirth, A figure wielding a baseball bat appeared at the classroom door. It was the chosen one, Yi Fan. Jing Tian, you bastard. What did you do to Lung Yuyan? Yi Fan pointed the bat at Jing Tian, demanding an answer. What I do is none of your business, Jing Tian replied calmly, seeing the chosen one arrive. In broad daylight, you're abducting a woman. Jing Tian, don't think being a rich kid lets you get away with anything. Lung Yuyan, come here. I'll protect you. Yi Fan called for Lung Yuyan to move behind him, but to his surprise, she ignored him entirely. What's wrong, Lung Yuyan? Has Jing Tian threatened you? Now that the apocalypse game has started, his rich kid status means nothing. You don't have to fear his threat. Yi Fan stared at Lung Yuyan, baffled by her silence. According to his system, she was the chosen woman, and teaming up with her was the first crucial step to his invention. But why wasn't the chosen woman responding to him? What was going on? Yi Fan couldn't understand, and as he looked at her, he felt a sense of betrayal in his eyes, as the chosen woman Lung Yuyan should fully support him, the chosen one. Yi Fan. Lung Yuyan looked at this unremarkable classmate with displeasure. Yi Fan, we're not that close, are we? And what happens between Jing Tian and me is none of your business. Lung Yuyan's innate trait, protective nature, activated. Now that she had acknowledged Jing Tian, Yi Fan's hostility toward him felt like hostility toward her. As a result, her already low opinion of Yi Fan dropped even further. Yi Fan was left speechless by her words. We're not that close, are we? It was true. He had no connection with Lung Yuyan. The only chance he had to get to know her had been ruined when Jing Tian forcefully inserted himself. Yes, we're not that close. But isn't Jing Tian a scoundrel who tried to kidnap you in broad daylight? Shouldn't you choose to side with me? Yi Fan poured out all his frustration. Lung Yuyan's indifference drove him to lose his composure, and he could only ask why. Jing Tian is my boyfriend. Is there a problem with me standing by him? Lung Yuyan's voice carried a hint of ice. Yi Fan's strange behavior infuriated her. She barely knew him, yet he acted as though she belonged to him. What? Jing Tian is your boyfriend? Yi Fan was shocked by her declaration. What? Jing Tian is your boyfriend? Yi Fan was shocked by her declaration. Earlier, the system had told him that Lung Yuyan was the chosen woman, cold on the surface, but with a fiery heart, perfect as his girlfriend. Her combat prowess was top tier, able to protect him, so he needed to win her over. But now Lung Yuyan claimed Jing Tian was her boyfriend. Was the system urging him to steal her away? Had Jing Tian's forceful abduction just been a lover's game? Yi Fan was utterly defeated. Jing Tian, seeing the chosen one's despair, felt a surge of joy. Honestly, he hadn't expected Lung Yuyan to call him her boyfriend. This protective nature of hers was endearing. Yi Fan, this nonsense ends now. You're not welcome here. Don't force me to kick you out. Yi Fan bristled with anger. He was the chosen one. Those who followed him thrived, and those who opposed him perished. Jing Tian would pay for speaking to him like that. Jing Tian, the apocalypse game has begun. Your rich kid status means nothing to me. I'm not afraid of you. And I'll stay here if I want. What's it to you? This isn't your classroom. Yi Fan refused to leave. He had to stay near Lung Yuyan, even knowing she was Jing Tian's girlfriend, and find a way to— First, let me tell you, this classroom is mine. Z City University was built with my family's money, even the tiles under your feet. Second, if you're not afraid of my rich kid status, are you afraid of my Gatling gun? Jing Tian gently squeezed the trigger. The Gatling's barrels began to spin. With just a little more pressure, Yi Fan would be riddled with bullets. Gatling. Yi Fan finally noticed the weapon in Jing Tian's hands. He had been so focused on Lung Yuyan that he hadn't seen it. Compared to Jing Tian's Gatling, his baseball bat seemed pitiful. Where did you get a Gatling? Yi Fan asked in shock. But Jing Tian ignored him, silently pulling the trigger and spraying bullets at the wall beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan's face turned pale, and he fled in disgrace. Jing Tian, don't get cocky. I'll make you regret this. Yi Fan's voice faded as he disappeared. At that moment, a low alert echoed in the minds of Yi Fan, Jing Tian, and Lung Yuyan. Apocalypse game, notice all survivors in Z City University beware. The first evolved intermediate zombie has appeared in the teaching building. Eliminate it to receive a special reward package. The Doomsday game issued a mission to all survivors at Z City University. Yi Fan, who had just fled the classroom in disarray, curled his lips upon hearing the game's prompt. In the world of the Doomsday game, the strong reign supreme. Even if Jing Tian had temporarily taken the destined heroine Lung Yuyan, as long as he seized the time to grow stronger, all that he had lost could eventually be reclaimed. Jing Tian, you will regret making an enemy of me. Yi Fan clenched his fists. Just then a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, system notification, the mid-tier zombie in the teaching building cannot be killed by a headshot. You must strike its heart to eliminate it. This should be interesting. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes as he listened to the system prompt. This was his exclusive warning system. In this apocalyptic game world, information was the most valuable resource, and without it Jing Tian and his group were doomed. Lung Yuyan, you'll understand, the only one who can stand by your side in the end is me. Yi Fan thought to himself. Meanwhile, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, villain system notification, the child of fortune. Yi Fan has received a system alert about a mid-tier zombie in the teaching building, with its weakness being the heart. Host is advised to slay the mid-tier zombie before Yi Fan to complete the mission and receive a basic attribute boost. and a random postnatal talent draw. Yi Fan has a notification type system. System view Yi Fan's life resume. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory, Jing Tian pondered as he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding system notification retrieval successful. Yi Fan's life resume is as follows. Name Yi Fan, gender male, height 175 centimeters, identity ordinary citizen, orphan. Level 2 experience 150500, reputation 0, gold coins 0, strength 15, normal human attribute range is 110, higher values increase physical strength, attack power, and skill bonuses. Spirit 15, normal human attribute range is 110, higher values enhance reaction speed, reduce skill cooldown, and accelerate skill casting. Physique 15, normal human attribute range is 110, higher values boost vitality, stamina, defense, and zombie infection rate 1100, skills none. Innate talent none. Postnatal talent transmigrator, a transmigrant from Blue Star arriving 3 minutes before the doomsday game world descended. Child of Fortune possesses a notification system. Selfish and self-centered, believes everything good belongs to him, tolerates no one taking it away, and feels no guilt. Note the Child of Fortune Yi Fan has already received a transmigrant starter pack, granting a 5 boost to all physical attributes, and a baseball bat. Yi Fan is also a transmigrant. And he transmigrated at the same time as me 3 minutes before the doomsday game world descended. So when he bumped into Lung Yuyin, he was already post-transmigration. In other words, he approached Lung Yuyin deliberately, not by coincidence. No wonder he was so irritable before, acting as if Lung Yuyin belonged to him, even though they barely knew each other. Jing Tian realized the issue and glanced at Lung Yuyin beside him. At that moment, she was also looking at him after hearing the Doomsday Games prompt in her mind. Yuyin, did you hear the Doomsday Games prompt? Jing Tian asked. Yes, it said there's a mid-tier zombie in our teaching building and told us to hunt it for a reward. Lung Yuyin revealed everything she knew to Jing Tian without reservation. Hearing this, Jing Tian shared the information from his system. Yuyin, this mid-tier zombie is different. Only attacking its heart can kill it. And as a mid-tier zombie, its speed, strength, and intelligence far exceed those of low-tier ones. If we rush to find it recklessly, we might fall into its ambush. My suggestion is to go to the rooftop and observe first, then strike once we pinpoint its location. I have a Gatling gun. Oh, I can act the moment we spot it. What do you think? Jing Tian proposed the safest approach to Lung Yuyin. She nodded in agreement. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed. If they acted rashly to seek out the mid-tier zombie, they risked being ambushed, and failing to eliminate it quickly would draw other low-tier zombies, sealing their fate. Thus, Jing Tian's plan was the most prudent for now. With the strategy set, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin left the classroom. They cautiously made their way up the stairs to the rooftop, one after the other. Though several zombies attacked them along the way, they easily dispatched them with their weapons. 5 minutes later, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin finally reached the rooftop. By then their levels had risen again, reaching LV. Jing Tian, I feel stronger again, Lung Yuyin said joyfully, sensing her enhanced body. Yeah, me too, Jing Tian nodded. Just then a series of agonizing screams erupted from below the teaching building. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin hurried to the railing and peered down. On the second floor, over 20 survivors were trapped between zombies from both sides. Armed only with benches, they faced the horde in despair. Help! It's all your fault. Killing a few zombies in the classroom made you arrogant, wanting to hunt a mid-tier one. Now look at us, shut up. What's the use of saying that now? You didn't object when we decided to come out, so don't act righteous now. Everyone stop arguing. The more noise we make, the more zombies we attract. Our priority is to kill these zombies and get back to the classroom. Kill them? How? There are more zombies than us, and we only have benches. How can we possibly win? Damn it. Someone jumped from the second floor. Traitors. We're holding the line, and they only think about saving themselves. Don't jump. According to the Doomsday Games warning, these are the lowest tier zombies. Their strength and speed aren't much better than ours. With benches, if we defend properly and kill them one by one, we still have a chance. Why are they still jumping? Can't we stick together? Jumping from the second floor will break your legs, and you won't escape either. The group of over 20 survivors couldn't hold out even a minute against the zombie siege before their defenses crumbled completely. They could have fought the zombies, but their hearts weren't united. Lung Yuyin sighed, watching the survivors' tragic downfall. The greatest weakness in a team was disunity. 100 people without trust were no match for 10 who believed in each other. Everyone feared death and wanted to flee, but in the end, not a single one escaped. Jing Tian remarked, shaking his head as he watched the clever ones who jumped from the second floor get devoured by the zombies gathering below. Just then, Jing Tian spotted a familiar figure rushing toward the crowd under attack on the second floor. It was Yi Fan. Has Yi Fan found the mid-tier zombies' location? Jing Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of Yi Fan. With a prompt system and the fortune of a chosen one, wherever Yi Fan went, intermediate zombies were destined to appear. It seems the target is about to show up. Jing Tian raised his Gatling gun, aiming at Yi Fan, ready to seize the opportunity to steal the kill on the intermediate zombie. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, upon seeing a group of survivors attacked by zombies, stealthily crept up behind them to launch a surprise attack. The baseball bat in his hand was no ordinary weapon. Each time it struck a target, the point of contact would trigger a small-scale. Armed with this special bat, Yi Fan found the slow-moving common zombies no match for him, especially since they were preoccupied with feeding and unaware of his presence. Yi Fan single-handedly took down over 20 zombies, each with a precise headshot. But that wasn't all. After finishing, he seemed to be waiting for something, constantly glancing around. A few breaths later, a zombie with pallid skin appeared not far away. Just as I thought, with so many fresh kills here, the scent must have drawn you in. Yi Fan twirled his bat, fixing a knowing gaze on the intermediate zombie. The creature, uncomprehending, sniffed the alluring scent of food before suddenly charging at him. Its speed was astonishing, twice that of an ordinary zombie. So fast, Yi Fan exclaimed, raising his bat to catch. Just then a burst of gunfire erupted. The intermediate zombie ahead was instantly riddled with bullets. Yi Fan quickly retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. But he had barely taken 2 steps back. A low alert voice echoed in his mind. Doomsday game alert, intermediate zombie at Z City University, killed by Jing Tian. Congratulations to Jing Tian for receiving a special reward package. Doomsday game alert, zombie intensity will escalate to phase 2 in 30 minutes. Survivors who have not yet killed a zombie must do so immediately or face a 5 increase in mutation infection rate. When the rate reaches 100, the survivor will turn into a zombie. Doomsday game alert supplies have appeared in the Z City University cafeteria, containing weapons, ammunition, food, clean water, combat suits, and other resources. What does this mean? The intermediate zombie is already dead. Yi Fan couldn't believe it as he looked toward the spot where the zombie that had been about to attack him was a shredded mess. Who stole my kill? Yi Fan seethed with rage. He had meticulously planned and waited for the intermediate zombie, only to have someone snatch it away. How could he swallow this insult? Furious, Yi Fan followed the trajectory of the bullets to the rooftop of the teaching building, where he spotted Jing Tian. Only then did he understand what had happened. Jing Tian. It's him again. Yi Fan clenched his fists as he glared at Jing Tian, wanting to curse him out. But reason prevailed, and he chose to swallow his anger. With Jing Tian wielding a Gatling gun, provoking him now would be suicide. He can really hold back, Jing Tian mused with amusement, watching the chosen one. Yi Fan gnash his teeth in silence. Suddenly a supply crate materialized before him, and Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian, what's this? Lung Yuyan pointed. Jing Tian turned to look at the crate. If his guess was right, this was the reward for killing the intermediate zombie, as announced by the Yuyan. This must be the reward. Jing Tian crouched down and opened the crate. Inside there were 2 baked grenades, a revolver loaded with 6 explosive rounds, a finely crafted dagger, 2 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, and a flashlight. Yuyan, let's replenish our energy first, Jing Tian said, handing a bottle of water and a loaf of bread to Lung Yuyan. According to the Doomsday Game's warnings, zombies would continuously strengthen. They needed to be in top condition to survive this apocalypse. Lung Yuyan nodded, accepting the food and water. After their earlier battle in the classroom, she was fully in the zone. As they began to restore their strength, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding. System alert, congratulations host for completing the villain mission by stealing the intermediate zombie kill from the chosen one Yi Fan. Ding. System alert, congratulations host for receiving the villain mission reward. All basic attributes increased by 3 points. Acquired talent lottery chance 1. Ding. System alert, host currently has 3 acquired talent lottery chances. Would you like to use them? Use all. Ding. System alert, first acquired talent lottery complete. Congratulations host for obtaining the acquired talent Brilliant Mind. Ding. System alert, second acquired talent lottery complete. Congratulations host for obtaining the acquired talent Lucky Dog. Ding. System alert, third acquired talent lottery complete. Congratulations host for obtaining the acquired talent Teamwork Makes the Dream Work. Ding. System alert, would you like to assign the acquired talents to a target now? System, can I see the talent descriptions first? Ding. System alert, acquired talent descriptions as follows. Brilliant Mind, the recipient will gain a 5 boost in mental acuity after 1 night, but at the cost of losing all hair and a significant drop in charm. Lucky Dog, the recipient will receive double rewards from kills or loot crates in the Doomsday Game, and the rewards will always be the best possible. Teamwork Makes the Dream Work, when within 100 meters of a member of the opposite sex with a favorability rating above 50, both parties will see a 10 increase in physique and a 10 decrease in energy consumption. System, doesn't it seem like one of these 3 talents doesn't quite belong? Jing Tian commented on the system prompt, but then remembering that acquired talents could be granted to others, a sinister idea crossed his mind. System, assigned the acquired talent Brilliant Mind to Yi Fan and apply Lucky Dog and Teamwork Makes the Dream Work to myself. Ding. System alert, acquired talents have been distributed as requested. Brilliant Mind will take effect tomorrow while the other 2 are now active. As the system notification ended, Jing Tian felt his body strengthen. But more importantly, the contents of the supply crate he had opened had doubled. What is happening? Cold Yin was eating bread. Suddenly she felt her physique had been enhanced. Yet this was not the most crucial part was that she discovered the supplies in the supply box had doubled. What was going on? Cold Yin was filled with confusion, her eyes turning to Jing Tian, who as a reincarnator should know the reason. Jing Tian didn't hold back and candidly said, after killing an intermediate zombie, I awakened two post-talent abilities. One is men and women work together without fatigue, and the other is Lucky Star. The former can enhance our physique by 10% and reduce our consumption by 10%, while the latter allows me to double the rewards obtained from the supply box. These abilities can enhance our physique and even double the rewards from the supply box. Cold Yin was taken aback. She hadn't expected these seemingly game-like terms would actually have an impact on this world. Seeing Cold Yin's surprised expression, Jing Tian smiled and shared half of the items from the supply box with her, saying, Yin, with the items doubled we can each take a share. Thank you, Jing Tian. Cold Yin looked at the explosives, revolver, exquisite dagger, flashlight, water, and bread that Jing Tian had given her heart filled with gratitude. The apocalyptic game suddenly descended upon the world. Everyone was struggling to survive, unsure of what to do next. Yet beside her, there was someone who was always thinking of her and protecting her. In her heart, there was probably no one happier than her in this world. When Cold Yin thought of this, her body leaned toward Jing Tian. Before Jing Tian could react, her crimson lips brushed against his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark. What is this? Jing Tian's cheek tingled as if it had been shocked. When he turned to see what was happening, he found Cold Yin already busy organizing the supplies, fastening the dagger and flashlight he had handed her to her waist. Was that just an illusion? Jing Tian thought to himself as he began to pack his gear. According to the apocalyptic game's reminder, zombies would enter the second phase in 30 minutes, which meant they would become stronger. Thus, Jing Tian had to find a way to locate the second supply box mentioned in the cafeteria before then. Otherwise, if they went to the cafeteria after the zombies entered the second phase, the difficulty of finding the supply box would double. Yin, are you ready? After packing his gear, Jing Tian looked at Cold Yin and asked. Seeing her nod, he proposed his idea of going to the cafeteria to find the supply box. After Cold Yin expressed her support, they began their descent from the rooftop. Even though zombies kept appearing and attacking them along the way, the slow movement speed of the beginner zombies posed no threat to Jing Tian and Cold Yin. 5 minutes later, Jing Tian successfully led Cold Yin from the rooftop of the teaching building to the first floor hall. The scene in the first floor hall was completely different from when Jing Tian had just awakened. Previously, the first floor hall of the teaching building was filled with students coming and going, their laughter and joy bursting with youthful vitality. Now, however, the entire first floor hall was littered with dismembered corpses, blood, and entrails everywhere. Even the cash Jing Tian had thrown earlier was now soaked. This. Cold Yin, standing beside Jing Tian, was shocked by the scene before her. She thought to herself, if Jing Tian hadn't taken her away back, then would she have ended up like the others, attacked and killed by the suddenly mutated zombies when the apocalypse struck. Yin, let's hurry to the cafeteria. I will always be with you in this life and death game, Jing Tian said, sensing Cold Yin's inner thoughts as he held her hand and reassured. Thank you. Cold Yin lowered her head in gratitude. Even though she possessed extraordinary skills and her physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, she was still a student at heart, and she had never witnessed such brutal scenes before. Are you also going to the cafeteria? Just as Jing Tian and Cold Yin were talking, several figures descended from the other staircase and asked, we are also heading to the cafeteria. There's safety in numbers, so why not join us? Don't worry, once we find the supply box, we will share the rewards equally. Who are you? Cold Yin asked, cautiously looking at the suddenly appearing group. We are from the second-year foreign language department. Yin Jr., you may not know us, but we know you. After all, you are recognized as the school. Yes, Junior Yin, come with us. There's strength in numbers, and we have 2 muscle-bound guys among us. One person can handle 3 or 4 zombies without any problem. That's right, stick with us. It's definitely better than just the 2 of you together. A burly boy from the foreign language department looked at Cold Yin's long legs wrapped in tight pants and swallowed hard. That boy looks familiar. It's Jing Tian. A gossip girl with twin ponytails from the foreign language department recognized Jing Tian and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he the university's top rich and handsome guy, Jing Tian? Is that a Gatling gun he's holding? The elegant girl in a black formal dress was shocked when she heard this, scrutinizing Jing Tian from head to toe. Then she approached him with a flattering smile and said, Jing Tian Jr., come with us. We can help each other, but it will definitely be safer. What good is a rich second generation in the apocalypse? He thinks he's holding a real gun and is serious about it. The burly boy who had been eyeing Cold Yin scoffed at the sight of someone flattering Jing Tian, clearly displeased. He didn't believe anyone could pull out a real Gatling gun at school. Shut your mouth, the elegant girl in the black dress snapped back, glaring at the burly boy in anger. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse, let alone someone like Jing Tian, a super-rich second generation. His identity and background destined him to be different from ordinary people not struggling for survival in the apocalypse. With his father's status and connections, he could easily dispatch a rescue team to save him once everything was sorted out. By then, as long as they befriended Jing Tian, they might be able to escape with him. Moreover, even if Jing Tian's father were to perish without sending someone to rescue him, Jing Tian himself stood at 1.88 meters tall and was wielding a Gatling gun. His combat power would surely surpass that of an ordinary person. The elegant girl in the black dress remembered that the apocalyptic game had previously notified about Jing Tian killing an intermediate zombie. If she was not mistaken, the Gatling gun in Jing Tian's hands had been found in that supply box. Such a person, if they did not find a way to invite him into their camp, would be either foolish or stupid. The elegant girl in the black dress had a broader perspective than the burly boy. However, to her disappointment, Jing Tian directly rejected her invitation. "We do not wish to form a team," Jing Tian said, and holding Cold Yuyan's hand, he left the teaching hall heading toward the cafeteria. In the zombie apocalypse, while there is strength in numbers, it must be a team that has undergone special training. Ordinary students from the foreign language department would surely panic and cause chaos, endangering both themselves and others when faced with a zombie horde. As if anyone would want him. If it weren't for Cold Yuyan, who would invite this foolish rich second generation? The burly boy from the foreign language department clicked his tongue in annoyance as he watched Jing Tian and Cold Yuyan leave, noticing the lipstick mark on Jing Tian's face. "Can't you just shut up? You're nothing but a guy who only thinks about women," the elegant girl in the black dress said, rolling her eyes as she hurriedly followed the others towards Jing Tian and Cold Yuyan. At the Z City University cafeteria. At the entrance, a rare scene unfolded. There were several small groups numbering in the hundreds of survivors standing there. So many survivors. Cold Yuyan was stunned by the scene as she and Jing Tian arrived at the entrance of the school cafeteria. "It seems that most of the survivors from our school have been attracted here by the supply box notified by the apocalyptic game." Jing Tian looked at the crowd, his eyes narrowing. With so many people here, the competition for the supply box would undoubtedly be extremely fierce. Jing Tian. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Yi Fan's anger flared as he watched Jing Tian approach. The reward for killing the intermediate zombie earlier had been snatched away by Jing Tian. Coupled with the fortune-favored girl Lung Yuyan, he now had two grievances against Jing Tian. "Jing Tian, I'll make you die a horrible death. Of all people to offend, you chose me, a transmigrator, courting death." Murderous intent arose in Yi Fan's heart. Just then, Jing Tian, whom he had been staring at, suddenly turned his head to look at him, startling Yi Fan into lowering his head, afraid to meet his gaze. "That's Yi Fan. Was he just sneaking a look at me?" Jing Tian remarked, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed Yi Fan's cowering demeanor. He had been pondering the best moment to enter the cafeteria in search of supply crates. Now it seemed that waiting for Yi Fan to enter first would be the safest course of action. As the chosen one of fortune, Yi Fan was the most likely to find the supply crates. Having made up his mind, Jing Tian turned to Lung Yuyan and said, "Yan, let's wait for Yi Fan to go in before we enter." "Yi Fan?" Lung Yuyan asked, puzzled. Jing Tian leaned in and whispered in her ear, "In the previous life, Yi Fan was the one who found the supply crate in the cafeteria. If we follow him discreetly, our chances of finding it will be much higher." "MM'll do as you say," she replied softly, her cheeks flushing as she felt the warmth of his breath tickling her ear. "Oh, isn't this young Master Jing Tian? Why are you lingering at the entrance? Too scared to go in now that you're not teaming up with anyone?" taunted a burly sophomore from the foreign languages department as he approached. "Luo Juanhao, can't you just shut up?" snapped the mature woman in the black dress, furious at the burly man for provoking Jing Tian right away. If not for the zombie apocalypse and her need for protection, she would never have chosen to team up with this brute Luo Juanhao. "Do you dare to go in?" Jing Tian countered with a sly grin. Luo Juanhao had only meant to taunt Jing Tian, never expecting to be put on the spot. Now if he didn't enter the cafeteria, he would lose face. "What's the matter? You're not chickening out, are you? And here you were acting all high and mighty. Was that just an act? All those muscles for nothing? Wasn't someone boasting they could take on 3 or 4 zombies? All talk." Jing Tian's goading drove Luo Juanhao to wish he could disappear. After a moment, Luo Juanhao, seething with anger, roared, "Find the cafeteria, it is. He'll go." He turned to his classmates from the foreign languages department, hoping they would join him. But to his despair, none of his classmates, not even his gym buddy, showed any intention of following him. It was obvious to everyone. All these people standing at the entrance were waiting for a guinea pig to test the waters. Only a fool would volunteer to scout ahead. TCH, Jing Tian deliberately scoffed from the sidelines. Unable to bear the humiliation, Luo Juanhao strode into the cafeteria with heavy step. "A bunch of cowards. What's there to be afraid of? Following you lot, you'll never snatch the rewards from the supply crates. Pipe dreams. Fortune favors the bold, don't you get it?" Luo Juanhao thought his words would rally others to his side, but the more he spoke, the more his fear showed. And indeed it was true. When Luo Juanhao reached the cafeteria entrance, he immediately regretted it, frozen in place, caught between a rock and a hard place. The stench of blood inside the cafeteria was so pungent it made it hard for him to breathe. The cafeteria had always been one of the most crowded spots at Z University. Now with the zombie outbreak, it had become a super nest, easily housing over 1,000 zombies. Facing such a terrifying number of zombies alone was nothing short of suicide. Damn it. Luo Juanhao regretted running his mouth and provoking Jing Tian. He never expected Jing Tian to corner him with just a few words. Now with nearly half of the university's survivors gathered here, backing down would make him a laughingstock. He might save his life, but he would lose all respect. Luo Juanhao clenched his fists, utterly at a loss. Just as he was about to swallow his pride and beg for mercy, Yi Fan walked up beside him and patted his shoulder. He'll go in with you. Jing Tian has gone too far, trying to get you killed over a single remark. That's despicable. I can't stand Jing Tian either. My enemy's enemy is my friend. From now on we're brothers. This, Luo Juanhao was inwardly dismayed. In his eyes, entering the cafeteria meant certain death. Begging for mercy would be humiliating, but at least had lived to see another day. Now this clueless fool had to step in and force his hand. Thanks, brother. Out of 100 people, you're the only real man here. Luo Juanhao praised Yi Fan, though inside he was cursing Yi Fan's ancestors for no need to thank me. We share a common enemy. Yi Fan replied, pleased with himself. Jing Tian wanted Luo Juanhao dead, but he would let him live. In Yi Fan's mind, Luo Juanhao was sure to become his loyal follower. But Yi Fan overlooked one thing: Luo Juanhao didn't know he was the chosen one. To Luo Juanhao, following Yi Fan wouldn't lead to survival. Yi Fan was just a fool leading him to his doom. Just stay behind me, brother. He'll keep you safe, Yi Fan said, noticing Luo Juanhao's troubled expression. Assuming it was fear, he reassured him and took the lead. Luo Juanhao hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so bold as to lead the way, but having someone go first eased his fear a little, and he followed reluctantly. Someone's going in. Should we go too? The survivors at the entrance murmured among themselves. Let's wait and see. With so many of us here, it's safer to move as a group. Exactly. Only 2 people have gone in so far. They're barely even guinea pigs. Let's wait for more to enter before the doomsday game warned that the zombies would strengthen in half an hour. It's been nearly 10 minutes already. If we wait too long, we might run out of time. Let's wait 5 more minutes. If no one else goes in, we'll have to risk it. Jing Tian, should we go in now? Lung Yuyin asked, listening to the surrounding survivors. Yes, it's time. If we wait for too many people, it'll only cause chaos. The slightest noise could attract the zombies, and then escaping would be impossible with everyone blocking the way. With that, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin headed toward the cafeteria. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, a thick, cloying stench of blood. The smell was several times stronger than in the teaching building. In other words, the number of zombies here was several times greater, and that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that the cafeteria only had 2 floors, meaning the density of zombies was far more terrifying than in the teaching building. The smell of blood is thick. Jing Tian sniffed the metallic scent in the air, his brow furrowing. He reached out and drew the exquisite dagger he had obtained from opening a supply crate earlier. This battle was taking place in the cafeteria with zombies swarming from every direction. Compared to a Gatling gun, a dagger was far more suitable for this environment. Yuyin, Yi Fan, and the others are just ahead on the first floor of the cafeteria. Let's hurry and catch up, Jing Tian said to Lung Yuyin, gazing at the backs of Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao. Just as he finished speaking and prepared to move, Lung Yuyin, gripping her meteorite iron tang saber, suddenly dashed forward with a swift step, positioning herself in front of Jing Tian. What's this? Jing Tian was taken aback by her action. Lung Yuyin turned back and smiled without a word. It wasn't until they both stepped through the cafeteria entrance and Lung Yuyin had slain several zombies ahead that Jing Tian finally realized she intended to protect him. This girl, Jing Tian murmured, moved by the scene before him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who was walking ahead, followed a prompt from his system and smashed a zombie lunging at him from behind with a baseball bat. After dispatching the zombie, he was astonished to discover that Jing Tian had followed him with Lung Yuyin. What infuriated him most was that Jing Tian had Lung Yuyin clear the path. Jing Tian, how did this guy follow us? And he's making Lung Yuyin lead the way while he hides behind. Yi Fan glared at Jing Tian, burning with rage. If the cafeteria weren't filled with zombies feeding or resting everywhere, he would have walked straight up to Jing Tian, confronted him, and taken Lung Yuyin back. Brother Yi, why did you stop? Luo Juanhao, who had followed Yi Fan inside, turned around in confusion when he saw Yi Fan halt abruptly. As he turned, he too spotted Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin trailing behind them. Isn't that Jing Tian? Why is he here? Luo Juanhao couldn't understand why Jing Tian, after forcing him into the cafeteria, would then follow him inside. Yi Fan snorted coldly in reply. Jing Tian is using us as lab rats to lead the way. That guy is cunning and malicious to the core. Luo Juanhao, did you see the Gatling gun on Jing Tian's back? Back in the teaching building, I was the one who killed the intermediate zombie, but that bastard Jing Tian sniped me from the rooftop and stole my reward. If I'm not mistaken, Jing Tian is planning the same thing now, waiting for us to find the supply crate before he opens fire and snatches it. What? Luo Juanhao was shocked by Yi Fan's words. Not only was he stunned that Yi Fan could single-handedly take down an intermediate zombie, but he was even more incredulous that the Gatling gun on Jing Tian's back was real. Yi Fan, that bastard has a gun. What do we do? Luo Juanhao stared at the Gatling gun on Jing Tian's back, fear creeping onto his face. Recalling his earlier taunts at Jing Tian sent a chill down his spine. Don't be scared. Yi Fan, seeing Luo Junhao's terror, patted him on the shoulder and said, this is a cafeteria full of zombies. Jing Tian wouldn't dare fire a shot, because if he does, he'll die too. No wonder Jing Tian strapped the Gatling gun on his back and switched to a dagger. So that's why. Luo Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief at Yi Fan's explanation, his fear of Jing Tian largely dissipating. With his fear gone, he took a fresh look at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian is actually walking behind Junior Yuyan. That guy is disgusting. And why does Junior Yuyan have to follow that bastard? Even in the apocalypse, does Jing Tian's rich kid background still matter? Luo Juanhao voiced his displeasure with Jing Tian to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, who had long been resentful of Jing Tian, glared at him viciously and said, Lung Yuyan must have some leverage Jing Tian holds over her. Otherwise, I can't believe a girl would willingly walk ahead to lead a guy. Yi Fan, I think Junior Yuyan is probably being threatened by Jing Tian's Gatling gun. Luo Juanhao looked at the Gatling gun on Jing Tian's back. Who knows where Jing Tian got that Gatling gun? We're all stuck with cold weapons, but he has a Gatling gun. It makes sense that Junior Yuyan is being forced to lead the way under its threat. Yeah, I thought it was strange before. When Jing Tian forcibly took Lung Yuyan away in the teaching building lobby, she looked surprised and at a loss. How could she possibly be Jing Tian's girlfriend? Yi Fan was enlightened by Luo Junhao's words. He stared at Lung Yuyan, his eyes filled with desire. Lung Yuyan lied to me before saying Jing Tian was her boyfriend and telling me to leave them alone. Could it be that she was worried about me, afraid I'd also be threatened by Jing Tian's Gatling gun? Yes, that must be it. I planned our meeting, accidentally bumping into her and picking up her books together. That's the perfect start to a beautiful love story. And the system wouldn't make me steal someone else's wife. I'm a time traveler, the chosen one, the protagonist of this story. How could I do something like that? But if, as Luo Juanhao said, Lung Yuyan is being threatened by Jing Tian, then everything makes perfect sense. I planned that accidental collision with Lung Yuyan to make her develop feelings for me. So when she saw me with Jing Tian in the classroom, she deliberately said she was his girlfriend to drive me away. Her real intention was to protect me. As expected of the wife the system chose for me. She has a good heart. Lung Yuyan, wait for me. Once I find a better weapon to take down Jing Tian, he'll definitely rescue you. Yi Fan's mind spun with these conjectures. After he confirmed that Lung Yuyan wasn't following Jing Tian willingly, he turned around and focused more intently on searching for the supply crate. If the equipment in the cafeteria supply crate was stronger than Jing Tian's Gatling gun, he was confident he could take the child of fortune Lung Yuyan back from Jing Tian. Why does Yi Fan look at me with such a disgusting gaze? Lung Yuyan was displeased when she saw Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao turn back to scrutinize her and Jing Tian. Especially Yi Fan's lecherous stare, which roved up and down, making her feel as if he wanted to devour her. Yi Fan and the others have spotted us. But for some reason, after staring at us for a while, they just went back to searching for the supply crate. Lung Yuyan reported the situation to Jing Tian, who was shielded behind her. Jing Tian, gazing at Yi Fan's back, analyzed. There are too many zombies in the cafeteria. Before finding the supply crate, Yi Fan and his group won't start a fight with us rashly. That would only attract a horde and lead to mutual destruction. So you mean they'll wait until they find the supply crate before making a move? Lung Yuyan immediately grasped the key issue after hearing Jing Tian's analysis. Seeing that Lung Yuyan understood instantly, Jing Tian nodded and continued. In the cafeteria, my Gatling gun isn't ideal. We'll have to rely on cold weapons for the upcoming fight. And Yi Fan, he dared to hunt an intermediate zombie alone earlier, which proves his strength is no joke. I think that's why he's so confident and ignored us to keep searching for the crate. I see. Lung Yuyan's grip on her meteorite iron Tang saber tightened as she listened to Jing Tian's analysis. She had to stay on high alert against Yi Fan to ensure Jing Tian's safety. And so Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao formed one group, while Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan formed another. The two groups, one ahead and one behind, scoured every corner of the cafeteria's first floor for the supply crate. It wasn't until the survivors outside the cafeteria had all rushed and triggering a chain of chaos that Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao finally spotted a figure that looked like a supply crate inside the cafeteria's small supermarket. Is that a supply crate? Luo Juanhao exclaimed excitedly at the sight. Just as he was about to rush into the small supermarket to investigate, Yi Fan, standing beside him, grabbed his shoulder and signaled him not to act rashly. Yi Fan, why are you stopping me? The supply crate is inside the supermarket. If we go in now and open it, everything inside will be ours. Luo Junhao's eyes burned with greed. He craved the contents of the supply crate, hoping to mock Jing Tian in front of all the survivors. This was his chance to avenge the humiliation he suffered at the cafeteria entrance, where Jing Tian had cornered him and stripped him of all dignity. We can't just barge in. Yi Fan understood Luo Junhao's thoughts. Pointing at the entrance of the small supermarket, he warned, this place is enclosed with crowded shelves. There could be many zombies hiding inside. If we rush in recklessly and get surrounded by hidden zombies, we're done for. Well, Luo Juanhao, hearing Yi Fan's words, glanced at the few zombies inside and said, Yi Fan, aren't you being too cautious? There are at most a handful of zombies in there. Even without your help, I could take them all out alone. Trust me, let's just go in and take a look. If you really don't want to let me go alone while you hold Jing Tian off outside. Don't worry, once I get the rewards from the crate, we'll split them 50-50. Luo Juanhao thought Yi Fan was being overly. Yi Fan shook his head. He wasn't being cautious, he was stating facts. Initially, he had planned to enter the supermarket with Luo Juanhao to open the crate. But then a system alert warned him, there are over 100 zombies hiding in the cafeteria supermarket. If you enter, they will devour you in an instant. It was this warning that made Yi Fan abandon the idea and urge Luo Juanhao to stay away. However, to his surprise, Luo Juanhao completely disregarded his words. This Luo Juanhao. Yi Fan mentally cursed him. If not for the fact that Luo Juanhao also held a grudge against Jing Tian and was useful, Yi Fan wouldn't care whether he lived or died. Just as Yi Fan struggled to find a way to stop Luo Juanhao, Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan caught up. Damn it all, because of that coward Yi Fan. Luo Juanhao hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Blaming Yi Fan for the delay, he ignored all warnings and dashed toward the supermarket. Seeing Luo Juanhao rushing to his death and Jing Tian approaching, Yi Fan's mind raced. Soon a malicious idea. The system says entering the supermarket is certain death. So if I trick Jing Tian into going in, he'll be done for, won't he? Hey Jing Tian, you want the supply crate so badly. He'll give it to you. But let's see if you live to use it. Yi Fan's sinister plan was set. Gripping his baseball bat, he strode toward Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan. Jing Tian, the supply crate in the supermarket is ours. You won't take it from me this time, Yi Fan declared. He swung his bat at Jing Tian. If his guess was right, Jing Tian would have Leng Yuyan block him, while he himself rushed into the supermarket to compete with Luo Juanhao for the crate. If Jing Tian entered the supermarket, his scheme would succeed. Clang. As Yi Fan expected, Leng Yuyan intercepted. Now all he had to do was wait for Jing Tian to seize the opportunity, chase after Luo Juanhao and walk into his death. Selfish bastard. Jing Tian, the trap I set using your greed. Can you avoid it? Yi Fan gloated inwardly. But his triumph was short-lived as he sensed something wrong. Jing Tian showed no intention of pursuing Luo Juanhao. How is this possible? Yi Fan stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe Jing Tian was indifferent to the crate. Yet Jing Tian indeed stood still. As Yi Fan stood bewildered, Jing Tian said calmly, Yi Fan, your buddy seems surrounded by zombies. Aren't you going to save him? What? Yi Fan turned to look at Luo Juanhao. At that moment, Luo Juanhao had only just stepped into the supermarket entrance, not yet surrounded. He's fine, isn't he? What is Jing Tian talking up? Yi Fan didn't finish his thought before a heavy blow struck the back of his head. His vision went dark and he collapsed. Got him. Jing Tian had used the barrel of his Gatling gun to ambush Yi Fan. After knocking him out, he kicked Yi Fan's backside and chuckled. Yi Fan, you're still too green to play games with me. Jing Tian, Leng Yuyan said, glancing at the supermarket. Should we go take a look? From what Yi Fan said, the supply crate should be inside. No rush, let's wait, Jing Tian replied. He leaned close to Leng Yuyan's ear and whispered, Yuyan, I knew Yi Fan in my past life. He's an utterly selfish person. There's no way he'd let someone else open the crate while he covers the rear. If I'm not mistaken, there's danger in that supermarket. His strange behavior earlier was probably a trick to lure us in. Jing Tian had read Yi Fan's life profile and knew he possessed a talent called selfishness. He had sensed something amiss ever since Yi Fan offered to cover Luo Juanhao. Ahawk! A despairing scream echoed from the supermarket. No sooner had Jing Tian spoken than he and Leng Yuyan witnessed Luo Juanhao being swarmed and devoured by zombies. There is danger. Leng Yuyan gasped at the sight of dozens of zombies feasting. At the same time, her trust in Jing Tian soared. If not for the reborn Jing Tian's insight into Yi Fan's treachery, she who had wanted to enter the supermarket for the crate would have been killed by Yi Fan's scheme. This Yi Fan is despicable. He tried to use his own partner to kill us for the crate. Leng Yuyan, relieved to have survived, glared at the unconscious Yi Fan with disgust. Her favorability toward him plummeted. Jing Tian, there are dozens of zombies in there. Opening the crate and taking the rewards is too risky. Should we retreat from the camp? Leng Yuyan estimated that the 30-minute timer was almost up. The supermarket held over 100 zombies. With Jing Tian's Gatling gun unusable, fighting them with melee weapons would be suicide. Therefore, she believed retreat was the best option. Don't worry, I have a plan, Jing Tian said, pulling out the bait grenade he had obtained from the rooftop supply crate. He showed it to Leng Yuyan. This is a bait grenade. It can lure zombies away. We just need to use one to draw the zombies out, then we can grab the crate's contents without a fight. Yuyan, I told you. He'll protect you in this life. So did I disappoint? Jing Tian coaxed her, and Leng Yuyan's cheeks flushed as she nodded. Thank you, Jing Tian. Don't mention it. You're my girlfriend. It's my duty to cherish you. Come on, let's go reap our rewards. Taking her hand, Jing Tian led her toward the supermarket. The resources in the supply crate were crucial for their survival in the doomsday game. For instance, if Jing Tian hadn't had the bait grenade, he would have had no choice but to abandon the crate in the supermarket. Bang! Jing Tian threw a bait grenade, which exploded 5 meters outside the supermarket entrance. A cloud of green smoke rose. The smoke carried a pungent scent that was irresistibly alluring to the zombies. Every zombie in the supermarket surged out like a swarm, plunging into the smoke in a frenzy. This is our chance. Yu Yan. Hey, race our chance. Jing Tian, seeing that the zombies in the cafeteria supermarket had been drawn out by the decoy grenade, slipped into the supermarket from the side with Lung Yuyan. The moment they entered the supermarket, a pungent bloody stench assaulted their nostrils. Jing Tian traced the source of the odor. There lay Luo Junhao's corpse riddled with bite marks from the zombies. He was quite persistent about that supply crate. Jing Tian remarked, watching Luo Junhao's hands still clutching the crate even in death. He silently delivered a final stab to Luo Junhao's head with his dagger, then turned his gaze to the crate and opened it with excitement. What is this? Jing Tian was startled by the contents of the crate. The loot this time was far more generous than what he had found in the crate on the rooftop earlier. Does the reward in the supply crate increase with the difficulty of survival? Jing Tian analyzed the rewards before. After a moment, he closed the crate and looked at Lung Yuyan. Yuyan, it's not safe to stay here. Let's take the crate and leave. We can divide the spoils once we're secure. The 30-minute warning from the Doomsday game is almost up. We really need to get out of here. Lung Yuyan nodded in agreement with Jing Tian. The decoy grenade's effect was limited. All the zombies were on the verge of evolution. Every second they lingered in the cafeteria increased the danger. Yuyan, we need to move fast. Jing Tian urged. He had just hoisted the crate onto his back. When he looked outside the supermarket, the green smoke from the decoy grenade had mostly dissipated. If they didn't leave the cafeteria supermarket immediately, once the smoke cleared completely, he and Lung Yuyan would be trapped with no escape from the zombies. They'll clear the way. Lung Yuyan realized the decoy grenade was about to wear off. Gripping her meteorite tang sword, she took the lead, clearing a path for Jing Tian, who was burdened with the crate. She dispatched any stray zombies blocking their path with clean, precise headshots. It's a relief not to have a damsel in distress as the female lead, Jing Tian thought with satisfaction as he followed behind Lung Yuyan. Fortunately, he had managed to sway Lung Yuyan, the favored daughter of fortune, to his side. Otherwise, he would not only lose a powerful ally, but also gain a formidable enemy. Jing Tian, we've reached the back door of the cafeteria, but there are so many zombies here. Lung Yuyan warned, seeing the block. Jing Tian looked ahead. The passage leading to the back door was narrow and packed with at least 40 or 50 zombies. Forcing their way through without making a sound was impossible. Looks like he'll have to use another decoy grenade, Jing Tian said, setting down the crate to retrieve his last one. Before he could, Lung Yuyan stepped forward, pulling out the decoy grenade he had given her earlier. Jing Tian, we each had two. You've already used one. Let me handle this. With that, Lung Yuyan pulled the pin. She tossed the grenade behind her. Seeing this, Jing Tian shielded the crate and pulled Lung Yuyan behind it, both of them taking cover. In an instant, the decoy grenade exploded. A cloud of pungent green smoke rose. The zombies blocking the back door passage, drawn by the gas, rushed towards. Within moments, all the zombies in the passage were lured away by the decoy grenade. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan watched the zombies stream past them into the green smoke, their faces lighting up with relief at their narrow escape. Let's go, Yuyan. Jing Tian stood up and hoisted the crate onto his back. Seizing every second, he led Lung Yuyan out the back door of the cafeteria. The moment they left the cafeteria, a mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all survivors at Z University. Doomsday game alert: the zombie apocalypse has entered its second phase. All zombie attributes are doubled. Doomsday game alert: survivor outposts have been established at Z University. Zombies cannot enter these outposts, providing survivors with a place to rest. All survivors must memorize the locations of the 5 outposts: the dormitory building for male students, the football field, the swimming pool, the laboratory building, and the library. Doomsday game alert: all survivors at Z University must reach a survivor outpost by midnight tonight. Those who fail to do so will be penalized with a 30 increase in infection value. Reminder: survivors whose infection value reaches 100 will be infected and turn into zombies. Doomsday game alert: supply crates have been refreshed at all 5 survivor outposts containing weapons, food, and water. Survivors can replenish their strength upon finding an outpost. Doomsday game alert: from now on, except for food obtained from supply crates, all other food has been contaminated and is inedible. If survivors consume it, their infection value will increase proportionally. What, 30 minutes are already up? As the alert ended, some survivors still searching for crates in the cafeteria turned pale with fear and scrambled to flee outside. Why are we being forced into this doomsday game? I protest. I want out. I never agreed to this. A counselor with a Mediterranean hairstyle still in his suit tripped while running. He watched in despair as a zombie, once slow, suddenly charged at him with terrifying speed. What? The food is contaminated. A slightly overweight man, driven mad by hunger, heard the alert and stared at the half-eaten food he had scooped from a cafeteria worker's pot. In horror, he hurled it away as if it were a cursed object. The survivor outposts have appeared. The library is the closest from the cafeteria. Everyone head to the library for shelter. A man in a shirt and gold-rimmed glasses shouted, directing the fleeing crowd towards the library. But as they followed his instructions, a sly smile curled on his lips, and he himself ran towards the swimming pool. Where am I? In the cafeteria, Yi Fan, who had been unconscious, was jolted awake by the sudden commotion. As soon as he regained consciousness, a sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head. Why does my head hurt so much? What's happening? Wait. Jing Tian. Jing Tian, where are you? You bastard. You sucker punched me. As Yi Fan pieced together what had happened, he looked around furiously, cursing Jing Tian. But when he took a proper look at his surroundings, the horrifying sight before him instantly stole his breath, leaving him too terrified to even exhale. The cafeteria was teeming with zombies moving with startling speed like seasoned runners, a far cry from the sluggish creatures he remembered. Has 30 minutes passed already? Damn it, this is all Jing Tian's fault. He'll kill him. Yi Fan raged inward. After scanning the supermarket and confirming the supply crate was gone, he began plotting his escape. But then, a realization struck Yi Fan. Why weren't the zombies attacking him? Was it because he had been unconscious? As he puzzled over this, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. System reminder: the host was nearly killed. The system has deducted one of the host's luck value in exchange for 10 minutes of aura concealment. 2 minutes of concealment remain. Ding. System reminder: if the host fails to escape the cafeteria within 2 minutes after that time, the host will become the zombie's favorite prey. They will hunt you down and devour you completely. What? So this was bought with my luck points. Yi Fan was so furious he nearly spat blood. He wanted to curse Jing Tian some more, but realizing he only had 2 minutes left, he forced himself to focus on finding a way out. Cough, cough. Jing Tian coughed a few times on the small hill near the cafeteria. What's going on? Could it be that Yi Fan is still alive? Well, it would be strange if a favored son of fortune died that easily. Jing Tian mused. After ensuring the few zombies on the hill were dealt with, he opened the supply crate and said to Lung Yuyin, Yuyin, it's time to divide the supplies. With all zombies evolving, we need to gear up to increase our chances of survival. As he spoke, he began taking items out of the crate one by one. 2 sets of combat suits, 4 decoy grenades, 2 semi-automatic pistols, 6 magazines of 13 rounds, each 2 syringes of adrenaline, 2 night vision goggles, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatories, 2 rolls of bandages, 4 bottles of water, 4 compressed biscuits, 4 self-heating rice boxes, 4 packs of instant noodles, and 2 hiking backpacks. Yuyin, let's change into the combat suits, replenish our energy, and then head to a survivor outpost. After emptying the crate, Jing Tian picked up a combat suit and handed it to Lung Yuyin. Lung Yuyin took the suit, her head bowed, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Jing Tian removed his suit jacket and shirt, ready to change. He glanced at Lung Yuyin, who was still motionless, her face flushed crimson. He immediately understood. Clearing his throat, he said, he'll turn around to change. This combat suit is really something. It automatically conforms to the skin, and its defensive capabilities are impressive. When I scraped it with a stone, there wasn't even a single scratch left. Jing Tian let out an exclamation of admiration after changing into the combat suit. As for why Jing Tian was so idle, it was because Lung Yuyin, who was still changing into her combat suit, hadn't finished yet. Jing Tian felt too embarrassed to turn around. He could only continue testing the combat suit to assess its quality. Hasn't she finished changing yet? Jing Tian thought to himself. Finally, Lung Yuyin's voice rang out. Jing Tian, am done changing, said Lung Yuyin after putting on her combat suit. Jing Tian turned around upon hearing this and looked at Lung Yuyin. Lung Yuyin had an incredible figure, especially when paired with the black form-fitting combat suit. Her stunning physique instantly elevated her allure to its peak. But the most devastating thing was that Lung Yuyin also possessed a pair of ice blue pupils and waist-length silver hair. Paired with the black form-fitting combat suit, the effect was simply breathtaking. Yuyin, the sooner we reach a survivor outpost, the more initiative we'll have. Let's split the supplies, evenly pack up, and then head to find a survivor outpost. After glancing at Lung Yuyin, Jing Tian hastily changed the subject, worried that staring at her for too long would make things awkward for both of them. Lung Yuyin listened to Jing Tian's words, looked down at the tight black combat suit she was wearing, then turned to Jing Tian and whispered, Jing Tian, does this outfit look strange on me? It's not strange, Jing Tian replied while picking up supplies. Then why aren't you looking at me more? Lung Yuyin asked blankly. Is it because it looks weird, eh? It's not weird, it's too sexy. I'm afraid if I look too much I won't be able to control myself, Jing Tian confessed. Huh, control yourself from what? Lung Yuyin was puzzled by Jing Tian's words. She had always been ostracized by the girls around her and had no friends, so she couldn't grasp the meaning behind Jing Tian's statement. No way. Jing Tian hadn't expected that beneath Lung Yuyin's cold and mature appearance her heart was so incredibly innocent. He was momentarily at a loss for how to explain it to her. After a moment, Jing Tian picked up his suit jacket and walked over to Lung Yuyin. It means I want to possess you, I want you to be only mine. Like this. As Jing Tian spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Lung Yuyan on the cheek. Then he handed his suit jacket to Lung Yuyan and said, "Yuyan, put on my jacket. I have a bit of a possessive streak and don't want others to see you looking so alluring." After doing all this, Jing Tian's face was already bright red. He quickly turned around his back to Lung Yuyan and began packing up the supplies. Jing Tian was indeed not innocent. In fact, he was even a bit lecherous. But like the vast majority of his male compatriots, he had been single since birth. The flirtatious move he just made and the words he thought were cool were all improvised on the spot. Jing Tian. Lung Yuyan reached out to touch the spot on her cheek, where Jing Tian had kissed her, recalling the image of Jing Tian's face flushed red, and the charming words he spoke when he handed her the suit jacket. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Jing Tian." Lung Yuyan silently thanked Jing Tian in her heart. Meanwhile, Jing Tian picked up the two packed hiking backpacks and looked at Lung Yuyan. By now, Lung Yuyan had already put on his suit jacket. Although she wasn't as sexy as before, the way her figure was subtly revealed under the suit jacket added a touch of mystery to Lung. It made her even more captivating. "Yuyan, I've packed your hiking backpack too. Let's hurry up and set off." With that, Jing Tian handed one of the hiking backpacks to Lung Yuyan. Lung Yuyan hadn't expected Jing Tian to pack. At that moment, her heart was touched once again. "Thank you." Lung Yuyan stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Jing Tian. Then she took the hiking backpack Jing Tian handed her and said, "Jing Tian, the Doomsday game mentioned 5 survivor outposts. Which one should we go to? We're closest to the library right now. But with so many survivors in the cafeteria earlier, they must have gotten there before us." Lung Yuyan's analysis made a lot of sense. Jing Tian listened, pondering which of the remaining 4 outposts to choose. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding, system notice, congratulations to the host for stealing the supply crate of the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, completing this major villain mission. Ding, system notice, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward for this major villain mission. All basic attributes increased by 5 points. Acquired talent lottery chance 1. Child of Fortune, Yi Fan's luck value 1. Host's major villain luck value 1. Ding, system noticed the Child of Fortune Yi Fan encountered a fatal danger and used 1 luck point from his system to save it. Ding, system noticed, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 major villain luck point. Acquired talent lottery chance 1. All basic attributes increased by 3 points. Ding, system noticed the host currently has 2 acquired talent lottery chances. Would the host like to draw for acquired talents immediately? System draw immediately. Jing Tian hadn't expected this pleasant surprise and said excitedly. Ding, system noticed the first acquired talent lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the acquired talent Swift as the Wind. Ding, system noticed the second acquired talent lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the acquired talent Feeble and Weak. Ding, system notice, would the host like to use these acquired talents for themselves or bestow them upon others? System, let me see the descriptions first as usual. Ding, system notice the descriptions of the acquired talents are as follows. Swift as the Wind, the recipient of this talent will have their speed increased by 100% of its original value. Feeble and Weak, the recipient of this talent will have their physique, strength, and spirit all reduced by 20%. Nice. System, give me the talent Swift as the Wind and give the talent Feeble and Weak to Yi Fan. Ding, system notice the acquired talents have been distributed according to the host's request. System, check my current stat panel. Ding, system notice the host stat panel is as follows. Name Jing Tian, gender male, height 188 centimeters, identity one of the 3 great scions of Yin country, sole heir of Jing Hong, chairman of Hongwu Group, the leading company in Z City. Level 3 experience 120, reputation 0 gold coins, 0 strength, 25 spirit, 25 physique, 20 weapon, blue fire Gatling gun, 8,500 rounds, cumulative luck drained from protagonist, Yi Fan 24 points remaining, usable, major villain luck 20. 5 points, skills none, innate talents, major villain destined to be opposed by the protagonist group, an enemy of the protagonist for life. Rich, second generation, has a formidable background and immense wealth. Acquired talents, bad boy, handsome with a hint of roguish charm, all slightly mischievous actions double the favorability of the opposite sex. Lucky dog, the recipient of this talent will receive double the rewards when killing enemies or opening chests in the Doomsday game, and the rewards will be the best possible. Teamwork makes the dream work when the recipient of this talent has a member of the opposite sex with a favorability rating above 50 points within 100 meters. Both parties' physique increases by 10% and consumption decreases by 10%. Swift as the Wind, the recipient of this talent will have their speed increased by 100% of its original value. System, major villain system, life, resume system. From level 2 to level 3, each attribute only increased by 2 points, but the system gave me 8 points at once. Calculating it this way, my current strength should be around level 5 compared to an ordinary person. Jing Tian analyzed his life resume stat panel, but then another system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, system noticed the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, has entered the laboratory survivor outpost. Its leader is the host's Aunt Jing Xin. Yi Fan went to the laboratory outpost. And the leader is my aunt. Jing Tian listened to the system notification. Just as he was worrying about which survivor outpost, he turned to Lung Yuyan and said, Yin, let's go to the laboratory. That survivor outpost is more advantageous for us. The leader is my aunt. Lung Yuyan nodded in agreement. In her eyes, Jing Tian was a reincarnator, so his choice was undoubtedly the best. With the survivor outpost chosen, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan shouldered their hiking backpacks and quickly set off heading towards the Z City University laboratory. Z City University. At the entrance of the laboratory, after over an hour of cautious travel, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan finally arrived at the Z City University laboratory. But as soon as they arrived, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan encountered trouble. Among the two people guarding the laboratory entrance, oh, isn't this Jing Tian? What, you want to come to our laboratory outpost? Dream on. You ambushed me from behind before. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Yi Fan looked at Jing Tian and immediately began speaking sarcastically. But when he saw Lung Yuyan dressed in a black form-fitting combat suit beside Jing Tian, his attitude did a complete 180. I only have a grudge with Jing Tian. I have no quarrel with you. If you're willing, I'll go talk to the laboratory leader. I guarantee you. Yi Fan stared at Lung Yuyan with an infatuated expression. Seeing this, Jing Tian stepped in front of Lung Yuyan, completely blocking Yi Fan's view of her. You're just a guard. Whether I can enter this laboratory survivor outpost is not for you to decide. Brother, beside you, go inform your leader. Tell them Jing Tian is here. Brother, ignore him. Yi Fan saw Jing Tian instructing the gatekeeper to summon the laboratory leader and immediately stopped. He sneered at Jing Tian. Jing Tian, you're throwing your weight around, aren't you? This is the doomsday game world now. What use is your rich second-generation status? Don't be naive enough to think anyone will still fawn over you for that. Get lost. You're not welcome at our laboratory survivor. Lung Yuyan, come over here. Don't follow that scumbag. Don't worry, our leader has a gun too. Jing Tian's minigun can't threaten. Yi Fan deliberately brought up the leader's gun to warn Jing Tian. Jing Tian, hearing this, looked at Yi Fan and the man he had stopped and said calmly, Yi Fan, do you even know the surname of the leader you speak of? What's it to you? Yi Fan snorted. It's Jing. The man Yi Fan had stopped upon Jing Tian's reminder suddenly realized something was wrong. He shook off Yi Fan's hand and dashed into the laboratory. Jing. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew the leader of the laboratory outpost, the president of Z City University. She had a cold, beautiful face and a uniquely mature charm. But Yi Fan didn't know her name. He only knew she was the president of Z City University, one of the first to arrive at the lab. After opening the supply crate, she had taken control of the food and water, earning her the title of leader of the laboratory survivor outpost. Could the president of Z City University be related to Jing Tian? The thought sent a chill down Yi Fan's spine. If the leader was Jing Tian's relative, given his bitter conflict with Jing Tian, wouldn't he be expelled from the outpost? Cold sweat trickled down his back. Being kicked out wouldn't ordinarily be a problem. He could just find another outpost. But the system had told Yi Fan that the laboratory outpost was a chosen land. In the future, many safe zones would spawn near this outpost. If Yi Fan didn't settle here, he would eventually become zombie fodder. What do I do now? Yi Fan was torn. His only hope was that the president and Jing Tian weren't on good terms. Jing Tian, my nephew. As Yi Fan prayed, a voice sounded behind him. It was the president of Z City University, the leader of the laboratory outpost, and Jing Tian's aunt, Jing Xian. Auntie. Jing Tian waved at Jing Xian. Jing Xian hurried over and embraced him. You little rascal, you're alive. With the doomsday game descending, I never thought we'd see each other again. Come on in. The game said our old food is inedible. You must be starving. I still have plenty from the supply crate. Taking his hand, she led him inside. Jing Tian pulled Lung Yuyan over and introduced her. Auntie, this is Lung Yuyan, my girlfriend. Lung Yuyan. Isn't she the #1 campus beauty of Z City University? You're something else, boy, landing her. Jing Xian exclaimed in surprise. Hello, Auntie. Lung Yuyan smiled and greeted her. Jing Xian nodded approvingly. Good. I have high hopes for you, Lung Yuyan. A beauty even greater than Jing Tian's mother. I'm sure his father will approve. Come, let's eat and talk. Don't worry, I'm in charge here. You won't suffer. She led them into the lab. As the three walked away, Yi Fan ground his teeth in fury. What infuriated him most was that Jing Tian, after reuniting with Jing Xian, didn't even bother to confront him, as if Yi Fan were a mere clown unworthy of his attention. Jing Tian. Fine. You've angered me. I swear, as smug as you are now. That's how miserable you'll be later. Yi Fan's hatred for Jing Tian soared. The gatekeeper beside him, after witnessing Jing Zin's close bond with Jing Tian, silently distanced himself from Yi Fan. He didn't want to be implicated by someone who had crossed the leader's nephew. Yi Fan noticed the distance. Clenching his fists, he repeated his oath silently. Meanwhile, inside the lab, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan followed Jing Xian in and saw dozens of survivors, 40 or 50 in total. Why are there so many people? Jing Tian recalled that only about 100 survivors had gathered at the cafeteria entrance. Even if half had died, the remaining half shouldn't all have come to this one outpost. As he wondered, Jing Zin's voice rang out, Jing Tian, we're here. She signaled the two guards watching the supply crate to open it. The guards complied, revealing the crate filled with enough food and water to feed dozens a full meal. Jing Tian Yuyin, I don't know what you like, so help yourselves. There are restrooms on the second floor. Take your food up and rest. I still have things to arrange with the other survivors. They'll catch up with you later. Thank you, Auntie. Jing Tian nodded and took 2 self-heating rice packs from the crate before heading to the second floor. The journey had been fraught with danger and his spirit was drained. He needed rest. He thought to himself. Finding a restroom with a bed on the second floor, he said, Yin, you've been fighting zombies all the way. You must be exhausted. Sleep first, they'll keep watch. Then we'll switch. One must be wary of others, even if harmless intentions are assumed. In his memory, Jing Tian doted on him and was protective, unlikely to harm him. But this was the apocalypse. The lab held many other survivors, and Yi Fan was still around. They had to be cautious and keep one person on watch. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin rested upstairs. Downstairs, Jing Tian gathered all the survivors except the gate. Is everyone here? You're all hungry, aren't you? You all want food. But this supply is only enough for 1 full meal per person. The Doomsday game hasn't made a move since its last reminder. If I'm not mistaken, it will refresh after the midnight check. That means until then we don't know what to do next or where to find more supplies. So I propose we divide the remaining food into 4 portions and eat only 1 portion per meal. We won't be full, but we'll have something in our stomachs. And knowing we have reserves will keep us from panicking. That's better than gorging once and then living in fear. What do you all think? I won't force anyone. Those who disagree can raise their hands and leave for another outpost. Those who agree will ration together and survive together. Jing Tian looked around at the survivors. They exchanged glances and nodded. Here in the lab they had shelter and at least some food, even if not enough. No hands raised, so we'll take that as agreement. Jing Tian saw the nods. She addressed the 2 guards. Everyone line up at the crate for rations. For people share 1 portion of food and 1 bottle of water. After eating, rest. We'll hold another emergency meeting at midnight when the game gives its next reminder. 4 people sharing 1 pack of instant noodles. And I saw Jing Tian take 2 self-heating rice packs with meat in them, complained the first man to get his rations. One of the 3 survivors sharing with him quickly covered his mouth. Shut up. We're living on her charity. Be grateful we have anything at all. See that pistol at President Jing's waist. If she decides not to share, we're helpless. The benefits come at a cost. Didn't you hear her say there's another meeting after midnight? She probably wants us to find new supply crates for her. Another survivor sneered, taking a sip of water. His companion took the bottle. What choice do we have? They were here first when the crate dropped. And she only took us in because we can help find supplies. Who wants a freeloader in the apocalypse? The survivors murmured among themselves. It wasn't until midnight when the Doomsday Game's reminder sounded again that they saw. Doomsday Game reminder, midnight has arrived. All survivors who have not reached an outpost will have their infection value increased by 30 points. Doomsday Game reminder at 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. 5 supply crates filled with food will spawn at Z City University. All survivors take note. Doomsday Game reminder, the 5 survivor outposts in Z City University will be reduced to 3 by midnight tomorrow. Note the 2 outposts with the fewest accumulated supply crate resources will be targeted for reduction. Doomsday Game reminder, the human faction has unlocked awakened. From now on, all survivors may awaken special abilities. The reminders ended. In the laboratory outpost, a few individuals immediately awakened special abilities, including Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. Doomsday Game notification, congratulations on becoming an awakened. You have acquired the special ability Sin of Greed. Doomsday Game notification, the special ability Sin of Greed skill description is as follows. Sin of Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, possesses the terrifying power to kill other awakened and forcibly strip their abilities. Just like a true villain. The skill granted to me screams villainy. Jing Tian silently mocked as he listened to the Doomsday Game's announcement of his awakened ability. Amid his silent ridicule, he noticed with astonishment that Lung Yuyin standing beside him had her eyes closed, her entire body radiating an ominous, bone-chilling cold. Has Lung Yuyin also awakened a special ability? Jing Tian wondered. Suddenly Lung Yuyin's eyes snapped open, her ice-blue pupils appearing even more crystalline than before. The chilling aura that enveloped her swiftly retracted into her body as she opened her eyes. Jing Tian, she said, I've awakened a special ability. Lung Yuyin looked at Jing Tian with some excitement. Becoming an awakened would dramatically enhance her combat prowess. System display Lung Yuyin's life resume. Upon hearing Lung Yuyin's words, Jing Tian immediately commanded the system to review her life resume. He had previously claimed to her that he was a reincarnator. Now he was supposed to know the name of the ability she had awakened. Ding system notification. The life resume of the Fortune's favorite Lung Yuyin is as follows. Name Lung Yuyin, gender female, height 168 centimeters, identity the foremost of the top 10 campus beauties at Z University, heiress of a reclusive clan. Level 3 experience 380, 1000, reputation 0 gold coins, 0 strength, 18 spirit, 21 constitution, 23 zombie infection rate, 2100 growth, halted weapon meteor iron tang Dao skills, innate heavenly frost aura, a passive skill that surrounds her with frigid air. Profound ice palm, an active skill, profound ice coalesces in the palm, delivering a single strike of frigid poison that kills without a trace. Awakened ability, Ice Sovereign. An awakened who obtains this skill attains mastery over ice control, enabling them to command ice in combat, and boosting all ice attribute attack power by 100%. Innate talent, Fortune's favorite. Possesses the rarest cultivation physique, the heavenly cold body, granting inherently superior base attributes compared to ordinary people. Mastery over ice control, and a full 100% boost to ice attacks. Jing Tian was stunned as he reviewed the description of Lung Yuyan's awakened ability. No wonder she's the Fortune's favorite, he mused. The pinnacle of combat capability. This ability is truly terrifying, Jing Tian marveled inwardly. He then turned to Lung Yuyan and said, Yuyan, the ability you've awakened this time is still Ice Sovereign, isn't it? Lung Yuyan was shocked by Jing Tian's words. She hadn't even told him what ability she had awakened, yet he already knew. Could it be that her past self had already told him? At this thought, a pang of jealousy arose within her. But quickly she realized how absurd it was to be jealous of herself. Hurriedly, she turned her attention to Jing Tian to distract herself, saying, Jing Tian, you're right. The ability I've awakened this time is indeed Ice Sovereign. It seems it's the same as in my past life. As she spoke, Lung Yuyan suddenly looked at Jing Tian with curiosity. Jing Tian, what ability did you awaken? Sin of Greed, Jing Tian replied without hiding anything from her. Its effect is that upon killing an awakened I can strip their ability, he explained directly. But this awakened ability has a downside, it's too powerful and too ruthless, making every survivor around feel threatened. Therefore, he continued, I plan to publicly claim that my newly awakened ability is the acquired talent Lucky Dog. Its power is to double the rewards obtained from supply. Compared to the murderous stripping ability of Sin of Greed, this is far more approachable and will also make opponents underestimate me. That does sound better, Lung Yuyan nodded in agreement. The Sin of Greed ability was extremely dangerous. Its potential for growth was addictive. An awakened possessing it could easily fall into depravity and turn on those around them. Therefore, by not revealing this ability, Jing Tian could avoid a great deal of trouble. Moreover, the Lucky Dog ability was universally appealing, doubling rewards would significantly enhance the survival capabilities of their survivor base. At the same time, it would earn Jing Tian a very high status within the survivor base. As Lung Yuyan was analyzing this internally, a knock sounded at the door. The person knocking was Jing Xian, who had previously said she would come by later to catch up with them. Jing Tian, Yuyan, she called out, are you two still awake? Holding 3 boxes of self-heating rice, Jing Xian knocked and asked, and we're still up. Is something the matter? Jing Tian got up and opened the door. Seeing the door open, Jing Xian smiled and walked in. Jing Tian, Yuyan, are you too hungry? Auntie brought 3 boxes of self-heating rice. Let's eat and chat. And food is so scarce. If you keep giving us such good food, won't it cause resentment among the others? Jing Tian asked, closing the door as Jing Xian entered with the food. Let them be resentful. Why should I care about what others think? As long as you two have enough to eat, that's all that matters to me. The rules of the Doomsday game are fickle and life hangs by a thread. I'll protect you for as long as I can, Jing Xian replied with a bitter smile as she opened the self-heating rice. After she spoke, as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan began preparing the self-heating rice together. She suddenly noticed something that filled her with immense joy. Both Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan had a golden pattern on their right. That was a mark exclusive to Awakened. She had won herself. Jing Tian, Yuyan, you're both awakened. Jing Xian exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we both are, Jing Tian replied with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing this, the trace of disappointment on Jing Zin's face instantly gave way to excitement. Jing Tian, do you know why I was feeling a bit down earlier? She asked. The Doomsday game is making our 5 survivor bases compete for supply crates at Z University. The 2 bases that gather the fewest resources will lose their ability to repel zombies. Just now, she continued. During the meeting on the first floor, I discovered that our entire laboratory survivor base only has 3 awakened: myself, Hu Kun, the class president of the sophomore civil engineering class A, and your classmate Yi Fan. Hu Kun's father, Hu Su, has been working under me diligently for over a decade since I became principal. With him around, Hu Kun won't cause any trouble. But that Yi Fan, I've looked into him. He has a grudge against you. He's highly unstable and might betray us. The best way to deal with someone like that is to eliminate him before he has the chance to defect, to avoid a lot of trouble. However, that would leave our lab with only 2 awakened. Would have no chance of competing with other bases for the supply crates. So I didn't make a move I had, but now it's fine. With you and Yu Yin as awaken our lab, we'll have 5. 4 of us are on the same side, so even if Yi Fan harbors treacherous thoughts, he won't dare act on them. After saying this, a smile spread across Jing Zin's face, her earlier worries vanishing. She happily chatted about everyday matters with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. She didn't leave until they had finished eating, telling Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan to get a good rest. The next day at 7:30 in the morning, just as dawn broke, the laboratory survivor base had already begun gathering survivors on the first floor to distribute food. The Doomsday game had announced that the supply crates would refresh at 8 in the morning. This meant that after eating, aside from a few people left to guard the base, the vast majority of others would set out for the university to search for supply crates. Oh. Suddenly, while the survivors were queuing for their food, a scream pierced the air. Everyone turned to look, and a bald man came into their view. "My hair," he cried out. "Why has all my hair fallen out? What the hell is going on?" Yi Fan had woken up feeling a chill on his head. When he reached up to touch it, he was horrified to find he was completely bald. It must be Jing Tian's doing. It has to be him. Yi Fan was seething with rage. The mere thought that he might be the only one among all the favored children of destiny to be completely bald filled him with fury. He wished he could drag out the culprit and tear them limb from limb. "System, what the hell is going on with me? Why have I become like this? Did Jing Tian tamper with my food yesterday?" Yi Fan asked the system. But his system was a prompt system, only giving hints at critical moments and unable to communicate with him. The system doesn't know either. Seeing no response, Yi Fan suppressed his anger and tore a strip of cloth from his clothes to wrap around his head. It was almost 8 in the morning. He had to go get food to replenish his strength. "Is that guy Yi Fan?" Jing Tian watched Yi Fan, who had wrapped his head in cloth, heading to get food. On his neck, strands of hair were still stuck. "Looks like the postnatal talent, brilliantly bald, I gave him has taken effect. The bald, favored child of destiny, Yi Fan, has indeed secured a first among the many chosen ones." Jing Tian chuckled inwardly. Just then the Doomsday Games alert suddenly rang out. Doomsday Game Alert: 5 supply boxes have been deployed at Z City University. Locations: Building E, Female Dormitory, Cafeteria, Teaching Building, Football Field, Commercial Street. Doomsday Game Alert: 5 types of evolved zombies have appeared among the zombies at Z City University: Tyrant Zombie, Mist Zombie, Glutton Zombie, Phantom Zombie, and Giant Zombie. Doomsday Game Alert: killing evolved zombies will grant high experience rewards, allowing survivors to level up and increase basic attributes. The higher the attributes, the greater the power of the survivor's skills. Evolved zombies. This Doomsday Game truly lives up to its name. It shows no signs of letting up. It seems finding supply boxes will become much more difficult. Listening to the Doomsday Games alert, Jing Tian sank into thought, pondering which supply box location was relatively safer. What the hell? Evolved zombies. Is this Doomsday Game giving us any break? Weren't the zombies already strengthened before? And now this? In the laboratory survivor stronghold, a survivor, chewing on instant noodles, cursed angrily. "What's the point? We can't even get enough to eat, and we can't outrun ordinary zombies. How are we supposed to kill evolved zombies? Have you no humanity?" A survivor who had been chased by zombies in the cafeteria ground his teeth in frustration upon hearing the Doomsday Games alert. "Doomsday Game, what kind of game is this? You might as well call it Doomsday Slaughter. If you can't make a game properly, don't make one at all. Where's the game that doesn't treat players like humans?" A survivor who had played many survival games complained about the game's ruthlessness. "Why are we forced into this game? I want to go home." A girl frightened by the latest Doomsday Game alert cried, her face a mess. "This must be a nightmare, just a nightmare. Squat down, close my eyes, open them again, and it'll wake up. Wake up now." A mentally broken survivor only wished to dismiss everything as a nightmare. It wasn't just the survivors in the laboratory stronghold complaining about the Doomsday Game. Survivors in all strongholds across Z City University were complaining. Even the entire city of Z, the whole of Yin Nation, and the entire world were voicing complaints about the Doomsday Game's latest alert. But complaints remained just complaints. They couldn't change reality. The Doomsday Game continued. If you didn't grab the supply boxes, others would. Soon, whether willing or not, most survivors began to move, searching for the supply boxes mentioned in the Doomsday Game's alert. Jing Tian, Yin, make sure you both stay safe. Jing Xian, who stayed behind as the stronghold's leader, watched the group of nearly 40 people set off, her face full of worry. She had thought that with awakened ones the survivor's path would become easier. But no sooner had the awakened appeared than the Doomsday Game introduced evolved zombies. Tyrant Zombie, Mist Zombie. Just the names of these zombies were terrifying. Jing Tian, be careful on the way. If I weren't afraid of the stronghold being taken, your aunt would go with you. Jing Xian looked at Jing Tian's retreating figure with reluctance. Only when he was completely out of sight did she return to the laboratory survivor stronghold. Young Master Jing. Hu Kuan, who had awakened a skill, walked up to Jing Tian and greeted him. Young Master Jing, which of the 5 supply box locations are we targeting? Hu Kuan asked Jing Tian. In his eyes, Jing Tian was Jing Zin's nephew. Besides Jing Xian, no one in the laboratory survivor stronghold had more say than Jing Tian. We're going to the teaching building, Jing Tian replied calmly. The teaching building? Hu Kuan was taken aback, never expecting Jing Tian to choose that location. Logically, the teaching building was teeming with zombies, making it far more dangerous than the other 4 supply box locations. It shouldn't have been the choice. But why did Jing Tian pick the most dangerous one? Hu Kuan was puzzled, yet due to Jing Tian's status, he chose to remain silent. He could only hope that Lung Yuyin would persuade Jing Tian. However, to his surprise, Lung Yuyan showed no shock at Jing Tian's words, instead displaying complete trust in him. What's going on? Does Jing Tian have a higher insight for choosing the teaching building? As Hu Kuan was pondering, a voice questioning Jing Tian rang out behind him. Jing Tian, are you insane? The teaching building is crawling with zombies. Are you trying to get us all killed by sending us there? The speaker was a middle-aged counselor. In his eyes, Jing Tian was just a young upstart with connections, clueless about leadership and only leading them to certain death. Jing Tian, you're too young. If you can't lead, don't meddle. In my opinion, the football field is the best choice. It's open and you can spot the supply box at a glance. We can grab it quickly and safely. Isn't that good? Why go to the teaching building? There are so many places to hide a supply box. Are we supposed to search every single classroom? Besides, there are likely still zombies in the classrooms. It's both dangerous and time-consuming. You're just making trouble for us. A child is still a child. It's far too early for you to take on this leading role. The middle-aged counselor grew more smug after listing his points. He began to scold Jing Tian like an elder. Jing Tian smiled faintly. Is that so? Anyone else support this, uncle? We can split up. I don't mind. After speaking, Jing Tian looked at the survivor group. The survivors exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. That's our college counselor, He Fengxian. What he says makes sense. Maybe we should go with him. Go with him. Forget what Principal Jing Xian said this morning. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan are also awakened plus Hu Kuan. That's 3 awakened ones in our group. There are only 4 awakened in total in this team. Who would you rather follow? But Jing Tian wants to go to the teaching building. I don't know about you, but I escaped from there. Let me tell you, it's packed with zombies everywhere. Exactly. They're awakened, so they're not afraid of the teaching building. But we're ordinary people. Are we supposed to risk our lives? Jing Tian has a Gatling gun on his back. If that thing's real, he must be quite formidable. If we run into evolved zombies, he's our only hope of survival. Otherwise, with our mortal eyes and bare hands, can we beat evolved zombies with sticks? Even if it's real, zombies are everywhere. Can he fight them all off? Anyway, we're not going to the teaching building. After a heated discussion, the group in the laboratory survivor stronghold quickly split into 2 factions. The majority chose to follow the middle-aged counselor. Only about a dozen people chose to go with Jing Tian, including Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan followed Jing Tian solely because of Lung Yuyan, not because of Jing Tian himself. Jing Tian, just wait. We'll meet back at the laboratory survivor stronghold. Then you'll see that you have to pay for your youth. Oh, that is if you make it back alive. Heh. With that, the middle-aged counselor, He Fengxian, led away those willing to follow him. Hu Kuan felt disheartened seeing the majority being taken away by He Fengxian. Just then, Jing Tian patted him on the shoulder and said with a faint smile, it's better to get rid of those who don't listen early on. The worst thing for a team is disunity. Besides, I have my reasons for going to the teaching building. A reason? Could Jing Tian truly have a different insight? Hu Kuan listened to Jing Tian's words. The melancholy in his heart dissipated. He looked at Jing Tian expectantly. He wanted to know what profound insight Jing Tian possessed. Hu Kuan, after the doomsday game spawned 5 supply crates, it also spawned 5 evolved zombies. In your opinion, is there any connection between the two? Jing Tian did not immediately reveal his thoughts to Hu Kuan. Instead, he posed a question to him. Hu Kuan, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and replied thoughtfully, 5 survivor strongholds, 5 supply crates, and now 5 evolved zombies. Following the Doomsday Game's usual pattern, these 5 evolved zombies are surely guarding different supply crates. But how does this relate to choosing the football field or the teaching building? Hu Kuan still hadn't caught on. Jing Tian listened to Hu Kuan's response. He patted Hu Kuan on the shoulder. Smiling calmly, he said, you said it yourself. Evolved zombies are definitely guarding the supply crates. That means we are destined to fight the evolved zombies. And we must take the supply crate containing food and water for nearly 50 people for a day right under its nose. Under these circumstances, Hu Kuan, now you choose. Do you think it's better to pick the teaching building with its complex terrain that aids escape, or the football field where we must confront the evolved zombie heat and A? Hu Kuan, jolted by Jing Tian's reminder, suddenly understood. Previously, he had only considered which location, the football field or the teaching building, made it easier to find the supply crate. He forgot that even if they found the crate, the most troublesome part was taking it away. The crate held a day's worth of food and water for nearly 50 people. It couldn't simply be grabbed and carried off. At the very least, it would require 2 people to carry it. And this was the most dangerous aspect of the entire operation. Currently, all zombies had been enhanced. Even ordinary zombies could easily outrun humans, let alone evolved zombies which were stronger than ordinary ones. Wouldn't it be effortless for it to chase down survivors carrying the supply crate? Even if the supply crate were placed in the middle of the football field, with an evolved zombie guarding it, any group of survivors that approached would be slaughtered. And at this moment, the advantages of the teaching building became apparent. Floors, staircases, corridors, corners, classrooms, and so on. All these could be used to wage guerrilla warfare against the evolved zombie. If they couldn't defeat it or outrun it, they could still use the terrain to evade. So that's it. I never expected young Master Jing to think so far ahead. Hu Kuan was utterly convinced by Jing Tian. His view of Jing Tian shifted from inner resignation to admiration. Jing Tian, may I ask something? In terms of terrain, the girls' dormitory is quite similar to the teaching building. Why didn't you choose the girls' dormitory? A survivor not far from Jing Tian, and who Kuan asked, puzzled after hearing Jing Tian's words. Because of the security bars on the windows. Jing Tian spread his hands. If the supply crate is on a high floor, our best option is to drop it directly from a window or balcony. Then we'll split into two groups. One will go down to bring the crate back to the laboratory stronghold. The other will use the terrain to hold off the evolved zombie. That way the difficulty of transporting the crate can be easily overcome. Right, why didn't I think of that? The questioner scratched his head and grinned sheepishly after hearing Jing Tian's explanation. As his sheepish laughter echoed, the low morale among the other survivors in the group vanished, and they inwardly felt relieved that they had not chosen. No wonder classmate Jing Tian is the son of the Hongwu Group chairman. His vision far surpasses ours. Exactly. That counselor He Fengshin, relying on his age, got carried away and contradicted classmate Jing Tian. I wonder if he regrets going to the football field now. The football field is wide open. With an evolved zombie, their ITLL surely slaughter them all. The student surpasses the master. How could he not understand? Pity those he deceived into following him. Why pity them? Classmate Jing Tian said it well, a team cannot have divided loyalties. It's better they leave early than cause trouble at a critical moment. The survivors in the group flattered Jing Tian. Yi Fan listened to their words and clicked his tongue in displeasure. That Jing Tian is selfish. You're flattering him now, but when he leaves you behind to hold off the evolved zombie, you'll be crying. Yi Fan grumbled inwardly. As he grumbled, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, system prompt: killing the tyrant zombie in the teaching building grants ultra-high experience. If the host successfully kills it, your level will instantly distance itself from others, creating a snowball effect. Tyrant zombie in the teaching building. Does the system mean the evolved zombie in the teaching building is a tyrant zombie? Yi Fan analyzed the system's prompt. At the same time, a system prompt also rang in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, Grand Villain System, alert the Child of Fortune. Yi Fan plans to hunt the tyrant zombie in the teaching building to gain massive experience and snowball. Ding, Grand Villain System, alert, Grand Villain mission activated. Steal the kill on the tyrant zombie from the Child of Fortune Yi Fan. Completing the mission will reduce Yi Fan's fortune and grant high rewards. Kill the tyrant zombie, huh? Looks like a tough battle ahead. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes. He led the team, quickening their pace toward the teaching building. It was the second day since the zombie outbreak. Unlike the first day when zombies were everywhere, today few zombies roamed the streets. Of course, this was partly thanks to the survivors staying in safe havens overnight. With no survivors running around, the light-averse zombies mostly hid in dark, damp places to rest. These enhanced zombies aren't that tough without their numerical advantage, Hu Kuan said, stabbing a blocking zombie with his dagger and shaking his hand, inwardly excited. After awakening his skill, instant teleport, killing isolated ordinary zombies was as easy as hitting moving targets. Young Master Jing. The zombies at the teaching building entrance have been dealt with. What should we do next? Should we split into groups to search for the supply crate or move as a whole? Hu Kuan looked at Jing Tian and the others approaching from behind and asked. After the previous experience, he had completely regarded Jing Tian as his leader. We'll move together as a group. Jing Tian replied, looking at Hu Kuan. Ordinary zombies pose no threat as long as they aren't in groups of dozens. The evolved zombie's strength is unknown. To be safe, it's best to kill more ordinary zombies along the way before we encounter. Let's boost our overall combat power to increase our chances of survival when we face the evolved zombie. Alright, well, follow young Master Jing's plan. Hu Kuan led the support for Jing Tian's idea. Along the way, he had killed many isolated zombies and his physical abilities had noticeably improved. Since we chose to follow classmate Jing Tian, well, stick with his arrangements to the end, the other survivors chimed in, voicing their. Unless they were fools, they knew it was much safer to stay with awakened individuals like Jing Tian. A quarter of an hour later, after Jing Tian decided to clear zombies along the way to strengthen the team, the overall approach of Jing Tian's team stood in stark contrast to that of other survivor strongholds. People in other strongholds focused on how to avoid zombie attacks and retrieve supply crates, preferring to avoid combat whenever possible. Only Jing Tian's group was different. After clearing the zombies on the first floor and feeling their strength increase, they were unusually excited and eagerly headed to the second floor. Even the survivors following Jing Tian couldn't believe they dared to team up and actively attack zombies. If they had decent weapons, they would even consider taking on a zombie alone. My turn. This zombie kill is mine. In Jing Tian's team, a tall, thin man with glasses gripped a wooden stick and excitedly swung it at the head of a zombie pinned down by two teammates using a table. As the zombie died, a greedy gleam appeared in the bespectacled man's eyes. The sensation of leveling up from killing zombies was utterly intoxicating. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the Doomsday game world wasn't so bad after all. These guys are this effective at killing zombies, even without good weapons. Jing Tian, after dispatching a zombie with his fine dagger, looked at the surrounding survivors in surprise. just as he was about to lead the team to the third floor to continue the hunt. A series of screams suddenly rang out from the third floor, filters through the ceiling into his ears. What is that? Jing Tian frowned as he heard the agonizing screams echoing from the ceiling. Zombies don't scream. What was upstairs were actually humans. Those are screams, right? Zombies shouldn't be capable of such sounds. Could it be that survivors from another outpost arrived here before us? The survivors in Jing Tian's team were incredulous upon hearing the screams from above. They had never anticipated such a scenario. 5 supply crate locations, 5 survivor outposts. They had instinctively assumed each location was occupied by only one outpost. But now it seemed they had crossed paths with another group, both choosing the teaching building as their target. Looks like we've got company. What now? We're not leaving, are we? It's been great leveling up by killing zombies here. There's no other place offering small classrooms to take them out one by one. Leave? Why should we? The supply crate isn't theirs until they've claimed it. Judging by the screams, they haven't got it yet. Exactly. In the apocalypse, only what's in hand belongs to you. What's not is up for grabs. Let's hurry to the third floor and check it out. They might have already found the crate. After a brief discussion, the survivors and the team turned to Jing Tian, awaiting his command. Ever since he led them to level up, they had come to regard him as their leader. Let's go. We'll see what's on the third floor. With that, Jing Tian led the team up the stairs. As they ascended, the screams from the third floor continued unabated, sending chills down their spines. Were it not for the allure of the supply crate, no sane person would venture upward. Could they have run into a tyrant zombie? Jing Tian analyzed as the screams grew. He had expected to encounter a tyrant zombie only on the top floor. But given the current situation, it was highly likely on the third. This zombie is too strong. We never stood a chance. As Jing Tian's team reached the third floor, a blood-soaked figure staggered toward him. What happened? Heroine quickly intercepted the man approaching Jing Tian. Who are you? The man asked, startled. He didn't recognize this face from his team. Only when he spotted Jing Tian and the others behind Heroine did he realize they were from another outpost sent to find the supply crate. You're here for the crate, aren't you? It's in classroom B306. Go get it if you can, but don't stop me. I have urgent. The blood-soaked man tried to flee, but to his despair, Heroine blocked his path, waiting for Jing Tian's orders. You have 2 choices: join our outpost and fight for us, or die. Jing Tian spoke calmly, eyeing the man held by him. What? The blood-soaked man roared in fury. I don't want the crate. I've given it up to you, so why won't you let me go? If you want it so badly, go get it yourselves. Why keep me here? I haven't touched a single thing from it. The man grew more frantic with each word, repeatedly glancing back, as if something terrifying lurked behind him. It seems you don't want to choose, so we'll choose for you. Jing Tian wasted no more time. He drew his fine dagger and made a swift. Before the blood-soaked man could register what happened, he gasped for air and collapsed. A deserter, bearing wounds, offered a way out, yet ungrateful. Then he'll reluctantly send you on your way. Jing Tian acted. These were critical times. The 5 survivor outposts were in competition. If a man like this couldn't be used, Jing Tian would never let him leave alive. Because if he lived, he would surely expose their movements. The classroom isn't large. It might not be wise for all of us to rush in. Heroine, check out classroom B306. The rest of you hold your positions. Jing Tian sent Heroine to scout. With his skill instant teleport, Heroine had excellent escape abilities, making him the ideal scout. As Heroine headed to B306, a system notification suddenly rang in Jing Tian's mind. Ding! System alert: host has killed an awakened, triggering the awakening skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations on acquiring the Apocalypse game awakening skill Bloodburn. Acquired skill Bloodburn. Was that guy an awakened? Jing Tian mused at the system's prompt. Delighted by this unexpected boon, he quickly asked, System, can I view the skill description for Bloodburn? Ding. Oh, ding. The Apocalypse game awakening skill Bloodburn is described as follows. Bloodburn: the wielder can force blood out of their body and ignite it to enhance strength and speed while dulling pain. Base duration 30 seconds. Base cooldown 3 minutes. Note the enhancement's effectiveness depends on the amount and coverage of blood on the wielder's skin. Is this a berserker-type skill? The description looks promising. No wonder that guy was drenched in blood and still escaped the tyrant zombie. He relied on this skill, didn't he? Jing Tian was satisfied with Bloodburn's description. With this, he had gained another trump card. Young Master Jing. As Jing Tian studied the skill, Heroine returned from scouting B306. Young Master Jing. He wasn't lying. The supply crate is indeed there. But as we suspected, an evolved zombie, and it's different from ordinary zombies. It doesn't look like a normal infected human at all. It's nearly 3 meters tall with bulging muscles, and its combat power is terrifying. Heroine's eyes were filled with fear as he spoke. It was his first encounter with such a horrifying creature. All awakened, come with me. Those who aren't awakened, stay put and protect yourselves. Jing Tian then looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was an awakened. He was also the chosen one. By calling only the awakened, Jing Tian's main aim was to drag Yi Fan into the fray. Yi Fan was deeply irritated by Jing Tian's command. But the thought of the rich rewards from killing the tyrant zombie made him Jing Tian, you are the one who called me in. I've been waiting for a chance to strike. Now you're walking right into it. If you die at the hands of that tyrant zombie, even your aunt can't blame me. Yi Fan schemed inwardly. Just as he prepared to follow behind Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and who Kuan watching from the sidelines, Jing Tian suddenly waved him forward. Yi Fan after you. Go to hell. Yi Fan cursed internally, furious that Jing Tian made him take the lead. But he had no choice. Jing Tian was in charge now. If he refused, he could be accused of desertion at any moment. How as if I'd turn my back to you. Jing Tian reveled in Yi Fan's helpless rage. After a few breaths, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and reluctantly stepped ahead of Hu Kuan, Jing Tian, and Lung Yuyin. So this is the evolved zombie, the tyrant. As Yi Fan entered classroom B306, he was stunned by the tyrant zombie's appearance. It had a green-fanged face and eyes like blood-red lanterns. Its body radiated malevolence, and with its three-meter muscular frame, it resembled a demon from the underworld. The system wants me to kill this thing. Is it joking? Yi Fan broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Given a choice, he would never provoke such a terrifying zombie. Yi Fan charge. Jing Tian shoved Yi Fan from behind as he hesitated at the door. Yi Fan nearly cursed aloud at the push. But just as he was about to shout, he sensed a murderous intent hurtling toward him. Damn! Yi Fan's heart raced with alarm. He had been so focused on Jing Tian pushing him that he forgot about the classroom B306. There was still an extremely dangerous tyrant zombie lurking. Giant elephants might activate. Without a second thought, Yi Fan unleashed his awakened skill. The moment the tyrant zombie appeared before him, Yi Fan struck first, swinging his fist at the creature, catching it off guard. The three-meter imposing figure nearly toppled from Yi Fan's punch. The tyrant zombie was stunned. The previous survivors had all fled in panic before it. But this time the survivor before it chose to confront it head-on. What was going on? The tyrant zombie couldn't fathom why two survivor groups differed so vastly. It let out an enraged. It charged at Yi Fan again, relentlessly pounding him with its terrifyingly powerful fists. Yi Fan refused to back down. He clenched his fists and fought back. Fist clashed against fist. For a moment, Yi Fan showed no signs of faltering. Hu Kuan watched in disbelief as Yi Fan single-handedly held his own against the tyrant zombie. He knew Yi Fan was an awakener, but he hadn't expected his skill to be this formidable. Compared to his own awakened skill, instant teleportation, Yi Fan's was a whole tier above. No wonder he's the chosen one. His awakened skill is far superior to ordinary people's. Jing Tian observed Yi Fan's performance, squinting slightly. System check. The chosen one. Yi Fan's awakened skill info. Ding. System notification. The chosen one. Yi Fan's awakened skill info is as follows. Skill name: Giant Elephants. Might. Skill type: Active Enhancement. Skill description: Upon activation, the user's strength increases tenfold for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the user enters a weakened state for 10 minutes. Skill note: this skill tempers the user's bones and muscles. Each time the skill is used, strength and physique permanently increase by 1%. Only weakness after use, no other negative effects, and it tempers the body, enhancing strength and physique. Truly worthy of the chosen one's awakened skill. It's incredible. Jing Tian remarked as he reviewed Yi Fan's skill. If his own skill, Sin of Greed, was the exclusive domain of the ultimate villain, then Yi Fan's Giant Elephants Might was the standard for a protagonist's underdog victories. Giant Elephants Might. Not a bad skill. Once I've milked Yi Fan dry, it'll be mine. Jing Tian mused, while suddenly Yi Fan, who had been locked in a fierce battle with the tyrant zombie just a second ago, was overwhelmingly suppressed by it the next. He retreated step by step, steadily moving closer to Jing Tian. And this happened only 5 seconds after Yi Fan activated his skill Giant Elephant's Might. Jing Tian, your time is up. Yi Fan deliberately lured the tyrant zombie toward Jing Tian. Just as the tyrant zombie swung its fist at him again, he sidestepped instead of holding his ground. The fist, as large as his head, hurtled toward Jing Tian. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. Yi Fan had expected Jing Tian to be hit, but to his surprise, Lung Yuyin suddenly appeared before Jing Tian, blocking the tyrant zombie's fist with her meteorite tang sword. Lung Yuyin, why is she helping Jing Tian? Yi Fan was inwardly frustrated. He had always believed Lung Yuyin stayed by Jing Tian's side to protect him. But now her voluntary act of helping Jing Tian shook his conviction. Could something have happened between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin last night? The thought made Yi Fan's eyes bloodshot. As the chosen one, he already considered Lung Yuyin the chosen maiden his own. How could he tolerate anyone else touching her? Jing Tian, if you've laid a hand on Lung Yuyin, it'll tear you apart limb from limb. Yi Fan's rage boiled within him, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. If not for his fear of the Gatling gun on Jing Tian's back and Jing Tian's Aunt Jing Xian, he would have snapped Jing Tian's neck right then. Was Yi Fan trying to kill me just now, eh? Jing Tian sensed the killing intent and mentally flipped him off. Such clumsy tactics from Yi Fan couldn't even stir a hint of crisis in him. Yi Fan, the day you truly become a threat, or when your luck value runs dry, that will be your end. Jing Tian also felt a murderous intent toward Yi Fan. As they locked eyes, Lung Yuyin, who had intercepted the tyrant zombie for Jing Tian, struck out with her palm and pushed the creature back several steps. What's going on? Kuan was astonished by Lung Yuyan's ferocity, which surpassed even Yi Fan's. He couldn't fathom how she could repel the tyrant zombie with a single palm strike. Holy crap. What kind of skills did Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan awaken? They're ridiculously overpowered. As an awakener, Kuan felt deeply envious of their performance. He only felt a bit better after glancing at Jing Tian, whose skill Lucky Dog was even weaker in combat. Though in some ways Jing Tian's Lucky Dog skill was more absurd in terms of pure combat power, it had none. Looks like I'm not the weakest in combat, Kuan thought with relief. Just as he was about to show off a bit, a hand landed on his shoulder. Kuan, you handle moving the supply crate out. Leave the tyrant zombie to us. It was Jing Tian speaking. Kuan looked at him in confusion. Logically, since Jing Tian was weaker in combat, the dangerous task of holding off the tyrant zombie should fall to him. But why was Jing Tian assigning him to move the supply crate? As Kuan wondered, Jing Tian silently pulled the Gatling gun from his back and pulled the trigger. Instantly, the 6 barrels spun rapidly. Hundreds of bullets streamed out, blasting the tyrant zombie, which had been knocked back by Lung Yuyan against the wall, pinning it there. Damn, the Gatling gun is way more brutal. Kuan finally realized that Jing Tian wasn't the weakest fighter among them. In fact, he was the most terrifying. Master Jing, leave the supply crate to me. Kuan chuckled and dashed toward the crate. With the tyrant zombie suppressed, it was the perfect time to grab it. TCH, showing off with a weapon. What a useless reliance. 10 seconds later, Yi Fan, now weakened, sneered inwardly as he watched Jing Tian effortlessly suppress the tyrant zombie with the Gatling gun. Just as he was about to mutter more complaints about Jing Tian, a system alert echoed in his mind. Ding, system alert, the tyrant zombie has activated the skill Rage, greatly enhancing its defense strength and speed. If the host doesn't want to be torn apart, it's advised to avoid its edge. Ding, system alert, the tyrant zombie's rage lasts for 3 minutes. After that, it will enter a weakened state with significantly reduced stats. That will be the host's best chance to kill it. This tyrant zombie can use skills too. Yi Fan was thrilled by the system prompt. Jing Tian, do you think having a Gatling gun makes you invincible, eh? Without a system, your glory is only temporary. Yi Fan smirked smugly, seeing Kuan with Lung Yuyan's help already carrying the supply crate out of the classroom. He walked toward Jing Tian at the door. Jing Tian, I'm a bit drained from using my awakened skill in that fight. Now that you've got the tyrant zombie under control, I won't get in your way. With that, Yi Fan tried to brush past Jing Tian and leave the classroom. But his words soon made Jing Tian sense something was off. Yi Fan's system had told him that killing the tyrant zombie would yield high experience. Yet now Yi Fan was voluntarily leaving, ignoring the tyrant zombie. For someone with the acquired trait selfish, this was 100% suspicious. When something is abnormal, there's always a hidden agenda. Just as Jing Tian was guessing Yi Fan's motives, he suddenly noticed that the tyrant zombie, which he had been suppressing with the Gatling gun, was beginning to break free, its skin radiating a violent blood. Definitely suspicious. Realizing the danger, Jing Tian immediately hoisted the Gatling gun and ran dashing out of the classroom at lightning speed, leaving Yi Fan stunned. As he exited, Jing Tian politely closed the door behind him. Yi Fan was baffled by Jing Tian's move. Not only did Jing Tian flee inexplicably, but the speed at which he ran with the Gatling gun amazed Yi Fan. It was far faster than an unencumbered person. Wait, how did that bastard Jing Tian close the door? After marveling at Jing Tian's speed, Yi Fan realized the door was shut. He had planned to trap Jing Tian, but not only did Jing Tian escape, he was now locked inside the classroom. This left Yi Fan feeling utterly dejected. But what made him even more miserable was that the enraged tyrant zombie, its eyes fixed on him with a vicious glare, would never give him a chance to reopen the door. Jing Tian, he'll never forgive you. Yi Fan roared inside the classroom. Before he could twist the door handle, the tyrant zombie appeared before him. In an instant, its fist slammed into Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt as if had been hit by a truck. With a loud bang, his entire body along with the door was blasted outward. Good grief, that's brutal. Outside the classroom, Jing Tian watched Yi Fan get hurled out. He then said to Kuan, the tyrant zombie has entered a rage state. We're no match for it now. Take the supply crate back to the lab survivor outpost. Yuyan and I will cover your retreat. This. Kuan hesitated, reluctant to leave. As an awakener, he wanted to help. But the survivor group needed an awakener to lead them. Especially with the supply crate. If another outpost intercepted them halfway, it would be a disaster. Master Jing will come back to support you once I've delivered the crate. Kuan knew time was of the essence and couldn't delay. With that, he led the survivor group in a swift retreat. Jing Tian watched them go and then studied the rampaging tyrant zombie. The creature was now enveloped in a violent blood-red energy, relentlessly pounding Yi Fan. After being blasted out, Yi Fan had a translucent protective film around him. No matter how hard the tyrant zombie struck, it couldn't break through, only tossing Yi Fan from one side to the other. Is Yi Fan using up his luck value to survive again? Jing Tian analyzed, recalling Yi Fan's previous survival in the cafeteria. As he pondered, the tyrant zombie, finding Yi Fan untouchable, turned its gaze to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Yuyan, let's go. Jing Tian grabbed Lung Yuyan's hand and ran. But the enraged tyrant zombie was much faster. Seeing it closing in, Jing Tian quickly tossed a decoy grenade to the ground. Bang! As it exploded, a green smoke rose. The tyrant zombie nearly upon them finally stopped lingering in the smoke from the decoy. Few glad the decoy worked on the tyrant zombie too. Otherwise would be in trouble. Jing Tian halted as the creature stopped. It seems even stronger than before, Lung Yuyan observed, studying the tyrant zombie. Yes, but it probably won't last long, Jing Tian replied thoughtfully. As they discussed, a system alert suddenly echoed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, villain system alert, the chosen one Yi Fan is near death. Deducting 1 luck point. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 villain luck value, 1 acquired trait, draw 1 skill enhancement card, and 5 to all attributes. So Yi Fan is near death again. Wait. System, what's a skill enhancement card? Jing Tian noticed a new item among the rewards and asked immediately. Ding, system notification, a skill enhancement card can be used to enhance the host's awakened skill, boosting its attributes, increasing its duration, or reducing its cooldown. Excellent. Jing Tian was thrilled by the card's description. With this, even mediocre skills could be turned into something. Combined with his Sin of Greed skills plundering ability in the late game, he could effectively possess countless invincible skills. Jing Tian, why did you lock me in there? Just as Jing Tian was envisioning a bright future, Yi Fan recovered after losing a luck point appeared before him, fuming. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't intentional? Jing Tian shrugged, feigning innocence. You ran out before me, but somehow I ended up outside while you were still inside. Liar. You're full of nonsense. You did it on purpose. Yi Fan didn't buy it. Jing Tian didn't bother to argue further. Believe what you want. Yi Fan was about to retort when he suddenly noticed that within the green smoke between them, the red raging energy on the tyrant zombie had faded away. Is the tyrant zombie's rampage finally over? Yi Fan gazed at the tyrant zombie in delight. At this moment, the tyrant zombie, the raging energy on its body had vanished. Its once muscular towering frame had undergone a drastic transformation, as if it had been starved for a week. It was now gaunt and visibly weakened. A perfect opportunity. Certain that the tyrant zombie had fallen into a weakened state, Yi Fan activated his awakened skill, Giant Elephant Strength. He lunged toward the tyrant zombie in a single stride. To slay it, he had been tricked by Jing Tian into a near-death state, costing him a full point. Now he had to secure the tyrant zombie's head. Only then would this operation not be a loss. Jing Tian, once I claim the tyrant zombie's head and widen the level gap between us, your days of arrogance will come to an end. As the tyrant zombie entered his attack range, Yi Fan's lips curled upward. The zombie's head was within reach. If he could, his level would skyrocket. Then the duration, cooldown, and multiplier of his awakened skill, Giant Elephant Strength, would undergo a qualitative leap. At that point, even a rampaging tyrant zombie would be a foe he could face. Yi Fan, stay away from that green smoke. The tyrant zombie is inside. Just as Yi Fan was about to succeed, Jing Tian's voice rang out, accompanied by the sharp crack of bullets breaking the air. No. Yi Fan saw the tyrant zombie's head nearly within his grasp, only for a hail of bullets to blast its body away from before his eyes. Despair washed over him. Once again his kill had been stolen. It was that familiar Gatling gun wielded by that alto familiar. Jing Tian, what are you doing? I earned that kill with my life. Why did you steal it? Yi Fan glared at Jing Tian. Jing Tian raised his Gatling gun, blew a wisp of smoke from the barrel, and said nonchalantly, Yi Fan, I admit we had our disagreements before. But ask yourself this. Since we were both at the lab survivor outpost, have I ever wronged you? When you stood guard, you barred me from entering, treating me with utter hostility. After my aunt let me into the outpost, did I ever ask her to throw you out? Did I ever ask her to withhold your food rations? Did I ever use my influence to have someone beat you up? I did none of that. In fact, when you were being overwhelmed by the tyrant zombie, Yu Yin and I stepped in to hold it off. But what about you? If I'm not mistaken, you deliberately lured the tyrant zombie here, hoping to use it against me. A selfish bastard. I simply chose not to bother with you, yet you remain oblivious. Jing Tian turned the tables. Yi Fan was taken aback. Jing Tian's words were not without reason. In fact, they were entirely faultless. He had indeed refrained from using his connections to suppress Yi Fan at the outpost. He had indeed held back the tyrant zombie for a time while Yi Fan was weakened. More importantly, Yi Fan had indeed used the tyrant zombie to ambush Jing Tian. Jing Tian, don't change the subject. We're not discussing that. Why did you steal my kill? I was the one who got close to it first. Yi Fan, realizing he was in the wrong, roared in shame and anger. You claim the tyrant zombie's head is yours. On what grounds? Jing Tian's voice suddenly turned cold. He retorted, Yi Fan, do you think that just because you exchanged a few blows with the tyrant zombie it belongs to you? I was the one who forced its second form with my Gatling gun. In its second form, its combat power was explosive. I was the one who controlled it with a decoy grenade. And you? Yi Fan, what did you do? Aside from trading a few punches with it and nearly getting me killed. Did you contribute anything at all? On the contrary, when I saw you being beaten half to death by its second form, I drew it away and saved your life. You didn't even thank me, and now you're here claiming the kill is yours. Tell me on what grounds is it yours? I kindly warned you that the tyrant zombie was in the smoke, worried that you were too weak to handle it, so I helped you take it down. Yet all you care about is the kill. Enough. Yifan, let's call our past grievances settled. I won't save you again. As for the zombie's head, it was never owned by anyone. We each rely on our own skill. Whoever claims it keeps it. Don't act like a clown after you've failed. With that, Jing Tian took Lung Yian's hand and turned to leave, climbing the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 4th. The teaching building was still filled with zombies. He and Lung Yian could continue hunting zombies here to boost their strength. Yifan watched Jing Tian leave he clenched his fists. Jing Tian had left him speechless. He had thought of retorting, but Jing Tian's words were flawless. He could find no fault. Glib tongue, twisting right and wrong. Jing Tian, just wait. Let's see if your mouth will still be so sharp when you're on the verge of death. Yifan's heart festered with malice. Just then his system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding system, notice the number of zombies in the teaching building optimal for leveling is rapidly decreasing. Yifan was startled by the system prompt. Recalling that Jing Tian and Lung Yian had headed toward the 4th floor, he suddenly understood. He raised his baseball bat and climbed the stairs on the other side. Having missed the big prize, he was determined not to let the small one slip away. Has that Yifan followed us? On the 4th floor, Jing Tian, after dispatching a zombie with his fine dagger, spotted Yifan across the corridor. This Yifan is something else. After being so thoroughly roasted, he still has the nerve to tag along. Jing Tian had thought Yifan would storm off in humiliation, but instead he shamelessly continued hunting zombies in the building. Ding. As Jing Tian was lost in thought, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, the villain system reminds you, congratulations host on slaying the tyrant zombie and completing this villain mission. Ding, the villain system reminds you, congratulations host on receiving the mission rewards luck of the chosen one. Yifan 2, villain luck 2, acquired talent, draws 1 basic attributes 10 item draws 1. So this time, Yifan lost 2 points of luck. It seems losing the tyrant zombie's head and failing to snowball hit him hard. Jing Tian smiled faintly at the system prompts. By the way, system, what exactly does that item draw refer to? Ding system reply host, an item draw means you can use a draw chance to obtain items from the Doomsday game supply crate. The range is broad, including items you've obtained before such as decoy grenades, fine daggers, combat suits, etc. I was just worrying about running low on decoy grenades. It seems I finally have a way to replenish them. Ding system, notice host currently has 2 acquired talent, draws 1 item draw and 1 skill enhancement card. Would you like to use? Not yet. He'll use them when I get back to the outpost. Jing Tian replied, then continued competing with the chosen one Yifan for zombie kills in the building. Using those items now would waste too much time. Yuyan, we need to speed up. That Yifan is catching up. Jing Tian warned Lung Yuyan. She nodded, understanding Yifan's intent. She stopped holding back. She moved at full speed, weaving through the zombie horde with her meteorite iron saber. By evening, as the last zombie fell on the rooftop, the teaching building's zombies were finally cleared by Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Yifan. Yuyan, Aunt must be worried. With the zombies gone, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyan back to the lab survivor outpost. Behind him, the chosen one Yifan followed at a distance, keeping close. Z City University. Lab survivor outpost. The moment Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan returned, they sensed something was wrong. For some unknown reason, everyone in the outpost was gathered at the entrance, including his Aunt Jing Xian. What's going on? Is that Jing Tian? Jing Tian has returned. At the entrance of the laboratory survivor stronghold, someone spotted Jing Tian approaching and exclaimed with it really is Jing Tian. He's safe, thank goodness. With him, here we have hope. That He Fengxin is despicable. How could he betray us like that? We must take revenge. Find him and teach him a lesson he won't forget. The survivors within the laboratory stronghold, upon seeing Jing Tian truly return, were stirred with emotion. Jing Tian is back. Jing Xian heard his name and quickly lifted her head to search for him. Spotting him, she hurried to his side and said, "You little rascal. Why are you back so late? You had me worried sick." "Oh, never mind. As long as you're safe. You must be exhausted. Your aunt saved some food for you. Come, let's go inside and eat while you rest." With that, Jing Xian, she prepared to lead Jing Tian into the laboratory stronghold to rest. But Jing Tian did not follow her inside. Instead, he stopped and asked Aunt, "Did something happen? Why is everyone standing at the entrance? And where is Hu Kuan? I don't see him." Jing Tian knew something was amiss. The more reluctant Jing Xian was to speak, the more certain he became of his suspicion. "Well," Jing Xian sighed as she saw him stop to inquire. "It's He Fengxin. He Fengxin. What about him?" Jing Tian pressed for more upon hearing the name. He knew who He Fengxin was, the middle-aged man who had previously clashed with him and taken over half the group to the football field. But Jing Tian didn't understand what that man had done. "He Fengxin betrayed us." Jing Xian said, her pale fingers digging into her palm with a hint of anger. "Jing Tian, on our way back with the supply crate, we were ambushed by He Fengxin and people from another stronghold. A survivor who had previously followed Jing Tian to kill zombies in the teaching building chimed in. This is what happened. After we parted ways with you, we headed back to the laboratory stronghold under Hu Kun's leadership. But on the way, we suddenly ran into He Fengxin. He lied to us saying he had already found a supply crate at the football field. He claimed he was sent by Principal Jing Tian to help us. We didn't believe him either. To be cautious, Hu Kun told us to surround the supply crate. But who knew He Fengxin had colluded with another stronghold, sneaking 3 awakened into his group. While He Fengxin was distracting Hu Kun by asking if you were still alive, those 3 awakened struck Hu Kun. Although Hu Kun reacted quickly and only got his arm injured from that moment on, we were doomed to lose. He Fengxin knew that Hu Kun was the only awakened in our group. With their numbers already greater than ours, and 3 times the awakened, they quickly injured our people and forcibly seized the He Fengxin even wanted to finish us off, but luckily the zombies were attracted by the commotion of the fight, so they gave up and left. As the survivor recounted this, his eyes turned red and his voice choked. He never imagined he could evade the zombie attack, yet failed to escape the assault of his own kind. And Hu Kun? Why don't I see him? Jing Tian frowned upon hearing this. Hu Kun felt he let you down and went alone to take revenge on He Fengxin. He hasn't returned yet, the survivor said, hanging his head and grinding his teeth, burning with hatred for He Fengxin. Ah, this really isn't Hu Kun's fault, Jing Tian interjected from the side. She looked at Jing Tian and said, Jing Tian, those guys were actually heading for our stronghold from the start. They just happened to run into Hu Kun's group on the way. So that's how it is. Jing Tian listened to Jing Zin's words and recalled He Fengxin's face, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Daring to touch my people, courting death. Jing Tian was filled with the intent to kill. He would find He Fengxin and make him taste the fury of a Gatling gun. Aunt, what were you all about to do at the entrance just now? Do you know where He Fengxin is now, eh? Jing Tian looked at Jing Tian inquiring. If she knew He Fengxin's location, finding him would be much simpler. I don't know. Jing Tian shook her head with a bitter smile. Jing Tian, do you remember the rules updated by the Doomsday game? I do. Jing Tian replied. The Doomsday game said that among the 5 survivor strongholds, based on the cumulative proportion of supply crates obtained, the last 2 strongholds would be eliminated. The eliminated strongholds will lose their ability to repel zombies. That's right. Jing Tian, hearing this, glanced at the surrounding survivors and said, if we have no supply crates, the laboratory stronghold will surely be at the bottom. That means our laboratory will definitely be eliminated and lose the ability to repel zombies. To survive. I plan to lead all survivors out to find He Fengxin and fight to the death. As for why we're all waiting at the entrance, Auntie believed you would return alive, so I waited for you. Jing Tian said this, casting aside her earlier gloom, and smiled faintly. Her smile carried a warmth as if it could speak, telling Jing Tian that she believed in him. Aunt. Jing Tian looked at Jing Tian, his nose tingling slightly. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions and addressed the other survivors. He Fengxin betrayed us and led people to attack our stronghold. Such a man is unforgivable. We must make him pay. Brothers, are you willing to follow me? To slay the traitor together. Jing Tian rallied their spirits. The survivors, their eyes bloodshot, swore this time they would wash away their shame and flay the traitor He Fengxin alive. I might know where He Fengxin is. Just as the laboratory survivors were about to set out and search all 4 other strongholds one by one, a girl with shoulder-length silver hair and black-rimmed glasses raised her hand and said, among those awakened who attacked us, I recognize one. He's our class sports representative Lu Tao, with green hair, very conspicuous. When the Doomsday game announced the 5 strongholds, I initially planned to go to the library. But I was slow, and since many were heading there, I came to the lab instead. But at that time I saw Lu Tao going to the library. His green hair is rare in our school, so I shouldn't, of course. I can't be sure. I was just focused on escaping back then, and didn't look closely. The girl in the black-rimmed glasses finished, lowering her head. She had been reluctant to speak, fearing she might cause trouble if wrong. But Jing Tian's words moved her. Since this was about revenge, she couldn't keep such a crucial clue buried. A clue is better than nothing. It's settled then. Let's move out to the library. With a lead in hand, Jing Tian immediately led the group. Meanwhile, at Z City University, inside the library, He Fengxin, after devouring 2 bowls of instant rice, let out a satisfied burp. Now this is living. That bitch Jing Tian, dividing 1 meal among 3 people, barely enough to fill my teeth. If not for her family's resources, with her meager skills, could she have become the president of Z City University? And that Jing Tian. A greenhorn still wet behind the ears. I got screwed at the football field, and he stumbles into a supply crate by sheer luck. Who knows what this damn Doomsday game is up to? Don't you think so, Hu Kun? He Fengxin said. He hurled his empty food container at the bound and battered Hu Kun with a cold smirk. He Fengxin, you traitor, you will die a miserable death. Hu Kun, seeing He Fengxin's smug triumph, cursed with eyes blazing red. He had barely uttered 2 curses when He Fengxin rose and strode toward him. Without a word, he seized Hu Kun by the head and slammed it heavily against the ground. Yet even this did not quell He Fengxin's fury. Lifting his foot, he shook his leather shoe, then proceeded to deliver a relentless barrage of kicks to Hu Kun's abdomen, continuing until Hu Kun passed out from the pain. Still, he showed no intention of stopping. He Fengxin, enough. Yu Dinghai, the leader of the library faction, seeing He Fengxin's unrestrained brutality, intervened. Hu Kun is still useful to us. Don't you dare kill him. Old Yu, I was just playing around with this kid. Don't worry, I held back, He Fengxin said hastily, ceasing his assault upon hearing the library leader's command. He Fengxin, what did you call me? The library leader said, coldly displeased by the familiar address. Sorry, boss Yu. It's this lousy mouth of mine. I haven't quite adjusted yet. He Fengxin groveled in apology. Yu Dinghai gave a snort in response. In the past, he had been merely an inconspicuous librarian at Z City University, unable to control these counselors. But now things were different. He was the leader of the library survivor stronghold, wielding absolute authority. No matter what titles these survivors once held, once they came here, they had to obey him. Boss Yu, something terrible has happened. Shortly after Yu Dinghai had stopped He Fengxin, a survivor on guard duty rushed and panic-stricken. What's the matter? All this fuss, what kind of image is that? Before Yu Dinghai could speak, He Fengxin barked first. I saw a survivor squad approaching us, and among them one person was carrying a Gatling gun. The messenger survivor's eyes filled with terror as he spoke. In his view, the approaching survivor squad was far better equipped than their library group. If their intentions were hostile, the library stronghold might very well be seized. What did you say? Someone's carrying a Gatling. He Fengxin's face turned ashen. He had anticipated that Jing Tian would seek revenge, but he hadn't expected it to come so. Boss Yu, it's Jing Tian and Jing Zin's squad. I led the team to steal their supply crate, and now they're definitely here for. He Fengxin quickly reported to Yu Dinghai. Upon hearing this, Yu Dinghai showed no fear. Instead, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. He Fengxin. See that? Hu Kun's usefulness is right here, isn't it? But then again, you've beaten Hu Kun so badly, if I don't hand you over to Jing Tian and her people, it'll be hard to quell the anger. Guards, tie He Fengxin up. Yu Dinghai's sudden change of face caught He Fengxin completely off guard. He Fengxin tried to flee, but as an ordinary man, he was no match for the awakened ones under Yu Dinghai's command. Within less than 3 seconds of Yu Dinghai's order, He Fengxin was pinned to the ground by 2 men. What's the meaning of this? Yu Dinghai, you set me up. I was the one who led the team to retrieve a supply crate for you. You can't do this to me. He Fengxin struggled on the ground. Yu Dinghai sneered in response. He Fengxin, oh He Fengxin, you're far too clever for your own good. Do you think I'd risk a bloody conflict with another survivor stronghold for an ordinary man like you? Let me be honest with you. From the moment you led your team to surrender to me at the football field, you've been part of my scheme. The Doomsday game reminds us, out of 5 survivor strongholds, only the top 3 with the most accumulated resources will survive. In other words, obtaining just 1 supply crate doesn't guarantee advancement. You need 2 to be sure. But where do we find that? Directly looting. That's not realistic. The strength of the survivor strongholds is fairly balanced, and I don't know the true capabilities of the others. Rashly attacking, even if we win, would come at a significant cost. As for you, He Fengxin, you're the key to breaking this deadlock. I can simply hand you over, and then propose an alliance with Jing Zin's stronghold. At that point, only you, He Fengxin, would die, while both our strongholds survive. Why not? Having said this, Yu Dinghai wore a cunning expression. Realizing it was all over, He Fengxin's body went limp, collapsing like a pile of mud. Humph. Yu Dinghai snorted at He Fengxin's breakdown, then ordered his men to bring He Fengxin along as he headed toward the library entrance. Meanwhile, at the library entrance, several survivors on guard duty had already been subdued by Jing Tian and his group. Don't kill us. What do you want? The supply crate. It's on the 3rd floor, we can lead you there. We're all fellow schoolmates, please don't kill us. The survivors on guard duty, their faces bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground begging for mercy from Jing Tian and his team. I can spare your lives, but on one condition: you must tell me exactly how many awakened ones are in your library survivor stronghold. Jing Tian said calmly amidst the pleas. 6, the pleading survivor replied, instantly seeing a chance to live. 6 indeed, more than the laboratory stronghold, Jing Tian analyzed internally. Just as he was about to inquire further about the awakening abilities of those 6, a large group of people suddenly descended from the library staircase. Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. As the group descended, a middle-aged man at the forefront shouted loudly. What's going on? The laboratory stronghold members were puzzled. They had braced themselves for a deadly battle. Yet the other side showed no intention of fighting and kept claiming it was a misunderstanding. Old Yu. Jing Tian recognized the leading middle-aged man as the librarian. Old Yu, she asked incredulously. Are you now the leader of the library survivor stronghold? Yes, Principal Jing. Yu Dinghai, pleased that Jing Tian recognized him, smiled obsequiously. Principal Jing, you've come because of that fellow He Fengxin. Yes. He Fengxin led your men to attack us, and we're here for revenge. Jing Tian said, her tone turning cold. It's a misunderstanding, Principal Jing. Yu Dinghai quickly explained, sensing the chill in her voice. Principal Jing, hey race, what happened? We were deceived by He Fengxin too. He only told me he knew where another supply crate was and asked for some men to retrieve it. I had no idea he was going to steal your crate, so I gave him the men, leading to this misunderstanding. Aren't you looking for He Fengxian? As a gesture of goodwill, I'll hand him over to you now. With that, Yu Dinghai made a gesture. Soon 2 awakened ones from behind him escorted He Fengxian toward Jing's. They're giving him up just like that. The laboratory stronghold members were astonished by the turn of events. I thought there'd be a life or death battle, but it's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding is good. We can get our revenge without losing anyone. See, we're all still schoolmates after all. No need to be so ruthless. Few so no fighting. I was so tense. The laboratory stronghold members breathed a sigh of relief, believing the misunderstanding was resolved. It's not that simple. Jing Tian, listening to those around him, narrowed his eyes at Yu Dinghai. They only handed over He Fengxian, not Hu Kuan or the supply crate. That proves they have ulterior motives. Jing Tian is right. Jing Xian nodded in agreement. If it were truly a misunderstanding, once it's cleared up, why wouldn't they return Hu Kuan and the supply crate? The laboratory stronghold members, struck by the words of Jing Tian and Jing Xian, suddenly realized something. Just as they were speculating about Yu Dinghai's true intentions, he spoke up. Principal Jing, now that the misunderstanding is resolved, how about we discuss another matter? What is it? Jing Xian asked, warily listening to Yu Dinghai's words. Principal Jing, there's no need to be so guarded. I mean no harm. I simply wish to discuss the matter of an alliance. Yu Dinghai continued. As you are well aware, Principal Jing, in this doomsday game, only 3 out of the 5 survivor strongholds can remain. That means each of our strongholds has only obtained 1 supply crate. That alone cannot guarantee our advancement. My proposal is this: I would like you to bring your survivor team and join our library survivor stronghold. If we do that, we would effectively possess 2 supply crates, accounting for 2/5 of the total rewards. We would be guaranteed to advance. What do you think? Having spoken, Yu Dinghai turned his gaze to Jing Xian and the others from the laboratory survivor stronghold. He was confident in the terms he had laid out. No one could refuse. After all, the supply crate was now in his hands, and so was Hu Kuan. As for Jing Xian and her group, to put it bluntly, they had nothing left but their people. His initiative to invite them to join the library stronghold was already a great show of respect for Jing Xian. Jing Xian fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Though Yu Dinghai spoke of an alliance and an invitation, both of them knew full well that once she chose to join the library, she would effectively be relinquishing her position as leader. From then on, no matter what they did, the people from the laboratory stronghold would have to follow Yu Dinghai's commands. An alliance isn't bad. We can survive without fighting. A few individuals in the laboratory stronghold began to waver. For them, staying in the laboratory stronghold or the library stronghold made little difference. It was merely a change of who held power. We cannot form an alliance. Yi Fan, who had been lurking with the intent to cause trouble, jumped out in opposition when he saw support for the alliance. The system had previously informed him that the laboratory stronghold was a chosen stronghold. In the Doomsday game, many safe zones would spawn around the laboratory stronghold. Yi Fan could stay there long-term and develop his own power base. But if Jing Xian chose to join the library stronghold, the laboratory stronghold would be abandoned. If that happened, the so-called chosen stronghold would surely disappear. Yi Fan could not guarantee that the next chosen stronghold would be at Z University. Thus, he absolutely could not allow the laboratory stronghold to be eliminated. Why can't we form an alliance? A survivor who supported the alliance asked Yi Fan for a reason, displeased by his objection. You don't actually believe that He Fengxian's attack on us was just a misunderstanding, do you? Yi Fan, now personally involved, had to analyze seriously. If it were truly a misunderstanding, why didn't they bring He Fengxian to apologize to us immediately? Instead, they waited until we confronted them to claim it was a misunderstanding. Don't you find that ridiculous? And what about the supply crate and Hu Kuan? They're holding on to both. Isn't that clearly a way to coerce us? Yi Fan tried desperately to dissuade the survivors who supported the alliance. Those survivors fell silent for a moment before speaking. Even if they returned the supply crate, we still couldn't guarantee a top. Exactly. Instead of taking the risk and waiting for the Doomsday Game's judgment, why not form an alliance? Would be guaranteed a top 3 spot and get to stay in a safe stronghold. Isn't that better? They've already brought He Fengxian over. We can kill him and join the library stronghold. It's just a change of location. Most of the laboratory survivors preferred the safe route, wanting only to keep their lives. Yi Fan listened to their words and was rendered speechless with frustration. If all these people cared about was survival, he truly couldn't find a reason to convince them to refuse the alliance. Sigh. Jing Xian saw Yi Fan fall silent and let out a sigh. In her heart, she did not wish to cede power. In the laboratory stronghold, she was the authority able to support and protect Jing Tian. But if she relinquished that power, she could no longer provide him with special treatment. Brat, what do you think? Jing Xian handed the final decision to Jing Tian. Jing Tian had yet to state his position. If he also agreed to the alliance, she would have no reason to hold on to power. In the apocalypse, one shouldn't be too concerned with honoring agreements. Jing Tian leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Annie, we can fight fire with fire. Didn't he Fengxian pretend to be one of us, and then ambush us? This time we'll pretend to agree to Yu Dinghai's alliance proposal. Once we find Hu Kuan and the supply crate in the library, we'll ambush Yu Dinghai and his people. We can wipe out their awakened ones with minimal losses. Once the awakened ones are eliminated, the other survivors will naturally fall in line to survive. Jing Tian was not a child of fortune nor the protagonist. He was the great villain. He had plenty of such underhanded tricks. You little scoundrel, that's a truly ruthless move. You're more and more like your father. Hearing Jing Tian's words, the worry vanished from Jing Zin's face. Yu Dinghai, I accept your alliance. We only want to survive anyway. It doesn't matter which stronghold we stay in. Jing Xian quickly got into character and began to perform. Seeing her agree, Yu Dinghai was visibly excited. The people in the laboratory stronghold smiled, relieved they could gain safety without a fight. Only Yi Fan was displeased, a dark look on his face, surprised that Jing Xian and Jing Tian would relinquish their power so easily. Jing Xian, Jing Tian. You two are truly of the same ilk. You're always going against me. Fine. He'll remember you both. Holding a grudge, Yi Fan followed Jing Zin's group into the library stronghold with anger in his heart. On the second floor of the library stronghold, after Jing Zin's group joined, Yu Dinghai immediately gathered the awakened ones from both strongholds for him. Of course, he had his reasons. First, to display their strength and warn Jing Zin's group not to have any second thoughts. Second, to learn the details of their awakened abilities for future task assignments. Everyone, since we have chosen to form an alliance, we must show the sincerity that an alliance demands. Let's start with you, Jing Xian. We will introduce our awakened abilities one by one. Yu Dinghai looked at Jing Xian as he finished speaking. Jing Xian extended an arm and said, my awakened ability is mechanical ascension. It allows me to mechanize parts of my body for a limited time. Currently, I can mechanize one arm. My awakened ability is Colossus Strength. It can multiply my power currently up to 3 times. Yi Fan said, mixing truth with falsehood. Mine is Ice Shard. I can condense ice shards out of thin air to attack. Lung Yuyan said, slightly opening her palm to reveal a crystalline ice shard that materialized from nothing. Impressive. Jing Tian saw that Lung Yuyan's ability was completely fabricated and struggled to suppress his laughter. My awakened ability is Lucky God. It doubles the rewards from opening supply crates. It really doubles the rewards. Yu Dinghai and the other awakened ones from the library were thrilled to hear this. Earlier, He Fengxian had told them that Jing Tian had publicly revealed his ability was Lucky God, which allowed him to receive double the rewards from supply crates. But at the time, Yu Dinghai and the others hadn't believed it. However, just in case, Yu Dinghai had kept one supply crate unopened. Now, hearing Jing Tian's words, he realized he had struck gold. Excellent, excellent, haha. Yu Dinghai laughed heartily, overjoyed at the thought of all his future supply rewards being doubled. We've finished our introductions. Now it's your turn. Jing Tian interrupted Yu Dinghai's laughter. Hurry up. After you're done, I need to take that bastard He Fengxian to find Hu Kuan. All right. Yu Dinghai responded to Jing Tian's urging, took out a dagger, and tossed it into the air. He chuckled. My awakened skill is remote manipulation. It allows me to control objects from a distance at will, he added. Like this. As he spoke, Yu Dinghai extended a finger, guiding the previously thrown dagger to trace circles in the air. Remote manipulation sounds impressive, Jing Tian said, with a meaningful smile as he listened to Yu Dinghai's introduction. Haha, young Master Jing flatters me. It's just a petty trick far inferior to my subordinate's abilities. Unaware of Jing Tian's hidden implication, Yu Dinghai assumed he was being praised and waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to his men and said, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and introduce yourselves to young Master Jing. Yu Dinghai ordered his subordinates to introduce themselves. The 5 men complied, speaking in turn. My name is Liao Wei, and my awakened skill is Stealth Strike, which can make a target lose sight of me for 3 seconds. My name is Kai Ji, and my awakened skill is Clairvoyance. Once activated, I can ignore wall obstructions and see any place I desire within a meter. Currently, I'm mainly responsible for guiding the way. My name is Xia Ku, and my awakened skill is Time Rewind, allowing me to reverse my own time and return to 3 seconds ago. My name is Zhao Lin, and my awakened skill is Indestructible. Once activated, a golden light emanates around me like a suit of armor. My name is Lu Tao, and my awakened skill is Swift as the Wind. When activated, my speed doubles. So he's Lu Tao. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes as he listened to the green-haired man named Lu Tao introduce himself. Before they left the laboratory survivor stronghold, a girl with black-rimmed glasses had mentioned that among the 3 awakened individuals who attacked Hu Kuan, she recognized one of them. That person was Lu Tao. It seemed the girl hadn't been mistaken. Chief Yue, now that we've all introduced ourselves, can you assign someone to take me to Hu Kuan? Of course, Yu Dinghai nodded with a smile, and then looked at Lu Tao. Lu Tao, go ahead and guide young Master Jing. Also let him open that unopened supply crate. Me. Lu Tao was taken aback. He was the one who had physically assaulted Hu Kuan. If he led Jing Tian to find Hu Kuan once Jing Tian saw the battered state of his subordinate, he would surely seek revenge. Lu Tao's heart trembled with fear. Seeing this, Yu Dinghai shot him a glare and said, when I tell you to go, just go. Stop dawdling. Young Master Jing's skill is Lucky Star. Oh, it's not like he's going to eat you. Right, how could I have forgotten that? Lu Tao's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Jing Tian's skill Lucky Star could only be used when opening supply crates. Apart from that, Jing Tian was no different from an ordinary person. In contrast, Lu Tao possessed the skill Swift as the Wind, granting him double speed. How could an ordinary person like Jing Tian possibly do anything to him? Realizing this, Lu Tao stood up and said to Jing Tian, "Classmate Jing Tian, follow me. Classmate Hu Kuan and the supply crate are both on the 3rd floor." Alright. Jing Tian rose to his feet. Lung Yuyin, who was sitting beside him, also stood up and asked, "Jing Tian, do you want me to come along?" Yuyin, no need. Since Chief Yu and I have already formed an alliance, they won't do anything to me. Jing Tian declined Lung Yuyin's offer to accompany him to find Hu Kuan. Lu Tao dared to guide him only because he was certain Jing Tian couldn't defeat him. If Lung Yuyin came along, Lu Tao would surely refuse to act as a guide. Young Master Jing is right. Since we've formed an alliance, we're all one family now. How could we possibly lay a hand on you? Yu Dinghai said with a smile, overhearing the exchange between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. Lung Yuyin nodded and returned to her seat. "They'll be careful." "Thank you, Yuyin," Jing Tian whispered softly into Lung Yuyin's ear before hoisting the bound he Fengxin and following Lu Tao toward the 3rd floor of the library. On the way to the 3rd floor, Jing Tian stared at Lu Tao's back and summoned the system internally. System check Lu Tao's life. Ding. System notification. Lu Tao's life resume is as follows. Name Lu Tao, gender male, height 181 centimeters, identity sports specialty, student level 3, experience 500, 2000, reputation 0 gold coins, 0 strength, 14 spirit, 13 constitution, 14 zombie infection rate 12100, weapon iron rod, skill Swift as the Wind, when activated double speed for 5 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. Innate talent none, acquired talent athlete strength and constitution 1. His awakened skill wasn't a lie. This guy is way too straightforward. Jing Tian muttered as he looked at Lu Tao's life resume. Then he summoned the system again. System check my life resume. Ding. System notification. The host's life resume is as follows. Name Jing Tian, gender male, height 188 centimeters, identity, one of the 3 major young masters of the Flame Kingdom, sole heir of Jinghong, chairman of Hongwu Group, a leading company in Z City. Level 9, experience 12006, 4000, reputation 0 gold coins, 0 strength, 76 spirit, 76 constitution, 71 accumulated fortune drained from protagonist, Fan 27 remaining big villain fortune available 23. 5. Unused rewards from big villain system, acquired talent lottery, draws X2, item lottery draw X1, skill enhancement card X1. Weapon blue fire Gatling gun 5500 bullets. Skill sin of greed, innate talents, big villain destined to be opposed by the protagonist group, forever an enemy of the protagonist. Rich 2nd generation, extraordinary background, immensely wealthy. Acquired talents, bad boy, lucky star, teamwork, makes the dream work, swift runner. System, big villain system, life resume system. I'm level 9. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised as he looked at his life resume. After killing the tyrant zombie, he had felt a significant enhancement to his body, but he hadn't expected his level to jump straight to 9. System, what level is Yuyin? What about Yi Fan? Ding. System notification, Lung Yuyin is level 6. Yi Fan is level 6. Only level 6. So if I hadn't killed the tyrant zombie, my level would probably be around 6 too. It seems the tyrant zombie really did give a massive amount of experience. Jing Tian felt fortunate that he had stolen the kill on the tyrant zombie from the chosen one Yi Fan. Otherwise the person at level 9 right now would have been Yi Fan. Classmate Jing Tian, we've arrived, Lu Tao announced, having led Jing Tian to the 3rd floor of the library. Snapped back to reality by Lu Tao's voice, Jing Tian was instantly enraged by the scene before him. Less than 10 meters away, Hu Kuan lay collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds. If not for the faint rise and fall of his breathing, Jing Tian might have thought Hu Kuan was dead. Why did you injure him so severely? Jing Tian's tone turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Lu Tao. It wasn't us. It was he Fengxin, the one you're holding. If you want someone to blame, blame him. Don't falsely accuse us, Lu Tao defended himself. Is that so? Jing Tian gave a cold laugh and tossed the bound He Fengxin aside. I heard that among the 3 awakened who attacked Hu Kuan, one had green hair. Lu Tao, that was you, wasn't it? Lu Tao's face darkened. He hadn't expected that among the survivors they failed to kill earlier there was someone who recognized him. But fortunately Jing Tian lacked combat prowess. Even if he knew Lu Tao had attacked Hu Kuan, so what? In the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Without power, Jing Tian couldn't touch him. Lu Tao, let's fight, Jing Tian said, cracking his knuckles. You beat up my subordinate. If I don't get payback for him, it wouldn't be right. Don't worry, we'll keep it light. What do you say? Want payback? You're overestimating yourself. Lu Tao sneered inwardly. He was a sports specialty student who had practiced kickboxing, while Jing Tian was just a pampered rich kid. What could he possibly do? Moreover, he possessed the ability Swift as the Wind, which could double his speed. Fine. Jing Tian, if you want to fight, he'll fight you. But let me warn you, in a real fight, there's no such thing as keeping it light. With that, Lu Tao struck first. With a swift lunge, he closed the distance between them. Before Jing Tian could react, Lu Tao's fist was already hurtling toward his head. Got him. Lu Tao's lips curled into a smirk as his fist was about to connect with Jing Tian, still frozen in place. But just then an astonishing sight unfolded. Jing Tian suddenly sidestepped with ease, effortlessly dodging Lu Tao's punch. And that wasn't all. In the next instant, Jing Tian launched a counterattack. His fists flew relentlessly, raining a barrage of blows upon Lu Tao. At first, Jing Tian's punches seemed unorthodox. Having trained in kickboxing, Lu Tao found them manageable. But to his dismay, Jing Tian's punching speed far surpassed his own. Even with his awakened skill swift as the wind activated, Lu Tao couldn't keep up. How is this possible? How can Jing Tian be this fast? Lu Tao couldn't believe it. Yet the truth was undeniable. In the blink of an eye, Jing Tian's fists connected solidly, leaving Lu Tao battered and bruised. Jing Tian definitely lied. His awakened skill can't be Lucky Star. He's faster than me, so his skill must be something related to speed enhancement. Lu Tao seethed with anger. Realizing he had been deceived, he immediately confronted Jing Tian. Jing. Before Lu Tao could even finish uttering Jing Tian's name, he felt a chill at his throat and found himself unable to speak. When he reached up to touch his neck, he realized his throat had been slit. With a thud, Lu Tao collapsed to the ground lifeless. What are you doing? The two survivors guarding the supply crate and Hu Kuan, who had been watching the spectacle, were now filled with terror. You heard him, didn't you? Lu Tao was the one who said no holds barred, Jing Tian said with a smile, seeing their horrified expressions. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before them and swiftly and ruthlessly dispatched them both. Survival in the apocalypse was brutal. Decisiveness was an essential skill. Jing Tian wasn't foolish enough to leave loose ends. Hu Kuan, wake up, he said, freeing the bound man. Young Master Jing. Hu Kuan opened his weary eyes and stared in astonishment. Young Master Jing, how did you end up here? Were you captured too? Still groggy, Hu Kuan assumed Jing Tian was also a prisoner. Jing Tian chuckled. No, I'm here to rescue you. Rescue me? Hu Kuan was stunned. He remembered being in the library survivor stronghold, which housed a total of 6 awakened individuals. Even if the entire laboratory survivor stronghold came to his aid, they might not succeed, let alone Jing Tian alone. Am I dreaming? Hu Kuan wondered. Jing Tian pointed to the bodies of Lu Tao and the bound He Fengxin. Hu Kuan, do you recognize these two? Do you believe me now? Want to pinch yourself? That's He Fengxin and that guy who ambushed me. Hu Kuan followed Jing Tian's gesture, and upon seeing the bound He Fengxin and the dead Lu Tao, excitedly pinched his own cheek. Ouch, that hurts. The pain confirmed that everything was real. Despite enduring severe injuries without shedding a tear, Hu Kuan now broke down and sobbed uncontrollably. Shoo. Jing Tian quickly silenced him and explained his false alliance plan and the current situation to Hu Kuan. Hu Kuan repeatedly praised the plan after learning of Jing Tian's deception. Nothing was more satisfying than an eye for an eye. Hu Kuan. After explaining everything, Jing Tian patted him on the shoulder. I still need to figure out how to deal with the remaining 5 awakened in the library. You find a place on the 3rd floor to hide with He Fengxin. Once we've secured the library, you can settle scores with him. Understood, young Master Jing. He'll make sure we're well hidden. Hu Kuan nodded emphatically. Good. Stay hidden while I start the next phase of the plan. With that, Jing Tian left the 3rd floor and headed back to the 2nd. During his journey, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. System notification: host has killed awakened individual Lu Tao, triggering the skill sin of greed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the awakened skill swift as the wind. Ding. System notification detected that Hu Kuan's loyalty to the host has reached 100. Congratulations, host, on gaining a devoted follower. You have received a 2 boost to all basic attributes, an additional item lottery draw, and a skill enhancement card. System, do I get rewards for recruiting followers? Jing Tian was surprised by the notification. Ding. System reminder: a big villain is never a lone wolf. The host will receive system rewards for developing their own forces. System, well done. Jing Tian couldn't help but praise the system. Upon reaching the entrance to the 2nd floor, he put on a terrified expression and walked toward Yu Dinghai and his group. Bad news. Chief, you have bad news. 2 awakened intruders have appeared on the 3rd floor of the library. They're stealing. What? Yu Dinghai and his group were stunned when Jing Tian said that an invading awakened had appeared on the 3rd floor of the library. They immediately erupted in chaos. Jing Tian, are you joking? How could there be an intruder on the 3rd floor of the library? Can they possibly have grown wings and flown up? Yu Dinghai questioned. The other awakened in the library also turned to look at Jing Tian upon hearing this. If he had merely said an awakened had invaded, they might have believed him. But claiming it was who could have bypassed them on the 2nd floor and entered the 3rd without anyone noticing. Chief Yue, one of them can indeed fly, while the other can teleport a short distance, much like Hu Kuan. When Lu Tao and I clashed with them earlier, they caught us off guard. If not for Lu Tao's awakened skill, speed is paramount holding them back, I wouldn't have had a chance to come down and report. Jing Tian continued his act. Upon hearing that there truly was a flying intruder, Yu Dinghai could no longer remain seated. He stood up and said, Jing Tian, the second floor cannot be left without an awakened in command. Your lab's awakened will guard the second floor. As for the intruders on the third, leave them to us. Library awakened. Awakened of the library, follow me up to have a look. Let's see who dares to be so bold as to steal from us. Having said this, Yu Dinghai signaled Jing Tian to lead the way. He followed closely behind with the other awakened from the library. Of course, his arrangement was deliberate. If Jing Tian was lying, he could immediately coordinate with the other library awakened to subdue him. By then, even if the lab stronghold had ulterior motives, as long as Jing Tian was captured, Jing Tian and the others would have no choice but to comply. And should we follow? Lung Yuyin asked Jing Tian anxiously, seeing Jing Tian surrounded by the lab's awake. Yes, we follow. Jing Tian nodded upon hearing this. The alliance between the lab and library strongholds was a sham from the start. She would never entrust Jing Tian's safety to Yu Dinghai and his group. Moreover, whether Jing Tian's claim about intruders on the third floor was true or false, following them would bring more benefits than drawbacks. If Jing Tian's story was true, following them would allow them to help fight the intruders. Although defying Yu Dinghai's orders would anger him, she could easily justify it by citing her concern for Jing Tian's safety as his aunt. Besides, as an awakened, Yu Dinghai couldn't do much to her except complain. In contrast, if Jing Tian's story was false and they didn't follow, it would directly put Jing Tian in danger. Thinking this through, Jing Tian immediately led Lung Yuyin and Yi Fan to follow Yu Dinghai's group. Seeing Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Yi Fan coming along, Yu Dinghai was displeased. He snapped, Principal Jing, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you hear me? I told you to guard the second floor and not follow. I must follow, and there's no room for negotiation. Jing Tian retorted, seeing Yu Dinghai's anger. I am Jing Tian's aunt. Your stronghold has 6 awakened against Jing Tian alone, and his awakened skill has no combat capability. How can you expect me not to follow? TCH. Yu Dinghai clicked his tongue at Jing Zin's words. Lung Yuyin's argument was reasonable. It was clearly impossible to make Jing Tian stay behind. Fine, you can follow, but you must keep a 10-meter distance from us. We've only just formed an alliance. Asking me to turn my back to you. Would you do the same? Yu Dinghai chose to compromise. As long as Jing Tian kept her distance and Jing Tian was in his hands, he wasn't worried about her pulling any tricks. Jing Tian hesitated at Yu Dinghai's demand for a 10-meter distance. For an awakened, 10 meters was quite far. If Yu Dinghai wanted to attack Jing Tian, that distance would be enough for him to strike several times. And let's follow Chief Yu's instructions. With an external threat at hand, I believe Chief Yu won't turn on his own people. Jing Tian was now at level 9, and with his acquired talent Fleetfoot and the speed boost from his awakened skill speed, is paramount. No one could catch him if he chose to flee. Alright, I'll listen to you, Jing Tian. Jing Zin's concerns faded as Jing Tian spoke up, and she nodded in agreement. Could there really be intruders? Seeing that Jing Tian showed no sense of crisis, even while being held hostage, Yu Dinghai began to believe his words and told him to continue leading the way. Soon, under Jing Tian's lead, Yu Dinghai's group arrived at the 3rd floor of the library. The moment they reached it, they were stunned by the scene before them. Lu Tao and the 2 guards watching the supply crate lay dead in a pool of blood, their throats slit. Lu Tao and the others are. Yu Dinghai's eyes widened at the sight of the 3 bodies. Seizing the moment, Jing Tian urged, quick, check if the supplies in the crate are still there. Right, go check if the supplies are still there. Following Jing Tian's prompt, Yu Dinghai hastily ordered one of his underlings to inspect the crate. At the same time, he drew a dagger and fixed his gaze on Jing Tian. If Jing Tian made any suspicious move, he would strike immediately. But to Yu Dinghai's frustration, Jing Tian remained still, simply standing before him. Could it really be the intruder's doing? Yu Dinghai was torn. He had initially suspected Jing Tian was up to something, but based on his current behavior, Jing Tian didn't. Gradually, Yu Dinghai's suspicion of Jing Tian waned, and his attention shifted from Jing Tian to the various corners of the 3rd floor, searching for signs of the Chief Yu. The supplies in the crate we already opened are almost all still there. As for the other unopened crate, I didn't dare to open it. The underling Yu Dinghai had sent to inspect the crate reported. Yu Dinghai felt a surge of joy, but soon sensed something was off. The 2 intruders had killed Lu Tao and the crate guards, so why had they left the supplies almost untouched? Were they after something else? Just as Yu Dinghai was puzzled, Jing Tian's voice rang out again. Chief Yue, where is Hu Kuan? Where is Hu Kuan, who was tied up by the crate? And He Fengxin? The bound He Fengxin is gone too. What is going on? Jing Tian suddenly confronted Yu Dinghai's group. The 2 intruders didn't take the supplies, but specifically took the people our lab wanted. What does this mean? Yu Dinghai was baffled by Jing Tian's accusation. What was Jing Tian implying? Did he think the intruders were none other than the library's own? Jing Tian, what do you mean by that? Do you think I staged this with my men just to avoid handing over He Fengxin and Hu Kuan? Yu Dinghai was enraged by Jing Tian's audacity. Then find them for me. Jing Tian shouted back, then turned to Jing Tian and the others. And He Fengxin and Hu Kuan are missing. What? Upon hearing this, Jing Tian abandoned the 10-meter distance agreement with Yu Dinghai and led Lung Yuyin and Yi Fan toward Jing Tian. Jing Tian, don't come any closer. Yu Dinghai roared as the situation spiraled out of control. I swear this isn't our doing. Stop right there, or you'll have no choice but to act against Jing Tian. Chief Yue, who do you think you're threatening? Just as Yu Dinghai finished speaking, Jing Tian's cold laugh reached his ears. Yu Dinghai instantly sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. In the moment his attention shifted to Jing Tian, Jing Tian's dagger swiftly and accurately slit his throat. Jing Tian Yu Dinghai never expected that the instant he took his eyes off Jing Tian would be his last. He collapsed into a pool of blood and despair. The four remaining awakened from the library stronghold stared at Jing Tian in horror as Yu Dinghai was killed. His speed was so blinding that none of them had time to react. Jing Tian, what are you doing? The four awakened ones in the library stronghold looked at Jing Tian and demanded. Yet to their surprise, Jing Tian not only ignored their questions, but instead turned the tables on them. Speak. Where did you hide my brother Hu Kuan and that traitor He Fengxin? Hidden where? We have no idea what you're talking about. The remaining four awakened in the library were utterly bewildered. They truly had no clue where Hu Kuan and He Fengxin were. Could there be some misunderstanding? One of the awakened in the library, seeing Jing Tian's agitation, quickly explained, Jing Tian, we really don't know where Hu Kuan and He Fengxin are. How about we check other strongholds tomorrow and see what's going on? Yu Dinghai is already dead and you still want talk. Don't blame us then. Yu Yin, make your move. Without further words to the remaining four awakened in the library, Jing Tian directly ordered Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin to attack. Seeing Jing Tian was about to attack them, the remaining four awakened in the library were terrified and panicked. Now that Lu Tao and Yu Dinghai were dead, the library awakened had lost their numerical advantage. Under such circumstances, if they engaged Jing Tian's group, they too would likely be killed. Jing Tian, no, young Master Jing. This is truly a misunderstanding. We are completely in the dark. The remaining four awakened in the library tried to explain, but Jing Tian gave them no chance. He immediately drew out a Gatling gun, and together with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin launched an attack. In just a few breaths, the remaining four awakened in the library were hit one after another and fell to the ground. Even as they breathed their last, their minds were still racing with the question, who had taken Hu Kuan and He Fengxin? Jing Tian took them all out so quickly. Yi Fan found it unbelievable that the awakened in the library stronghold were completely wiped out. He had expected a fierce battle, but never imagined the library awakened would offer so little resistance. Jing Tian, where are Hu Kuan and the others? Don't tell your aunt they were really taken away. Seeing all the library awakened eliminated, Jing Tian looked at Jing Tian and teased. Given the speed and combat prowess Jing Tian had displayed when killing Yu Dinghai and the others, he could hardly be the same harmless panicked person who had run to report to Yu Dinghai earlier. The only plausible explanation was that everything had been deliberately orchestrated by Jing Tian. Hu Kuan, no need to hide. Bring He Fengxin out. Seeing Jing Zin's inquiry, Jing Tian snapped his fingers and said, Young Master Jing, have you already eliminated all the awakened in the library stronghold? Hu Kuan, hearing Jing Tian call for him, emerged from behind a bookshelf dragging He Fengxin and asked in astonishment. All taken care of. I used a little trick to throw them into disarray, then took out their leader Yu Dinghai first. The remaining four had lost their will to fight before the battle even began, and they were dealt with in no time. Jing Tian replied with a faint smile. Young Master Jing truly lives up to being the son of Hongwu Group's chairman. Your strategy is incredible. Hu Kuan recalled the earlier conversation between Jing Tian and Yu Dinghai, his face filled with admiration. Jing Tian's acting was nothing short of Oscar-worthy. Even listening from behind the bookshelf, he had almost been fooled. Tisk, such cunning and deceit. What's the difference between that and a petty scoundrel? And yet someone actually praises it. Yi Fan, overhearing Hu Kuan's praise for Jing Tian, snorted in displeasure. So classmate Yi Fan, how would you have broken the deadlock? Jing Tian, not one to tolerate Yi Fan's grumbling, immediately retorted. Yi Fan hadn't expected Jing Tian to ask him for a solution, and his mind went completely blank. He had never thought about how to break the deadlock, so how could he have a plan? After a long silence, unable to save face, Yi Fan's face flushed red with anger, and he roared, I would never resort to such despicable methods. If it were me, I would have faced Yu Dinghai and his men in an honorable battle. How naive. Jing Tian showed no mercy in his rebuttal. The apocalypse has descended, and people's hearts are unfathomable. The path of survival is fraught with hardship. Yi Fan, you call my tactics ruthless, but I use them on my enemies, not on my own people. If I can eliminate the enemy with minimal losses, then that is the best strategy for me and my comrades. As for your so-called honorable battle, why didn't you go and fight Yu Dinghai and his 6 awakened single-handedly just now? Were you perhaps scared then? And since you despise scheming, why didn't you challenge the tyrant zombie to a unknown duel to the death when you fought it? Why did you call for our help when you were weakened? Was ganging up on the tyrant zombie with superior numbers considered honorable? To be honest, you can only stand on that moral high ground because you are not the victim. If it were you being beaten instead, would you still be saying these things? Don't forget, someone once lured a tyrant zombie to attack me. Was that person being on? Jing Tian launched a tirade at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was thoroughly battered and bruised by the verbal assault. Unable to utter a single word of rebuttal, he gnashed his teeth for a long while before spitting out, "Jing Tian, you're nothing but a bully who relies on your power." With that, he fled in panic, retreating to the second floor of the library. That Yi Fan. Jing Xian watched Yi Fan's departing figure utterly speechless. She then walked over to Jing Tian, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Our Jing Tian is still the clever one. You were already plotting before the fight even began. How could we not win with that?" Exactly. If young Master Jing hadn't used his strategy, a heating clash between our laboratory stronghold and the library stronghold would have cost countless lives. Hu Kuan chimed in with Jing Zin's words. It's just as well that it wasn't Yi Fan who got beaten, or I guarantee he wouldn't be saying these things. Indecisiveness is the greatest taboo in the apocalypse. That Yi Fan sighed. Lung Yuyin shook her head and sighed. Survival in the apocalypse was incredibly difficult. Even she, a member of a reclusive clan, had found herself in danger many times. If everyone were as naive as Yi Fan, humanity would have been wiped out by the zombies long ago. By the way, Jing Tian, how did you suddenly become so strong? Lu Tao was an awakened with the skill speed is paramount. How did you take him down single-handedly? Once Yi Fan's farce was over, Jing Xian recalled everything and turned to ask Jing Tian. I killed the tyrant zombie and then cleared the zombies in the teaching building room by room. I've now reached level 9. Even without an awakened skill, all my attributes surpass Lu Tao's. When he activates his skill, speed is paramount. Jing Tian explained with a faint smile. Jing Tian, you're already level 9. I'm only level 2. You're really putting your aunt to shame. Jing Xian was astounded to hear that Jing Tian was already level 9. Just luck, really. I got good equipment from the first supply crate, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am now. Jing Tian said modestly. And who says luck isn't part of strength? Jing Xian smiled at his modesty. It's getting late. Let's move the supply crates back to the laboratory survivor stronghold. With 2 crates now, we're sure to make it into the top 3. Jing Tian nodded in agreement with Jing Xian. He still had many system rewards unused. Now that the work was done, he could go back and use them all to boost his strength further. Especially the item draw and the skill enhancement card. He hadn't used those 2 yet. Z City University. The survivor stronghold at the library. After slaying the awakened ones, Yu Dinghai, Lu Tao, and 4 others, who had awakened within the library, Jing Tian and his group carrying supply crates, and Yu Dinghai's corpse descended from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor where the survivors resided. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, they slammed Yu Dinghai's body heavily onto the ground. That's Chief Yu. Is he dead? The crowd in the library stronghold was utterly astonished. As they trembled in uncertainty, not knowing what to do, Jing Tian's voice rang out. Yu Dinghai is dead. Survivors of the library stronghold, you now have only 2 paths. Either join Yu Dinghai in the underworld or surrender and join our laboratory stronghold. As he spoke, Jing Tian pulled out his Gatling gun, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Upon hearing this, the survivors in the library stronghold exchanged glances, then unanimously raised their hands in surrender. Now that Yu Dinghai and his 5 awakened followers were dead, the stronghold, bereft of any awakened to lead them, had no capacity to fight Jing Tian and his group. Moreover, they found no reason to fight Jing Tian's group. Living in the library stronghold or the laboratory stronghold, it was all the same to them. For them, it was merely a change of residence and overseers. Since Yu Dinghai had never granted them any benefits beyond basic rations, why should they risk their lives for him? To defeat the enemy, first capture their leader. There's wisdom in that. Hu Kuan exclaimed excitedly as he saw the library survivors surrender en masse shortly after Jing Tian's declaration. Indeed, Jing Xian agreed with a faint smile. In this apocalypse, survivors have simple desires: to stay alive. They care little about who holds the reins. When we first arrived at the library, Yu Dinghai exploited this very mindset, pressuring the laboratory survivors to make us submit. But what he didn't know was that we would turn the tables and stage a fake alliance. As Jing Xian spoke, a thought struck her. She mused, we need to foster a sense of belonging among the survivors toward the laboratory stronghold, otherwise they might easily betray us. And we could implement a tiered distribution system. Jing Tian responded to Jing Zin's remark. He suggested with a faint smile, the supply crates contain food of varying quality. We can reserve the best for the awakened, the next tier for the veteran survivors of our stronghold, and the lowest tier for the newest arrivals. This way we'll secure the support not only of the awakened but also of the veteran survivors. With a clear path for advancement, we can also win over the newcomers. A sound plan, Jing Xian nodded. With differentiated treatment, they would effectively hand benefits directly to the survivors. Thus, when the time came for them to consider switching sides, they would hesitate, weighing their own interests. They would never again blindly align themselves as they did when Yu Dinghai proposed an alliance with the laboratory. Let's proceed with this approach. Having decided on the strategy for handling the survivors, Jing Xian addressed the library survivors. It's getting late. Since you've all chosen to join our laboratory stronghold, let's waste no time and head back immediately. Z City University. Laboratory Survivor Stronghold. Upon returning, Jing Tian promptly convened a meeting to implement the tiered system proposed by Jing Tian. Knowing the meeting's agenda, Jing Tian excused himself, claiming fatigue from the earlier battle, and retreated to his room on the second floor of the laboratory. Of course, fatigue was merely Jing Tian's pretext. His true intention was to use all the accumulated system rewards to further enhance his strength. I never had the chance to use the accumulated system rewards until now. Finally, Jing Tian stretched as he entered his room, just as he was about to summon the system to utilize the rewards. A series of system notifications rang out in his mind. Ding system notice: host has slain the awakened Yu Ding Hai, triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Telekinesis. Ding system notice: host has slain the awakened Liao Wei, triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Stealth Strike. Ding system notice: host has slain the awakened Kai Ji, triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Clairvoyance. Ding system notice: host has slain the awakened Xia Ke, triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Time Reversal. Ding system notice: host has slain the awakened Zhao Lin, triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Indestructible. Are these the rewards for slaying Yu Ding Hai and his group? Jing Tian was elated by the system's notifications. Excitedly, he said, "System, display the descriptions of these 5 skills." Ding system notice: descriptions of skills Telekinesis, Stealth Strike, Clairvoyance, Time Reversal, Indestructible are as follows. Telekinesis upon activation allows the host to remotely manipulate an object. The range and weight of the object are enhanced by the host's spiritual power. Current cooldown 10 minutes. Manipulation duration 30 seconds. Range 5 meters. Weight limit 5 kilograms. Stealth Strike upon activation causes a target to lose sight of the host for 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Clairvoyance upon activation allows the host to see through walls and observe any desired location within 5 meters. Cooldown 10 minutes. Time Reversal upon activation allows the host to reverse their own time by 3 to 5 seconds, the exact duration chosen by the host. Cooldown 30 minutes. Indestructible upon activation envelopes the host in a golden light, forming a protective armor. The armor's defense is 3 times the host's physique. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Have all these skills grown stronger? Jing Tian was astonished to discover that the skills he had acquired through Sin of Greed were several tiers more powerful than those of their original owners. It seems the disparity in levels isn't just about attribute panels, the real gap lies in the skills themselves. System display my life resume. Ding system notice: display successful. Host's life resume is as follows: name Jing Tian, gender male, height 188 centimeters, identity one of the 3 young masters of Yin Nation, chairman of Hongwu Group, the leading company in Z City, and the only son of Jing Hong. Level 9 experience 16006, 4000, reputation 0, gold coins 0, strength 78, spirit 78, physique 73, accumulated chi stolen from protagonist, Yifan 27, remaining usable villain Shi 23. 5 points. Unused rewards from villain system: acquired talent lottery draws 2, item lottery draws 2, skill enhancement cards, weapon blue fire Gatling gun 4,500 rounds of ammunition. Skills: Sin of Greed, Blood Blaze, Telekinesis, Stealth Strike, Clairvoyance, Time Reversal, Swiftness, Indestructible. Innate talents: villain destined to be opposed by the protagonist group, an eternal adversary of the protagonist. Rich heir, extraordinary background, immense wealth. Acquired talents: bad boy, lucky star, teamwork, makes the dream work, swift runner. Systems: villain system, life resume system. Aside from my awakened skill Sin of Greed, I've now acquired 7 additional skills. Truly a villain. Now this is more like a proper villain. Ding system notice: host still has 2 acquired talent lottery draws, 2 item lottery draws, and 2 skill enhancement cards unused. Would you like to use them now? System: use them now. Ding system notification: innate talent lottery is now commencing. Ding system notification: the first draw of the innate talent lottery has concluded. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate talent Carefree Spirit. Ding system notification: the second draw of the innate talent lottery has concluded. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate talent Impotence. Ding system notification: the lottery has concluded. May I ask if the host wishes to use the newly acquired innate talents for yourself or bestow them upon another? System: as per the usual protocol, let me first review the description of these innate talents. Ding system notification: the descriptions of the innate talents Carefree Spirit and Impotence are as follows. Carefree Spirit: the recipient of this talent will have their spiritual energy recovery rate increased by 50%, spiritual energy increased by 10 points, and resistance to spiritual energy-based skills increased by 50%. Impotence: the recipient of this talent will suffer from erectile dysfunction, a 20% decrease in charm, and a 20% decrease in strength, and good heavens, it's a good thing I checked the description first. The Impotence talent is utterly disastrous. Jing Tian was taken aback as he listened to the system's explanation of the innate talents. Had it not been for his prudent habit of reviewing the descriptions of newly acquired innate talents before utilizing them, he would have narrowly escaped the catastrophic mistake. System, apply the innate talent carefree spirit to me and bestow the innate talent impotence upon ye fan. Ding system notification, the innate talents have been applied. The innate talent impotence will take effect tomorrow morning. Not bad. In some novels the protagonist is born impotent. I suppose I've just added a touch of that destined quality. Jing Tian chuckled wickedly. He then called out to the system again. System, initiate the item lottery. Ding system notification, the item lottery is now commencing. Ding system notification, the first draw of the item lottery has concluded. Congratulations host for obtaining 10 decoy grenades. Ding system notification, the second draw of the item lottery has concluded. Congratulations host for obtaining 1 single soldier rocket launcher. 10 decoy grenades. And a rocket launcher. Jing Tian's spirits soared as he heard the system's notifications for the item lottery. He had been worried about running out of decoy grenades, and now the system had given him 10 at once, instantly curing his fear of insufficient ammunition. Now all that's left are the awakened skill enhancement cards. But I have 8 awakened skills and only 2 cards. Which skills should I use them on? Having finished with the innate talent and item lotteries, Jing Tian began to ponder over the awakened skill enhancement cards. As he pondered, he deliberated for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Jing Tian finally made up his mind about which 2 skills to enhance. He called out to the system, System, enhance the awakened skills Greed, Sin, and Time Rewind. Ding system notification, the awakened skills Greed, Sin, and Time Rewind have been successfully enhanced. The attribute improvements are as follows. Greed, Sin, while stripping and awakened of their skill, the stolen skill will undergo a greed enhancement, greatly increasing its attributes. Furthermore, when the host uses a skill acquired through Greed, Sin, the host will be blessed by Greed, Sin, and the skill will be imbued with Greed's black mist, granting it dark attribute attacks. Time Rewind, the cooldown time is reduced from 30 minutes to 15 minutes, and the rewound time is increased from 3 to 5 seconds to 3 to 7 seconds. The enhancement to Greed, Sin is far greater than that of Time Rewind. Does that mean the stronger the skill, the greater the enhancement from a skill enhancement card? After listening to the system's notifications, Jing Tian analyzed internally. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside the room he was in. Just as he was wondering who it could be, Lung Yuan's knock came from outside the door. Jing Tian, are you still awake? Jing Tian recognized Lung Yuan's voice, got up, and opened the door. Yuan, is my aunt done with her talk? Yes, she's finished. Now the survivors in our lab's survivor stronghold are divided into 4 categories. The first category is awakened, who can choose high-quality food. The second category is veteran survivors with significant contributions who can choose regular food and occasionally receive high-quality food supplements. The third category is ordinary veteran survivors who receive 1 portion of regular food per meal. The fourth category is the newest batch of survivors who, until they earn merit, receive only half a portion of regular food per meal. As Lung Yuan spoke, she took out 2 self-heating hot pots. My aunt specially saved these for us. Jing Tian, let's eat together. A hot pot. I didn't expect to have hot pot in the apocalypse. Jing Tian smiled and said, looks like we're in for a treat today. Yes, you worked so hard today. This will be a good chance for you to replenish your strength. As Lung Yuan spoke, she began to prepare the self-heating hot pot for Jing Tian. Seeing this, Jing Tian eagerly stepped in to help. Carelessly, their fingers brushed against each other. The sensation was like a numbing electric shock. You 2 aren't even married yet, but you're already acting like an old married couple. It's truly enviable. Jing Xian stood at the doorway holding a self-heating hot pot, watching Jing Tian and Lung Yuan with an amused Andy smile. Aunt. Hearing Jing Zin's voice, Jing Tian quickly turned to look at the doorway. Seeing that it was indeed Jing Xian, he asked with slight embarrassment, Aunt, what are you doing here? Well, you 2 are my only family in this lab, so I thought I'd come eat with you for some company. But it seems I've come at a bad time. Jing Xian shrugged helplessly. No, Aunt, you've come at the perfect time. Jing Tian quickly replied, eating together always makes the food taste better. Yes, Aunt, please come in. Lung Yuan said as she walked over to Jing Xian and pulled her inside. You 2 lovebirds are wonderful. Sigh, back in my room am all alone and here am just a third wheel. Jing Xian teased with a smile, just as the 3 of them were happily chatting. A mechanical notification sound suddenly echoed in their minds. Apocalypse game notification, it is now midnight. The survivor strongholds in Z University will be reduced from 5 to 3 effective immediately. The 3 advancing strongholds are the swimming pool, the laboratory building, and the D-dormitory male dormitory. The 2 eliminated strongholds are the football field and the library. Apocalypse game notification, giant animal zombies have been activated. From now on, the human faction will face not only human zombies, but also giant animal zombies. Apocalypse game notification, human faction supply crates have been upgraded to Phase 2. They contain various high-quality weapons and equipment. Survivors can enhance their strength by searching for Phase 2 supply crates and striving to survive and grow stronger in the apocalypse. Apocalypse game notification: giant cockroach zombies, giant mosquito zombies, and giant rat zombies have appeared at Z University. Defeating them will grant high experience points and special equipment rewards. Their current locations are the school cafeteria, the back mountain, and the commercial street respectively. Apocalypse game notification: in 48 hours the number of survivor strongholds at Z University will be further reduced from 3 to 2. The 2 advancing strongholds will also receive a promotion reward. All survivors will gain high experience points. Additionally, awakened individuals will receive an extra personal equipment supply. Apocalypse game notification: all survivors are now bound to their current survivor strongholds. The reward distribution list for this apocalypse game will be allocated according to the current survivor stronghold roster. Truly worthy of the apocalypse. Just when we had mastered the techniques to combat human zombies, it throws us a colossal animal zombie with no clue how to handle it. As the apocalypse game's notification ended, Jing Tian let out a long sigh. I wonder when this apocalypse game will ever come. Is the apocalypse game also happening outside Z University? Forget it, let's have hot pot first. With the apocalypse upon us, seizing the moment to enjoy life is paramount. Jing Tian said, inhaling the aroma wafting from the self-heating hot pot with satisfaction. Andy, how about we send a team to check outside the school tomorrow? Jing Tian said as he pulled out disposable chopsticks. That's feasible, Jing Tian nodded. We know nothing about the outside of Z University, now we really should send a few people to gather intelligence. And see if we can contact the Jing family. Remember, your aunt is a special forces general. If she could help us, we wouldn't have to live so harshly like this anymore. My aunt is a special forces general. Jing Tian was taken aback. He knew he had a wealthy background, but he never expected it also included a military one. You rascal, your aunt is rarely home, so you've forgotten her already. Let me remind you, every new year there's a cousin who pesters you to play real-life CS. Now does that ring a bell? Jing Tian quickly prompted when she saw Jing Tian had forgotten his aunt. A cousin who pesters me to play real-life CS. Hearing this, Jing Tian's mind instantly conjured an image of a sweet, adorable, lowly girl who was obsessed with tinkering with firearms. Is it Jingya? Jing Tian asked, looking at Jing Tian. Yes, that little troublemaker Jingya. Her mother is a special forces general, and she's perfectly inherited her mother's passion for guns. Jing Tian laughed and teased as Jing Tian remembered. Suddenly, it seemed something occurred to her. She looked at Jing Tian and jested. Jing Tian, that girl Jingya always said she wanted to be your bride. When you bring Yi in to meet her, I wonder how you'll handle it, he. That was just something my cousin said when we were playing house as kids. She surely doesn't think that way now. Annie, hurry up and eat your hot pot. Here, have this slice of tripe. Seeing Jing Zin's delight in stirring up trouble, Jing Tian quickly tried to silence her. Haha, bribed by a slice of tripe, you'll keep quiet then. Jing Tian burst into laughter. Jing Tian could only sigh helplessly and cast a deep affectionate look at Lung Yuyin to prove his innocence. To his surprise, Lung Yuyin was watching the scene and snickering. You two really? Let's just eat, Jing Tian said, seeing the pleasant atmosphere in the room. On the surface he wore a look of resignation, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Perhaps this was what a family meal should feel like. The next day at 7 in the morning on the first floor of the lab. The survivors aiming to set out at 8 sharp to find the second phase supply crates had already gotten up and were lining up to collect their breakfast. This apocalypse game is truly inhumane. We can't even beat evolved zombies, and now it throws giant animal zombies at us. How are we supposed to survive? A survivor who had received half a pack of instant noodles complained to the person next to him while munching. The person beside him, nibbling on the other half of the instant noodles, nodded. Exactly. Our current combat strength. Frankly, it takes several people to take down an ordinary zombie. Forget evolved or giant animal zombies. If we ever encounter something like that, we'd only be slaughtered. Brothers, a survivor who had received half a coarse bread loaf, overhearing the chatter, came over to join in. What do you think of the awakened ones at the lab survivor base? They managed to take down the 6 awakened ones, including Yu Dinghai from the library base we were at before. They must be stronger than them, of course. Just as the survivor with the half loaf finished speaking, a voice chimed in from behind him belonging to a survivor holding a whole pack of instant noodles. Let me tell you, our lab base's Jing Tian is a ruthless guy who killed a tyrant zombie. Do you think the 6 awakened ones from the library could stand a chance against our lab's 5 awakened ones? Remember that the apocalypse game mentioned a high experience reward for killing a tyrant zombie. After Jing Tian killed that tyrant zombie, his level is probably way higher than ours now. Right, the apocalypse game has levels too. It's a pity I'm only level 1. Since the game started, I've just been running for my life and never actually fought a zombie. The survivor with the half loaf sighed. Only level 1. That's pretty weak, bro. I'm already level 2. Last time we followed Jing Tian to the teaching building to look for supply crates, he led us straight through killing zombies all the way. Almost everyone who went that time leveled up. The survivor with the whole pack of instant noodles said, a look of pride spreading across his face. I envy you. At the library survivor base, we barely ever fought zombies. When we had to, it was always the 6 awakened ones like Yu Dinghai who handled it. At least 90% of us ordinary folks have never killed a zombie. The survivor, gnawing on the half pack of instant noodles, said enviously. Brothers, no need to envy. Remember this time the Apocalypse game said that if our base successfully advances, well, all get an experience reward. When that happens you'll level up too, maybe even past level 2. The survivor with the whole pack of instant noodles comforted them, seeing the envious looks from those around him. Yet hearing that I'm suddenly not so reluctant to go look for supply crates. I'm even a bit excited. The survivor with the half loaf said, his face lighting up with excitement, his earlier gloom vanishing. Ah! The old survivors of the lab and the new ones were chatting away. Suddenly a scream caught their attention. As they turned toward the source of the sound, they saw a bald man staring at his pants in terror. What's with that guy? Making such a fuss? I thought a zombie was attacking. Who knows, maybe he had a nightmare. The survivors on the first floor of the lab looked at Yi Fan in confusion, not understanding why he was screaming. But in that lab, one person knew exactly why Yi Fan was screaming. That was Jing Tian. The acquired talent impotence has it taken effect. Jing Tian listened to Yi Fan's screams with a look of amusement, until he saw Yi Fan turn around and secretly tug at his pants to check. He confirmed that Yi Fan's scream was indeed due to the effect of the acquired talent impotence. It's just the chosen one's exclusive impotence physique, and look how scared he is. Jing Tian smirked at Yi Fan's reaction. At the same time, Jing Zin's voice rang out in the lab survivor base. Has everyone received their food? If you haven't, come get it immediately. There's not much time left until 8 o'clock. Everyone speed it up. At 8 sharp, the team searching for supply crates will set off immediately. Now every one of us in the lab survivor base is in the same boat. If our base advances in 2 days, well, all receive a high experience reward. Jing Xin urged the survivors who hadn't picked up their food to hurry at the supply point. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan suppressed the despair in his heart. He walked to the supply point and picked up a pack of compressed biscuits. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why has my body suddenly become so weak? Last night, to guard against Jing Tian poisoning me, I swapped food with others. But why are those who ate my food fine, while could I have been drugged again while I was asleep? No, I have to cultivate my own informants within the lab survivor base. Otherwise at this rate I'll die without even knowing how. Terrified, Yi Fan gripped his compressed biscuits, his eyes scanning the lab survivors for suitable candidates to win over. After a moment, Yi Fan's gaze settled on a hot girl. It was none other than Su Qianqian, the one Jing Tian had previously told to get lost. That's Su Qianqian. Wasn't she Jing Tian's girlfriend before the apocalypse descended? Why isn't she going to Jing Tian to reconnect? Did they have a fight? Or did he dump her? Makes sense. That playboy Jing Tian has set his sights on Lung Yuyin, so of course had looked down on her. She must be full of resentment toward Jing Tian now. I was just worrying about finding a suitable person to win over, and here with this thought, Yi Fan gripped his compressed biscuits and walked towards Su Qianqian, who had surrendered from the library base to the lab. You're Su Qianqian, right? Is half a pack of instant noodles enough to fill you? I have a pack of compressed biscuits here. If you're still hungry, you can have it. Yi Fan walked up to Su Qianqian and offered her his compressed biscuits. Su Qianqian, surprised that someone would share food in the apocalypse, looked up at Yi Fan in shock. Why is this guy giving me food for no reason? Is he interested in me? What should I do? He seems to be an awakened one. If I offend him, I might be in big trouble. Su Qianqian analyzed inwardly for a moment before finally reaching out to take the compressed biscuits Yi Fan offered. Are you Yi Fan? I've heard of you. They say you're an awakened one. Is there something you need from me? Su Qianqian was very cautious with Yi Fan. Yi Fan pointed at Jing Tian and asked Su Qianqian, I heard you used to be Jing Tian's girlfriend. He's doing pretty well for himself now. Why don't you go and reconnect with him? Reconcile with Jing Tian. Su Qianqian listened to Yi Fan's words. She seemed to think of something terrifying, her face turning pale. In her eyes, the reason Jing Tian had dumped her was because he had learned about her past relationship with a sugar daddy. She knew she was moreover, Jing Tian already had a new girlfriend. Unless she was foolish, she wouldn't seek him out again. If he still harbored any resentment towards her in this apocalyptic setting, there was a 90% chance he would kill her. Jing Tian and I parted on good terms. Besides, he has a new girlfriend now. Why should I go and reconcile with him? Su Qianqian pretended they had broken up amicably. Yi Fan was startled. He hadn't expected her to speak so well of Jing. Filled with resentment, he said angrily, you were his ex-girlfriend. Now that he's doing so well, he hasn't taken care of you at all. Don't you feel any bitterness towards him? Yi Fan grew more agitated. He couldn't understand why Su Qianqian held no anger. He even thought Su Qianqian was a particularly innocent and good woman deceived by Jing Tian, and that was why she was defending him. What's with Yi Fan? Su Qianqian was startled by his agitation. But soon she realized that Yi Fan had a grudge against Jing Tian. Her eyes immediately welled up. With a sob, she threw herself into Yi Fan's arms, crying, now the lab is run by Jing Tian's aunt. Someone ordinary like me, even if I'm angry at Jing Tian, what can I do about it? On the other hand, Jing Tian is an awakener with, if I pester him, he'll surely kill me. Su Qianqian cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Yi Fan was stunned. It was the first time he had seen a girl cry, just as he wondered whether to hug her in comfort. Su Qianqian subtly took a step back, crouching to wipe her tears. Su Qianqian, don't worry. From now on I'll look after you and protect you. Yi Fan, realizing Su Qianqian did have grievances against Jing Tian, but was simply afraid, immediately began to win her over. Su Qianqian nodded. Yi Fan, you're a good person. I trust you. Leave it to me. Seeing Su Qianqian's attitude towards him had clearly shifted, Yi Fan felt smug as he thought of Jing Tian. Jing Tian, oh Jing Tian. Everything around you will be taken by me. Su Qianqian is just the beginning. Lung Yuyan and your aunt, they will all be mine eventually. And you will die a miserable death. Yi Fan was reveling in his triumph when suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, system notification, a battle has occurred between the giant cockroach zombie and the mist zombie in the school cafeteria. The mist zombie is severely injured and defeated. If the host finds the injured mist zombie in the cafeteria and dresses her wounds, her favorability towards you will increase. The mist zombie was severely injured by the giant cockroach zombie in the school cafeteria. Yi Fan was shocked by the system prompt. He had that zombies would fight each other. Looks like there's another chance to expand my forces. And this time it's an evolved zombie. Heh. Jing Tian, just go ahead and flaunt your aunt's backing. When my forces surpass yours, that will be your day of reckoning. Yi Fan thought to himself, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Su Qianqian, who was pretending to cry beside Yi Fan, saw this and was puzzled. What's wrong with Yi Fan? He seems so simple-minded. But it's good that he's simple-minded. He's an awakener captivated by my beauty. I can use him to improve my living standards and have him shield me when danger comes. Both Yi Fan and Su Qianqian had their own agendas. Meanwhile, right after the chosen one Yi Fan received the system prompt, the system alert also rang in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, big villain system alert, the chosen one Yi Fan has received a system prompt. In the school cafeteria, the mist zombie has been severely injured by the giant cockroach zombie. Finding her and dressing her wounds will earn her favor. Ding, big villain system alert, please have the host dress the mist zombie's wounds before the chosen one Yi Fan to earn her favor. Completing this task will deduct 2 luck points from the chosen one Yi Fan and reward the host with skill enhancement card 1, item draw chance 1, acquired talent draw chance 1, and all attributes 10. Dress the wounds of the severely injured mist zombie. As expected, protagonists in an apocalypse always have some ambiguous relationship. Jing Tian listened to the big villain system's reminder, complaining inwardly as he glanced at Yi Fan. In that glance, he saw Su Qianqian beside him. Isn't that Su Qianqian with the acquired talents of green tea and unlucky charm? How did Yi Fan get involved with her? Did he? Well, Su Qianqian might be a pitfall, but she's also one of the top 10 campus beauties at Z City University. It's normal for Yi Fan to be truly, you can search far and wide, but find nothing yet catch it without effort. Su Qianqian is such a huge pitfall, and without me lifting a finger, Yi Fan walked right into it. Perfect. Jing Tian was immensely amused watching the chosen one Yi Fan latch on a Su Qianqian. I wonder what expression Su Qianqian would have if she knew Yi Fan was impotent. The more Jing Tian thought about it, the more interesting it became. Meanwhile, Jing Xian, seeing it was almost 8 o'clock, walked over to Jing Tian and said, Jing Tian, be careful on this mission. I sent Hu Kuan to gather intel outside Z City University. In your team going for the second-tier supply crate, only Lung Yuyan and Yi Fan are awakeners. It will be more difficult than last time. It's fine, Aunt. I killed the tyrant zombie, so I have a significant level advantage. Don't worry. Jing Tian smiled back, seeing his aunt's concern for his safety. You little rascal, hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. Jing Xian then addressed everyone in the lab survivor base. Alright, it's 8 o'clock. Set off now. The team leader for this operation is still Jing Tian. Everyone must follow his orders. If I hear of anyone disobeying, don't blame me for being harsh. Rest assured, Principal Jing. We will follow Jing Tian's orders. The lab survivors all nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Jing Tian was no longer just a rich second-generation kid with connections. He was a true, capable leader. We're all old friends, so I won't waste words. Let's move out. Jing Tian didn't say anything superfluous and immediately led the team out. This time, without someone like He Fengxin to object, Jing Tian's group quickly arrived at the Z City University cafeteria. They were stunned by the stench emanating from inside. The corpses in the cafeteria after 2 days had begun to rot. The smell was even more nauseating than the odor from a dead rat in a trash can. Swarms of flies gathered at the cafeteria entrance, buzzing incessantly. Peering through the crack in the cafeteria door, they saw countless cockroaches and rats surging like a tide inside. Ugh! Most of the lab survivors immediately threw up at the entrance, vomiting up all the breakfast they had eaten that morning. This is quite different from our last visit to the cafeteria. Jing Tian resisted the urge to vomit, analyzing the scene at the cafeteria entrance. Soon he spotted a fresh corpse. What's that? Could it be that someone has beaten us to it? Jing Tian peered through the cafeteria entrance. After spotting a fresh corpse being gnawed on by rats inside, he turned back to inform them. Everyone, I've found a fresh corpse in the cafeteria. In other words, survivors from another stronghold have arrived here before us. What? The laboratory survivor team was stunned. They hadn't expected anyone else to choose the same objective. Someone got here first. What do we do now? According to the Apocalypse game's reminder, each supply point has only 1 crate. If they arrived first, could they have already taken it? The crate might already be gone. Should we head to another supply point or go in and check the situation first? I think we should just go to another supply point. There are 3 survivor strongholds and 3 supply points. 1 per team is fair. There's no need to fight over this one. But what if they split their team into 2 groups? The laboratory survivor team buzzed with debate. Yifan stepped forward upon hearing this. We must go inside and check. The crate must still be there. Our enemy this time is the giant cockroach zombie. With such a terror guarding the place, they couldn't have taken it so easily. Moreover, if we go in now, we might catch them both weakened and reap the benefits. Well said. Jing Tian listened to Yifan and applauded with a smile. Yifan is right. Although others have arrived first, that doesn't mean they've already retrieved the crate. Therefore, we must go in and see. Yifan, you possess the awakened skill giant elephant strength. He'll trouble you to lead the way. With that, Jing Tian looked at Yifan. The rest of the laboratory survivor team also turned their gazes toward him. Yifan was the one who insisted on entering to check the situation. Moreover, he was an awakened. It was only natural for him to take the lead. Yifan hadn't expected things to turn out this way. But now the tide was against him. He had proposed the idea, was an awakened, and had been singled out by Jing Tian. In other words, he had no other choice. You sly Jing Tian. I gave such a good suggestion, and you schemed against me. Yifan shot a venomous glare at Jing Tian before silently moving to the very front of the team. Now that others had arrived first, setting aside the crate, Yifan's greatest worry was the mist zombie gravely injured by the giant cockroach zombie. If the mist zombie were discovered by these people from other strongholds and killed for experience points, his budding dream of building a faction would be shattered. Such a strong stench. The smell in here is unbearable. As Yifan pushed open the cafeteria door, an even more pungent odor assailed him. To keep the foul smell from nauseating him, he thought of a way to combat it after a few complaints. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothes to cover his nose, greatly reducing the impact of the stench. But just as he solved that problem, a new trouble appeared before him. The cafeteria floor was covered in cockroaches and rats. To venture deeper inside, he had to find a way to clear a path. Does anyone have a lighter? Yifan turned to ask those behind him. I do. Yifan, are you looking for a cigarette to mask the smell? A middle-aged man from the laboratory survivor team responded, pulling out a crumpled cigarette and a lighter. This is my last one. Can I keep a puff? Keep the cigarette. I have another use for the lighter. Yifan took the lighter and spoke, removing his jacket to wrap it around his baseball bat, creating a makeshift torch. As the torch appeared, the dense swarm of rats and cockroaches parted to make way for Yifan. This tool of a fate's chosen one is quite... Jing Tian thought as he followed behind Yifan with Lung Yuyan. At the same time, he noticed something strange. The rats and cockroaches only left a narrow path for Yifan. But behind him, where he and Lung Yuyan passed, the creatures cleared a path nearly a meter wide, with cockroaches even retreating over 2 meters away. This was 3 times wider than the path Yifan had opened. What's going on? Jing Tian wondered as he observed. Soon he found the answer from the trembling reactions of the cockroaches and rats around them. They weren't afraid of anything else. They feared the cold aura emanating from Lung Yuyan. Among them, the cockroaches were even more terrified of Lung Yuyan's coldness than the rats. Yuyan, are cockroaches afraid of the cold? Jing Tian suddenly asked her. Yes. It said cockroaches freeze to death at around -8 degrees. Why do you ask, Jing Tian? Lung Yuyan didn't understand his sudden question, until Jing Tian pointed to the cockroaches and rats keeping their distance from her. They're afraid of me. Lung Yuyan marveled at the sight. Jing Tian nodded. Indeed. Yuyan, it seems we've come to the right place. The animal zombie in this cafeteria is the giant cockroach, and it's precisely countered by you. As he spoke, Jing Tian realized something and looked at Lung Yuyan. Earlier, the system had indicated that Lung Yuyan was a favored child of fate, but aside from her constitution and awakened skill, Jing Tian hadn't noticed any special luck blessing her. Now he understood why she was both a favored child of fate and the combat ceiling of the protagonist group. Considering the giant animal zombies recently added by the Apocalypse game, how many of them weren't afraid of the cold? Yuyan's ice attribute can counter animal zombies. What effect would my shadow attribute have on them? Jing Tian wondered with curiosity. Unfortunately, there were too many people around to test it, so he had to set it aside for another opportunity. As he lamented not being able to test it immediately, the fate's chosen one, Yifan, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped. Why have you stopped? Jing Tian looked up at him. Soon he spotted a row of oversized cockroaches, dozens or even hundreds of times larger than ordinary ones, appearing before. Those cockroaches were each the size of a rugby ball. Are these the giant cockroach zombies? The survivors behind Jing Tian, who had also noticed them, exclaimed in surprise. But they quickly dismissed the idea that these large cockroaches were the giant cockroach zombie itself, because there were hundreds or even thousands of them. If they were all giant cockroach zombies, the number of boss-level creatures would be... Could they be the minions of the giant cockroach zombie? The laboratory survivor team began speculating about the identity of the large cockroaches. At the same time, a system alert sounded in Yifan's mind. Ding! System notification, the offspring of the giant cockroach zombie are foraging for it. In their eyes, you are a piece of fragrant food. If you don't hide immediately, they will tear you into shreds. These large cockroaches are its offspring. Yi Fan was both shocked and terrified by the system alert. If the offspring alone were the size of a rugby ball, how massive must the giant cockroach zombie itself be? No wonder the mist zombie was gravely wounded by the giant cockroach zombie. With its offspring helping, it already holds an overwhelming advantage. Yi Fan finally understood why the mist zombie had lost to the giant cockroach zombie. It wasn't just a gap in combat power, but also in numbers. Everyone scatter and find a place to hide. These large cockroaches are coming for us, Yi Fan shouted while running, warning the laboratory survivor team. Before the team could even process his words, they saw a dark, dense swarm of giant cockroaches surging toward them. The moment the giant cockroaches launched their assault, screams erupted throughout the cafeteria. Many survivors walking ahead who had yet to flee were caught off guard. Once the giant cockroaches caught up, they tore the flesh from their calves in an instant, exposing the stark, white bones beneath. My leg. Help someone save me. No, don't come near. Don't abandon us. It hurts so much. Quick, please just kill me. One after another, members of the laboratory survivor team were devoured by the swarm of giant cockroaches. Seeing this, Jing Tian immediately pulled out 2 bait grenades and tossed them. Seizing the moment the giant cockroaches were drawn to the grenades, he commanded, "Everyone listen up." Except for the awakened, all other survivors used this chance to run out of the cafeteria. What about you, Jing Tian? Asked the girl with black-rimmed glasses who had previously recognized Lu Tao, the awakened from the library. We have ways to protect ourselves. You run, find a safe place outside the cafeteria, and wait for us. Jing Tian hadn't expected any survivor to risk turning back at such a moment, and quickly replied to the girl. While answering her, Jing Tian unslung the Gatling gun from his back and opened fire. A hail of bullets streaked through the air, tracing lines. The once dominant swarm of giant cockroaches was instantly decimated, with countless numbers lying dead. Jing Tian, seeing Jing Tian using the Gatling gun to carve a path for the survivors, Lung Yuyin drew her meteor iron tang sword, condensing cold energy onto its blade. As she swung the blade, a chilling sword aura sliced outward, instantly freezing over a dozen giant cockroaches into blocks of ice. Save me, Yi Fan. Just as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were opening an escape route for the survivors, Su Qianqian, panicking during the escape, tripped and fell. Su Qianqian. Yi Fan was startled by her cry for help. He had originally planned to use the distraction created by Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin to slip into the cafeteria and find the mist zombie. But then Su Qianqian fell. Damn it! Yi Fan cursed inwardly, then sprinted over to Su Qianqian, hoisting her onto his back. Yi Fan, you're going the wrong way. This isn't the exit. You've got it backwards. Yi Fan was carrying Su Qianqian deeper into the cafeteria, terrifying her so much that she pounded on his shoulders to get his attention. Su Qianqian, compared to running outside to take shelter, you'll be safer by my side, Yi Fan reassured her. But Su Qianqian looked at him as if she'd seen a ghost. If her leg weren't injured, she would have demanded he put her down and let her run out of this hellish cafeteria infested with giant cockroaches. Is Yi Fan going to look for the mist zombie? Jing Tian watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, then glanced at the survivors who had mostly evacuated. He slung the Gatling gun back over his shoulder, pulled out a bait grenade, and tossed it on the ground, and taking Lung Yuyin's hand, followed after Yi Fan and Su Qianqian. Yuyin, let's follow Yi Fan. He can lead us to the supply crate. Once we get the gear from that crate, the combat strength of our stronghold survivors will skyrocket. They won't be as helpless as they are now. Jing Tian understood. Aside from not being awakened, the survivors' lack of equipment was a major reason for their current predicament. If every one of them had an assault rifle, those several hundred giant cockroaches in the cafeteria wouldn't pose much of a threat. That bastard Jing Tian caught up already. Yi Fan, carrying Su Qianqian, frowned when he saw Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin approaching. He pushed his speed to the limit. But to his frustration, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were much faster than he was with Su Qianqian. No matter how fast Yi Fan ran, he couldn't shake them. Yi Fan, slow down. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin are right behind you. In times like these, it's safer for us to stick together. Seeing them close, and Su Qianqian urged Yi Fan to slow down. Yi Fan was speechless. He wanted to lose them, but she was telling him to slow down. Whose side was she on? Useless women are. If only the woman with me was Lung Yuyin instead of Su Qianqian. Yi Fan thought enviously, watching Lung Yuyin by Jing Tian. Seeing no way to shake them, he finally slowed down. Did all the survivors make it out? Yi Fan asked, trying to break the awkward silence as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. They're out. But Yi Fan, did you find something by running this way? Jing Tian asked deliberately. Yi Fan was stumped. He hadn't found anything. He just wanted to use the distraction to ditch everyone and find the injured mist zombie. Yi Fan scrambled for an excuse. Just as he was fabricating a reason, the system's prompt chimed in his mind again. Ding. System alert, a giant cockroach zombie has appeared on the second floor of the cafeteria. Based on the host's current combat capabilities, if you don't wish to become its excrement, it's best not to go alone. The giant cockroach zombie is on the second floor. Got it. Yi Fan was thrilled by the system's warning. He looked at Jing Tian and said, I heard noises from the second floor. It might be the giant cockroach zombie fighting another survivor stronghold, so I rushed over. Is that so? Jing Tian smiled. Then Yi Fan, please lead the way. I'm carrying an injured person. How about you take the lead, Jing Tian? We can't let Lung Yuyin a girl lead, can we? Yi Fan smirked, finally finding a chance to set Jing Tian up. Suddenly, he felt having Su Qianqian around wasn't so bad after all. I see. Jing Tian, seeing that Yi Fan wanted him to take point, glanced at Su Qianqian, who was hiding her face in shame. Yi Fan, carrying an injured person will seriously hamper your combat ability. How about this: first take the injured person out of the cafeteria, then come back to lead. Lung Yuyin and I will wait here. The giant cockroach zombie is formidable anyway, a minute or two won't matter. Exactly, Yi Fan. Why not listen to Jing Tian? Carrying me will only hold you back, Su Qianqian chimed in, her face pale with fear at the mention of the giant cockroach zombie. Yi Fan was at a loss for words, unsure if Su Qianqian was genuinely foolish or just pretending. Stop worrying about me, Jing Tian. He'll protect her just fine. You just need to lead the way. I already took point once. It's your turn now. Are you scared? Yi Fan tried to goad him. But Jing Tian wasn't falling for it. As cunning as an old fox, he smiled at Su Qianqian and said, Yi Fan, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about our stronghold's injured survivor. Is she willing to follow you injured to the second floor to fight a giant cockroach zombie? What if we can't beat it and have to run? You can just sprint away, but what about her? Will she just wait to die, eh? Jing Tian's words struck a nerve. Terrified, Su Qianqian began to sob on Yi Fan's back. I don't want to go to the second floor. My ankle is sprained. I won't be able to run on my own. Please, Yi Fan, take me out of the cafeteria. I'm begging you. Yi Fan fell silent. Seeing Su Qianqian's pitiful desire to escape, Lung Yuyin said to Yi Fan, regardless of who leads, she's innocent. Her leg is already injured. Why insist on dragging her along? If you just don't want to lead, you can take her out and come back. He'll lead then. Damn it. Misunderstood, Yi Fan felt humiliated. He carried Su Qianqian straight out of the cafeteria. After dropping her off and returning, he panted to explain. Lung Yuyin, don't get me wrong. I'm not a coward like Jing Tian who's afraid to lead. I carried Su Qianqian because I really wanted to protect her. Oh. Lung Yuyin's indifferent reply made Yi Fan's blood boil. Hearing him badmouth her boyfriend right in front of her had dropped his standing with her. Damn it. Yi Fan muttered, clenching his fists. He couldn't understand why he, the chosen one, was drifting further and further apart from Lung Yuyin, the destined heroine. Boom. Boom. Just as Yi Fan's anger was reaching its peak, a loud crashing sound echoed from the second floor of the... That sound. Could something have happened to the giant cockroach zombie? No, this giant cockroach zombie has to be mine. Otherwise the level gap between me and Jing Tian will be too big. Hearing the commotion, Yi Fan rushed upstairs. Having already missed out on a huge experience reward once, he was determined not to lose it again. Come Yuyin, let's follow. Jing Tian saw Yi Fan charging toward the second floor of the cafeteria, took Lung Yuyin's hand, and when they were halfway up the stairs, he heard a series of screams coming from the second floor of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, on the second floor, as soon as Yi Fan came up, he was stunned by a giant cockroach that was 1 meter tall and 5 meters long. Is that a cockroach? That big? Yi Fan couldn't believe his eyes at the massive body of the giant cockroach zombie. Just as he was in a daze, another survivor was caught by the giant cockroach zombie, which spat a mouthful of corrosive green saliva, instantly melting the person, sizzling and emitting white smoke, leaving no trace behind. How terrifying. Yi Fan watched as people from another stronghold were being slaughtered by the giant cockroach zombie, a hint of fear in his eyes. It was a fear he hadn't even felt when facing the tyrant zombie. Though the tyrant zombie was terrifying with its incredible speed, strength, and defense, it didn't have the horrifying ability to spit corrosive saliva. No wonder the system prompt said that with my strength alone, I couldn't possibly kill the giant cockroach zombie. This thing is not something anyone can take down alone. Yi Fan thought to himself. On the other side, the survivors from dormitory building D, upon spotting Yi Fan, a survivor from another stronghold, immediately saw hope. Brother, which survivor stronghold are you from? We're from dormitory building D. Are you alone? Where are your teammates? Call them for help. This giant cockroach zombie is terrifyingly powerful. Only by joining forces can we possibly take it down. The survivors from dormitory building D waved at Yi Fan, trying to get him to call for reinforcements. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He scanned the remaining 5 survivors from dormitory building D and asked, are you the only ones left from your building? Yes, there are only 5 of us left. But don't lose hope, brother. We are all awakened ones, far stronger than those cannon fodder who aren't awakened. The survivors from dormitory building D, afraid that Yi Fan might leave, quickly explained. Yi Fan was now their lifeline. If no one came to help, they would eventually be devoured one by one by the giant cockroach zombie. So the giant cockroach zombie is here. Just as the survivors from dormitory building D were talking to Yi Fan, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin out of the stairwell and onto the second floor of the cafeteria. Isn't that Jing Tian, the richest second generation from Z University? And the one beside him is Lung Yuyin, our campus belle. Are they from the same stronghold as that bald guy? The survivors from Dormitory Building D, seeing Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin appear, quickly repeated what they had said to Yi Fan. You want to team up with us? Jing Tian listened to the survivors from Dormitory Building D, looking at the 5 of them. Where are the rest of your survivors? Why are there only 5 of you left? Everyone who came with us is dead. You're awakened too, so you should understand how hard it is for ordinary survivors to stay alive here. The 5 survivors from Dormitory Building D spoke with a tone of helplessness. Indeed, aside from awakened ones, ordinary survivors can't fight giant animal zombies at all. Jing Tian, hearing their words, felt relieved that he had told the laboratory survivors to withdraw from the cafeteria. Otherwise, without equipment or skills, staying would have been suicide. Cooperation is fine, but how do we split the supplies? Jing Tian asked the survivors from Dormitory Building D. By headcount, of course. 5 of us, 3 of you. We get 5/8, you get 3/8. A man with winered hair from Dormitory Building D said. Is that so? Then you can keep fighting for a while. I'll wait until the giant cockroach zombie takes a few of you out before I step in. Jing Tian said, adopting a stance of watching the show with no intention of intervening. How about we split it 50-50? A tall crew cut guy from Dormitory Building D, seeing that Jing Tian wasn't making a move, conceded. Why should it be 50-50? There are fewer of them than us, Kunj. The man with winered hair asked, puzzled as the man he called Kunj made the concession. Sigh, with all 8 of us together, it's hard to say if we can even beat the giant cockroach zombie. Something is better than nothing, right? The crew cut guy Kunj explained to the winered-haired man. The winered-haired man fell silent, realizing Kunj was right. Something was better than nothing, especially since they were in a passive position. Make a move. Most of our awakened skills are on cooldown. Just buy us some time. Kunj urged, seeing that even after offering a 50-50 split, Jing Tian still hadn't moved. Fine. 60% for you, 40% for us, okay? Kunj shouted in desperation after his urging failed. You should have said that earlier. Jing Tian, hearing Kunj's words, silently pulled out a Gatling gun and pulled the trigger, much to the shock of the 5 awakened one. In an instant, the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun spun bullets flew out, blanketing the massive body of the giant cockroach zombie in a hail of fire. Holy crap! Where did this guy get a Gatling gun? The 5 awakened ones from the dormitory were utterly stunned by Jingshan's move. They had gotten supply crates several times before and knew they contained firearms, but they had only ever seen semi-automatic pistols, not even assault rifles, let alone the Gatling heavy machine gun in Jingshan's hands. Something they couldn't even dream of. Is the gap in supply crate loot really that huge? Good thing the earlier proposal to attack other strongholds was vetoed by the boss. Otherwise, how could we possibly attack someone with a Gatling heavy machine gun? The gap is indeed enormous. Just having that Gatling gun at the entrance would make it nearly impossible for us to break in. Do you think the giant cockroach zombie can withstand the Gatling's barrage? Even if it can, it'll be torn to shreds. The 5 from the dormitory discussed among themselves, believing that even if the Gatling couldn't kill the giant cockroach zombie outright, it would at least severely wound it. Roar! The giant cockroach zombie was forced back by the impact of Jingshan's Gatling bullets. Pieces of its shell were shattered and fell off. This Jing Tian, taking advantage of his weapon, is stealing the spotlight. Yi Fan felt a pang of jealousy as he watched the giant cockroach zombie, which the system had warned him he couldn't defeat alone, being suppressed and unable to fight back. Just as he was thinking about when the giant cockroach zombie would show a weakness so he could activate his awakened skill, giant elephant strength, and steal the kill. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding system alert, the giant cockroach zombie is about to summon its offspring. Thousands of giant cockroach zombie offspring possess terrifying destructive power. If the host does not wish to be devoured by them, it is best to find a sealed place to hide. The giant cockroach zombie is going to summon its offspring. Those football-sized giant cockroaches from before. Yi Fan immediately realized the severity of the situation upon hearing the system prompt. But just as he was about to slip away alone, he looked at Lung Yuyin. Lung Yuyin was a child of fortune. He couldn't just leave her to die here. Lung Yuyin, can you come with me for a moment? I have something to tell you. Yi Fan wanted to lure Lung Yuyin away. As for Jingshan's fate, he couldn't care less. In fact, he secretly hoped Jing Tian would be torn to pieces by the giant cockroach zombie's offspring. I'm busy. Lung Yuyin replied with just 2 words, dismissing Yi Fan. For someone like Yi Fan, who couldn't even spark a shred of goodwill in her, she didn't want to waste another word on him. Lung Yuyin, do you really hate talking to me that much? Yi Fan gritted his teeth in anger at her cold attitude. He'll say it one more time. Lung Yuyin, come with me, or you'll regret it. I'm busy. Lung Yuyin rejected Yi Fan with even fewer words than before. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh and said, fine, just fine, Lung Yuyin. You'll regret this. The offspring summoned by the giant cockroach zombie were about to strike. Yi Fan wanted to take Lung Yuyin away while he could, but Lung Yuyin completely ignored him. Seeing this, Yi Fan was furious. After throwing out the words, you'll regret this, he felt a faint tremor in the ground. The tremors grew stronger with each passing moment. Are the giant cockroach zombie's offspring coming? Humph, Lung Yuyin. You won't learn your lesson until you suffer a loss. Since you refuse to leave, then stay here. Yi Fan thought to himself, no longer caring about anything else, and began searching for an enclosed space. Soon his gaze settled on the small supermarket on the second floor of the cafeteria. That's the place. Having chosen his refuge, Yi Fan sprinted into the supermarket on the cafeteria's second floor and slid the glass door shut. Head Jing Tian when those thousands of giant cockroach zombie offspring swarm, and let's see what good that minigun of yours will do. As for you Lung Yuyin, you'll come crying to the door begging me to open it. Hiding inside the supermarket, Yi Fan smugly watched Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin through the glass door. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, who had been suppressing the giant cockroach zombie with his minigun, suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan suddenly ran into the supermarket to hide. Did he get some kind of system prompt? Wait, the ground is shaking. Could the giant cockroach zombie be using some skill? Jing Tian sensed something was wrong. Gripping his minigun, he continued suppressing the giant cockroach zombie while signaling Lung Yuyin to fall back with him, widening the distance between them and the monster. The 5 survivors from dormitory building D couldn't understand Jing Tian's group's tactics, especially Yi Fan's move. They couldn't fathom how Yi Fan hiding in a supermarket could possibly help in this battle. Hiss! Hiss! Just as the 5 survivors were utterly baffled, a cacophony of noise erupted. Then from every corner of the cafeteria's second floor, swarms of giant roaches began. Their numbers multiplied rapidly. In just a few seconds, a pitch-black tide of giant roach zombies surged from all directions. Giant roaches. Brother Kuan, the giant cockroach zombie, has summoned the giant roach zombie tide. Among the 5 in the dorm, the one with winered hair saw the giant roaches approaching and quickly warned the crew-cut man, Brother Kuan. Quick, find a place to hide. Brother Kuan said, searching frantically. Soon they spotted the storage room behind the cafeteria. Follow me. Brother Kuan led the charge toward the storage room. But halfway there, they realized they wouldn't make it. The giant roach zombie tide was far faster than them. At this rate, they would be caught. Damn it. Brother Kuan cursed, realizing they were out of time, as he racked his brain for a way to survive. His subordinate, the man with winered hair, suddenly shoved a skinny guy with round glasses to the ground. What are you doing? Brother Kuan angrily demanded, seeing his subordinate turn on one of their own. The winered-haired man replied as he ran, Brother Kuan, it's better one dies than all 5 of us. Besides, his awakened skill is healing, same as mine. Losing him doesn't matter. This. Brother Kuan fell silent, then silently sped up, dashing toward the storage room behind the serving counter. How could you? The skinny man with round glasses shouted in fury, betrayed by his companions. I healed your wounds. You can't just discard me now that you're better. Hiss! Hiss! As he roared, a chaotic noise sounded behind him. He turned to look and saw the dense tide of giant roach zombies closing in. No! No! The skinny man stared in despair at the oncoming swarm. The next second, the giant roach zombie tide swallowed him whole. Before he could even scream, he was stripped down to a skeleton. In less than a second, he was reduced to just bones. Yi Fan was stunned watching the devoured man. Shaking off his shock, he shifted his gaze from the skeleton to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. Jing Tian. Let's see how you dodge this. Yi Fan sneered at Jing Tian. But just then the sound of shattering glass plunged him into panic. What's happening? Why did the glass door break? Yi Fan was terrified, collapsing onto the ground in shock. He instinctively tried to push himself up, but his hand touched something soft and mushy like cake. What is this? Yi Fan turned his head in confusion. It was a rotting arm. Damn it. He shook off the sticky substance and looked at the arm's owner. It was none other than Luo Juanhao, who had been partially eaten by zombies. Luo Juanhao. Yi Fan was shocked to see the man he had come to the cafeteria with earlier, now a zombie's feast. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, who had deliberately adjusted his aim to shatter the supermarket's glass door. Seeing the door broken, stowed his minigun and threw several decoy grenades on the ground. Yin, get on my back. Use your cold energy to drive them away, and it'll carry you out. Lung Yuyin nodded without hesitation. Once on Jing Tian's back, she began channeling her cold energy to repel the approaching giant roach zombie. After a moment, Lung Yuyin noticed something strange. Even when she paused her cold energy, the giant roach zombies didn't attack her or Jing Tian. What's going on? Lung Yuyin wondered. Just then she noticed a black aura emanating from Jing Tian. Is it related to this black aura? Lung Yuyin thought, and tried withdrawing her cold energy to see. Sure enough. Even without her cold energy, the giant roach zombies showed no aggression toward them. It really is because of this black, Lung Yuyin concluded. Just as she was about to tell Jing Tian, she realized something else's speed while carrying her was astonishing. In just a few breaths, Jing Tian had carried her behind a steamed bun stall counter. Jing Tian is so fast. Lung Yuyin looked at him in amazement. Jing Tian, relieved to find a safe spot, quickly set her down. Yuyin, let's hide in the room behind this counter until the giant roach tide passes. Jing Tian, there's no need. Lung Yuyin pointed at the giant roach tide, which wasn't pursuing them. Your black aura seems more effective against them than my cold energy. When I paused my cold energy earlier, I noticed they fear your black aura more. They've been actively making way for you. Making way for me. Jing Tian was startled. He decided to test it, activating his skill swift as the wind, and walked toward the giant roach tide. Sure enough, just as Lung Yuyan said, the tide showed no intention of attacking. What's going on? The black aura is the dark attribute energy from my sin of greed skill. Does my dark attribute make these giant roaches non-hostile? Jing Tian wondered. He tentatively reached out toward a giant roach zombie, and it obediently stayed put as if recognizing Jing Tian as one of its own, a superior one at that. So the dark attribute increases zombie affinity, fitting for a villain's attribute able to collude with the boss faction. I wonder if it works on the giant cockroach zombie too. With that thought, Jing Tian stopped engaging the tide and returned to Lung Yuyan. Yuyan. It's true. As long as I have this dark attribute energy, the giant roach zombies hold no hostility toward me. Dark attribute energy. Did you awaken an attribute to Jing Tian? Lung Yuyan, who possessed ice attribute energy, asked excitedly. Yes, Yuyan. Jing Tian nodded, analyzing. I didn't awaken an attribute in my past life, but I have in this one. I think it's because I've obtained multiple top-tier rewards this time. Jing Tian explained, hinting to Lung Yuyan that this life was very different from the last, and he might not know everything. Ding. Just as Jing Tian was explaining, a system notification sounded. Ding. System alert: the child of fortune, Yi Fan, has been surrounded by the giant roach zombie tide and is near death. Ding. System alert: the child of fortune, Yi Fan, has deducted 1 point of fortune. His body is restored to full health, and he gains temporary invincibility. Ding. System alert: the child of fortune, Yi Fan, has awakened the fire attribute attack. Ding. System alert: the child of fortune, Yi Fan, is now attacking the giant cockroach zombie. Is Yi Fan on the brink of death again? Jing Tian sneered inwardly as he listened to the system's prompt. He then turned his gaze toward the giant cockroach zombie. At that moment, before the giant cockroach zombie, Yi Fan's body was ablaze with flames. He activated his skill Giant Elephant Force and clashed head-on with the monstrous creature. Could Yi Fan be planning a swift victory, using the invincibility period bought by the system's deduction of fortune points to take down the giant cockroach zombie? Jing Tian analyzed, observing the chosen one, Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, his fists wreathed in fire, hammered the giant cockroach zombie again and again. Around him, the larger cockroach zombies attempted to stop Yi Fan on behalf of their giant kin, but they were all cowed by the flames engulfing him and dared not approach. Just die already. Yi Fan quickened the rhythm of his punches. He had only 10 seconds. If he couldn't slay the giant cockroach zombie within that time, another round of near death awaited him. Roars. The giant cockroach zombie, enraged by Yi Fan's assault, spat a mouthful of green corrosive saliva at him. But to its astonishment, the corrosive saliva evaporated before it could even touch Yi Fan, blocked by a barrier that clung to him and gradually dissipated by the fiery aura of his flames. So Yi Fan indeed intends to rely on his invincibility to finish off the giant cockroach zombie. Jing Tian, spying from the steam bun shop, saw the corrosive saliva deflected by Yi Fan's barrier. He instantly confirmed Yi Fan's plan. Silently, he pulled out a Gatling gun, ready to snatch the kill at any moment. What's with that bald guy? At the food-serving window, the crew-cut man, Brother Kuan, noticing the silence outside, led his team out of the storage room. The moment they emerged, they were stunned by the battle between Yi Fan and the giant cockroach zombie. That bald guy is this strong, going toe-to-toe with the giant cockroach zombie all by himself. Brother Kuan was terrified by Yi Fan's combat prowess. The man with winded hair glanced at the semi-automatic pistol tucked into Brother Kuan's belt and said, Brother Kuan, that bald guy's too powerful. We need to make other plans. What plans? Brother Kuan asked, puzzled by his subordinate's suggestion. Brother Kuan awakened skills all have a cooldown period. If we shoot him by surprise while his skill's on cooldown, he's done for, explained the winded-haired man. How can we be treacherous? We agreed to fight together and share the supplies from the cache. If we break our word, he'll ever cooperate with us again. Brother Kuan quickly objected to the ambush idea. Brother Kuan, in this apocalypse, survival honor is worthless, the winded-haired man argued, seeing Brother Kuan's hesitation. Brother Kuan, do you remember the prompt from this doomsday game? It said only the 2 survivor bases that advance will receive high experience rewards. If we don't advance, we'll eventually end up like those ordinary survivors, killed and devoured by the lowest level zombies. But if we advance, everything changes. Our levels rise, our strength and physique improve, and with the new weapons we might just... Besides, Brother Kuan, that bald guy can solo the giant cockroach zombie. As long as he's alive, he's a threat to our base. Once he's in good shape and starts seeing us as enemies, it'll be too late to regret. As for your worry about our base's reputation, right now at the giant cockroach zombie site, only that bald guy is alive. His 2 teammates are gone, probably eaten by the swarm of larger cockroach zombies. That means no one else will know even if we shoot him. The winded-haired man kept goading Brother Kuan into ambushing Yi Fan. Brother Kuan hesitated for a moment. When he saw the giant cockroach zombie on the verge of collapse from Yi Fan's blows, he decisively drew his semi-automatic pistol and aimed at Yi Fan. The moment Yi Fan brought the giant cockroach zombie to the brink of death, he would open fire. Heh. The winer-haired man smirked as he saw Brother Cohen finally raise. He knew all too well that Brother Kun's true intention was to eliminate Yi Fan and remove a rival. Brother Cohen just couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger without someone playing the villain. And he was that villain. Bang, bang, bang. Unaware that 2 guns were trained on him, Yi Fan landed several more punches on the giant cockroach zombie. Each blow left a charred fist mark on the zombie's shell. Time to die, you filthy cockroach. Yi Fan kept punching. Blow after blow, he battered the giant cockroach zombie into a pathetic state. Hiss hiss hiss. The creature let out agonized cries. Faced with Yi Fan, a being engulfed in flames and immune to its corrosive spit, the giant cockroach zombie was utterly defeated and lost all spirit. Finally about to die, Yi Fan felt a surge of joy as the zombie's life force plummeted. Just as he prepared to finish, a bullet struck his head. Though blocked by his invincibility shield, the impact jolted his head violently. Hua! Yi Fan spun around, furiously glaring toward the source of the shot. He immediately spotted the 4 awakened ones from the male dorm, Brother Cohen and his crew, their faces frozen in shock. You ambushed me, Yi Fan demanded angrily. The 4 of them looked as if they'd seen a ghost. It was the first time they'd seen someone take a bullet and come out unscathed. What if I said my aim was off? Brother Cohen stammered awkwardly. Yi Fan seethed with rage. But remembering that his giant elephant force and invincibility were about to expire, he forced himself to ignore Brother Kun's group and turned back to the giant cockroach zombie. Die! Yi Fan mustered his last ounce of strength and threw a punch at the giant cockroach zombie. But just then, more bullets came flying toward him. This time not just one, but a dense hail of them. Bang! The bullets didn't hit Yi Fan. Instead, they struck the giant cockroach zombie almost entirely. The creature was instantly put down by the barrage. Yi Fan stared in disbelief at the now-dead giant cockroach zombie. Trembling, he turned to look at the direction from which the bullet. When he saw Jing Tian, his face twisted in shock. Jing Tian. How is Jing Tian still alive? He's neither a chosen one nor a chosen woman. With all those giant cockroach zombie offspring around, how could he have survived? After gaining invincibility on the brink of death, Yi Fan had scanned his surroundings upon leaving the cafeteria supermarket. Only after confirming that Jing Tian was nowhere to be seen did he launch his assault on the giant cockroach zombie. Who would have thought that Jing Tian was hiding in a corner, never devoured by the zombie offspring? Jing Tian, I'll kill you. Yi Fan roared in fury. As he moved to confront Jing Tian, his body suddenly felt as if a mountain had been placed on him, rendering him unable to take a step. Damn, is the 10 seconds up? Yi Fan fell into weakness, staring despairingly at Jing Tian. Any further action on his part was now futile. Brother Cohen, take out one while we can, the winer-haired man urged as Yi Fan weakened. They had already fired their shots. Unless Yi Fan was a fool, he wouldn't spare them once he recovered. Brother Cohen was still haunted by the fear of failing to kill Yi Fan with his earlier shot. As he hesitated, Jing Tian pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun without a second thought, spraying bullets at them. His action was decisive and ruthless. Brother Cohen and his 3 companions never even had time to react before they were riddled with bullets collapsing one after another. Ding! System notification, host has killed the awakened Yan Cohen, triggering the skill sin of greed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the awakened skill barrier. Ding! System notification, host has killed the awakened Xiao Yang, triggering the skill sin of greed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the awakened skill heal. Ding! System notification, host has killed the awakened Zhou Qing, triggering the skill sin of greed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the awakened skill spirit shock. Ding! System notification, host has killed the awakened Jiang and triggering the skill sin of greed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the awakened skill curse. Ding! System notification, host has killed the giant cockroach zombie. Congratulations on receiving high experience and leveling up to Ding! System notification, host has broken through level 10. Congratulations on receiving 1 awakened skill fusion card. Ding! System notification, the chosen one Yi Fan has obtained the location of the mist zombie through the system prompt. Please secure the mist zombie's favor before he does. Has the mist zombie's location appeared? Jing Tian listened to the system's prompt and quickly looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was limping toward a corner. Yi Fan, where are you going? We're about to call the squad from outside the cafeteria to come in and search for supply boxes together. Aren't you coming? Jing Tian saw Yi Fan heading toward a corner and deliberately asked. Yi Fan listened to Jing Tian's words and was filled with anger. But recalling that he needed to find the mist zombie and couldn't let Jing Tian and the others follow, he reluctantly replied, I have a stomachache. I need to go take a dump. What's the matter, Jing Tian? You stole the kill on the giant cockroach zombie from me, and now you want to control my bowel movements too. If you need to go, just go. Don't drag the giant cockroach zombie into this. Remember our agreement from last time with the tyrant zombie. Whoever gets the kill owns it. What can't handle losing? Jing Tian sneered at Yi Fan's words. Then he raised his voice and said, we're heading out to call people in to search for supply boxes. Take as long as you need to crap. With that, Jing Tian took Lung Yian's hand and walked toward the cafeteria exit. Yi Fan, hearing this and seeing them leave, breathed a sigh of relief. His primary objective this time was to find the mist zombie. The system had just alerted him to its location. If Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin kept tailing him, he'd have no chance to search for the mist zombie. Fortunately, they had moved off on their own. That bastard Jing Tian finally scrammed. Just wait, Jing Tian. As I expand my power bit by bit, you'll eventually have to cough up all the experience you've stolen from me. Yi Fan muttered harsh words at Jing Tian's retreating figure. After speaking, he continued heading toward the corner the system had indicated. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, who had been leading Lung Yuyin toward the cafeteria exit, suddenly stopped. He whispered to Lung Yuyin, I feel something's off about Yi Fan. I'm going to tail him and see what he's up to. Could you handle the task of calling the survivor squad outside to search for the supply boxes? All right, leave it to me. Lung Yuyin nodded and walked out of the cafeteria alone. Seeing her leave, Jing Tian turned and looked toward. He sought cover while stealthily following Yi Fan. The arch-villain system had alerted him that Yi Fan had received a hint about the mist zombie's location. Thus, by tailing Yi Fan, he was sure to find the mist zombie. That Jing Tian guy isn't following me, is he? Just as Jing Tian caught up, Yi Fan suddenly turned around. Seeing no one behind him, Yi Fan sighed in relief and continued toward the direction the system had indicated. That scumbag Jing Tian. He's almost giving me a psychological complex. Once I'm strong enough, I'll take him out first thing. Yi Fan muttered under his breath as he walked. Moments later, he arrived at a hand-shaken milk tea shop in a corner on the second floor of the cafeteria. System, are you sure the mist zombie is here? It doesn't seem like it to me. Seeing that the doors to the storage room inside the milk tea shop were all open with no sign of anyone hiding inside, Yi Fan asked the system in confusion. But as usual, his system gave him no reply. A system without any intelligence is pretty lame. Yi Fan complained about the system. Since it hadn't responded whether the mist zombie was in the milk tea shop or not, he had to go in and check. The mist zombie is inside the handshaken milk tea shop. Seeing Yi Fan heading toward the shop's entrance, Jing Tian immediately activated his skill sneak attack to swiftly follow. The skill sneak attack would make Yi Fan lose sight of him for 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, he could easily snatch the severely injured mist zombie away while Yi Fan was bewildered. There it is. Just as Jing Tian reached the entrance of the milk tea shop, he heard Yi Fan's exclamation of surprise from the storage room inside. Without a second thought, Jing Tian rushed in. Sure enough, lying in the storage room of the milk tea shop was a severely injured gray-white zombie. Nice one, child of fortune. Jing Tian praised Yi Fan verbally while his hands moved swiftly. He pushed Yi Fan aside, hoisted the severely injured mist zombie onto his shoulder, and ran. Bang! Pushed by Jing Tian, Yi Fan fell flat on his face. By the time he scrambled to his feet and realized what had happened, the mist zombie was gone. Where's the mist zombie? What's going on? Where did my mist zombie go? Yi Fan stared blankly at the empty storage room. Just moments ago, the mist zombie was right there. But then he stumbled and fell, and when he got up, it was gone. What in the world was happening? Could it be the mist zombie's skill? With a troubled mind, Yi Fan quickly got up and chased out of the milk tea shop. But by the time he emerged, it was too late. There was no trace of the mist zombie outside. No way. The prey just slipped through my fingers. Yi Fan stood frozen, wanting to slap himself. Meanwhile, Jing Tian carried the severely injured mist zombie into the storage room of the bun shop, where he and Lung Yuyin had been hiding earlier. After setting the mist zombie down from his shoulder, Jing Tian realized that the mist zombie was completely different from the tyrant zombie. Apart from her grayish-white skin, she looked no different from a normal human. In fact, by her appearance, she could even be called a stunt. No wonder the child of fortune gets such extraordinary things. Even a zombie can be a great beauty. I never expected that. Jing Tian remarked about the mist zombie while cursing the child of fortune Yi Fan. Just as he was speaking, the mist zombie furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. Emerald green pupils. Jing Tian had expected the mist zombie's eyes to be like those of a cataract patient, but instead she possessed a pair of vibrant, mesmerizing emerald green irises. Hissing. Seeing someone nearby, the mist zombie flicked out a snake-like tongue and glared at Jing Tian with a fierce warning. Well, a snake's tongue. No wonder the system specifically alerted the child of fortune to subdue this evolved zombie. It's truly exceptional, with such rich evolutionary potential. Jing Tian commented as he observed the mist zombie. The mist zombie, surprised that this human, whom she saw as mere prey, showed no fear, revealed a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Soon that astonishment began to turn into fear. She had hunted many humans and had also seen her kin killed by them. Now severely injured and defenseless, she believed the man before her would surely kill her. The mist zombie didn't want to die like this. A powerful will to survive drove her to prop herself up. But before she could stand, she collapsed again. Why are you moving around when you're so weak? Seeing the mist zombie restless despite her severe injuries, Jing Tian took bandages from his mountaineering backpack and said, "Stay still. Let me bandage your wound." With that, Jing Tian prepared to dress her wounds. Only then did he realize how badly she was hurt. The mist zombie's limbs were riddled with bite marks, and her green zombie blood had long since dried up. If she were human rather than a zombie, she would have been dead by now. You're seriously injured, yet you still managed to move around. That's impressive. Jing Tian spoke to the mist zombie while activating his skill Indestructible. As Indestructible activated, a faint black glow spread over his skin. It was that very black glow that made the mist zombie stop struggling and look at Jing Tian in confusion. She couldn't understand. Why did this human Jing Tian possess an aura similar to hers? And this aura was different from that of ordinary human zombies or animal zombies. It was a kind of aura that made her feel comfortable and at ease. She had never encountered such an aura in her own kind or in animal zombies before. This was the first time she had experienced it. What's his name? The mist zombie gazed curiously at Jing Tian, who was bandaging her wounds. She desperately wanted to know Jing Tian's name. Hissing. The mist zombie wished to know Jing Tian's name. She let out a series of questioning hisses. However, the barrier of language stood between them. Jing Tian could not comprehend the mist zombie's words. Shoo. He made a gesture for her to be silent. While quickening the pace of dressing her wounds, he whispered, "Don't worry, I won't harm you." The mist zombie fell silent upon hearing this. It was only then she realized that she could not understand a word Jing Tian said. Meaning, just as she could not understand him, he could not understand her. All bandaged up, Jing Tian looked at the mist zombie's now treated body and called out to the system. I remember when I killed those survivors in the male dormitory, I obtained a healing type awakened skill. Can you open the description? Ding. System notification. The description for the awakened skill heal is as follows. Heal upon use instantly restores 10 of the target's injuries. Over the next hour, it gradually restores an additional 5. Cooldown 5 hours. Ding. System notification. Host's awakened skill Sin of Greed has been activated. Awakened skill heal receives an enchantment enhancement. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Dark Heal. Ding. System notification. The description for the awakened skill Dark Heal is as follows. Dark Heal upon use instantly restores 30 of the target's injuries. Over the next half hour, it gradually restores an additional 20. Cooldown 3 hours. Was heal enhanced by Sin of Greed? It seems using that skill enhancement card on Sin of Greed was the right call after all. Jing Tian was exhilarated by the system's notifications. He reached out and activated the skill Dark Heal to treat the mist zombie's wounds. The moment he channeled the skill, a faint dark light shimmered over the mist zombie's body. Her originally pitted and scarred flesh began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. What is happening? The mist zombie stared in astonishment at her rapidly healing injuries. She could not comprehend this phenomenon. It was only when she noticed the faint black luminescence on her skin that she realized this was the doing of the man before her. Why is he being so good? The mist zombie fixed her emerald pupils on Jing Tian. In her eyes, humans and zombies were absolute enemies. It was a matter of life and death. Normally, now that she was injured, the man before her should have seized the chance to kill her. This man had not only spared her, but had also healed her wounds. All of this left the mist zombie utterly incredulous. Your wounds are healing quite fast. Jing Tian, seeing the mist zombie's wounds closing, said with a smile, I have things to do, so we'll be going now. Remember, don't come out until you're fully healed. With that, Jing Tian made a stay-put gesture to the mist zombie, then walked out of the bun shop storage room alone. The moment he stepped outside, he sensed something was wrong. Throughout the entire second floor of the cafeteria, there was no sign of Lung Yuyin and her group. What's going on? According to the timeline, Lung Yuyin should have brought the survivor team to the second floor by now. Why hasn't she? Has something happened? Sensing trouble, Jing Tian quickly made his way out of the cafeteria. At the stairwell connecting the second and first floors, Jing Tian spotted Lung Yuyin. She was half hidden in the stairwell, peeking her head out, watching something. Yuyin, why are you here? Jing Tian walked over to her, puzzled. Jing Tian. Lung Yuyin, seeing him back from tailing Yifan, quickly gestured for him to be quiet and speak softly. What's wrong? Jing Tian lowered his voice and leaned in to ask. Jing Tian, someone has taken our survivor team outside. Lung Yuyin replied. There's a group that appeared outside, I don't know when. They're all armed with guns, and they've got our people completely under their control. All armed with guns. Jing Tian was shocked by her words. He then imitated Lung Yuyin's earlier posture, peeking his head out to survey the situation. Indeed, it was exactly as Lung Yuyin had described. The laboratory survivor team they had left outside the cafeteria was now completely under the gunpoint of a squad dressed in security uniforms. They're not from our school. Jing Tian could tell at a glance that these people were not from Z City University. Lung Yuyin nodded. Yes, they're not from our school. Jing Tian, do you remember what Annie said earlier? She was planning to send a few people to scout out Z City University. Could these people be like Auntie coming from another place to scout our school? Lung Yuyin proposed her conjecture. Hearing this, Jing Tian realized the gravity of the situation. Just from what he could see, there was already one group invading Z City University. How many more were unseen? Could there be even more? Jing Tian, what are you two skulking around here for? Weren't you supposed to get people to find the supply crate on the second floor? Yifan's voice rang out from behind them. Yifan, shut up. Something's happening. Jing Tian immediately silenced him. Yifan snorted in displeasure. Always so mysterious. What could possibly be happening? Ding. Just as Yifan scoffed, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. System notification: multiple survivor strongholds, not from Z City University, are invading Z City University. The laboratory survivor stronghold is surrounded. If the host does not wish to lose the chosen stronghold and be forced to scurry like a rat, you must help the laboratory stronghold break free. What? The laboratory survivor stronghold is surrounded. Yifan couldn't believe the system prompt. He quickly mimicked Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, peeking his head out to sea. Soon he saw that the laboratory stronghold members who had come with them were now held at gunpoint by an armed squad. How do they all have assault rifles? Yifan was stunned by the sight. He had initially thought the invading group would only have a few. He never expected that every single one of the invaders was armed with firearms. They might be ahead of us in the Apocalypse game's progression. Jing Tian shot Yifan a look. Yifan was the child of fortune, a beginner's luck magnet. Wherever he went, so naturally others would progress faster. Ahead of us. Yifan looked anxiously at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. What do we do? They all have guns. If we try to rescue them, heeding our awakened skills alone won't be enough. First, find the supply crate. Jing Tian analyzed. This is a Phase 2 supply crate. It has the latest equipment. We find the crate, upgrade our gear, and then figure out a way to save them. Lung Yuyin nodded, agreeing it was the safest course of action. Yifan remained silent and followed along. Now was not the time to scheme against Jing Tian. If the laboratory survivor stronghold fell, the one who would suffer the most was him, the child of fortune. Damn it, are you lying to us? Why aren't they out yet? Outside the cafeteria, a scar-faced man shouted at the laboratory survivors. We don't know either. The laboratory survivors quickly explained, there's a giant cockroach zombie inside along with countless huge roaches. Our awakened told us to wait outside to avoid unnecessary losses. As for why they haven't come out yet, maybe. The laboratory survivors trailed off, recalling how Jing Tian had carved a path for them. They didn't wish for him to die in there. Old Sui lost quite a few people when we encountered giant animal zombies before. Based on what they said, their stronghold only has 3 awakened. It's normal if they didn't make it out. How about we send a few men in to scout? A man with slitted eyes suggested to the scar-faced man. Makes sense. Su Yin, the scar-faced man, nodded and said to the slitted-eyed man, Old Wang, I'll leave it to you. Take a few brothers in to have a look. If anything happens, notify us immediately. The scar-faced man, Su Yin, ordered Wang Haoyuan, also known as Squinty Eyes, to lead his men into the cafeteria to investigate. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Jing Tian and his 2 companions had searched for a long time, but still could not find where the supply crate was. It's not here, and it's not here either. Didn't the Doomsday game prompt say this supply crate is filled with equipment? It should be a very large crate, so why can't we find it? Yifan's face was filled with anxiety. He couldn't understand why the supply crate was so difficult to locate. What frustrated him most was that even his system offered no clue. Where could the supply crate be? Jing Tian surveyed the surroundings, listening to Yifan's anxious mutterings. Yifan is right, this supply crate should indeed be quite large. But why is there nothing around? Wait, could the supply crate be inside the giant cockroach zombie's body? With this thought, Jing Tian turned his gaze to the corpse of the giant cockroach zombie. The creature was as large as a bus, so it was entirely possible to stash a supply crate within its belly. Perhaps the supply crate is inside the giant cockroach zombie's carcass, Jing Tian suggested to Lung Yuyin and Yifan. Hearing this, they followed Jing Tian to the corpse. As their weapons sliced across the giant cockroach zombie's body, Jing Tian and his companions were astonished to discover the shell, which had previously been tough enough to withstand bullets, now parted like soft bread with the slightest cut. Found it. As the giant cockroach zombie's body was slit open, Jing Tian and the others saw a tumter-long supply crate before their eyes. Jing Tian, you open it, Yifan said, looking at the crate. Jing Tian possessed the awakened skill Lucky Dog, which allowed him to double the rewards from supply crate. Despite his inner resentment, Yifan had to let Jing Tian open the crate to maximize their equipment gains. Let's see what equipment a second-tier supply crate holds. Jing Tian reached out and opened the crate. As it was unsealed, the contents overflowing due to the sheer quantity, and Jing Tian's Lucky Dog effect burst forth like a fountain, scattering across the floor. A closer look revealed an array of weapons: M4 and AK assault rifles, Desert Eagle and Mauser pistols, along with high-explosive grenades, bulletproof vests, and numerous ammunition magazines. Yet these were not the most striking items. The true highlights were the 4 sets of black combat suits within the crate. The suits bore patterns resembling dragon scales, exuding an imposing aura, and among the metallic weapons they showed no signs of wear or damage. 1 combat suit for each of us, then pick a few weapons. Once we're geared up, well, launch a counterattack, Jing Tian said, taking 2 suits, handing one to Lung Yuyin, and keeping the other for himself. He then selected several AKs and M4s. Their next step was to fully arm themselves. Let's go, Yuyin. We'll change into the black dragon scale combat suits in the storage room. Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin to a storage room to change. Yifan, watching from the side, could only click his tongue in annoyance and find another storage room for himself. Just as Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Yifan were changing into their combat suits, Wang Haoyuan, the squinty eyes, led 6 men to the second floor of the cafeteria. Brother Wang, could those 3 really be dead? One of Wang Haoyuan's lackeys remarked casually after searching the entire first floor without finding the giant cockroach zombies trail. Whether they're dead or not, we'll know once we check the second floor. If there's no giant cockroach zombie corpse and no living souls, they're surely dead. Wang Haoyuan replied to his subordinate. Just as he finished speaking, another lackey pointed at the giant cockroach zombie's corpse and exclaimed, "Brother Wang, look, that seems to be the giant cockroach zombie's body." What? Wang Haoyuan quickly turned to look in the direction indicated. There it was. An oversized giant cockroach zombie came into view. Indeed, it's the giant cockroach zombie. So those 3 are still alive. I never expected mere 3 awakened individuals to take down a giant cockroach zombie. What a surprise. Wang Haoyuan gazed at the corpse with excitement. He then ordered, "Stay here and wait. He'll report to Old Su." With that, Wang Haoyuan left. His 6 subordinates remained to guard the giant cockroach zombie's carcass. Where do you think those 3 awakened ones are? The equipment from the supply crate is still lying there, so why are they nowhere to be seen? Wang Haoyuan's 6 lackeys speculated as they eyed the crate. Just then, Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Yi Fan, now clad in their black dragon-scale combat suits, emerged from the storage rooms behind the serving windows. There they are. They're out, all 3 of them. Wang Haoyuan's 6 subordinates immediately aimed their guns and opened fire at Jing Tian and his group. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of assault rifles echoed. Bullets traced fiery arcs through the air. The glass serving windows shattered instantly. Watch out. Jing Tian, now at level 11, possessed reflexes far beyond ordinary humans. The moment he heard the glass break, he pulled Lung Yuyan down to the ground. On the other side, Yi Fan, caught off guard, was not so fortunate. 2 bullets slammed into him, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the floor. The pain made him cry out in agony. Fortunately, the black dragon scale combat suit's bulletproof capabilities were exceptional. The 2 bullets failed to penetrate it, leaving only faint dents on the surface. What the hell? Did Jing Tian ambush me? That bastard attacking me while we're facing a common enemy. Damn it. Thinking Jing Tian had betrayed him, Yi Fan, gritting his teeth through the pain, looked up toward Jing Tian. When he lifted his head, he saw that Jing Tian was also under attack. What's going on? Confused, Yi Fan was about to ponder further when Wang Haoyuan's 6 subordinates fired at him again. Having learned his lesson, Yi Fan ducked quickly, this time avoiding the bullets. Could it be those guys from outside the cafeteria? How did they get in? This is bad. There are over 20 of them, all fully armed. How can we possibly fight that? Yi Fan felt despair. He wanted to fight back, but multiple guns were trained on him. If he showed his head again, he risked being Damn it. Yi Fan cursed, not daring to rise. He simply raised his assault rifle and fired blindly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jing Tian, hearing the continuous gunfire, pulled out a decoy grenade and tossed it. Aside from attracting zombies, the decoy grenade also emitted a thick green smoke that blocked vision. Once the smoke was laid, the enemy couldn't see him, giving him a chance to counterattack. Ian used the minigun to suppress them from the left side of the decoy smoke. You take the chance to move to the right side and snipe them from their position. Jing Tian laid out his battle plan to Lung Yuyan. Lung Yuyan nodded, and as she moved, said with concern, Jing Tian acknowledged her words, then activated his skill Indestructible Step to the left of the green smoke and pulled the trigger on the minigun. In an instant, Jing Tian's firepower alone overwhelmed the 6 who had ambushed them. A dense hail of bullets sped forth without pause. Even though he was firing wildly, he managed to take down 2 of Wang Haoyuan's men. What the hell? They have a minigun. Damn, find cover. We can't outgun them. The remaining 4 of Wang Haoyuan's men, realizing their inferior firepower, scrambled for cover. Seizing the moment while they cowered, Lung Yuyan aimed with precision and took down one with a single headshot right on target. It's that person's aura. Inside the bun shop storage room, the fierce gunfire outside startled the mist zombie, who was recovering from her wounds. Initially, the mist zombie wanted to flee this dangerous place, but when she caught Jing Tian's scent, she abandoned that idea immediately. Could he be in danger? No, I have to go out and see. The mist zombie, worried for her savior Jing Tian's safety, propped up her bandage-wrapped body and staggered step by step toward the exit of the bun shop storage room. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Jing Tian locked in combat with a group of people. What astonished her, however, was that Jing Tian showed no signs of being at a disadvantage at all. Is he a human really this powerful, eh? The mist zombie gazed at Jing Tian in amazement, and without realizing it, a faint smile crept across her face. She did not know why, but the mere thought of Jing Tian's strength filled her with joy. Old Su there on the second floor. As the mist zombie was lost in watching Jing Tian, a voice suddenly rang out from the stairwell not far behind her. I hear gunfire, Old Su. It must be those 3 who killed the giant cockroach zombie. They've started fighting our people. Squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan led the way for Scarface Su Yan. Scarface Su Yan listened to the gunfire on the second floor with confusion. They only had assault rifles, so why did the exchange of fire sound like a battle between hundreds of people? Scarface Su Yin climbed the stairs to the second-floor cafeteria with doubt in his mind. The moment he reached the top, the sight before him forced him to immediately. There a man wielded a Gatling gun like a god of war, spraying bullets in their direction without pause. What's with that guy? How does he have a heavy Gatling machine gun? Scarface Su Yin stared at Jing Tian in shock. It was the first time he had ever seen someone use a Gatling gun as a personal weapon. Is this the guy you said was one of the three awakened? Scarface Su Yin pressed his gun against a surviving lab worker, demanding an answer. Yeah, is he? He is the one, the terrified survivor stammered. Scarface Su Yin frowned upon hearing this. He had expected his enemies to be three inexperienced brats, but their combat prowess was terrifying. If not for their numerical advantage, he would have considered retreating. Old one, you're a good shot. Take him out before he notices us. Scarface Su Yin ordered squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan. Wang Haoyuan raised his M4 and began aiming at Jing Tian's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, someone suddenly shoved him hard. The one who pushed him was none other than the lab survivor who had been stammering. Jing Tian, run. Their main force is here. The lab survivor shouted with all her might, her voice tinged with tears, warning Jing Tian. She knew that this push would cost her life. Damn it, you're asking for it. Scarface Su Yin, furious that the silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses had ruined his plan while he was distracted, slapped her hard across the face. The frail girl couldn't withstand such a brutal blow and was knocked unconscious. Still unsatisfied, Scarface Su Yin drew his gun to finish her off. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan stopped him. Old Su, we only brought this one hostage. If you kill her, what leverage will we have? Squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan tried to reason with Scarface Su Yin. Scarface Su Yin, suppressing his rage, holstered his gun and growled, damn bitch. Once I deal with these three awakened, it'll make her wish she were dead. Hey, where did that guy go? Scarface Su Yin suddenly noticed that Jing Tian had vanished from the spot where the decoy grenade smoke had been. Old Su, they hid after hearing that bitch's warning, squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan replied, pointing to the serving window where Jing Tian was now concealed. What do we do now? Scarface Su Yin frowned. That guy has a Gatling gun. If we charge in and he opens fire, we'll lose half our men in second. Don't worry, I have a plan, squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan said, his already narrow eyes narrowing into slits. Old Su used the bitch as a hostage to demand their surrender. They won't surrender. Awakened don't care about ordinary survivors, especially after we've already fought. Scarface Su Yin interrupted. Let me finish, squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan continued. I know they want surrender, but we can split into two groups. You stay here and threaten them with the hostage to keep their attention. They'll take a few men back to the first floor and circle around to the stairs behind them for a surprise attack. Even with that Gatling gun, we'll take them out easily. What do you think? Squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan finished with a sly grin. Scarface Su Yin patted his shoulder. Old Wang, you're one cunning bastard. Let's do it your way. They'll keep those three busy. Scarface Su Yin and squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan finalized their scheme. After squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan left with 5 men, Scarface Su Yin hoisted the silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses and shouted, Hey you three, look who I've got here. I suggest you drop your weapons now, or I'll kill her. Scarface Su Yin pressed his gun to the back of the girl's head, threatening Jing Tian and his companions. Jing Tian activated his skill telekinesis, levitating a shard of glass to survey the situation. Isn't that the girl who recognized Lu Tao earlier? Jing Tian recognized the silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses and felt troubled. She had risked her life to warn him, and she didn't seem like a petty person. She was worth recruiting. Letting her die would be a waste. Do I have to use my skill sneak attack again? Jing Tian hesitated. Sneak attack only robbed one person of their vision for 5 seconds. If the scarred man had several people aiming at him, standing up could mean getting his head blown off instantly. No, relying solely on sneak attack is too risky. I need another defensive skill. System check the awakened skill barrier. System notification. The description of the awakened skill barrier is as follows. Barrier upon activation creates a high defense barrier in front of the host for 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Note the user cannot attack while this skill is active. System notification. The host's awakened skill Sin of Greed has been triggered. The awakened skill barrier has been enhanced. Congratulations host, you have obtained the awakened skill Dark Barrier. System notification. The description of the awakened skill Dark Barrier is as follows. Dark Barrier upon activation creates an all-around ultra high defense barrier for the host for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Note the user cannot attack while this skill is active, but can expand the barrier to protect a nearby ally. Currently limited to 1 ally. I can't attack while Dark Barrier is active. This skill is great for survival, but it won't let me save her. Even if I walk over while taking bullets, the enemy will just kill the hostage when they see they can't harm me. Jing Tian frowned at the skill Dark Barrier. Just as he was considering using the skill fusion card he had earned from leveling up to gamble on a new skill, he was startled to see a dense black smoke rising from the scarred man's group. What is that? Jing Tian peered through the glass shard at the black mist in confusion. At the same time, screams erupted from within the black smoke. On my arm. My arm's been torn off. Damn it, what is this thing? Boss Su, someone's attacking us. Is this an awakened skill, eh? Impossible. Those 3 awakened are too far away, and we've got men watching them. They haven't even dared to poke their heads out. How could they attack us up close? It's the mist zombie boss, Sue. It's the mist zombie. I saw her figure just now. Scarface, Su Yan's men screamed in agony within the black smoke. A seductive figure wrapped entirely in bandages flickered in and out of the black mist. Like a reaper, each movement either severely wounded or claimed the life of an enemy. After a few breaths, only Scarface, Su Yan, managed to stagger out of the black smoke. All his other accomplices had been slain by the mist zombie. Damn it! How is there a mist zombie here? Scarface, Su Yan clutched his torn arms staring at the black smoke in terror. If not for his awakened skill canine humanoid which allowed him to transform into a half-beast form, he would have perished inside. The mist zombie emerged halfway from the black mist holding the silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses taunting Scarface. Before Scarface, Su Yan could fire back, the mist zombie vanished with the girl as the black smoke began to dissipate. Fuck! What the hell is that thing? Scarface, Su Yan cursed loudly as the mist zombie stole his hostage. He couldn't fathom why the mist zombie would turn on them. Not only did it attack them, but it also took the hostage. Could it be that the mist zombie was being kept by those 3 awakened? Scarface, Su Yan questioned his own sanity. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, who had been hiding, finally understood the origin of the black smoke. So that black smoke was the mist zombie's skill. And she didn't harm the hostage. Saving her was definitely worth it. Jing Tian felt a surge of joy. He stood up and aimed his Gatling gun at Scarface, Su Yan. With the hostage gone, he could pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun spun rapidly, spewing a dense hail of bullets. Scarface Su Yan was still pondering the mist zombie when he was riddled with holes and dropped dead on the spot. Bang! Just as Scarface Su Yan fell and Jing Tian released the trigger, a gunshot rang out from the stairwell behind him. The shooter was none other than squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan, who had agreed to the plan with Scarface Su Yan. You're ruthless, killing the hostage just to take out old Su. Too bad. You're still too green. Squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan sneered as he watched Jing Tian get hit. But soon he realized something was wrong. Jing Tian didn't fall. Instead, he turned around and aimed the Gatling gun directly at him. What is this? Wang Haoyuan with his squinting eyes stared in shock at Jing Tian, who seemed completely unharmed after being shot. He distinctly remembered the bullet striking Jing Tian. But why was Jing Tian perfectly fine? Could it be the work of his awakened ability? Wang Haoyuan speculated inwardly. Yet before he could reach, a hail of bullets engulfed his body. The terrifying force of the impacts sent his shattered corpse flying several meters away. This black dragon-scale combat suit is great in every way, but it lacks a bulletproof helmet. I wonder if there's one in the supply crate. Jing Tian remarked, rubbing the back of his head, as Wang Haoyuan and his companions fell. 1 second earlier, just as Wang Haoyuan ambushed Jing Tian with a gunshot, Jing Tian's system triggered a protective warning, alerting him to imminent danger. Jing Tian instantly activated his skill time rewind, bypassing the moment the bullet would have struck the back of his head, and swiftly turned to counterattack. Though this crisis was averted, the encounter made Jing Tian realize. In an era where everyone was upgrading their gear, he must armor every inch of his body. Otherwise, a sneak attack could easily lead to his downfall. Yuyan, let's check the supply crate again, Jing Tian said, putting thought into action. He led Lung Yuyan back to the crate to search for more equipment. Soon he found 4 black dragon-pattern bulletproof helmets inside the crate. Jing Tian tested their effectiveness with a bullet, and even the visor on the helmet could withstand gunfire. Excellent. Yuyan, put this on, Jing Tian said, handing a black dragon-pattern helmet to Lung Yuyan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the favored son of Destiny, who had been hiding behind the serving window, cautiously raised his head to survey the situation when the outside fell silent. Seeing that the enemies had been eliminated and Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan were rummaging through the supply crate, he hurried over. Isn't this a bulletproof helmet? If I had this earlier, I wouldn't have been so pathetic. It's all your fault, Jing Tian. If it weren't for your lucky god skill doubling the contents of the crate, I wouldn't have missed the helmet. Yi Fan muttered as he picked up a helmet and put it on. Jing Tian retorted. Even after doubling, there were only 4 dragon-scale combat suits in the crate. Without the doubling, Yi Fan, you wouldn't even get a suit, let alone a helmet. Huh. The suits should be distributed by strength. Apart from your minigun, you have no combat prowess. Even if there were only 2 suits, they'd be for me and Lung Yuyan. How is that no share for you? Yi Fan argued defiantly. Jing Tian glanced indifferently at the crate and said, how the items are distributed isn't for you to dictate. After we return, my aunt will handle it fairly. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, glaring at Jing Tian as he invoked his aunt Jing Tian. Jing Tian's, even if Yi Fan wore the dragon scale suit now, he would have to take it off and hand it over to the outpost leader Jing Tian for distribution. And Jing Tian was Jing Tian's aunt. So wouldn't the distribution essentially be dictated by Jing Tian? Jing Tian, don't get cocky just because the outpost leader is your aunt. If she distributes unfairly, she'll be overthrown sooner or later. Yi Fan warned Jing Tian, but Jing Tian ignored him. After equipping his helmet, Jing Tian looked toward where the mist zombie had vanished. The mist zombie, along with the bespectacled silver-haired petite girl, had disappeared after her black smoke skill dissipated. Where they had gone, Jing Tian did not know, but he was certain that the mist zombie would not harm the bespectacled silver-haired girl. Yuyan, we've taken out their main force. Let's hurry and eliminate the remnants outside the cafeteria. Jing Tian said to Lung Yuyan, and the two walked out of the cafeteria together. Yifan, seeing himself ignored, clenched his teeth and followed behind. At the entrance of Z University's cafeteria, the survivors from the lab team listened as the gunfire inside ceased. Their faces darkened. They had seen the scar-faced man lead a dozen armed people inside. Now that the gunfire had stopped, they assumed Jing Tian and his companions had likely perished. Have Jing Tian and the others been discovered? It sounds like it. Damn it. If we had guns too, we wouldn't be at their mercy. Sai, what's the point of saying that? We're probably This apocalypse game is outrageous. Why is their progress faster than ours? It's so unfair. Shut up. One of Scarface Su Yan's men barked, raising his gun as the lab survivors grew noisy. Just then a bullet pierced his head, sending him flying. Who's there? Scarface Su Yan's other men turned to see Jing Tian holding a minigun in one hand and aiming a rocket launcher with the other. Who are you? Scarface's men stared at Jing Tian in surprise. They had no idea who he was. Jing Tian ignored their question. He pulled the trigger, decisively killing all but one of them. Don't kill me. The surviving man quickly dropped his weapon and fell to his knees with a thud, begging for mercy. You're quick to beg, Jing Tian remarked. Eyeing the man's security uniform, he said, I'll ask, you answer. Lie and you die. Understood, understood. The man nodded frantically, seeing a glimmer of hope. Which survivor group are you from? Why did you come here? Jing Tian asked. We're from the University Town Security Company. The man replied, we wouldn't have come to Z University otherwise. The apocalypse game forced us. After we eliminated two opposing survivor groups, the game told us that the entire university town would face a third global zombie enhancement in 2 days. Not only that, only the 3 largest survivor outposts in the university town would remain. To ensure our outposts survived, our leader chose to strike first, attacking other outposts in the town, killing awakened ones and capturing ordinary survivors. I've told you everything. Please spare my life. I'm not an awakened one. I swear I'll be loyal to you if you let me surrender. The surrendering man pleaded repeatedly. Jing Tian ordered the lab survivors to tie him up and then said, everyone, the supply crate is on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Go upgrade your equipment first. Once you're done, we'll head back to the lab survivor outpost immediately. Following Jing Tian's command, the laboratory survivors swiftly located the supply crate on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. They gazed at the crate, astonished by the vast pile of weapons within. Even if each of them took 2, there would still be plenty left. Is this the 2nd-tier supply crate? The laboratory survivors' eyes gleamed as they stared at the equipment inside. One by one, they began selecting suitable weapons. After each had armed themselves with 2 assault rifles, nearly half the equipment remained in the crate. Unable to carry it all, they closed the crate and carried it out of the 2nd floor. All set. Let's head back quickly. Jing Tian, seeing the laboratory survivors fully armed, gave the order to move out. After an hour's walk, they finally returned to the laboratory survivor stronghold. But as soon as they arrived, they sensed something amiss. The stronghold had been in a firefight. At its entrance lay several bullet-ridden bodies of strangers. Has our base been attacked? The laboratory survivors looked at the corpses. Are these the accomplices of the earlier group? Probably not. They aren't wearing security uniforms. Not the same group. Does that mean more than one survivor team is attacking our Z University? Seems so. What about Principal Jing Tian? She was guarding the base. Is she in danger? The laboratory survivors murmured among themselves. Jing Tian, hearing their words, said nothing and strode in with a rocket launcher on his shoulder. Upon entering the lab, 2 guns were instantly pressed to his head. But Jing Tian remained calm. Protected by his dragon-scale combat suit, he had no fear of bullets piercing his armor. He ducked, launched a counterattack, and with a few swift punches subdued the 2 guards. Tell me, what's the situation? Lie and you die. Jing Tian aimed his rocket launcher at the 2 men he had subdued. They had never encountered such a ruthless person. Begging for mercy, they said, we're from the University City Food Street. We came to find some survivors to take back. You point guns at people's heads to find survivors. Jing Tian's voice turned cold. Tell me, where are the people from this lab? Where did they go? They're upstairs. They have guns. They shot many of our men as soon as we entered. To get back at them, our people are now searching room by room. The subdued men answered guiltily. Tie them up. Jing Tian ordered the survivors beside him. After binding and gagging the 2 men, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan quickly made their way to the lab staircase. If the subdued men hadn't lied, Jing Tian was in grave danger. Yuyan, and only has a pistol. She can't hold out much longer. Should we split up? They'll go up the stairs and search from the top down. You search from the bottom up. That way we'll find Ant faster. Jing Tian outlined his plan. Lung Yuyan nodded, gripped her meteorite tang sword, and set to work. Jing Tian, not hesitating, dashed with all his might towards the lab's top floor. Along the way, he encountered several armed survivors from the food street. But they didn't even have time to react before being silently taken down by Jing Tian's fine dagger. "And are you in there?" "And it's me, Jing Tian. Are you there?" Jing Tian knocked on doors from the top floor down, while Lung Yuyin did the same from the bottom up. Any food street survivors they encountered were instantly eliminated. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had each searched 2 floors, several gunshots rang out. Jing Tian pinpointed the source of the sound and rushed towards it. "It's here, the 7th floor." Following the sound, Jing Tian arrived at the 7th floor. As soon as he got there, he saw a dozen figures aiming assault rifles at the entrance of a restroom. A bunch of reckless fools courting death. Jing Tian pulled out his rocket launcher and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the rocket flew. The next second it struck its target. With a deafening boom, a terrifying shockwave erupted, instantly annihilating the dozen men. Oh no! In the 7th floor restroom, Jing Tian clutched her pistol. After the explosion, the security door was blasted into the room, and she stared nervously at the entrance. The enemy had over a dozen men, each with an assault rifle. She only had a pistol. What would happen next was clear. I can't fall into their hands. Jing Tian knew the fate of a woman captured by enemies in the apocalypse. She raised her pistol ready to end her own life. Just then Jing Tian's voice rang out. "Aunt, are you okay?" "I've taken care of those guys at the door." Jing Tian appeared at the entrance. Jing Tian was astonished to see him, as she hadn't expected him to be here, and for a moment she couldn't react. "Aunt, what are you doing?" Jing Tian saw Jing Tian pointing the gun at her own head and rushed over to snatch it away. "I didn't expect you brat to be back so soon," Jing Tian said with a smile, her attention then drawn to Jing Tian's dragon scale combat suit. "Jing Tian, why are you wearing a different outfit and a helmet? If I couldn't see your face through the visor, I wouldn't have recognized you." "Aunt, this is a dragon scale combat suit from the supply crate. It's bulletproof and extremely tough," Jing Tian explained. "A bulletproof combat suit. Sounds amazing." Jing Tian smiled. "And I saved a dragon scale combat suit for you in the lab's main hall," Jing Tian said, then suddenly realized something was wrong. "Aunt, where is everyone else?" "I told them to escape through the back of the lab. They had no guns. Staying would have been suicide," Jing Tian said with a bitter smile. "Then why didn't you run, Aunt?" Jing Tian asked, puzzled. Jing Tian spread her hands helplessly. "I thought I'd hide upstairs and see what was happening. I didn't know there was an awakened among them who could sense people still in the lab." Awakened? Jing Tian pondered this when a system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding, system notice, host has killed awakened Li Yue, triggering skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the awakened skill Insight." "Insight? So that's the skill," Jing Tian said, then turned to Jing Tian. "Aunt, let's head downstairs. Yin should still be coming up." "I'm already here." Lung Yin's voice rang out before Jing Tian finished. "Let's go, Aunt Jing Tian. Let's go downstairs." Lung Yuyin, along with Jing Tian and Jing Tian, returned to the lab's main hall. As soon as they arrived, Lung Yuyin sensed a very hostile glare fixed on her. Following the gaze, she saw Hu Kuan had returned, accompanied by a young girl. The hostile glare came from that girl. Could that girl be Jingshan's cousin? Lung Yuyin speculated, observing the young woman beside Hu Kuan. The girl bore a certain resemblance to Jing Tian. It was evident she shared blood ties with Jing Tian. "Jing Tian, is that your cousin?" Lung Yuyin asked, looking at him. Jing Tian was taken aback. He followed Lung Yuyin's gaze. Standing there aside from Hu Kuan was indeed his cousin Jingya. "Huh. Yuyin, I recall you've never met my cousin. How did you know she was my cousin?" Jing Tian asked curiously. "Women's intuition," Lung Yuyin replied with a smile. "This?" Jing Tian was perplexed. Meanwhile, Jing Tian also spotted Jingya. She waved at Jingya. "Jingya. Auntie." Seeing Jing Tian beckon, Jingya waved back, while walking cheerfully toward Jing Tian, Jing Tian, and Lung Yuyin. As she passed, she drew the gazes of many laboratory survivors. "Who's that girl? So beautiful in a JK uniform with a Barrett sniper rifle on her back. Absolutely stunning. No idea, probably not from our school. She looks a bit like Jing Tian, and since she's heading toward Principal Jing and Jing Tian, she must be from the Jing family. Jingshan's family has so many beauties. I'm envious. If you're envious, go for it. If you win that girl over, you'll be set for life." "No way, I'm afraid Jing Tian would tear me apart with his Gatling gun," the survivors whispered. Yifan heard them and turned his gaze toward Jingya. Jingya perfectly matched his aesthetic, though she and Lung Yuyin were vastly different. One a lowly, the other a mature beauty. That didn't stop him from wanting both. "This girl is from the Jing family. If I win her over, it'll be much easier to bring down the Jing family later." Yifan gazed at Jingya, already fantasizing about her turning against the Jing family for him. Just as he was lost in his thought, Su Qianqian beside him let out a cold snort. "Men really are all the same. Can't walk past a pretty girl without staring, can you?" Su Qianqian mocked Yifan. He looked embarrassed and had no choice but to avert his gaze from Jingya. "Cousin is so inconsiderate. So many people are eyeing me, yet he's off chatting with another girl. Humph." Jingya noticed all the survivors staring at her, while Jing Tian was busy talking to Lung Yuyin. She pouted and quickened her pace toward them. "Auntie, you're the only one who cares about me." Unlike some heartless man. Out with the new, in with the old. Jingya hugged Jing Xian. Jing Xian patted her head. Girl, don't talk nonsense. When were you ever Jingshan's old flame? Careful, or your mother will give you a beating. Humph. Jingya pouted, unwilling to back down. Mom said she'd agree to the marriage if I outrank her. I recall your mother is a special forces general. Do you even realize what rank you'd need to surpass that? Jing Xian. Jingya looked confident. I'll definitely surpass her. I'm way better than she is, especially now that I've awakened my ability. Jingya's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Hearing she was an awakened, Jing Xian asked excitedly, Girl, you're in a... What's your ability? It's Divine Shot. As I level up, it enhances my vision and perception and increases the range and power of my weapons. Impressive, right? Jingya boasted, tilting her head defiantly at Lung Yuyin as if challenging her. Lung Yuyin saw through her intent, raised her hand, and a chilling aura emanated around her. She's an awakened too. Jingya was startled by Lung Yuyin's icy presence. She had assumed Lung Yuyin was merely a pretty face beside Jing Tian. Little did she know Lung Yuyin was also an awakened. Cousin, tell me how you ended up here, Jing Tian said, changing the subject to diffuse the tension. Woo. Jingya finally got Jingshan's attention. The 1.5-meter-tall girl bounced toward him like a rabbit, then spoke in a tearful voice, Cousin, I've been through so much. Our school was attacked by zombies, and I was the only one who escaped alive. If I weren't, I'd never see you again. Really? Jing Tian sensed something off. Her voice sounded tearful, but there was no real sorrow. Young Master Jing, Miss Jingya is just joking. Hukuin interjected, having followed them. He explained, Hey, race, what happened? When Principal Jing sent us out of Z City University to scout, we were ambushed by a survivor group not long after leaving. They had a sharpshooter with incredible aim. No matter where I ran, she could graze a lock of my hair with a bullet. I had no choice. Turns out the group was led by Miss Jingya. She asked if I knew you, and when I said you were at our base, she had me lead the way here. Hukuin finished with a helpless look. Jingya was far too powerful for him. Even with his instant teleportability, he had no chance to resist. Jingya is what Hukuin said true. Jing Tian pinched her delicate cheek. Probably, Jingya replied, avoiding his gaze guiltily. Weren't you at that elite private school? How did you end up in the university district? Jing Tian pressed, noticing her evasion. I came to save the day, of course. Jingya giggled. I'm an awakened, so all the survivor groups listen to me. I thought I'd bring them to find you, cousin. So am I great. Aren't I thoughtful and perfect for marriage? Let's talk after you outrank Auntie, Jing Tian said, brushing her off with an excuse. But Jingya's face lit up with excitement, as if she truly believed she could surpass her mother's rank as a general. You silly girl, Jing Xian said, patting her head. Stop daydreaming. Tell me, what's the situation outside? Why are so many survivor groups flocking to our school? Is there a reason? There is a reason. Jingya listened to Jing Zin's words and spoke with a grave expression. After I entered the university city to find out news about my cousin and aunt, I clashed with several survivor stronghold teams. From them, I obtained a shocking piece of information. After midnight the day after tomorrow, all strongholds in the university city will leave. Only the 3 with the most survivors, the rest will lose their ability to shield against zombies. And that's not the worst part. The most critical thing is that aside from the 3 promoted stronghold survivors, staying in other strongholds will gain 50 points of infection value. 50 points is too high. Many who failed to complete doomsday game tasks in time already have infection values exceed. If they gain another 50, they will turn into zombies. To avoid turning into zombies after failing promotion, those survivor teams began a nearly inhuman battle method, eliminating awakened ones from other strongholds and kidnapping ordinary survivors to increase their numbers. As for why so many are crowding into Z City University, it might be due to its location. Situated at the very center of the university city, it easily becomes a target for various strongholds. Jingya finished relaying all she knew. After listening, Jing Tian looked at Jing Xian and said, And I tied up a person from an outside team in the cafeteria. What he said matches Jing Ya's account. It seems the Doomsday Game's progress in our school is indeed slower than outside. So that's how it is, Jing Xian murmured. Suddenly, everything became clear. All the questions that had troubled her before were now laid bare. The reason Z City University was being ambushed by other survivor teams was simply that the Doomsday Game's pace here lagged behind. Thus, they could only suffer passively. Unfortunately, our latest Doomsday Game task is stuck at the stage where 3 survivor teams must become 2. We have to go out and grab resources, otherwise we could just wait in the lab like a cat by a rat hole. Jing Xian frowned slightly and sighed. Seeing this, Jing Tian smiled and said, And don't worry. Our promotion is already secure. The team from D Dormitory Building was completely wiped out when they clashed with us in the cafeteria. In other words, the survivor team from D Dormitory Building now exists in name only. What? Jing Xian couldn't believe Jing Tian's words, but she knew he was never one to boast. Good lad. You're truly remarkable. Now it's simple. We just need to wait. For every survivor team that comes well as the central location of the university city, most survivor teams will come to check out Z City University. If we lie in wait for 2 days, we'll surely capture over half. By then our promotion to one of the 3 university city strongholds will be assured. And I have a suggestion. Jing Tian pointed to the second-tier supply crate he had retrieved from the cafeteria and said, there's plenty of equipment in these crates. Besides the cafeteria, there are 2 more supply crate locations in our school. I want to form a special operations team with you, Yen. This way we can gather more food and equipment while also scouting the situation outside the lab stronghold. All right, do as you say, Jing Tian agreed immediately. Previously, she would have hesitated, worried about Jing Tian's safety. Now that Jing Tian had the dragon-scale combat suit, letting him train and level up outside was the best choice. Then rest for a while with you, Yen. You must be tired from just returning. Rest well before acting. Ant will go set up defensive fortifications and won't disturb your rest. With that, Jing Tian left them. As the leader of the lab survivor stronghold, she had to handle the waiting strategy well. Previously, the stronghold was lost due to a lack of weapons. Now armed, she would not repeat that disgrace. Cousin, you're forming a special operations team. I want to go with you, Jing said excitedly. No, Jing Tian refused bluntly. Ant will be overwhelmed defending the stronghold alone. Jing, you're a formidable sniper. Joining us in close combat would be a waste. Stay here and help Ant. Jing Tian rejected Jing Ya's request. She pouted but nodded helplessly. She understood that Jing Tian indeed needed support. Moreover, Z City University was the center of the university city, attracting many attacking teams, often with awakened ones possessing various skills. Without multiple awakened ones stationed, even the best ambush could fail. Cousin will go listen to Ant's arrangements then. You rest. Jing said reluctantly before walking toward Jing Tian. Jing Tian watched her go, then turned to Hukuin. Hukuin Yifan has a dragon-scale combat suit that's bulletproof. Strip it off him and wear it. In these times, leaving the lab without that suit is too dangerous. Strip Yifan. Hukuin was taken aback. Yes, trust me, he'll give it to you, Jing Tian replied with a meaningful smile. He'll give it a try. Hukuin grinned. He had long been annoyed by Yifan's actions and was finally ready to get back at him. Ding. As Hukuin left, a system alert sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, the great villain system reminds you the host has earned the favor of the mist zombie before the chosen one Yifan. Congratulations on completing this great villain task. Ding, the great villain system reminds you congratulations on receiving the task reward, deducting 2 luck points from the chosen one Yifan, gaining 1 skill enhancement card, 1 additional item draw, and 1 additional acquired talent draw. Ding, the great villain system asks, does the host wish to use these rewards now? System, use the item draw and acquired talent draw first. Ding, system prompt, starting item draw. Ding, system prompt, item draw complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 4th tier supply crate item laser sword. Ding, system prompt, starting acquired talent draw. Ding, system prompt, acquired talent draw complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the acquired talent leadership. Acquired talent leadership. System, view the introduction of leadership. Ding, system prompt, introduction of acquired talent leadership is as follows. Leadership, those with this talent will be blessed with leader-like luck, making it easier to gain others' loyalty. Whenever someone's loyalty reaches 100, the host will receive a leadership gift pack reward. This talent is great. System, equip it for me, Jing Tian replied. By the way, system, open the great villain luck value store. Now that survivors' weapons are upgrading across the board, I need to pick something good for you, Yan. Ding, system notification, opening the villain's fortune store. Ding, system notification, the villain's fortune store has been opened. The following items are available. Card items, combat suit enhancement card, upon use enhances the combat suit, improving all its attributes. Price, weapon enhancement card, upon use enhances the weapon, greatly increasing its attack power and durability. Price 1. Boss strategy analysis card, upon use provides a detailed strategy analysis of the boss, including its skills, attributes, weaknesses, and more. Usable on any boss regardless of level. Price 2 fortune points. Weapon items, armor-piercing blue flame Gatling gun, an upgraded Gatling gun with enhanced bullet power, doubled firing rate, and a capacity of 20,000 rounds. Price 3 fortune points. Tang Dao Eye Soul forged from mystical ice. This blade possesses ice elemental attacks, enhancing the user's control over cold energy. It can bypass defenses and inflict damage through frost erosion. Price 5 fortune points. Items, enhanced adrenaline. Armor items, mechanical battle armor EX 28 5 Turtle heavy single soldier land combat mech with ferocious and swift combat capabilities. Equipped with shoulder cannons, a laser greatsword, armor-piercing heavy machine guns, and other high-end weaponry. Price 10 fortune points. There's even a heavy single soldier land combat mech. Jing Tian stared at the items for sale in the villain's fortunes. In this apocalyptic game world where even having a gun was considered fortunate, his store actually stocked a heavy single soldier land combat mech. If he bought it and drove it out, the other survivors who saw it would likely question their own sanity. A mech is too conspicuous for now. System. Buy me 1 armor-piercing blue flame Gatling gun, 1 Tang Dao Eye Soul, and 2 combat suit enhanced. Ding, system notification processing purchase. Ding, system notification purchase complete. A total of 10 fortune points have been deducted. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing the armor-piercing blue flame Gatling gun Tang Dao I Soul and combat suit enhancement cards. Ding system notification. Would you like to withdraw the above items from the system warehouse now? System withdraw all items except the armor-piercing blue flame Gatling gun immediately. Jing Tian's previous Gatling gun still had ammunition, so he was in no rush to switch to the new one. Ding system notification. Tang Dao I Soul and 2 combat suit enhancement cards have been successfully withdrawn. As the system notification ended, 2 enhancement cards and a Tang Dao emitting a chilling aura appeared in Jing Tian's hands. Yu Yan, give me your meteorite, Tang Dao. I'll get you a better one, Jing Tian said to Lung Yuyan. After she handed him the meteorite Tang Dao, he immediately passed the Tang Dao I Soul to her and said, Yu Yan, try this. This Tang Dao is different from the previous. It is itself an ice elemental weapon. It suits you perfectly. Jing Tian urged her to test it. The moment Lung Yuyan took the Tang Dao I Soul from him, she was profoundly shocked by its compatibility with her body. In her hands, the Tang Dao I Soul felt as if it had become one with her. Whenever she wished, the Tang Dao I Soul would instantly cooperate with her to manipulate the surrounding cold energy. An excellent weapon. Lung Yuyan was captivated by the Tang Dao I Soul. Seeing Lung Yuyan's reluctance to part with the Tang Dao I Soul, Jing Tian then activated the 2 combat suit enhancement cards in his hand. In the next moment, the black dragon scale combat suits worn by Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan were instantly enveloped in a dark golden light, which slowly merged into the suits. After the dark golden light completely fused with the dragon scale combat suits, Jing Tian was amazed to find that the suit felt like an ultra-thin silk scarf clinging tightly to his skin, no longer stuffy as before. The enhanced dragon scale combat suit not only has improved defense, but also better comfort. Jing Tian speculated as he looked at his own dark golden dragon scale suit. At the same time, Lung Yuyan also noticed the change in her own combat suit. She turned to Jing Tian in surprise and asked, Jing Tian, what was that just now? I enhanced our combat suits, Jing Tian replied, knowing what she was asking. Jing Tian. The thought that he had given her a weapon and upgraded her equipment filled her heart with happiness. After glancing around to ensure no one was looking their way, she quickly kissed Jing Tian on the cheek and said, thank you. For what? Jing Tian smiled at her thanks and replied, do we need to be so polite between husband and wife? Lung Yuyan hadn't expected him to use terms like husband and wife so directly, and a faint blush crept onto her face. It was this very blush that captivated Jing Tian, especially when he recalled her usual icy beauty demeanor and compared it to her current shy wife-like appearance. The visual impact was something few could resist. Young Master Jing am back. Just as Jing Tian was lost in gazing at Lung Yuyan, who Kuan, wearing the dragon scale combat suit stripped from the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan waved and greeted him with a smile as he approached. This fool can't he read the room. Jing Tian grumbled inwardly as Kuan walked over. Suddenly a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, villain system notification. The Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, has received a system alert. The giant mosquito zombie at the back mountain of Z City University has engaged 2 external survivor teams. The external survivor teams were wiped out, and the giant mosquito zombie has evolved into the giant mosquito zombie queen. Ding, villain system notification. The Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, has received a system alert. The giant mosquito zombie queen is the first giant animal zombie in the Apocalypse game to evolve independently. Defeating her will grant the Apocalypse game title Zombie Queen Hunter and a title gift pack reward. Ding, villain system notification. A villain mission has been activated. Please seize the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen from the Child of Fortune Yi Fan. Completing the mission will deduct 2 fortune points from Yi Fan, grant you the Apocalypse game title Zombie Queen Hunter, the title gift pack reward 1 innate talent, draw 1 random item draw, and a 15 boost to all attributes. Ding, villain system notification. As the host possesses the innate talent leadership, if you successfully subdue the giant mosquito zombie queen to serve you, it will be considered an overachievement of the villain mission. Rewards will be doubled, and the fortune points deducted from the Child of Fortune Yi Fan will be increased from 2 to 5 via critical hit. Subduing the giant mosquito zombie queen gives double rewards. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system prompt. Soon, a particularly wicked idea began to take root in his mind. Jing Tian, just you wait. I will avenge this humiliation sooner or later. While Jing Tian listened to the system prompt, a cunning idea formed in his mind. Yi Fan, the chosen one, glared at Jing Tian with seething anger. He had thought that since the black dragon scale combat suit was already on his body, it was rightfully his. Little did he know that Jing Tian would send Kuan to demand its return. A bully who throws his weight around. Once I kill the giant mosquito zombie queen, this debt, I will settle with you slowly. Yi Fan, clad in clothes stripped from a corpse, muttered as he glared at Jing Tian. With that, he prepared to leave the laboratory survivor outpost alone. Yi Fan, where are you going? Su Qianqian asked in surprise, seeing him heading out. Su Qianqian, I left something outside. Please tell Principal Jing I'll be back soon, Yi Fan explained. Before Su Tian could ask what he had left behind, he had already walked out of the laboratory survivor outpost. What a lunatic. If it weren't for wanting to improve my quality of life through him, who would bother with him? Su Tian snorted in displeasure as she watched Yi Fan's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Hu Kun, who had approached Jing Tian, instinctively glanced back at Yi Fan. When he saw Yi Fan leave the laboratory survivor outpost, he quickly said to Jing Tian, "Young Master Jing, this is bad. I took Yi Fan's combat suit." He got angry and ran off. Hu Kun, unaware of Yi Fan's true purpose for leaving, assumed it was because he had taken the combat suit. Jing Tian, knowing the real reason for Yi Fan's departure, placed a hand on Hu Kun's shoulder and said, "Hu Kun, first, that combat suit was never meant for Yi Fan. He took it himself, so reclaiming it was only right. Second, that Yi Fan never lifts a finger without gain. He must have his own reasons for going out, so don't overthink it. Now that the three of us have our combat suits, let's follow my plan and search for the other two second-tier supply crates. Young Master Jing, which one do you want to go for first?" Hu Kun asked, seeing Jing Tian ready to venture out again. "The back mountain or the commercial street?" "Let's go to the back mountain first. The commercial street is right at the school's back gate, easily visible. In these special times there could be external survivor teams any moment. Fighting there would make us easy targets for ambushes." Jing Tian casually offered a reason. Hu Kun nodded in agreement. "You have a point, young Master Jing. When do we set out? Right now? The sooner we go, the sooner we return," Jing Tian said, leading Lung Yuyan and Hu Kun out of the laboratory survivor outpost and toward the back mountain of Z City University. Upon arriving at the foot of the back mountain, Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Hu Kun immediately noticed something. There were an extraordinary number of mosquitoes here. And they were enormous, far larger than adult hornets. "Why are there so many mosquitoes here?" Hu Kun asked, watching the swarms covering the grass, trees, and sky. His brow furrowed. "A single bite from those mosquitoes would cost at least 2 drops of blood." "It must be because of the giant mosquito zombie," Jing Tian replied. "Because of the giant mosquito zombie. Young Master Jing, are you saying these giant mosquitoes are its minions?" He had been gathering information outside the university earlier and hadn't joined Jing Tian in the cafeteria to fight the giant cock. Thus, he was unaware that most giant animal zombies commanded a swarm of underlings. "Let's head up. We're wearing dragon-scale combat suits now. Even bullets can't pierce them, so these mosquitoes pose no threat," Jing Tian. Together with Lung Yuyan and Hu Kun, he ascended the stone steps of the back mountain. Along the way, large mosquitoes frequently swooped down to attack them. But protected by their dragon-scale combat suits, the attacking mosquitoes usually met a single fate. Their life-sustaining proboscises snapped upon contact. This dragon-scale combat suit is truly a treasure. Without this marvel, just dealing with the giant mosquito zombies' minions would have been a nightmare. Hu Kun grew increasingly fond of the combat suit he wore. As he admired the suit, he suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat drifting down from the mountain. Could someone be barbecuing on the back hill? Thinking this, Hu Kun doubted his nose and took a few deep breaths. After confirming the aroma was unmistakable, he turned to Jing Tian and said, "Young Master Jing, why does it smell like roasted meat on the back hill? Has someone beat?" Panic crept into Hu Kun's mind. If someone had arrived first, their trip would be in vain. "We'll know if someone's ahead once we go up," Jing Tian replied, narrowing his eyes. Hu Kun didn't know the source of the roasted meat scent, but Jing Tian did. It was the aftermath of Yi Fan's fire attribute attack. Earlier in the cafeteria, when Yi Fan had used his fire abilities against the giant cockroach zombie, Jing Tian had smelled a similar odor akin to deep-fried insects. At the summit of the back mountain, while Jing Tian and his group caught the scent of roasted meat, Yi Fan was locked in a fierce battle with the giant mosquito zombie queen. Damn it, this creature is even stronger than the giant cockroach zombie from the cafeteria. After several exchanges, Yi Fan panted heavily, studying the giant mosquito zombie queen. She no longer resembled a mosquito. Instead, she looked more human, though she retained many mosquito-like features that made her true nature unmistakable. Buzz buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen's wings vibrated, producing a grating sound. Yi Fan's brow furrowed at the noise. He knew this was a prelude to her next attack. I should have called Jing Tian and the others. Facing an evolved giant animal zombie alone is too much for me. It's all Jing Tian's fault. If he hadn't taken with Lung Yuyan by my side, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Yi Fan grumbled, inwardly forcing his body to brace for the queen's assault. The next moment, the giant mosquito zombie queen launched her attack. Her form flickered rapidly through the air as she leaped. Before Yi Fan could track her movement, she appeared right before him. Trouble. Yi Fan realized the giant mosquito zombie queen was upon him. A silent cry of alarm echoed in his mind. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield his body. But the giant mosquito zombie queen gave Yi Fan no chance to defend. She struck before his arms could cross. Her razor-sharp claws like scythes slashed across Yi Fan's abdomen, carrying a force that flung him a dozen meters away. Bang! A deafening crash resounded atop the hill behind Z University. Yi Fan slammed heavily into a tree. He felt as if every bone in his body was shattered, coughing up a mouthful of stagnant blood. Cough, cough. Yi Fan clutched his abdomen, kneeling and spitting blood. As he looked down to examine the wound, a horrifying discovery chilled him. A gaping wound over 20 centimeters long lay across his belly. It looked as if a sharp blade had sliced him open horizontally. No. Yi Fan stared at the wound, his life force rapidly fading. Gradually his body grew weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Buzz. Buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen fluttered her wings and approached Yi Fan. Seeing his nearly extinguished life signs, she grew impatient. Opening her mouth filled with jagged teeth, she lunged toward his abdomen. Just as she prepared to savor the pleasure of her meal, a fist slammed into her head, sending her stumbling back several steps. The giant mosquito zombie queen, disturbed during her feast, looked up in confusion. She turned toward the direction from which the blow had come. Suddenly, terror flickered in her eyes. The Yi Fan she had battered to the brink of death was now standing again. How was this possible? The giant mosquito zombie queen was baffled. She couldn't understand how Yi Fan had recovered so completely. Even the wound she had carved into his abdomen was gone. Ding. As the mosquito queen's confusion deepened, a system notification chimed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, system noticed the son of fortune Yi Fan is near death. Deducting 1 fortune point for recovery. Ding, system noticed the son of fortune Yi Fan sacrifices 1 fortune point to acquire the second awakening skill, Lion King. Upon use, he can transform into a half-beast with all attributes greatly enhanced. Has Yi Fan squandered another 2 fortune points? How weak. I only took the fortune maiden and the boss kill along with the gear and supplies. Why has he fallen so badly? Jing Tian listened to the system prompts, grumbling inwardly. But despite his complaints, he didn't underestimate the son of. He quickened his pace, saying, a loud crash came from the hilltop just now. Someone's probably fighting up there. Yin Hu Kuan, let's speed up and check it out. Lung Yuyin and Hu Kuan nodded in agreement, following Jing Tian as they quickened their pace. Meanwhile, after deducting 2 fortune points, Yi Fan's body had transformed into a half-beast form. Beast, it's your turn to be beaten. Yi Fan roared, his form swiftly closing in on the giant mosquito zombie queen. Seeing him approach, the queen hurriedly flapped her wings to retreat. It wasn't that she feared him. She simply couldn't fathom why a human she considered prey could turn into a half-beast. Where do you think you're going? Having finally seized the initiative after being on the defensive, Yi Fan wasn't about to let the mosquito queen escape. He pulled a high-explosive grenade from his pocket and hurled it behind the giant mosquito zombie queen. He had hidden this grenade to avoid turning it in. Now it finally served its purpose. Bang! The grenade exploded behind the queen, forcing her to halt. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan closed in on the giant mosquito zombie queen and swung his fists at her. Die! Yi Fan's fists alternated rapidly like a machine gun, pounding the mosquito queen relentlessly. The giant mosquito zombie queen had never endured such humiliation. In her eyes, humans were merely food. Yi Fan was strong, but only a more troublesome dish on her menu. Ultimately, he was still on her diet. Buzz. Buzz. The queen stopped retreating and enduring the blows. Her wings beat at high frequency. Her arms and claws spread wide like a bear trap, lunging toward Yi Fan's waist to cleave him in two. TCH. Yi Fan noticed the queen's move and let out a disdainful snort. He then activated his first awakening skill, Colossus Strength. Stop right there. Yi Fan grabbed the queen's arms with his hands, his terrifying strength rendering her immobile. The giant mosquito zombie queen stared at him in disbelief. Earlier, Yi Fan had used this strength-enhancing skill. But back then his power wasn't enough to hold her back. At most, he could barely stall her for a moment. Now, Yi Fan could lock her arms, leaving her helpless. Comparing this to before, his strength had at least doubled. Was it because of his transformation into a half-beast? Then why hadn't he used it earlier when she had gravely wounded him? Unaware that Yi Fan possessed a system, the queen could only struggle to resist his inexplicable surge in power. Roar. The giant mosquito zombie queen let out a strange cry. Instantly, the large mosquitoes lurking in every corner of the hill seemed to receive a command. They swiftly flew toward the summit. Humph, what's this? Do you feel pain now, eh? Yi Fan heard the queen's cry. He let out a smug snort, recalling the beating he had endured. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just as Yi Fan was savoring his triumph, a cacophony of buzzing surrounded him. What an annoying sound. What's going on? Irritated, Yi Fan looked toward the source. Suddenly, a dark swarm of large mosquitoes filled his vision. Damn it. Seeing the approaching horde, Yi Fan's heart, he had only gained a slight upper hand against the mosquito queen. If these swarms of mosquitoes interfered, the fragile advantage he had fought for would vanish. Worst of all, he lacked the stamina for prolonged combat or recovery. His awakening skills had a limited duration. Once they expired, he would fall into a vulnerable, weakened state. At that point, without any allies to hold off the queen, he would face only one fate, having his abdomen ripped open again by the giant mosquito zombie queen. He would be on the brink of death. No. If I drag this out, I will surely die again. The chosen one, Yi Fan, realized the peril he was in. To avoid entering a near-death state and having his fortune deducted again, he launched a frenzied assault on the giant mosquito zombie queen. Every strike was aimed at her right arm. His goal was to inflict irreversible damage on the giant mosquito zombie queen before the swarm of giant mosquitoes could come to her aid, then escape in the last 2 seconds before his skill's duration ended. This way he would stand a chance against the giant mosquito zombie queen, as long as he could injure one of her arms this time. Next time he could tear off her other arm. Thus the giant mosquito zombie queen would eventually fall to him. Faster, even faster. The chosen one, Yi Fan, driven by his goal, alternated his hands and threw punch after punch. The giant mosquito zombie queen watched Yi Fan relentlessly attack her right arm, yet her reaction was strangely indifferent. She showed no intention of protecting. She merely sought opportunities to counterattack with her sharp claws. A beast is but a beast. It doesn't even realize I'm Seeing that the giant mosquito zombie queen wasn't deliberately evading, Yi Fan smirked inwardly. He was confident that in at most 2 seconds he could shatter her right arm. Crack. After dozens more punches, the giant mosquito zombie queen's right arm finally broke, with a crisp sound rendered useless. Yi Fan rejoiced at the sight of her broken arm. He quickly turned around, ignoring everything else, focused solely on escape. If he could flee successfully once his skill cooldown ended, he could return to claim the life of the one-armed giant mosquito zombie. Hiss! No sooner had Yi Fan turned and run a few steps than the giant mosquito zombie queen caught up. Her sharp claws left deep, bone-revealing wounds on his back. Feeling the tearing pain of his flesh, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and sped up. He couldn't fight back now if he was held up by the giant mosquito zombie queen. Once his skill duration expired, he would never escape. Strike. As long as you don't kill me the next time I return, you'll be the one. Yi Fan harbored a grudge against the giant mosquito zombie queen. Wounded and disheveled, he reached the stone steps leading down the mountain. Just as he prepared to roll down to hasten his escape, he suddenly spotted 3 familiar figures on the steps. Jing Tian. Why are they here? Damn. If Jing Tian and the others encounter the giant mosquito zombie queen, they'll definitely attack her. My skill duration is about to end, leaving me weakened. By then the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen will likely fall to Jing Tian and his group again. TCH. The chosen one, Yi Fan, was utterly frustrated at the sight of Jing Tian's trio. If he chose to flee now and returned after resting, the giant mosquito zombie queen would probably be long dead. Thus he had to change his strategy. I have to stay. If I run now, I'll definitely miss out on the kill on the giant mosquito zombie. Rather than that, I might as well stay and take a gamble. With this thought, Yi Fan halted, no longer fleeing in disgrace. But he forgot one thing. The giant mosquito zombie queen was still chasing him, accelerating relentlessly. When Yi Fan suddenly stopped, the giant mosquito zombie queen couldn't brake in time. With a loud thud, she sent the chosen one who had stopped in front of her flying. The chosen one, Yi Fan, was hurled over 10 meters, bewildered midair, before crashing heavily onto the stone steps. The impact sent him tumbling down the steps at an accelerating speed. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Fan only heard the sound of his body colliding with the steps. The pain racking his body nearly made him faint. If not for the Doomsday game, where his physique had improved alongside his level, this fall alone would have been enough to kill him again. What the hell is rolling down here? As Yi Fan rolled down the steps, Hu Kuan stared at the tumbling figure, not immediately recognizing him as Yi Fan. Watching Yi Fan roll past him, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. That looks like Yi Fan. Lung Yuyan, stronger than Hu Kuan, quickly identified the rolling figure by his aura. Jing Tian, hearing Lung Yuyan's words, looked up the mountain and said, Yi Fan was thrown down from the top. Let's hurry up and check it out. With that, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyan and Hu Kuan up the last step and onto the mountaintop. As they reached the top, they saw the dejected giant mosquito zombie queen. The giant mosquito zombie queen was berating herself for letting her prey slip away. Only when she caught the scent of Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Hu Kuan did her despair turn into excitement. Her eyes roamed over the trio, and she even swallowed hard, as if she were a starving creature who had just stumbled upon. Buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen flapped her wings again, assuming an attacking stance. Hu Kuan, hearing the buzzing, looked toward her. Upon spotting the giant mosquito zombie queen, Hu Kuan exclaimed in surprise, Young Master Jing, why does this giant mosquito zombie look somewhat human? Like a half-human, half-beast demon from Journey to the West. Was the giant cockroach zombie you encountered earlier like this too? Unaware that the giant mosquito zombie had evolved, Hu Kuan asked. Jing Tian explained, the giant cockroach zombie I encountered in the cafeteria was just an oversized roach, nothing like this half-human, half-beast form. If I'm not mistaken, this giant mosquito zombie is no longer ordinary. It may have evolved into a more advanced form of giant animal zombie. A more advanced giant animal zombie. Hu Kuan was astonished. He turned to Jing Tian and asked, Young Master Jing, what should we name this evolved giant mosquito zombie? When we fight, we can use the name and also record it in the base's guide for other survivors. Let's call her the giant mosquito zombie, Jing Tian replied to Hu Kuan. After answering, he looked at the giant mosquito zombie queen and said, Yuyan, the giant mosquito zombie queen seems injured. When we engage her, hold back and don't kill her. See if we can subdue her. If we can capture her alive, we might try to tame her like an animal. If successful, our base will gain a formidable combatant. Jing Tian voiced his plan. Hu Kuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jing Tian to be so bold as to consider capturing and taming an evolved giant animal zombie like the giant mosquito zombie queen. Young Master Jing, you're quite daring. Hu Kuan remarked upon hearing Jing Tian's words, unable to help but sigh in admiration. Jing Tian looked at the giant mosquito zombie queen and said with a faint smile, great fortunes come with great risks. Be bold in trying. Perhaps we can be the first to taste the forbidden fruit. With that, Jing Tian pulled out the Gatling gun strap. Aiming at the giant mosquito zombie queen, he pulled the trigger. In an instant, bullets tore through the barrel, streaking trails of fire across the air. The round struck the giant mosquito zombie queen with precision. She raised one arm to shield herself, but the ordinary Gatling bullets were not enough to breach her defenses. She endured the Gatling's barrage, advancing step by step toward Jing Tian and his companions. The giant mosquito zombie queen's defense is incredibly high. Hu Kuan was astonished. Even the tyrant zombie couldn't withstand the Gatling's onslaught, yet before the giant mosquito zombie queen, it could only slow her down without piercing her armor. Let me try. Lung Yuyin drew her latest weapon, the Tang Daoai Soul, which Jing Tian had given her. Her form dissolved into a series of afterimages as she rapidly closed in on the giant mosquito zombie queen. As she neared the giant mosquito zombie queen, she willed the Tang Daoai Soul to release a surge of frigid qi. The cold was biting, almost unbearable. The chill at the blade's edge was especially terrifying. Clang! Lung Yuyin's Tang Daoai Soul struck the left elbow joint of the giant mosquito zombie queen, producing a metallic clash. Pity it didn't pierce. The giant mosquito zombie queen's defense is too formidable. Hu Kuan watched as Lung Yuyin's attack failed to penetrate the giant mosquito zombie queen's defenses, and he was awestruck by her resilience. Jing Tian observed Lung Yuyin's blade striking the queen's left elbow, and said, Hu Kuan, don't be fooled by appearances. Yuyin's attack has already dealt true damage to the giant mosquito zombie queen. Huh. Hu Kuan was startled by Jing Tian's words. In his eyes, Lung Yuyin's weapon hadn't pierced the queen at all. If the blade couldn't even penetrate her, how could it cause any harm? Puzzled, Hu Kuan looked again at the giant mosquito zombie queen, where Lung Yuyin had struck her. By now, Lung Yuyin had retreated. The giant mosquito zombie queen, her expression pained, was slowly backing away under the hail of Jing Tian's Gatling fire. What's going on? Hu Kuan was baffled as he watched the queen retreat. He remembered that just moments ago she had been advancing despite the Gatling barrage. Why was she now unable to withstand it? What had happened? What had just occurred? Hu Kuan's eyes roamed over the giant mosquito zombie queen, searching for the reason behind her retreat. After a moment, his gaze settled on the left elbow joint where Lung Yuyin had struck. To his utter astonishment, a layer of frost had formed there, spreading from the inside out. Could it be that Lung Yuyin channeled her cold qi into the queen's left elbow through her weapon? How is that possible? The cold qi actually ignored the queen's defenses and entered her body. Does that mean every one of Lung Yuyin's attacks can bypass the giant mosquito zombie queen's defenses and inflict true damage? Realizing this, Hu Kuan finally understood Jing Tian's earlier words. He was also amazed by Lung Yuyin's strength. Buzz! Just as Hu Kuan was marveling at her power, the giant mosquito zombie queen flapped her wings rapidly. She sent a signal to the swarm of large mosquitoes around her. Upon receiving the command, the swarm instantly locked onto Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Hu Kuan, surging forward to attack. Young Master Jing, the swarm of large mosquitoes is heading our way. Hu Kuan warned Jing Tian as the dense mass of mosquitoes approached, then drew the two AK-47s from his back and opened fire on the swarm. The large mosquitoes lacked the queen's formidable defense. Under the AK's barrage, many of their numbers were shot down and fell, yet this did little to halt their advance. Young Master Jing, there are too many of them. The bullets can't stop them all. Hu Kuan's AKs quickly ran out of ammo. As he reloaded, he called out to Jing Tian in urgency. Hu Kuan, don't worry. Leave this to me. You focus on assisting Yuyin with the queen. Jing Tian replied while turning his Gatling toward the swarm in the air. As he pulled the trigger, the once rampant swarm was instantly suppressed. Hundreds of mosquitoes were shot down every second, raining to the ground like hailstones. My God! Hu Kuan was awestruck. Jing Tian's performance was on an entirely different level. He glanced at his two AKs, suddenly feeling they were far less impressive. Hu Kuan, stay and help Jing Tian. He'll handle the giant mosquito zombie queen alone. Lung Yuyin noticed the Gatling's barrel starting to glow red with heat and grew concerned. She asked Hu Kuan to stay and lighten Jing Tian. She herself advanced toward the giant mosquito zombie queen once more. Having suffered a loss at Lung Yuyin's hands before, the queen quickly retreated upon seeing Lung Yuyin approach with her frost-veiled Tang Dao trying to keep her distance. Lung Yuyin noted the queen's newfound caution. Gripping the Tang Daoai Soul, she channeled cold qi to the blade and slashed several times through the air toward the queen's wing. With each slash, a blast of icy sword qi flew from the blade, striking the queen's rapidly fluttering wings. Boom, boom, boom. Lung Yuyin's icy sword qi exploded upon impact with the queen's wings, spreading chilling frost rapidly. The frost froze the queen's wings. The giant mosquito zombie queen sensed the abnormality in her wings. She flapped frantically, trying to shake off the ice encasing her wings. But the ice seemed to have merged with her wings because no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't dislodge it. Got you. Lung Yuyin gripped the Tang Daoai soul with both hands and thrust it directly at the queen's left elbow. This time she struck the exact spot where she had left her cold chi earlier. But this attack was different from the last. Previously, she had only infused cold chi into the joint. It had caused little substantial harm. Now, however, she inflicted damage severe enough to sever the arm. With a gentle tap on the queen's left elbow joint, it shattered like a glass jar. In an instant, it broke into several pieces. So formidable. Lung Yuyin effortlessly severed the left arm of the giant mosquito zombie queen. This scene was witnessed by the child of fortune Yi Fan, who had just struggled back to the mountaintop. Recalling the arduous battle he had endured against the giant mosquito zombie queen, a deep jealousy crept across the face of the child of fortune Yi Fan. Had Lung Yuyin been aligned with him, he would never have been brought to the brink of death by the boss, nor would he be in his current predicament, fighting alone with no one to rely on. It's all Jing Tian's fault, he muttered. His honeyed words have completely fooled the child of fortune Lung Yuyin. If it weren't for him whisking her away at the very onset of the apocalypse with my skills, Lung Yuyin would have long since fallen for me. The child of fortune Yi Fan felt a deep sense of injustice. If he could turn back time, he would have fought Jing Tian from the very beginning, never giving him a moment alone with Lung Yuyin. A single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Yi Fan was consumed by regret. All he could do now was grow stronger, find a way to eliminate Jing Tian, and slowly win Lung Yuyin's heart. Ding. As Yi Fan watched Lung Yuyin and fantasized about his future after killing Jing Tian, a sudden system notification echoed within his mind. Ding. System notification: the giant mosquito zombie queen possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. To defeat her, you must first find a way to halt her recovery. Otherwise, she is an endless war machine that will drain your stamina and devour you. The giant mosquito zombie queen has extraordinary regenerative abilities. The child of fortune Yi Fan was startled by the system prompt. The system had not mentioned this during his previous battle with the giant mosquito. Could it be that the damage he had inflicted back then wasn't severe enough to trigger her recovery mechanism? Yi Fan pondered. A chill ran down his spine. It was fortunate that Jing Tian's group had arrived, otherwise, even if he had worn down the giant mosquito zombie queen to a critical state, he would have been the one to suffer in the end. What method does this giant mosquito zombie queen use to heal herself? Yi Fan wondered as he watched her. In his eyes, the giant mosquito zombie queen was now at the end of her rope. With both arms severed, continuing to fight would only lead to her demise. Barring any surprises, she would soon unleash her formidable healing ability. Buzz. Buzz. Just as Yi Fan was contemplating her method of recovery, the giant mosquito zombie queen flapped her wings with great difficulty. She issued a command to the swarm of large mosquitoes that were attacking Jing Tian and Hu Kun. In the next instant, the swarm turned and flew back to her side. Yuyin, be careful. The swarm is heading back. Jing Tian warned Lung Yuyin as he saw the mosquitoes fly towards the queen. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuyin activated her protective cold aura, swiftly retreating to stand beside Jing Tian. What is this giant mosquito zombie queen? Hu Kun was puzzled as he saw the queen recall the swarm. The next second, the queen answered his question with her actions. The giant mosquito zombie queen opened her mouth wide, and the large mosquitoes flew into it one by one like an automatic feeding machine. As she devoured the mosquitoes, her severed arms began to regenerate at a visible rate. Even the wings previously frozen by Lung Yuyin's cold aura shed away as new ones grew in their place. Is this for real, eh? Hu Kun exclaimed in disbelief as he watched the queen fully recover. He had never imagined that after all their relentless attacks, she would bounce back in mere seconds. Holy shit. Even as Hu Kun was cursing the child of fortune, Yi Fan couldn't help but utter a similar exclamation upon seeing the queen's recovery. Recalling how he had once felt a smug sense of achievement after trading a blow to sever one of her arms, believing he could wear her down slowly, he now felt like a fool. System, can you give me all the warnings at once next time? Or if that's too much, just give me a boss strategy guide, and I'll memorize it myself, alright? The child of fortune, Yi Fan, grumbled at his system. But as usual, his system offered no further assistance beyond its critical prompts. Talking to a cold, lifeless system is so boring. Receiving no response from the system, Yi Fan clicked his tongue in annoyance and continued to lie low on the stone steps, secretly observing the situation. His plan was simple: watch from the sidelines, and then swoop in to claim the spoils. Yi Fan, since you're up here, why are you still skulking around? Jing Tian suddenly spoke, addressing him directly. Jing Tian, what I do is none of your business. Yi Fan retorted, irritably annoyed at being discovered at such a critical moment. Is that so? Should I have a word with my aunt about this? Jing Tian knew that the laboratory was a key stronghold, and Yi Fan would never leave a place that offered rewards, especially after a system prompt. So he invoked the name of his aunt Jing Tian to pressure Yi Fan. The implication was clear: if Yi Fan didn't follow orders, he would be expelled from the laboratory stronghold. Damn it. You only remember me when you need help, but you snatch the kills away. You won't even give me a dragon-scale combat suit. How can you shamelessly ask for my help, Jing Tian? And when I rolled down the mountain just now, why didn't you stop me? Yi Fan fumed. Jing Tian replied with a mocking tone, what? That rolling stone just now was you. Damn it, stop playing dumb. Yi Fan gritted his teeth in fury at Jing Tian's denial. Jing Tian remained nonchalant, retorting, even if I had known, why would I be obligated to save you? Do you think the world revolves around you? Why must I save you? Don't think I'm unaware of the gossip you spread behind my back and how you covet my girlfriend. If it weren't for the fact that we're classmates, I would have fed you to the zombies long ago. You asked for my help. Do you even deserve it? Boss Jing, you're too merciful. Damn it, Yi Fan, you dare to covet my sister-in-law. He'll riddle you with bullets from my AK. Hu Kuan, enraged by Jing Tian's words, aimed his AK at Yi Fan. In his eyes, Jing Tian was always too kind to those around him. He was a rich second-generation heir with power and the backing of Jing Xian. He could have easily coasted through life, yet he insisted on going on missions and fighting on the front lines time and again covering the retreat for the laboratory survivor teams. How many rich kids in the apocalypse could match Jing Tian's actions? Hu Kuan idolized Jing Tian and would never allow anyone to harm him. Of course, he was unaware that Jing Tian was keeping Yi Fan around to play the long game, slowly draining the child of fortune of all his opportunities. The child of fortune Yi Fan was rendered speechless by the agitated Hu Kuan. Meanwhile, the fully recovered giant mosquito zombie queen once again assumed a battle stance, charging towards Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan, you take the front line. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rid of a scumbag like you for Boss Jing. Hu Kuan's stance was unyielding. Yi Fan had no intention of listening to Hu Kuan. His awakened skill was still on cooldown, so why would he agree to fight on the front lines? Especially after being berated by Jing Tian, and Hu Kuan, his pride was wounded. There was no way he would comply. Bang! Just as Yi Fan was about to slip away, Hu Kuan actually fired his gun. Shot after shot, he aimed precisely at Yi Fan's escape route, forcing him to either advance or take a bullet. This bastard is helping that useless Jing Tian. What a brainless fool. Yi Fan cursed Hu Kuan, unable to fathom his unwavering loyalty to Jing Tian. Buzz. Buzz. As Yi Fan was cursing Hu Kuan, the giant mosquito zombie queen reached him. Her sharp claws like scythes of death swung towards his neck. This time, the giant mosquito zombie queen intended to show no mercy, preferring to feed on the dead to weaken the group of four. The colossal mosquito zombie queen lunged at Yi Fan, the favored son of destiny, her dual claws aiming to cleave him. Sensing the murderous aura at his back, Yi Fan swiftly spun around. As he turned, two scythe-like claws were already before his eyes. Not good, he cried inwardly, a surge of alarm flooding his mind. He twisted his body, abruptly leveraging the strength of his waist and legs to rotate, and crashed to the ground with a thud. Yi Fan's frame slammed into the earth. Though graceless, he had indeed evaded the zombie queen's throat-slitting strike in the nick of time. He'll take the front line. Hu Kuan, hurry up and help. Yi Fan, upon landing, immediately capitulated, agreeing to be the vanguard and pleading for Hu Kuan's aid. His position was now dire. Yielding could still secure Hu Kuan's assistance. Refusal would leave him to be devoured by the colossal mosquito zombie queen. Young Master Jing, what do you think? Hu Kuan glanced at Jing Tian as Yi Fan relented. With the enemy at hand, let's act first, Jing Tian replied, aiming his Gatling gun at the queen. Young Master Jing is too kind-hearted, Hu Kuan mused inwardly. Were it him, given Yi Fan's transgressions, he would have fed Yi Fan to the zombies like Yi Fengxin. Hurry! Yi Fan cried out again as the queen slashed his arm, while Hu Kuan's thoughts lingered. Stop yelling, I'm coming. Hu Kuan fired his AK-47 in response. The colossal mosquito zombie queen, noting Hu Kuan's intervention, flapped her wings rapidly, signaling the swarm of giant mosquitoes. Receiving her command, the dark cloud of insects surged toward Hu Kuan. Hu Kuan's AK-47 magazine held limited rounds, insufficient to repel the swarm. As he hesitated over using his instant teleport skill to escape, Jing Tian tossed a decoy grenade at the swarm. Hu Kuan, take my Gatling and hold them off. Got it, young Master Jing. Hu Kuan accepted the Gatling with delight. He had long fantasized about wielding such a formidable. Now his wish was granted. Damn mosquitoes. I've always loathed you in summer. Now with the apocalypse game upon us, you still haunt me. Die. Hu Kuan roared, pulling the trigger. The Gatling's barrel spun swiftly, bullets tearing through the air and mowing down the swarm drawn to the decoy. Countless mosquitoes fell in droves. This feels amazing. Hu Kuan exulted, watching the falling insects. But soon a realization struck him. Jing Tian had given him the weapon. What would he use himself? Jing Tian's awakened skill wasn't combat-oriented. His frontline prowess relied on the Gatling and level advantage. Without the gun, could Jing Tian's level alone overcome the colossal mosquito zombie queen? Pondering this, Hu Kuan turned to ask, young Master Jing. You gave me the Gatling, what about you? Me? Ill-managed, Jing Tian replied, pulling a flashlight-like object from his back. Hu Kuan was baffled by the flashlight. Why would Jing Tian set aside a Gatling for a mere flashlight? As Hu Kuan puzzled, Jing Tian flicked the device, and a dark red laser beam shot forth. Whoa, a lightsaber. Hu Kuan was stunned by the crimson blade in Jing Tian's hand, never expecting such high-tech gear. Hu Kuan joined Yuyin to take down the queen. Holding off the swarm is your job. Jing Tian brandished the lightsaber with a few practice swings. Hu Kuan nodded, focusing on the Gatling to suppress the giant. While Hu Kuan engaged the swarm, Jing Tian acted without hesitation. After exchanging nods with Lung Yuyin, they advanced from left and right, closing in on the colossal mosquito zombie queen from both flanks. The queen buzzed furiously as they approached. Her wings beat wildly as she kicked aside the battered Yi Fan at her feet, spreading her claws in a scything stance. She charged at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin with accelerated speed. Having failed to flee before she changed tactics, no longer retreating, she opted for direct confrontation. She could recover by devouring the swarm, and if each clash left one enemy gravely wounded, over several rounds she could defeat all four. Bold move. Jing Tian observed the queen's choice to engage Heroine. He switched from one hand to two on the lightsaber, locking his gaze on the queen. If you want a direct fight, then let me test if this weapon from a Tier 4 supply crate can handle an evolved giant zombie like you. With that thought, Jing Tian closed in and swung the lightsaber at the queen's arm. In an instant, the lightsaber sliced through as if cutting air, effortlessly severing the queen's arm. The colossal mosquito zombie queen stared in horror, unable to believe her arm, strong enough to withstand Gatling fire, was cleaved so easily. Jing Tian is incredible. Lung Yuyin marveled, having restrained the queen's other arm with her Tang saber. Jing Tian had confessed his strength to her. She always knew he was powerful, but not to such an astonishing, unimaginable degree. How is this possible? Yi Fan, the favored son of destiny, scrambled up after being kicked aside and witnessed Jing Tian's effortless feat. I struggled just to trade blows for one arm, but Jing Tian did it with a single swing. This can't be. The stark contrast fueled his intense resentment. Is it that lightsaber? Yi Fan eyed the weapon, recalling the scene. He convinced himself Jing Tian's edge came from gear, not skill. That bastard, with his aunt as the outpost leader, he gets all the best equipment. If I had that lightsaber, I wouldn't have been so pathetic. Yi Fan attributed the gap to the weapon seething with jealousy, and he dashed toward the maimed queen, his skills off cooldown. Now he only needed to snatch the kill. Jing Tian, you've stolen my kills so many times. This time it's my turn. The colossal mosquito zombie queen had one of its arms severed by Jing Tian's laser sword. The child of fortune Yi Fan seized the opportunity, activating his skills Myriad Elephant Force and Lion King consecutively, as he charged toward the giant mosquito zombie queen. He attempted a surprise attack to claim the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen. However, what the child of fortune Yi Fan did not expect was that as soon as he approached the colossal mosquito zombie queen, before he could even make a move, a Tang sword radiating icy cold blocked his path. It's you, Lung Yuyin. What exactly do you mean by this? I'm attacking the giant mosquito zombie queen. Why are you stopping me? The child of fortune Yi Fan looked at Lung Yuyin, and he could not understand why Lung Yuyin would intervene to stop him when he attacked the giant mosquito zombie queen. You cannot kill the giant mosquito zombie queen. Jing Tian still has use for her, Lung Yuyin said to the child of fortune Yi Fan. Yi Fan listened to her words, lowered his head, and fell silent. After a moment, rage consumed him. His eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, what possible use could Jing Tian have for keeping the giant mosquito zombie queen alive? Isn't it just to kill the giant mosquito zombie queen and get a huge experience reward? You're supposed to be the top beauty at Z City University, but have you lost your mind? Do you actually believe such a lie that wouldn't fool a 3-year-old? Yi Fan lost his composure. Faced with Lung Yuyin's obstruction, he felt a sense of betrayal. Watch your tongue, Yi Fan. Lung Yuyin replied coldly to Yi Fan's words. Watch my tongue. Yi Fan sneered disdainfully. Huh, Lung Yuyin. Tell me which part of what I said isn't the truth. Do you dare ask Jing Tian to swear an oath? Does he dare? Does he dare say his reason for keeping the giant mosquito zombie queen alive isn't to kill her for the reward? Does he dare swear it? Does he dare? Yi Fan grew more agitated with every word, remembering how Jing Tian had stolen his kills time and again, and now, when it was finally his turn to take one back, he was stopped by Lung Yuyin, the child of fortune, who should have been on his side. He could no longer control his emotions. Swear. Jing Tian heard Yi Fan's words. Gripping his laser sword, he severed another arm of the giant mosquito zombie queen and said, Yi Fan, with a great enemy before us, I don't have time to argue with you. As for swearing an oath, why would I, Jing Tian, need to swear one for you? Do you think so highly of yourself? What right do you have to dictate what I, Jing Tian, do? Jing Tian retorted without mercy. Yi Fan wanted to say more, but Lung Yuyin stopped him by pointing her Tang sword eye soul at him. Yi Fan, you've got your logic. It's not that just because you suspect someone they must swear an oath and produce evidence to prove their innocence. Rather, as the one who suspects, you must first provide evidence to prove the person's wrongdoing. Otherwise, without evidence, how is that any different from slander? Does everyone in the world have to clear their name just because of your baseless words? Every word Lung Yuyan spoke was reasonable. Yi Fan had not expected the usually taciturn Lung Yuyan to lash out at him. He wanted to explain, but found that she had no intention of listening. How did it come to this? The child of fortune Yi Fan had not anticipated his relationship with Lung Yuyan deteriorating so badly. He had only wanted her to see Jing Tian's true intentions. Lung Yuyan. When Jing Tian finally kills the giant mosquito zombie, Queen, you'll regret every word you said to me. Then you'll understand the hardship of chasing after someone. And I won't easily forgive your apology. Yi Fan complained inward. He was convinced that Jing Tian's reason for sparing the giant mosquito zombie queen was merely an excuse. His real goal was certainly to kill her and level up. Fine. Lung Yuyan. He'll trust Jing Tian this once. I want to try to kill the giant mosquito zombie queen. But if the giant mosquito zombie queen ends up being killed by Jing Tian in the end, don't tell me I have no evidence. The child of fortune Yi Fan said to Lung Yuyan. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuyan did not reply. Instead, she gripped her weapon Tang Sword Eye Soul and immediately went to assist Jing Tian. Now that both arms of the giant mosquito zombie queen had been severed again, it was highly likely she would summon the swarm of giant mosquitoes to recover. To take down the giant mosquito zombie queen, she had to find a way to prevent her from feeding on the giant mosquito swarm. Buzz. Just as Lung Yuyan had predicted, after losing both arms, the giant mosquito zombie queen flapped her wings to signal the giant mosquito swarm. Young Master Jing's sister-in-law, the giant mosquito swarm is heading your way. Hukuan, who was enthusiastically shooting at the swarm, saw them suddenly retreat en masse and quickly warned Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. So the giant mosquito swarm is here. Lung Yuyan saw them approaching and said to Jing Tian, I think the giant mosquito zombie queen uses the frequency of her wing flaps to command the swarm. Maybe we should try cutting off her wings first. Lung Yuyan proposed her idea. Jing Tian nodded and replied, Yuyan, I'll hold off the giant mosquito swarm. Hearing Jing Tian's immediate agreement, Lung Yuyan smiled sweetly. The absolute trust he gave her filled her with immense happiness. TCH. The child of fortune Yi Fan noticed the smile on Lung Yuyan's face and clicked his tongue in displeasure at Jing Tian. That smile beneath her icy exterior was supposed to be his alone. But now it had all been taken by Jing Tian, which infuriated him. Even if it meant giving up the kill reward for the giant mosquito zombie queen, he would wait for her to die by Jing Tian's hand, shattering Jing Tian's image in Lung Yuyan's eyes. Jing Tian. I know what you're really like. Your little tricks will only be turned against you. When the day comes that Lung Yuyan, the child of fortune, is utterly disappointed in you, they'll make you feel everything I've felt these past few days. The child of fortune Yi Fan sneered inwardly at Jing Tian. He had no idea why Jing Tian was keeping the giant mosquito zombie queen alive. But in his eyes, whatever Jing Tian's stated reason was for sparing her, the ultimate goal was always to kill her and claim the reward. What scheme is that Yi Fan cooking up now? As Yi Fan sneered inwardly, Jing Tian glanced in his direction. The giant mosquito swarm was now surging toward him and Lung Yuyan. He had to find a way to buy her time and hold them off. Looks like he'll have to play a bit dirty. Jing Tian smirked wickedly at Yi Fan. He pulled 2 decoy grenades from his hiking and hurled them straight toward where Yi Fan was standing. Bang! Bang! 2 grenade explosions erupted beside Yi Fan. Before he could grasp what was happening, his vision was completely obscured by the dense green smoke emitted by the decoy grenades. What is this green smoke? Yi Fan wondered, puzzled by the sudden apparition. As he pondered its nature, a chaotic buzzing sound reached his ears. What's that noise? A swarm of giant mosquitoes. Weren't they summoned back by the giant mosquito zombie queen? Why are they here? Wait. Could this green smoke be Jing Tian's decoy grenade? Damn it. The chosen one. Yi Fan realized the truth. He urgently channeled the fire-attributed energy around him, forming a protective flame membrane that covered his entire body. Simultaneously, Lung Yuyan, unhindered by the giant mosquito swarm, gripped her Tang Dao Eye Soul and slashed at the wings of the giant mosquito zombie queen. Seeing Lung Yuyan targeting her wings and her swarm block, terror flickered in the giant mosquito zombie queen's eyes. She frantically flapped her wings to retreat. If she could just create distance from Lung Yuyan, she might escape into the sky. Where do you think you're going? Jing Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind the giant mosquito zombie queen. His laser sword, swift, precise, and ruthless, severed her left wing. The giant mosquito zombie queen was utterly shocked. She distinctly remembered Jing Tian being distracted by the giant mosquito swarm just moments ago, not even looking her way. But why? Why did Jing Tian suddenly appear behind her? The giant mosquito zombie queen couldn't comprehend what had happened. Before she could react, her right wing was frozen solid by the oncoming Lung Yuyan. A deep growl rumbled from the giant mosquito zombie queen. With both wings crippled and unable to command her swarm, she now felt the profound threat of death. Don't worry, I won't. Jing Tian activated his dark attributed energy and waved his hand before the giant mosquito zombie queen's face. The queen stared at him, uncomprehending. She didn't understand what Jing Tian meant, but she could sense the dark attributed energy emanating from him, a presence eerily similar to her own. Why? Why does he have an aura like mine? Isn't he human? What is going on? The giant mosquito zombie queen looked at Jing Tian, her heart filled with doubt. She growled repeatedly, trying to ascertain his true identity and the real purpose behind his attack and his decision to spare her. Unfortunately, she couldn't understand his words, and he couldn't understand hers. No matter how she questioned, Jing Tian remained oblivious to her meaning. Hu Kuan Yuyan and I need to watch the giant mosquitoes. You go find the supply crate. Once it's found, we'll return to the lab survivor base. Jing Tian instructed Hu Kuan, ignoring the queen. Hu Kuan nodded and swiftly began searching the hilltop for the crate. Moments later, from a small pavilion, he excitedly waved to Jing Tian. Master Jing, the supply crate is here. But it's too heavy for me to move alone. By the way, where's Yi Fan? Hu Kuan looked around for Yi Fan as he spoke. Just as he was wondering where Yi Fan had disappeared to, a figure crawled out from the green smoke, looking disheveled. Yi Fan, how did you end up in the decoy grenade smoke? Hu Kuan's gaze had been fixed on the queen. He didn't know what had happened to Yi Fan. Struggling to his feet, Yi Fan fumed. How did I end up in the decoy grenade smoke? Hu Kuan, you should ask Jing Tian that. He threw a decoy grenade right next to me. What's his game? Trying to silence me. Huh. I'm too tough to die. Jing Tian, I'd like to see what you'll do with that queen if you're not keeping her alive to claim the kill reward. Yi Fan grew more self-righteous, convinced Jing Tian's mercy was just his real goal. Yi Fan believed was to secure the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen for himself, ensuring no one else could snatch the reward. Humph. Jing Tian sneered at Yi Fan's words. Some people are completely useless except for stealing kills. From the moment we climbed this hill, some people have been slacking off. I just gave them a little job to do. You're lying. The chosen one, Yi Fan retorted immediately. Jing Tian, on what basis do you say I'm useless except for stealing kills? Have I? Haven't you? Besides being forced to the front line by Hu Kuan for 2 seconds, what else have you done? Jing Tian added calmly. Oh right. You did make one move. While I was severely wounding the queen, you jumped in to steal the kill, only to be stopped by Yu Yan. Jing Tian, you. Yi Fan ground his teeth. He wanted to argue further, but before he could speak, Hu Kuan from the supply crate interjected. Yi Fan, Master Jing is the highest authority at the lab base, second only to Principal Jing. If he wanted the reward for killing the queen, just say so. He wouldn't need to scheme with you. Don't project your own mentality onto Master Jing. If he wanted, every single boss kill reward could be his. He doesn't need to be as underhanded as you. If you want to stay at the lab base, I suggest you talk less and work more. Stop acting like everything good is owed to you. What makes you think you're entitled? Come and help move the crate. Hu Kuan was growing increasingly annoyed with Yi Fan. He couldn't fathom Yi Fan's delusion that Jing Tian would compete with him for it. In his eyes, if Jing Tian wanted something, it was already as good as his. He had no need for such convoluted games with Yi Fan. What do you know? If he just took it, you'd still support him. Just wait. I bet the giant mosquito zombie queen will be dead by Jing Tian's hand within 3 days. We'll see what you say then. Yi Fan grumbled inwardly at Hu Kuan's words. Still complaining, he walked over to Hu Kuan and helped lift the crate. He had to endure. Endure until the queen was dead, then confront Hu Kuan. He would thoroughly humiliate Hu Kuan to prove who was right and who was wrong. At Z City University, at the entrance of the lab survivor base, after the chosen one, Yi Fan chose to endure, Jing Tian and his group quickly returned to the base's main gate. Wow, everyone look. What are Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan escorting? The lab survivors, seeing their return, were immediately drawn to the giant mosquito zombie queen outside the gate. That thing isn't human, it looks like a monster. Is she an awakened? Is this her awakened skill? I don't know, but she looks terrifying, half human, half beast. She does look like a beastman, but I can't tell what animal she's based on. The survivors whispered among themselves, staring at the queen. Soon Jing Xian and Jing Yi, having heard of Jing Tian's return, approached him, and Lung Yuyan. Cousin, what is that you're escorting? She looks like a beastman. Did she use a beastman transformation skill? Jing Yi asked Jing Tian. Jing Tian smiled lightly. Jing Yi, she's the giant mosquito zombie queen, an evolved giant mosquito zombie. What? Jing Yi's face was filled with shock. She had encountered several survivors with beastman transformation skills, so she assumed this was one of them. She never expected Jing Tian to say they were escorting an evolved giant animal zombie. She evolved from a giant animal zombie, and it's the mosquito I hate most. Jing Yi trailed off, then a thought struck her. She looked at Jing Tian. Cousin, since she's an evolved giant animal zombie, why didn't you kill her to level up? Why bring her back? Are you trying to give the kill to me, or Ant for leveling up? Jing Yi's eyes sparkled. The experience from a giant animal zombie was already substantial. An evolved one would offer several times more experience. You little rascal. Jing Tian was speechless at her words and tapped her head. I brought her back for an experiment. I want to try taming an evolved giant animal zombie. They already have half-human characteristics. If we can tame them to serve us, our base will gain a powerful new asset. Jing Tian revealed his purpose for escorting the queen. The chosen one, Yi Fan, carrying the crate, sneered. Tame the giant mosquito zombie queen. Jing Tian, are you talking in your sleep in broad daylight? Zombies and humans are natural enemies. Why would it help human? Why would it help you? Besides, they can't understand human speech. Even if you tame it, can it really be of use? Don't cause more harm than good and endanger us all. Even Yi Fan, the chosen one, hadn't mastered the method to tame zombies. So in his eyes, an ordinary rich second generation like Jing Tian was even less capable. Cousin, who is this bald uncle? He talks so rudely. Jing frowned displeased and asked Jing Tian. Him. His name is Yi Fan. He has some mental issues. If he weren't an old classmate and an awakened ID, have fed him to the zombies by now. Ignore him, Jingya. Jing Tian laughed and ruffled Jingya's hair. If he hadn't finished exploiting Yi Fan, the grass on his grave would be meters high by now. So the bald uncle has mental problems. That explains it. Jingya giggled at Jing Tian's explanation. Damn it, this is too much. Yi Fan was furious at being called a bald uncle. But before he could explode, a gunshot rang out. By the time he reacted, a bullet had grazed his cheek, leaving a scar on his face. Who? Yi Fan, realizing he was ambushed, demanded. Me. Jingya twirled a pistol on her finger. Bald uncle, whether you have mental problems or not, if I ever hear you disrespect my cousin again, the next bullet will go through your head. Jingya warned Yi Fan. The chosen one was stunned. He hadn't expected this girl, who seemed 2 or 3 years younger than him, to utter such harsh words. More importantly, he hadn't even seen Jingya draw her gun, and her shot was so fast, so accurate. The chosen one, Yi Fan, was subdued. He dared not say another word. Seeing Yi Fan silenced, and the farce over, Jing Tian looked at Jing Tian. Jing Tian, the lab base has the Apocalypse Games protection. A zombies can't enter. You'll need a place to tame it. Do you have a location in mind? Yes, I plan to take her to the library. It was once a survivor base, and even if it isn't anymore, the zombie presence there is relatively low. Jing Tian told Jing Tian, then looked at the supply crate beside Heroine. Aunt, this is the crate we found on this mission. They'll open it now for you to distribute to the survivors. Other bases in the university town have their eyes on our Z City University. Time is of the essence. They'll start researching how to tame the queen right now. With that, Jing Tian opened the crate. Instantly, a pile of equipment, AKs, M4s, grenades, magazines, spilled out onto the ground. Cousin, you're going out again, Jingya said reluctantly, seeing Jing Tian prepare to leave with the queen. Jingya, it's not far. Just a few minutes walk. They'll be right back once I figure out how to tame her. Jing Tian smiled at Jingya. That's the spirit, young man. Learn to innovate, have the courage to think and act. Whether in business or surviving the apocalypse game, the principle is the same. Our advantage lies in having what others don't. Go for it, kid. Your aunt supports you. Jing Tian cheered him on. Jing Tian nodded, and together with Lung Yuyan escorted the queen away from the lab base gate and towards the library. Hot taming a zombie, what a pipe dream. Does Jing Tian have some kind of debuff aura? His relatives get dumber and dumber. Yi Fan muttered to himself as they left. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Z City University library, a petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses was changing the bandages on the mist zombie's wounds. Sister, the boy with the minigun is named Jing Tian. Why are you asking about him? Do you have a grudge against him? What? You want to meet him? Jing Tian saved your life. Oh my god, thank goodness, I just awakened a skill that lets me understand you, or no one would know your story. Don't worry, sister. He'll make sure to bring Jing Tian to meet you. At Z City University. In the library, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan had just arrived here, escorting the giant mosquito zombie queen when they sensed something amiss. The library was no longer a survivor stronghold. Zombies could enter freely. Yet oddly enough, not a single zombie was at the library entrance. It was as if the library still retained its former ability to repel zombies. Have survivors from another stronghold been here? Lung Yuyan noted the anomaly. Yuyan, wait for me at the entrance. He'll go in and check the situation, Jing Tian said to her. Gripping his laser sword, he cautiously stepped into the library. To his surprise, in the main hall on the first floor, there was no trace of any survivor. Am I overthinking this? Jing Tian wondered. With that thought, he reached the stairwell and ascended to the second floor. Meanwhile, the mist zombie, whose wounds were being bandaged by a petite silver-haired girl in black-rimmed glasses, seemed to sense something. Startled, she stared nervously at the stairwell. What's wrong, sister? Asked the petite silver-haired girl, noticing the mist zombie's sudden reaction. The mist zombie responded with low growls. The petite silver-haired girl then also looked anxiously at the stairs. Sister, you mean someone is coming up? Could it be those survivors from elsewhere? The petite silver-haired girl recalled that none of Z City University's 3 supply crate locations were in the library. Therefore, the survivor team from Z City University wouldn't come here. Anyone who did must be from a different survivor group. Sister, the library has many bookshelves. Should we find a place to hide first? The petite silver-haired girl feared for their safety, with the mist zombie's injuries not yet fully healed and her burdened with a non-combatant. A fight could mean both of their deaths. The mist zombie grunted in agreement with the girl's suggestion. Quickly, they hid behind a bookshelf. While concealed, they adjusted the books to create a small gap, watching the stairwell. After a few breaths, they saw a familiar figure emerge from the stairs. Sister, it's Jing Tian. The petite silver-haired girl exclaimed excitedly. Him. The mist zombie was surprised, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. She wondered why Jing Tian no longer carried the aura similar to hers. If he had, she would have detected him much earlier. Jing Tian, it's me Su Tong. I'm a survivor from the laboratory stronghold. Do you remember me? As the mist zombie puzzled over the vanished aura, the petite silver-haired girl stepped out from behind the bookshelf and waved at Su Tong. What is she doing here? Jing Tian was astonished to see Su Tong greeting him. He remembered that Su Tong had been taken away by the mist zombie in the cafeteria. Her presence here suggested the mist zombie had the mist zombie not harmed her. Jing Tian was filled with questions. He asked Su Tong, why are you here? The laboratory stronghold isn't far. Why haven't you returned? There's a reason I'm here, but you might not believe it, Su Tong replied. After the mist zombie sister took me from the cafeteria, she didn't hurt me. She brought me to rest on the second floor of the library. I saw her bandages had torn from a fight, so I re-bandaged her wounds. I was planning to head back to the laboratory stronghold after finishing, but before I could you arrived. After saying this, Su Tong waved at the mist zombie behind the bookshelf, signaling her to come out. The mist zombie, her body wrapped in bandages, slowly emerged, supporting herself on the shelf. Her emerald eyes fixed on Jing Tian. Though she usually only growled, she now struggled to speak his name. Though her pronunciation was garbled and indistinct, Jing Tian understood she was calling him. You can speak human language. Jing Tian was astonished. It was the first time he had heard a zombie utter human words. I taught her, said Su Tong. She raised her right wrist, revealing a golden pattern, a mark unique to awakened individuals. Su Tong, you've awakened a skill too. Jing Tian recalled the Doomsday game, mentioning that survivors could awaken skills anytime. But Su Tong was the first person he had seen awaken a skill since the first day. System view, Su Tong's life resume. Cautious as always, Jing Tian summoned the system to examine Su Tong's life resume. Ding. System notice now viewing Su Tong's life resume. Ding. System notice Su Tong's life resume is as follows. Name, Su Tong, gender female, height, 150 centimeters, identity top, student, language prodigy, level 3, experience, 215, 1000, reputation, none coins, none strength, 9 spirit, 15 constitution, 8 zombie infection rate, 14100 weapon, none awakened skill, spiritual link. Allows the awakened to establish a spiritual connection, enabling unrestricted communication between any two life forms within a 20-meter range. Unrestricted communication means no language barriers, no distance limits, and no interference, allowing telepathic. Note the skill lasts 10 minutes with a 20-minute cooldown. As the awaken's level increases, the duration extends, the cooldown decreases, the range expands, and the maximum number of participants grows. Innate talent, exceptional intelligence. Possesses extraordinary learning ability and a spirit far surpassing ordinary people. Spiritual link. It can allow any two life forms within 20 meters to communicate without restrictions. Jing Tian was thrilled by Su Tong's awakened skill. Earlier, the villain system had hinted that taming the giant mosquito zombie queen would yield double rewards. But he knew how difficult it would be to tame a creature with which he shared no common language. He had considered checking the villain's fortune store for an item to tame the queen. Unexpectedly, Su Tong's skill was exactly what he needed. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system notification. At the same time, the black-rimmed glasses girl Su Tong looked at Jing Tian and said, classmate Jing Tian, my awakened ability is Divine Sense Link. It allows two living beings within a 20-meter range to communicate without any restrictions. The Miss Zombie lady just told me that you saved her life, and she wishes to have a word with you. If you agree, I can establish the Divine Sense Link between you two. What do you think, classmate Jing Tian? After speaking, Su Tong looked at Jing Tian. Upon seeing Jing Tian nod, she closed her eyes tightly and shifted the Divine Sense Link from the Mist Zombie and herself to the Mist Zombie and Jing Tian. A crisp chime echoed in Jing Tian's mind as Su Tong completed the transfer of the Divine Sense Link. After that, he could understand the Mist Zombie's words. Are you Jing Tian? Hello. Thank you for saving me before. Without your help, I think I would have died by now. The Mist Zombie expressed her gratitude to Jing Tian. Jing Tian smiled and waved his hand, saying, no need to thank me. It was all fate. I don't know why I suddenly wanted to save you at that moment, but since I had that thought, I acted on it. Fate. The Mist Zombie listened to Jing Tian's words, a smile spreading across her face. Yes. From the moment I gained consciousness, to being severely injured and then being saved by you. Perhaps this is fate at work. Oh, Jing Tian. How would you like me to repay you? Though I may not know much, I understand the principle of repaying kindness. After the Mist Zombie finished speaking, her jade green eyes fixed on Jing Tian. Whatever repayment he asked for, as long as it was within her power, she would agree and strive to fulfill it with all her might. Do you have any affection for your zombie kind? Jing Tian didn't directly mention repayment. Instead, he probed the Mist Zombie with a question. My own kind. The Mist Zombie shook her head at Jing Tian's question. No, I don't. In fact, we are even rivals. Ever since I gained consciousness, I knew one thing: the taste of ordinary humans is particularly delicious and can significantly boost my strength. But later I discovered that while ordinary humans are tasty, their effect on enhancing my power is limited. Conversely, some stronger members of my kind pique my interest more. The reason I got injured was that I tried to devour a particularly powerful giant cockroach. Unfortunately, I underestimated its strength, and it overwhelmed me with sheer numbers. The mist zombie spoke to Jing Tian without any concealment, answering everything truthfully. In her eyes, there was no bond of companionship among zombies. Only a hierarchy of strength. The strong preyed upon the weak, and the weak had to find ways to grow stronger to avoid being devoured. So there's internal competition among zombies. Jing Tian felt a surge of joy upon hearing the mist zombie's words. If zombies didn't turn on each other, then his plan to turn them to his side would be several times, even dozens of times more difficult. Fortunately, things were moving in it. You said you want to repay me, right? Jing Tian looked at the mist zombie. Yes. Whatever I can do, I will do with all my might. The mist zombie nodded firmly in response. Let's forget about repayment. I didn't save you for that. If I had an ulterior motive, it wouldn't be true salvation. It would be exploitation. Jing Tian said, seeing the mist zombie caught in a dilemma, then added, I don't need repayment, but I have a proposal for cooperation. Are you interested? What kind of cooperation? The mist zombie quickly turned to Jing Tian and asked. From what you said, there's no camaraderie among zombies, only competition. So I thought of a mutually beneficial partnership. Jing Tian laid out his plan. After we humans kill zombies, their corpses are useless to us. I can give them to you to consume and level up. In return, you'll stand with us. You can enjoy the food we provide, and when we need to fight, you lend a hand. What do you think? Jing Tian didn't use the debt of gratitude to force the mist zombie into agreement. Instead, he proposed a win-win collaboration. If the mist zombie accepted, she would no longer have to fight alone, risking her life to grow stronger. She would only need to assist Jing Tian occasionally instead of constantly battling for food. From any perspective, this was a sure gain for her. I agree. The mist zombie nodded in consent. Not only was the deal entirely in her favor, but more importantly, she wished to stay by Jing Tian's side to gradually repay his kindness. In her eyes, Jing Tian's refusal didn't absolve her of the obligation to show gratitude. Then it's settled. Jing Tian smiled as the mist zombie agreed. I still have some matters to discuss with Su Tong. Shall we talk later? All right. The mist zombie nodded. Seeing her agreement, Jing Tian turned to Su Tong and said, Su Tong, you can cancel your divine sense link ability. We're done. You're done. Su Tong deactivated the divine sense link ability upon hearing Jing Tian's words. After Su Tong canceled the ability, Jing Tian walked up to her and shared the details of his cooperation with the mist zombie. Su Tong listened in disbelief, never imagining that Jing Tian would ally with a zombie. If not for the mist zombie saving her life, she would have considered zombies and humans as natural enemies, utterly incompatible with the word cooperation. Su Tong, I told you about this cooperation for another reason as well. After explaining the agreement with the mist zombie, Jing Tian continued, I want to recruit you as the second in command of the Laboratory Zombie Corps. They'll be responsible for expanding the Corps while you handle their daily management. How about it? Su Tong's ability gave her a formidable advantage. And in Jing Tian's eyes, she was the perfect fit for the role. I accept. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tong nodded. She had always been an ordinary survivor, constantly in peril. Even after awakening her ability, it was only for communication, insufficient for self-defense. Now Jing Tian offered her a managerial position with zombies under her protection. Compared to her previous life of constant danger, this was a monumental improvement. Su Tong, there's another zombie by the library entrance. Tell the mist zombie about it. We'll be back soon. With Su Tong's divine sense link ability as a bridge, taming the giant mosquito zombie queen was now merely a matter of time. Yi Fan, he mused, when you see that I not only have the giant mosquito zombie queen, but also the mist zombie on my side, I wonder what expression you'll have. Yi and back. Jing Tian, accompanied by Su Tong, returned from the second floor of the library and waved to Lung Yuyin at the entrance. Lung Yuyin was taken aback as she looked at the petite girl Su Tong beside Jing Tian. She recognized this girl. This girl had provided Jing Tian with information when he went to rescue Hu Kun earlier, but she didn't understand. Why was this girl in the library? Yuyin. Jing Tian, sensing Lung Yuyin's thoughts, quickly recounted the whole story of how he had rescued the mist zombie. Lung Yuyin listened to Jing Tian's explanation and finally understood everything. She then looked at Su Tong in surprise. Su Tong possessed the skill's spiritual link, which allowed unlimited communication between two living beings. This meant Jing Tian's plan to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen had a chance to succeed. Jing Tian, how do you plan to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen? Lung Yuyin asked, looking at Jing Tian. Although the language barrier with the zombie was now resolved, merely being able to communicate did not mean the giant mosquito zombie queen would obey Jing Tian's commands. After all, in the eyes of the giant mosquito zombie, Queen Jing Tian and the others were merely her food. Expecting her to obey the commands of her food and fight against her own kind seemed extremely difficult, no matter how one looked at it. I plan to poison her. Jing Tian replied with a mischievous grin. Poison her? Lung Yuyin and Su Tong were shocked by his words, staring at him in disbelief. It wasn't the act of poisoning itself that surprised them. They simply couldn't fathom what kind of poison could be effective against a zombie. Jing Tian, are human poisons even effective against zombies? Lung Yuyin asked doubtfully. Zombies have already died once, a poison probably wouldn't work on her. Su Tong murmured softly. Don't worry, I have my ways. Jing Tian chuckled at their words. In front of the two women, he took off his hiking backpack and reached inside to rummage. A moment later he pulled out a piece of Dove chocolate. Dove chocolate. Su Tong, who loved chocolate, recognized it immediately and exclaimed in surprise. Is this? Lung Yuyin was also baffled by Jing Tian's actions. They remembered he said he was going to use poison. What could poison possibly have to do with Dove chocolate? As the two women were perplexed, Jing Tian said with a smile. Yuyin, Su Tong, this piece of Dove chocolate in my hand is the poison I intend to use on the giant mosquito zombie queen. The giant mosquito zombie queen has no knowledge of chocolate. Moreover, due to the language barrier, she couldn't learn what chocolate is from anyone else. All I need to do is feed her the chocolate and tell her it's a lethal poison. She'll be terrified. At that point, when I propose a mutually beneficial cooperation, she'll have no choice but to agree. Later, once she experiences the benefits of our partnership, she'll naturally come to see it as a good thing and willingly join our side. Jing Tian laid out his plan, a sly grin on his face. Lung Yuyin was impressed by his cunning scheme and nodded with a smile, saying, the plan is good, albeit a bit wicked. But I like it. Jing Tian possessed the acquired talent bad boy. His roguish demeanor actually endeared him to the opposite sex. After hearing Jing Tian's plan, Su Tong looked up to him with admiration. Although she was a top student excelling in reading, memorization, and comprehension, she could never have come up with such a devious, unconventional scheme like Jing Tian's. Su Tong, has your skill gone into cooldown yet? Jing Tian asked, turning to her. Su Tong's skill spiritual link had a duration of 10 minutes. So far the 10 minutes probably hadn't elapsed yet. There are still 2 minutes left, Su Tong replied. After answering Jing Tian, she activated the spiritual link between Jing Tian and the giant mosquito zombie queen, reminding him, classmate Jing Tian, I've established the spiritual link between you and that zombie. You can talk to her now. Good work. Jing Tian thanked Su Tong, then turned to the giant mosquito zombie queen, who was being held by Lung Yuyin, and said, Giant mosquito zombie queen, let's have a talk. The giant mosquito zombie queen was utterly baffled by Jing Tian's words. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why could she suddenly understand Jing Tian? In her perception, Jing Tian and the others had only been making incomprehensible noises before. Now she could fully grasp his words, leaving her deeply astonished. What do you want to talk about? The giant mosquito zombie queen replied, after a few moments of shock. It's simple, Jing Tian said as he walked towards her. He grabbed her chin and lifted it, saying, I'm going to poison you. Huh? The giant mosquito zombie queen was completely taken aback by his sudden declaration. Before she could react, Jing Tian shoved a piece of extremely bitter dark Dove chocolate into her mouth. MMPH. The giant mosquito zombie queen struggled, trying to spit out the chocolate. But Jing Tian covered her mouth, preventing her from opening it. After a few breaths, she felt the substance in her mouth begin to melt. Whether she wanted to or not, she was forced to swallow it. That should be enough. Jing Tian saw her stop struggling and slowly released his hand. Cough, cough. The giant mosquito zombie queen coughed repeatedly. She tried to vomit what Jing Tian had fed her, but nothing came out. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to torment me? The giant mosquito zombie queen roared at Jing Tian. If her arms and wings weren't broken, and if Lung Yuyin wasn't holding the Tang Saber-Eyes soul to her neck, she would have fought Jing Tian tooth and nail. Calm down. Jing Tian grinned wickedly. You should be grateful I poisoned you. You harmed me, and I should thank you. What kind of logic is that? The giant mosquito zombie queen was so enraged by his mischievous smile that she gritted her teeth. Seeing this, Jing Tian lifted her chin again and said, if I wanted to kill you, why would I waste time with poison? I could just snap your neck right now, but I didn't. Can you guess why? You don't want to kill me. Then what's with the poison? What does this mean? The giant mosquito zombie queen was completely baffled by the man before her. Jing Tian, hearing her words, waved the remaining chocolate in front of her and said, this thing in my hand is a slow-acting poison. As long as you come to me for a piece every week, it won't harm your body in the slightest, and you won't be in any danger. But if you miss a week without taking it, the poison will spread throughout your body, causing you to explode and die. What? The giant mosquito zombie queen's eyes filled with terror at the mention of exploding to death. What exactly are you trying to achieve? My goal is simple, Jing Tian replied with a smile. You cooperate with me. From now on, whenever I need your help, you must lend a hand. Of course, I won't make you work for free. After we humans kill zombies, their corpses are useless to us. As long as you cooperate with me, I'll let you eat the corpses of high-level zombies to level up. I can even give you the corpses of awakened humans from enemy factions. As for that bitter poison, I'll give it to you a day early each week. What do you say? What if I refuse? The giant mosquito zombie queen, listening to Jing Tian's words, spoke defiantly. To bow her head to a mere human, her food source, was an affront to her pride. Her pride told her she could not do it. Refuse. Then. Jing Tian said, releasing the dark attribute energy around him as he seized the giant mosquito zombie queen by the neck, ready to snap it. Wait. The giant mosquito zombie queen, seeing Jing Tian resort to violence, without a word hastily called out. She nodded in agreement. I agree to cooperate. Dignity. What use is dignity in death? The giant mosquito zombie queen had no desire to die. Besides, Jing Tian only sought a mutually beneficial partnership. He had not demanded anything humiliating of her. Thus agreeing to cooperate seemed by all accounts a favorable outcome. After submitting and agreeing to cooperate with Jing Tian, the giant mosquito zombie queen gazed at the black aura surrounding him and asked, Why do you carry an aura similar to mine? Are you not human? I am human, but not an ordinary one. Jing Tian did not elaborate on the dark attribute energy within him. The giant mosquito zombie queen was taken aback by Jing Tian's words. His answer seemed to address her query, yet it also did not. However, it was clear Jing Tian had no intention of explaining further. Pressing him for more would be futile. Since we are now allies, allow me to give you a gift. Jing Tian waved his hand. A surge of dark attribute energy instantly enveloped the giant mosquito zombie queen. She startled at the sudden appearance of the energy. She thought Jing Tian had changed his mind and was about to kill her again. But after a single breath, the giant mosquito zombie queen was astonished to discover that her wounds were healing. Her severed arms and wings, under the embrace of the dark attribute energy, were visibly regenerating. What is this? The giant mosquito zombie queen marveled at her gradually restoring body. She had never imagined Jing Tian possessed the ability to heal her. Let's work well together from now on. Jing Tian said softly, observing that under the skill dark healing, most of the giant mosquito zombie queen's injuries had recovered. As long as you haven't deceived me with your words, I will faithfully adhere to our cooperation. The giant mosquito zombie queen nodded in reply. As she nodded, a system notification chimed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the giant mosquito zombie queen's loyalty has increased from 0 to 50%. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you congratulations host for taming the giant mosquito zombie queen. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you congratulations host for exceeding the Grand Villain mission. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you congratulations host for obtaining double mission rewards. Deducted 5 luck points from the Child of Fortune, Fan, 36 points deducted in total. Acquired the Doomsday game title Zombie Queen Hunter 2. Acquired talent draws 2, random item draws 2, and all-around attribute enhancement 30. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you hosts acquired talent leader contains a reward. Would you like to open it now? There's a reward inside the acquired talent leader. System, open it, and let me see. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you opening the detailed data of the acquired talent leader. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the acquired talent leader has been opened. The details are as follows. Leader displays the loyalty of subordinates above 50%. Whenever someone's loyalty reaches 100%, the host receives a reward. Hukun's loyalty 100, Miss Zombie's loyalty 100, gift pack. Pinning Sutong's loyalty 60, giant mosquito zombie queen's loyalty 50. The Miss Zombie is also included here. And with 100% loyalty. What exactly does she think of me? Jing Tian wondered why the Mist Zombie was included in, but a gift pack delivered on a silver platter was not something he would refuse. System, claim the gift pack and open it. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the Mist Zombie's loyalty gift pack has been opened. Congratulations host for obtaining the Awakening skill Mist. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the host's Awakening skill Sin of Greed has detected the newly acquired Awakening skill Mist on the host. It has automatically strengthened it to Dark Mist, significantly enhancing the skill's attributes. The loyalty gift pack reward is actually the Mist Zombie's skill. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system notification. If this logic held true, then when Su Tong's loyalty toward him reached 100%, he would also obtain her Awakening skill Spiritual Connection. Excellent. System, you're amazing. Jing Tian couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. With such generous rewards, he almost felt embarrassed. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the host currently has in used items 2 Doomsday game title Zombie Queen Hunter 2 acquired talent draws and 2 random item draws. Would you like to use them now? System, what's the use of the Zombie Queen Hunter title? Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the Zombie Queen Hunter title increases damage dealt to zombies of the Zombie Queen level by 100%. A 100% increase. Then dealing with Zombie Queen level zombies in the future will be much easier. System, equip me and Yu Yan with 1 Zombie Queen Hunter title each. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you equipped successfully. System, initiate the random item draw. Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the random draw is complete. Congratulations host for obtaining the items Rechargeable Rocket Launcher and Awakener Serum. Awakener Serum. System, what is that? Ding, the Grand Villain system reminds you the Awakener Serum grants the injector an additional awakening skill based on their constitution. An additional one. Jing Tian was thrilled by the system's prompt. This item was an absolute treasure for survival in the apocalypse. I already possessed the skill Sin of Greed, having deprived many others of their abilities. This serum is best used on Yu Yan. With her acquired talent of loyalty, she will never betray me. Giving it to her is the optimal choice. Having made this decision, internally Jing Tian instructed the system to store the Awakener's serum in the warehouse, intending to administer it to Lung Yuyin upon their return to the laboratory stronghold. System initiate the acquired talent draw. Ding the Grand Villain system reminds you the acquired talent draw is complete. Congratulations host for drawing the acquired talents Nirvana Rebirth and Frost Nirvana. These two skill names sound somewhat similar. System as per usual display the skill descriptions for these two acquired talents. Ding the Grand Villain system reminds you the descriptions for the acquired talents Nirvana Rebirth and Frost Nirvana are as follows. Nirvana Rebirth: when the bearer falls into a near-death state, flames will engulf their body, allowing them to be reborn within the blaze and fully restore their condition to 100%. Note: passive skill automatically activated, cooldown time of 1 hour. Frost Nirvana: when the bearer falls into a near-death state, frost will spread over their body, allowing them to be reborn within the frost and fully restore their condition to 100%. Note: passive skill automatically activated, cooldown time of 1 hour. These acquired talents are actually revival armors, and the cooldown is only. Jing Tian felt a surge of joy as he listened to the system's introduction of the acquired talents. With these two acquired talents, he and Lung Yuyin would have an extra layer of security in this doomsday game. System: give me the acquired talent Nirvana Rebirth, and give Lung Yuyin the acquired talent Frost Nirvana. Ding the Villain system prompts: the acquired talents Nirvana Rebirth and Frost Nirvana have been successfully granted. Ding the Villain system prompts: the Chosen One Yi Fan has received a system notification. The survivor stronghold at the laboratory is under attack by an external survivor team. Eliminating them will allow him to establish authority and win the people's support. Ding the Villain system prompts: the villain mission has been activated. Please have the host steal the spotlight from the Chosen One Yi Fan, preventing him from gaining the people's support and building his influence. Completing this mission will deduct 2 luck points from Yi Fan and grant the host 1 acquired talent draw chance and 1 random item draw chance. The laboratory survivor stronghold is under attack. Jing Tian listened to the system's prompt. He looked at Su Tong. Using the pretext of returning to the laboratory survivor stronghold to report the results of taming the zombies, he instructed Su Tong to notify the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen to accompany him back to the laboratory survivor stronghold. Not far from the main gate of the laboratory survivor stronghold in Z City, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. At first, seeing no zombies around the laboratory, they intended to enter the laboratory to check the situation. But just then, they were greeted with a warning shot. The bullet struck the ground right in front of the leading man of their group. Its purpose was clear: to tell them that if they took another step forward, they would die. Boss, there's a sniper in that building. What should we? With her there, if we force our way in, she'll definitely pick us off one by one. The lean middle-aged man at the front of the group, shaken by the warning shot, turned back to look at the team's leader, He Yeshan, and asked, "What's there to be afraid of? A mere sniper, what can she do to me?" He Yeshan sneered at the lean man's words. A smug grin spread across his face as he said, "Call Xue Xiao over." "So what if they have a sniper? I won't go in. They'll make them come out themselves. A survivor stronghold might be safe from zombie attacks, but it can't escape a fire. Once this building is set ablaze, let's see if they come out. And that sniper, they'll turn her into a sieve," He Yesan declared. He then had someone summon a man with readied hair. The man sported an angled, explosive hairstyle and wore a cosplay outfit of Iori Yagami from the King of Fighters. "Xue Xiao, take 2 bottles of Baijiu and use your bulletproof shield to set fire to the building across from us." He Yesan issued the order as the unconventional Xue Xiao approached. The unconventional man Xue Xiao was taken aback. He looked at He Yesan and asked, "Bossy, you want me to go alone? Without any covering fire? What if there's a camper on the other side who attacks me from the flank?" Unconventional Xue Xiao feared he might not return, but He Yesan wore a sly fox-like expression. He patted Xue Xiao's shoulder and said with a sinister smile, "Us not firing is the best cover for you. The survivor team in that building doesn't know what you're up to. If we don't shoot and send only you, they'll think you're coming to negotiate and want to open fire on you. Once you get close to that building and set the fire well, provide covering fire. You can then toss a smoke grenade and retreat. Don't worry, have I ever treated you badly? Once we capture the survivors in this building, it'll let you have first pick of the women." How? He Yesan saw the unconventional man Xue Xiao hesitating and offered him a sweetener. Upon hearing this, Xue Xiao's previously troubled face immediately lit up with excitement. He raised a bulletproof shield and began walking toward the laboratory survivor stronghold. What is this guy trying to do? On the 3rd floor of the laboratory survivor stronghold, Jingya watched as the survivor team outside stopped after her warning shot, sending only one man with a bulletproof shield toward the lab's main gate. She fell into a state of inner conflict. The enemy had sent only one person toward the laboratory. From this perspective, that person was likely a negotiator. If she opened fire on the man or his team behind him now, it could very well provoke an unnecessary bloody conflict between them and the laboratory. Whatever his purpose, he'll notify Ant first. With that thought, Jingya ordered those keeping watch with her to inform Jing Xian. The situation was dire. If the enemy had fired to show hostility, she could have retaliated immediately. But since they hadn't fired a single shot, she found herself unable to act. Girl, what's happened? Just as Jing was about to send someone to notify Jing Tian. Jing Tian walked in through the door and looked at Jing by the window asking to receive news as quickly as possible. She had set up her office right next to Jing. Thus the moment Jing fired her gun, she heard the shot and rushed over. And I was just about to call for you. Seeing Jing Tian arrive so quickly, Jing recounted everything that had happened in detail from start to finish. Jing Tian was alarmed by what she heard. She looked through the window at the unconventional man steadily approaching the laboratory. After a moment, she said to Jing, keep a close watch on this guy. The moment he does anything suspicious, open fire immediately. I'm going to call Heroine and Yi Fan to capture him and find out what's going on. With that, Jing Tian headed for the first floor of the laboratory. On the way, she pulled out a pistol. First, she fired 2 shots in quick succession. Then after a breath, she fired 3 more. After another breath, she fired 1 more shot. This was a special signal she had established with the laboratory survivors. Whenever gunfire followed this pattern, it meant an external enemy was approaching and everyone should be on high alert. What's happening? That sequence of gunshots. It's the full alert signal we agreed on with Principal Jing. Hearing Jing Zin's gunfire, the survivors on the first floor of the laboratory snapped to full attention, gripping their weapons and staring outside. It's great to have a system. What others don't know I already do. The chosen one, Yi Fan, smirked with satisfaction as he watched the people around him, only now realizing there was an external threat. Jing Tian. You took the giant mosquito zombie queen out to hog the kill rewards while I'll eliminate the enemy here and build my prestige. When the truth about you monopolizing the kill rewards for the giant mosquito zombie queen comes to light, you'll be disgraced, and it'll make every survivor in this laboratory know who the true guardian of this stronghold is. It'll make them slowly alienate you, and then it'll find a way to make you cough up all the rewards you've taken from me. The chosen one, Yi Fan, still firmly believed that Jing Tian lacked the ability to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen. At this moment, his mind was filled with fantasies of how he would show off, defeat the enemy, and stun everyone. There's a man with a bulletproof shield approaching our stronghold from outside the lab. Go capture him and find out what he's here for. Just as the chosen one, Yi Fan, was happily lost in his daydreams, Jing Tian walked up to Heroine, whom she had assigned to watch Yi Fan, and spoke to both of them. Someone's approaching our stronghold. Heroine, hearing Jing Zin's words, immediately called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, let's go check. Fine, but I should warn you, one doesn't visit a temple without a reason. They're definitely up to no good coming to our stronghold. I suggest you prepare for battle. The chosen one, Yi Fan, cracked his wrists as he spoke, striking a pose he thought was very cool. What's up with Yi Fan? Heroine was taken aback by Yi Fan's unusual behavior. Usually when asked to take the front line, Yi Fan was reluctant. But this time he agreed without hesitation. Is this kid plotting something? Sensing something was off with Yi Fan, Heroine became more wary of him. He let Yi Fan walk ahead while he followed behind as they stepped out of the laboratory. As soon as they exited, they saw the red-haired, unconventional man Xue Xiao. What are you here for? Heroine asked the red-haired, unconventional man Xue Xiao. Old who, what's the point of asking? Let's just detain him and the chosen one, Yi Fan, tried to buddy up with Heroine as he quickly dashed toward Xue Xiao. Even though the distance is a bit far, it's still within my attack range. Seeing Yi Fan rushing toward him, the unconventional man Xue Xiao curled his lips into a smirk. He pulled a smoke grenade from his tight pants pocket and hurled it at Yi Fan. Yi Fan activated his skill, giant elephant strength. Seeing something thrown at him, he instinctively punched it. As his fist connected with the smoke grenade, a choking thick smoke erupted. Humph! The unconventional man Xue Xiao scoffed disdainfully as he saw Yi Fan engulfed in smoke. Then he hurled 2 bottles of high-concentration baijiu toward a window on the second floor of the laboratory. After the bottles shattered the glass and entered the second-floor window, he slightly opened his palm, and a flickering flame appeared in his hand. With another toss, the flame flew precisely through the broken window. Instantly, flames erupted in that room, billowing thick black smoke. My mission is done. I'm not playing with you anymore. Seeing his task complete, the unconventional Xue Xiao crouched down, covering his entire body with the bulletproof shield, and retreated like a crawling turtle. You're more of a hindrance than a help. Heroine, his vision blocked by the smoke, cursed Yi Fan in anger. Turning back to see the growing fire through a second-floor window, he rushed inside to report the situation to Jing Tian. On the third floor of the laboratory, Jing, realizing the unconventional man's purpose was to attack the survivor stronghold, stopped holding back and pulled the trigger, aiming at him. However, the unconventional man was too well covered. She had to shift her aim toward the main group of the unconventional man's team. Bang bang bang. Jing fired. Among He Yeshan's group of over 20 people, several fell to the ground before they could react. Damn it. Such precise. Enraged by the successive deaths of his men, He Yeshan grabbed 2 assault rifles and sprayed bullets wildly toward the laboratory survivor stronghold. Wearing dragon-scale combat armor, he was immune to bullet threats. As he fired, he ordered his men to take cover. as long as they delayed until the fire spread inside the building, making it uninhabitable. Then he would have his chance to counterattack. Cough cough. On the third floor, Jing was choked by the smoke rising from below after killing a few enemies. At that moment, she suddenly understood their opponent's plan. It was to neutralize her, the sniper, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Jing, we need to leave quickly. Her classmates who were keeping watch with her on the third floor urged Jing as the thick smoke grew heavier. These guys using such a dirty trick. I should have killed them all from the start. Regret filled Jingya's eyes. Her classmate patted her shoulder and said, Jingya, it's not your fault. Let's retreat first. But Jingya looked at the unconventional Shui Xiao retreating like a turtle outside, clenched her fists, and felt a surge of unwillingness. Just then, she suddenly spotted several familiar figures. It was Jing Tian and his group. What shocked her most was that, behind Jing Tian, there were actually two zombies following him. One looked somewhat like the giant mosquito zombie queen that Jing Tian had previously escorted to the lab's entrance, but it now appeared far more formidable with arms and wings. The other resembled a human girl, but her complexion made it clear she was a zombie. Has my cousin really tamed zombies? A human taming zombies. That's so cool. Seeing Jing Tian appear, Jingya's eyes sparkled with excitement. You bastards set fire to our place. Now that my cousin is back with zombies, they'll devour every last one of you. As Jingya spoke, she raised her rifle again, aiming at He Yeshan's group. Now that Jing Tian and his group had appeared behind He Yeshan's team. When they engaged He Yeshan's group, it would be her prime moment to snipe from the shadows. What is that? Just as Jingya raised her rifle again, Lung Yuyin noticed the flames rising from the second floor of the laboratory survivor stronghold and immediately said to Jing Tian, the lab is on fire. Yes, I see it. Hearing Lung Yuyin's reminder, Jing Tian looked at He Yeshan's group, a murderous glint in his eyes. Yuyin, someone is attacking the laboratory survivor stronghold. You have ice powers. Go help put out the fire at the lab first. Su Tong, notify the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen. We're going to slaughter this group together. Jing Tian declared. He was the first to draw his laser sword, charging toward the group of external survivors led by He Yeshan, clad in an enhanced dragon-scale combat suit. He faced the barrage of bullets much like the giant mosquito zombie queen had when she was strafed by a Gatling gun. The bullets that managed to strike him did not inflict significant harm. They could only slightly slow Jing Tian's advance. So strong. Su Tong was awestruck watching Jing Tian charge toward the enemy like a war god. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately turned her gaze to the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen. Her skill Divine Sense Link was now on cooldown. Unable to use Divine Sense Link to instruct the mist zombie to join Jing Tian in battle, she instead gestured to them. She made a throat-slitting motion, then drew a circle encompassing He Yeshan's group. The mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen watched Su Tong's gestures. They then glanced at He Yeshan's group, who were firing at Jing Tian. They immediately understood Su Tong's intent. They followed Jing Tian, launching their own attack against He Yeshan's group. Su Tong, you are not suited for combat. It's too dangerous for you here. Come with me to the laboratory to extinguish the fire first. Once the fire is out, I will bring you back to support Jing Tian. Lung Yuyin's mission was to help extinguish the fire in the laboratory. Now that Jing Tian had initiated his attack, she too had to act. Okay. Su Tong was startled by Lung Yuyin's words, but quickly nodded in agreement. She indeed lacked combat capability and the means to protect herself. Following Lung Yuyin was her best option for self-preservation at the moment. She just hadn't expected that Lung Yuyin, who was usually aloof and taciturn, would take the initiative to ask her to come along. Bossy, that guy has two advanced zombies following him. Just as Su Tong and Lung Yuyin returned to the laboratory survivors' stronghold, the survivors in He Yeshan's team were stunned by the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen trailing behind Jing Tian. Damn, what did that guy do to piss off two advanced zombies into chasing him? Quick, shoot to stop him. Don't let him lead those advanced zombies right to us. If those two advanced zombies attack us, we're screwed. It's useless. That guy is wearing special combat armor that's bulletproof. Our assault rifles are too weak. Even if we hit him, it won't cause any real damage. What do? He's charging straight at us. If we can't stop him, we can't exactly retreat into the house we just set on fire. The survivors in He Yeshan's team were in despair as they watched the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen behind Jing. Zombies of that level could only be contended with by awakened ones like He Yeshan. To the other ordinary survivors, they were merely a meal delivery. Shut up. All your yapping is making my ears ring. He Yeshan bellowed at the surrounding survivors. He had calculated everything perfectly. Who would have thought this Jing Tian would appear out of nowhere and completely disrupt his plans? Damn it. He Yeshan clicked his tongue in displeasure. Then he said, Brat, you dare to mess with my plans. You're asking for death. Xiang Ping Xianin. You two go and stop that brat charging at us. Don't let him get any closer. He Yeshan ordered two awakened from his team to act. In his eyes, two awakened were more than enough to handle one. As for the two advanced zombies following Jing Tian, Once Jing Tian was intercepted by his men, the zombies would naturally come to a halt as well. He Yesan's calculations were sound, but the scene that unfolded next made him question his very existence. The moment Xiang Ping and Qian and he sent stopped Jing Tian, one of them was cleaved in two at the waist by Jing Tian's laser sword. Furthermore, the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen behind Jing Tian did not stop upon catching up to him, as He Yesan had predicted. Instead, they bypassed him and continued their charge toward He Yesan's group. Why aren't they stopping? He Yesan watched the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen rushing at him, falling into a state of utter confusion. He simply could not understand why the mist zombies did not attack Jing Tian after catching up to him. Weren't these two zombies chasing after Jing Tian in the first place? Logically, their hatred should be directed at Jing Tian. He had just had his back to them. It was a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Yet not only did they refrain from attacking, they bypassed him to attack his group. What was going on? He Yesan was utterly bewildered by the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen. Seeing the two advanced zombies closing in, he had no choice but to order the survivors in his team to open fire together to block them. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunfire erupted. He Yesan and his team of survivors focused their aim on the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen. They fantasized that bullets could halt the advance of the mist zombies. But reality is often cruel. As they pulled their triggers and the gunfire roared, the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen each displayed their unique abilities. Boom. A black mist suddenly erupted, obscuring the vision of He Yesan's group. The mist zombie lurked within the black mist like an assassin in the night. She claimed a life. After taking that life, her figure would vanish again, waiting for the next assassination. Buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen's wings vibrated at high frequency. Moments later, the swarm of giant mosquitoes under her command flew onto the battlefield, launching an assault on He Yesan's group. Oh! Screams of agony echoed from the survivors in He Yesan's team within the black mist. They died without ever understanding why the two advanced zombies ignored Jing Tian and attacked only them. Moreover, these two advanced zombies had formed an unprecedented alliance. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. In the past, the advanced zombies they met were always solitary, each staying in one place. They had never seen advanced zombies take the initiative to attack and even cooperate. Help! I can't see where the zombie is. A man in a striped shirt from He Yesan's team, his vision blocked, had despair written all over his face. The constant screams around him only amplified his terror. Rat-a-tat-tat. Driven mad by fear, the man in the striped shirt, his spirit shattered, grabbed his weapon and fired wildly in all directions. His random firing caused people to be hit and cry out in pain. He was not the only one who resorted to such blind fire. Many, upon breaking down, chose this same method of self-preservation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Within the black mist, gunfire was everywhere. The mist zombie had long since retreated from the black mist, leaving the survivors of He Yesan's team to slaughter each other. After a few breaths, the gunfire within the black mist gradually ceased. Seeing this, the mist zombie waved her hand to dispel the black mist. As the black mist dissipated, only He Yesan remained standing, clad in his bulletproof dragon-scale combat suit. Damn it, this is it. He Yesan gasped for air as the black mist dissipated, gazing at the corpses of survivors lying. He understood profoundly. He was finished. Damn it, why did you all target my people? He Yesan questioned the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen. Yet how could they comprehend his words? Seeing that only He Yesan remained alive after the mist, they joined forces and charged at him. He Yesan, watching the two advanced zombies who ignored his plea and attacked together, felt utter despair. Even one advanced zombie was beyond his strength, let alone two. He'll fight you to the death. He Yesan roared. His face twisted into a ferocious visage, gradually morphing into that of a crocodile. A crocodile man. Just as He Yesan was halfway through his transformation, a voice sounded behind him. He Yesan instinctively turned to look. The speaker was none other than Jing Tian, whom he had earlier dispatched the two awakened Xiang Ping and Qian to stop. You? The words following "you" never left He Yesan's lips. Jing Tian sliced the laser sword across his neck. The laser sword was a high-grade offensive weapon from a Tier 4 supply crate. The dragon-scale combat suit, a defensive item from a Tier 2 crate, was utterly inadequate against its attack. Like cutting wheat, Jing Tian effortlessly severed He Yesan's neck. This laser sword is truly handy. Jing Tian couldn't help but admire the weapon in his hand. Just then a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, system notice, host has slain awakened Xiang Ping, triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has obtained awakened skill Thunderclap. Ding, system notice, awakened skill Sin of Greed has enhanced the newly deprived awakened skill Thunderclap. Congratulations, host has obtained awakened skill Dark Thunderclap. Ding, system notice, host has slain awakened Qian and triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has obtained awakened skill Hand of Weakness. Ding, system notice, awakened skill Sin of Greed has enhanced the newly deprived awakened skill Hand of Weakness. Congratulations, host has obtained awakened skill Dark Hand of Weakness. Ding, system notice, host has slain awakened He Yesan, triggering awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has obtained awakened skill, Crocodile Man. Ding system notice awakened skill Sin of Greed has enhanced the newly deprived awakened skill Crocodile Man. Congratulations, host has obtained awakened skill Dark Crocodile Man. 3 awakened skills credited so quickly. Jing Tian was inwardly delighted as he listened to the system prompts. If not for his unfinished tasks, he would have immediately inspected the detailed descriptions of these 3 skills, especially the awakened skill Dark Hand of Weakness. Its name suggested it was a debuff skill. What would it feel like to cast this skill on the Child of Fortune Yi Fan? Jing Tian's anticipation for his new skills grew. Meanwhile, the Child of Fortune Yi Fan, who had finally waited for the smoke grenade to dissipate, could see clearly again. Cough cough. That bastard. He threw a smoke grenade. Yi Fan, seething with anger, prepared to catch up with the punk who had thrown the smoke grenade and teach him a lesson. But as he looked toward the punk, he was astonished to find him pierced through his bulletproof shield by Jing Tian's laser sword, dead. It's that guy Jing Tian. He's back so soon. Didn't he say he was going to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen? How long has it been, and he's already tamed her? Ridiculous. The Child of Fortune Yi Fan sneered in disdain at Jing Tian. Jing Tian's killing of the punk was faster than before. If he wasn't mistaken, Jing Tian had grown stronger by monopolizing the rewards from the giant mosquito zombie queen. Jing Tian, oh Jing Tian. You truly. The Child of Fortune Yi Fan paused mid-sentence after saying, you truly. It was then he noticed the 2 advanced zombies slowly approaching behind Jing Tian. Is that the giant mosquito zombie queen? Has Jing Tian really tamed her? How is that possible? And behind her is that the mist zombie? Why is the mist zombie following him too? Has Jing Tian tamed it as well? This doesn't make sense. When did the mist zombie ever cross paths with Jing Tian? As far as I know, they've never even met. Wait, could Jing Tian have encountered the mist zombie when he went to the library? Really? Who the hell is the Child of Fortune, hear him, or me? Why does he get all the good stuff? The Child of Fortune Yi Fan stared at the mist zombie and giant mosquito zombie queen behind Jing and spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood in fury. He was not only angered by the loss of the mist zombie, but more so by the fact that Jing Tian had actually tamed the giant mosquito zombie queen instead of killing her for the rewards. He had repeatedly claimed that Jing Tian spared the giant mosquito zombie queen only to monopolize the kill rewards. This had caused the Child of Fortune Lung Yuyan and Hu Kuan to lose favor with him. He had planned to wait for Jing Tian to monopolize the rewards, then expose him to prove himself right. Now it seemed he was the only fool. Everyone else was normal. The Child of Fortune Yi Fan raged impotently. The loss of the mist zombie, the taming of the giant mosquito zombie queen by Jing Tian, and the failed attempt to protect the laboratory survivor base. These 3 consecutive blows made him question his existence. System, tell me, is Jing Tian my destined rival? Why does he always oppose me? Without him, would I be suffering so much? The Child of Fortune Yi Fan questioned his system. But as usual, the system did not respond. Impossible. I am the Child of Fortune, a transmigrator. Everything in this world is destined to be mine. Jing Tian, you damn bastard. You must be the stumbling block arranged by my damned system. Damn it, can't I just have a smooth ride like in a satisfying novel? Why give me a traditional script of playing the fool and rising from obscurity? The Child of Fortune Yi Fan began to understand his role. In his eyes, he was the protagonist of a traditional underdog rising novel. It was all about building up to a climax. Everything had to disgust him first. Why is Yi Fan spitting blood? I don't think I've cast any weakness debuff on him, have I yet? After killing the punk, Jing Tian was momentarily stunned to see the Child of Fortune Yi Fan spitting blood. He then ignored Yi Fan and headed toward the laboratory survivor base. The flames on the 2nd floor of the lab had been extinguished by Lung Yuyan. Next, he just needed to inform Jing Tian about the Zombie Legion situation. Then he could leisurely inventory his recent rewards, especially the skill called Dark Hand of Weakness. Jing Tian was thrilled at the thought of casting a weakness debuff on the Child of Fortune Yi Fan. Jing Tian. As Jing Tian, accompanied by the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen, reached the laboratory entrance, he ran into Lung Yuyan and her group, who had just extinguished the fire and were coming out to help. They stared at Jing Tian in astonishment. After all, the team that had attacked the laboratory numbered over 20, including several awakened, and among them was a formidable figure clad in dragon-scale combat gear. Yet despite this, their group of over 20 had been utterly annihilated by Jing Tian in less than 3 minutes. From this perspective, Jing Tian's combat prowess had already far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and he was even on an entirely different level from regular awakened. Good lad, you're truly formidable, Jing Tian said, stepping forward to pat Jing Tian on the shoulder in admiration. And you flatter me. I'm merely relying on my level and equipment advantage. Jing Tian replied modestly. I never expected you to have some self-awareness, Jing Tian. Yi Fan, the Child of Fortune, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, overheard and came over to taunt, relying on a level and equipment advantage to crush opponents. What's there to praise? Anyone could massacre like that if their level and gear were high enough. Jealousy gnawed at the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, and his words dripped with sourness. Upon hearing this, the laboratory survivors who had witnessed Yi Fan's spiteful remarks toward Jing Tian began to denounce him. Yi Fan isn't the level and equipment advantage something Jing Tian earned through his own efforts. He hasn't stolen or plundered, he's always on the front lines of every battle. What right do you have to be so sarcastic? Exactly. Earlier when Principal Jing asked someone to capture and awakened, that someone let them escape. And yet they still have the nerve to be jealous. Jing Tian is modest, some people just don't know their place. By eliminating He Yeshan and his crew, Jing Tian had won the hearts of the laboratory survivors. Under these circumstances, Yi Fan's attempt to belittle Jing Tian instantly made him a target of public criticism. But what I said is the truth. Yi Fan retorted defiantly. Yet to his despair, the people at the laboratory survivor outpost had no intention of acknowledging him any further. They treated him as if he were invisible. This Yi Fan. He's not only ugly but also lacks any sense of the situation. Everyone was praising Jing Tian, but he had to go and spew venom. Isn't he just asking for a beating? Su Qianqian watched Yi Fan utterly exasperated. She had initially approached Yi Fan hoping to leverage his status as an awakened to improve her quality of life. Now Yi Fan's increasingly outrageous behavior made her wonder if staying by his side would eventually lead to both of them being expelled from the laboratory survivor outpost by Jing Tian. No, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Fearing expulsion from the laboratory outpost, Su Qianqian made a decision. She would find an opportunity to meet Jing Tian and clarify her stance. At the very least, she wanted Jing Tian to know that she was not aligned with Yi Fan, lest he punish her along with Yi Fan when the time. Everyone quiet down. Just as Su Qianqian was mentally distancing herself from Yi Fan, Jing Xian raised her hand to silence the survivors. Once silence fell, Jing Xian placed a hand on Jing Shen's shoulder and said, Jing Tian, you must be exhausted. You've been busy all day. Even if you don't care about your own health, your aunt does. It's getting late now, why don't you take the rest of the day to go to your room and get some rest? Jing Xian wanted Jing Tian to rest and not overexert himself. Jing Tian nodded in response. And I'll listen to you and rest soon. But before that, I have some good news to share. Good news. Jing Xian was surprised by his words. Jing Tian then pointed to the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen standing at the entrance. And I found a way to tame zombies. While I can't guarantee success every time, at least we now have a trump card that no one else possesses. You've worked hard, Jing Tian. Instead of responding to the news about taming zombies, Jing Xian looked at him with concern and simply said, You've worked hard. When she had first encountered Jing Tian at the laboratory survivor outpost, her only thought was how to take care of him and keep him away from the brutal battlefield of the doomsday game. But now she realized that it was Jing Tian who had been taking care of her and the entire outpost. If not for his constant presence on the front lines, the outpost would have long ceased to exist. Aunt. Jing Shen's heart stirred at her caring words. At that moment, for the first time, he felt that being reincarnated as a villain wasn't so bad. Compared to the protagonist's troublesome relatives, of villain's relatives were far superior. In most novels, whenever the child of fortune provokes a minor villain, it triggers a chain reaction, bringing a host of villainous relatives to suppress him. On the other hand, the child of fortune's relatives, orphan parents being the standard, along with disdain from the clan, cowardice in the face of trouble, and betraying the protagonist, were almost universally problematic except for a few close ones. A blessing in disguise. Thankfully, when I asked the system to send me back, it didn't actually follow through. Jing Tian felt a wave of relief. He then whispered to Jing Xian, And have you noticed the girl with the black-rimmed glasses next to Lung Yuyan? Her name is Su Tong, and I've left her at the library to oversee our zombie legion. And please give her some decent food later. She's alone in the laboratory, and we shouldn't skimp on her provisions. Jing Tian introduced Su Tong to Jing Xian. Jing Xian looked at Su Tong. She remembered this girl with the black-rimmed glasses. It was the same one who had provided Jing Tian with information during his attack on the library. Don't worry. Your aunt will never neglect your friends. After noting Su Tong's identity, Jing Xian replied with a smile. Thank you, aunt. I'll head to my room to rest now. After speaking to Jing Xian, Jing Tian walked over to Lung Yuyan and Su Tong. After giving Su Tong a few instructions regarding the zombie legion, he led Lung Yuyan toward the rest area on the second floor of the lab. Earlier, during a random item draw, he had obtained an awakened serum. This item allowed the user to awaken an additional skill. Jing Tian planned to use it on Lung Yuyan, as his primary ally. Strengthening her was equivalent to strengthening himself. Yuyan, I have a gift for you later. On their way back to the rest area, Jing Tian whispered to Lung Yuyan. Lung Yuyan was taken aback, her mind racing with fantasies about what this gift could be. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, a faint blush crept across her fair cheeks. At Z City University, on the second floor of the survivor stronghold, in the laboratory, inside the lounge. After Jing Tian brought Lung Yuyan back to the lounge, he turned around and closed the door. Lung Yuyan noticed this detail, and her previous suspicion grew even stronger. A deeper flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. She sat down on the edge of the bed, lowering her head, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to begin. Just as she was hesitating, Jing Tian retrieved the Awakener serum from his system warehouse and said, Yuyan, look at this treasure in my hand. It's called the Awakener Serum. Injecting it will grant you an additional awakened skill. Yin, this treasure is rare and hard to come by. Should I help you inject it, or would you rather do it yourself? As Jing Tian spoke, he looked at Lung Yuyan. That glance made him realize something was wrong. Why was Lung Yuyan's face so red? Before returning to the lounge, he remembered she was perfectly fine. What had happened to her now? Had she caught a cold? That couldn't be. The chill emanating from Lung Yuyan was far colder than the wind. Jing Tian stared at her flushed face, utterly puzzled. Meanwhile, Lung Yuyan was stunned when she heard that the treasure was the Awakener Serum. She looked at Jing Tian in bewilderment. Jing Tian, the treasure you mentioned earlier, the one you said you'd give me. Is it this serum? Lung Yuyan asked, gazing at him. Jing Tian was taken aback. Nodding, he replied, yes it is. What's wrong? Is there something off? Off. Lung Yuyan realized she had misunderstood. Flustered, she waved her hands repeatedly. No, nothing's wrong. Huh. Jing Tian was baffled by her unusual behavior. Lung Yuyan was always aloof and composed, yet now she appeared flustered and panicked. What was going on? Puzzled, Jing Tian began to recall what had happened earlier. Soon he realized that his previous words might have been problematic. Especially the line, wait. I have a treasure to give you. Between a couple it seemed like an obvious innuendo. Damn. Could it be that Yuyan misunderstood and thought the treasure I mentioned was that? No wonder she seemed off since we entered the lounge and I closed the door. So she thought I was hinting at that. Jing Tian was shocked. He truly hadn't meant it that way. For one thing, the location was inconvenient. Jing Xian and Jingya might drop by at any moment. For another, he and Lung Yuyan had only confirmed their relationship a few days ago. Although they had been through life and death together, forging a bond stronger than many months or even years, such matters required mutual consent. He couldn't just unilaterally push for it. Most importantly, he hadn't even prepared any protective measures. Jing Tian. Just as Jing Tian realized the issue and was lost in thought, Lung Yuyan's voice rang out. Jing Tian, did you just say this serum can grant an additional skill? Is that true? Lung Yuyan recovered quickly. The blush on her face had vanished as if nothing had happened. She looked at Jing Tian and asked, it's true, Jing Tian replied, seeing that she had swallowed her misunderstanding and decided not to dwell on it. I don't want. Lung Yuyan refused. This serum can grant an extra skill to whoever injects it. It's so precious. How could I? Jing Tian, you should use it yourself. Your level is higher than mine. The benefit of an extra skill would be far greater for you. Lung Yuyan was unwilling to keep the Awakener Serum. Rather than using the serum to become stronger herself, she preferred Jing Tian to have it. Yuyan. Jing Tian looked at her, reached out to lift her chin, and gave a mischievous smile. Have you forgotten what my awakened skill is? I don't lack this one extra skill. Yuyan, listen to your husband. Use this serum. Rather than fighting alone, I'd rather fight alongside you. If two people are of similar strength and can fight side by side, their bond will surely be stronger than if one person protects the other, leaving the latter as a burden. Especially for someone like Lung Yuyan, who was already formidable in her own right, she absolutely did not want to become a drag on Jing Tian one day. Lung Yuyan fell silent at his words. After a moment, she reached out and took the Awakener Serum from Jing Tian's hand. She had to become stronger. Only then could she protect the man who always thought of her when he had something good. Yuyan, call me when you're done with the injection, Jing Tian said, turning his back as she took the serum. Lung Yuyan was wearing a dragon-scale combat suit, which was impenetrable to bullets, let alone allowing an injection. Jing Tian knew she would have to undress, so he turned around in advance. Of course, besides being a gentleman, he had another purpose. He wanted to take this chance to check the system rewards. Just as he turned, a system notification chimed. Ding, villain system notification, host has stolen the limelight from the chosen one Yi Fan, successfully preventing him from gaining followers and establishing power. Congratulations on completing the villain system mission. Deducted 2 luck points from Yi Fan. Total deducted 38 points. Ding, villain system notification, congratulations, host has received mission rewards 1 acquired talent, draw 1 random. Ding, villain system notification, would host like to draw these rewards immediately? System draw immediately. Ding, villain system notification, acquired talent, draw complete. Congratulations, host has acquired the acquired talent sword. Ding, villain system notification, random item draw complete. Congratulations, host has obtained the tier 3 supply, crate item vortex grenade. Ding, villain system notification, would host like to use the acquired talent sword god for themselves, or grant it to another? System, as usual, let me see the description first. From the name alone, Jing Tian knew that the acquired talent sword god was a positive skill. But to be safe, he asked the system to check the skill description first, lest he end up like Yi Fan, unable to perform. Ding, villain system notification, description of acquired talent sword god is as follows. A sword god, the possessor of this acquired talent, can master any sword technique with a single click, and the mastered technique will receive an epiphany enhancement. One-click mastery. No restrictions. System, is that real? Does that mean as long as I have a sword manual, I can even master the immortal slaying sword formation with 1 click? The name sword god was extraordinary. Jing Tian asked in surprise, but the system did not reply. Pity the system didn't confirm. But it's fine, I'll have plenty of chances to test it later. Yu Yin is from a hidden family. With this sword god acquired talent, no matter which family comes they'll have to bow their heads. Jing Tian's mood soared at this thought. Then thinking of his good friend, Yi Fan, he called out to the system. Check the skill Dark Weakness hand I obtained from killing the Awakener earlier. With something this good, how could I forget Yi Fan? Ding the villain system prompts the awakened skill Dark Hand of Weakness is described as follows. Dark Hand of Weakness, a single target designated weakening skill. It can designate a target within 100 meters to enter a weakened state, reducing the target's strength, spirit, and speed by 30%, lasting 10 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. A 10-second weakening. That's good. Yi Fan's skill duration is only about 10 seconds each time. This way Yi Fan's overall output will only be 70%. Combined with the feeble and impotence I previously inflicted on him, his output is now at most half. Jing Tian thought of this and nearly burst out laughing. The child of fortune Yi Fan had been on the brink of death multiple times, each time gaining a boost in combat power. Yet he still couldn't stand against the boss. This was partly thanks to Jing Tian's various weakening buffs. System, check my life resume. Jing Tian had obtained many awakened skills from his previous battle with He Yeshan, and among the many excellent skills he had yet to notice. Taking advantage of Lung Yuyin's awakening of skills using the Awakener Serum, he had time to inventory the rewards he had accumulated. Ding the villain system prompts the host's life resume has been successfully viewed. The life resume is as follows. Name Jing Tian. Gender male. Height 188 centimeters. Identity one of the 3 young masters of Yin country, chairman of Hanwu Group, the leading company in Z City, only son of Jing Hong. Level 11 inch, experience 1150, 025, 6000, reputation 0, gold coin 0, strength 117, spirit 117, physique 112, weapons blue fire Gatling gun 500 rounds, meteor iron tang, Dao armor piercing blue fire Gatling gun 20,000 rounds, rechargeable rocket launcher laser sword, items 1 awakened skill fusion card, title zombie queen hunter, zombie infection rate 2100, growth halted, total luck deducted from child of fortune Yi Fan 38. Remaining usable villain luck 24. 5 inch, learn skills none. Awaken skills greed, sin, burning blood, remote object control, stealth, assault, clairvoyance, time, reversal, indestructible, supernatural, speed, dark barrier, dark healing, dark spirit strike, dark curse, dark dog, beastman, dark insight, dark mist, dark thunderclap, dark hand of weakness, dark crocodile man, dark flame mastery. Innate talents villain rich, 2nd generation. Acquired talents bad boy, lucky dog, teamwork, makes the dream work, swift escape, refreshed. Leader Nirvana, rebirth, sword god. Systems villain system, life resume system. Holy crap. Jing Tian was shocked as he looked at his life resume. He had never expected that he now possessed nearly 20 awakened skills. System view the awakened skills Dark Curse and Dark Spirit Strike. After surveying his collection of awakened skills, Jing Tian called out to the system again. The skills Dark Curse and Dark Spirit Strike, just by their names, seemed to be in the same category as Dark Hand of Weakness. Thinking this, Jing Tian's interest was piqued once more, and he eagerly awaited the system's skill descriptions. Ding the villain system prompts the descriptions of the awakened skills Dark Curse and Dark Spirit Strike are as follows. Dark Curse can curse an enemy, reducing their luck value. For example, opening supply crates, or gaining half the experience from killing monsters. Duration 1 day. Cooldown 12 hours. Dark Spirit Strike inflicts a spiritual impact on an enemy within 50 meters, stunning them for 2 seconds. Cooldown 10 hours. Interesting. They're all skills that work well against Yi Fan. Jing Tian nodded in satisfaction at the system's prompts. Then his gaze returned to his life resume. Soon he was drawn to an item called Awakened Skill Fusion Card. He remembered this item was a system reward from when he killed a giant cockroach zombie, gaining a high amount of experience to level up to 11. At that time the prompt for this item had flashed by. Then a series of reward prompts for killing awakened individuals appeared. Consequently, Jing Tian hadn't paid much attention to it afterward. Now seeing it, he recalled it. Awakened Skill Fusion Card. System, can I see the description of this item? Ding the villain system prompts the description of the Awakened Skill Fusion Card is as follows. Awakened Skill Fusion Card can fuse 2 awakened skills to obtain a brand new awakened skill. Note the new skill fused from the Awakened Skill Fusion Card is of a much higher quality than the awakened skills used as fusion material. Seems similar to the fusion I imagined. Jing Tian read the description of the Awakened Skill Fusion Card, touched his chin, and began contemplating which 2 awakened skills to fuse. After a few breaths, Jing Tian reached a conclusion. He turned his gaze to the awakened skills Dark Dog Beast Man and Dark Crocodile Man. These 2 skills, when transformed, actually provided decent stat boosts, but unfortunately, they couldn't be used simultaneously. Rather than holding onto 2 transformation skills that couldn't be used together, it was better to fuse them into a stronger transformation. With this in mind, Jing Tian immediately retrieved the item Awakened Skill Fusion Card from his system inventory and activated it. The next second, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding the villain system prompts the item Awakened Skill Fusion Card has been used. The awakened skills Dark Dog Beast Man and Dark Crocodile Man have been deducted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the new awakened skill, Dark Dragon King. Dragon King. System, are you sure? A dog and a crocodile fused into a Dragon King. This is more than just one level of upgrade. Isn't this like E+, E giving me an S? Is it really this generous? Wait, could the acquired talent Lucky Dog also interact with the awakened skill fusion card? That's absolutely incredible. Jing Tian never expected that fusing two random awakened skills would yield a Dragon King, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Meanwhile, Lung Yuyan, who had injected the Awakener serum, had her eyes tightly shut. A layer of frost condensed over her entire body, and a chilling aura continuously radiated outward from her. One stream of cold air crept along the floor, gradually spreading behind Jing Tian. The chill was so terrifying that even before it touched him, Jing Tian could already feel the bone-piercing cold. Has Lung Yuyan successfully awakened a second skill? Sensing the cold, Jing Tian immediately thought of Lung Yuyan and asked Yuyan, "Have you successfully awakened a second skill?" Jing Tian felt the chill approaching and asked Lung Yuyan about it. However, to his surprise, Lung Yuyan did not answer him. Only the biting cold continued to press closer. Could something have happened? Jing Tian thought to himself. Setting aside all other concerns, he turned to look at Lung Yuyan. The moment he turned, Jing Tian sensed something was wrong. Lung Yuyan's eyes were tightly shut, and her face bore an expression of intense pain. "Yuyan, can you hear me?" Jing Tian wanted to ask Lung Yuyan what was happening. Regrettably, Lung Yuyan did not reply. It was as though she could not hear his voice. Seeing no response from Lung Yuyan, Jing Tian grew anxious and uneasy. He did not know what had befallen Lung Yuyan, nor how to help her. Just then Lung Yuyan suddenly uttered a single word: cold. Her arms crossed her body, trembling slightly. Hearing this, Jing Tian thought Lung Yuyan had regained consciousness and quickly looked toward her. But Lung Yuyan's eyes remained shut, showing no signs of waking. Seeing she had not awakened, Jing Tian recalled her earlier words and began to ponder. Cold. Yuyan possesses the heavenly cold constitution. Normally, ordinary cold should be ineffective against her. Yet she clearly cried out from the cold. Could it be that the skill she awakened this time is too powerful and the cold's intensity has exceeded her limit? Jing Tian thought. Suddenly he realized something. The attribute energy of the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, was fire. He could perfectly complement Lung Yuyan. Following the typical logic of how a Child of Fortune and a Child of Destiny interact, Lung Yuyan's constitution must have a flaw that Yi Fan could resolve. This was what allowed their feelings to deepen. So that's how it is. Jing Tian understood, his eyes narrowing. Silently, he activated his awakened skill, Darkness Flame Mastery. Before today, he indeed possessed no fire tribute skills. Fortunately, when he had eliminated a certain punk earlier, he had acquired a fire tribute skill. Yuyan, I'm sorry. Jing Tian apologized to Lung Yuyan, then his body ignited with dark flames as he embraced it. As Jing Tian held Lung Yuyan, her trembling body suddenly calmed. Even the pained expression on her face vanished. The next day, Lung Yuyan slowly opened her eyes. She had no idea what had transpired yesterday. She only remembered that after injecting the Awakener serum, she felt as if she had fallen into a frozen abyss. The cold there was far more intense than her own. Even with her heavenly cold constitution, she could not withstand its invasion. Her body curled up, trembling violently. Just as she thought she would be frozen solid, she suddenly felt a warmth enveloping her. At that moment, she fell into a deep, comfortable sleep. Could it be due to the awakened skill? Lung Yuyan speculated. Suddenly a prompt echoed in her mind. Doomsday game notification: congratulations on awakening the skill, Frost Dragon Maiden. So it was because of the awakened skill, Hearing the Doomsday game's notification, Lung Yuyan understood the cause of her cold. Jing Tian. She wanted to share the good news with him immediately. But as she called his name, she suddenly sensed something was off. It felt like she was being held. What is this? Startled, Lung Yuyan quickly looked at the figure embracing her. It was none other than Jing Tian. Did Jing Tian hold me all? The warmth I felt when I was freezing. Was it actually Jing Tian's embrace? She thought. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Jing Tian. She grew increasingly jealous of one thing: if only Jing Tian were not a reincarnator. Then he would belong only to her. Jealous of her own self, Lung Yuyan watched the still sleeping Jing Tian and quietly leaned closer. Afraid to wake him, she planted a feather-like kiss on his cheek. Moi. Jing Tian felt the soft touch, opened his eyes, and stirred in confusion. Yuyan, you're awake. Jing Tian greeted her normally. Lung Yuyan was taken aback. Having just done something mischievous, she hadn't expected him to wake. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Good morning, Jing Tian. Is it morning already? Jing Tian looked out the window. The sun had just risen, clearly marking the next day compared to the half-set sun before. Time flies, Jing Tian remarked. Lung Yuyan replied apologetically, sorry Jing Tian for causing you trouble. Ahem, what are you saying? Holding my wife is hardly trouble, Jing Tian said with a smile. Suddenly, Jing Tian noticed something. Yesterday, to inject the Awakener serum into her shoulder, Lung Yuyan had pulled down her dragon scale combat suit to her collarbone. Now, without her noticing, the suit had slipped another inch, revealing a hint of scenery. Ahem. Yuyan, your clothes. Jing Tian alerted her. Lung Yuyin was puzzled at first, then seeing her attire, she hurriedly turned around to fix it. Knock knock knock. Just as Lung Yuyin finished dressing, a knock came from the restroom door. Cousin, time to wake up. Auntie sent me to bring you food. Jing Yi called from outside. Jing Tian opened the door. As the door opened, Jing Yi slipped inside. Just as she was about to chat cheerfully with Jing Tian, she noticed Lung Yuyin sitting by the bed with flushed cheeks. As if understanding everything, Jing Yi set the food on the table and scurried away sobbing. Jing Yi fled with a tearful whimper. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin exchanged a glance, then laughed in unison. Jing Tian, let me prepare the food for you. Lung Yuyin got up to prepare a self-heating meal. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, villain system notification. Child of Fortune, Yi Fan has received a system prompt. A third-tier high-level zombie, the Glutton, has appeared in the Z City University Town department store. Several survivor teams from the University Town are attempting to defeat it, but have yet to succeed. When the Snipe and Clam grapple, the Fisherman profits. If Yi Fan kills it by over-leveling, he will gain ultra-high experience rewards and a third-tier high-level item. Ding, villain system notification, host is tasked with stealing the kill of the third-tier high-level zombie Glutton from the Child of Fortune Yi Fan. Completion will deduct 3 luck points from Yi Fan and grant the host 2 postnatal talent, draws 2 random item, draws 1 awakened skill enhancement card, 1 awakened skill fusion card. Kill a third-tier high-level zombie. I recall that the current Doomsday game progress at Z University is still on collecting second-tier supply boxes. So Yi Fan is planning an over-level battle? Figures. Children of Fortune love showing off by fighting above their level. Since Yi Fan is a Child of Fortune, he's no exception. I wonder if he can still pull it off after I stack a few debuffs on him. Jing Tian once again conceived the idea of exploiting the Fortune's favored child, Yi Fan. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the laboratory survivors' stronghold, the Fortune's favored child, Yi Fan, upon receiving the system notification, turned to Su Qianqian and said, Su Qianqian, I need to go out for a while. I just remembered that a friend of mine is outside Z City University. I want to see if he's still alive. Please inform Principal Jing for me. I'm leaving now. With these words, Yi Fan walked out of the laboratory. Su Qianqian watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She knew her opportunity had arrived. With Yi Fan gone, this was her best chance to express her allegiance to Jing Tian. Yi Fan, you can't blame me for this. Why did you have to offend Jing Tian of all people? I can't let myself be dragged down by you. Su Qianqian resolved to betray Yi Fan to save herself. After Yi Fan left the laboratory, she sought out Jing Tian. First, she relayed to Jing Tian everything Yi Fan had previously instructed her to tell. Then in a hushed tone, she pleaded with Jing Tian for a private meeting with Jing Tian. Knowing that Su Qianqian had grown close to Yi Fan, Jing Tian initially wanted nothing to do with her. But recalling that Su Qianqian had once been Jing Tian's girlfriend for a few days, her gaze turned icy. Su Qianqian, we both know exactly what kind of person you are. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin are in a good relationship now, a perfect match. You wouldn't be foolish enough to try and wedge yourself in and get back together with Jing Tian, would you? Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm very satisfied with Lung Yuyin as my nephew's wife. If you dare to ruin things between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, you know the consequences. This is the apocalypse, and I wouldn't mind our survivor team losing one member. Jing Zin's words were laced with threats. Su Qianqian's face turned pale as she quickly waved her hands. Principal, you misunderstand. I don't want to get back with Jing Tian. I saw the conflict between Jing Tian and Yi Fan, and I just wanted to make my stance clear to Jing Tian. I've only stayed by Yi Fan's side for the food he gives me. I haven't done anything else. Fearing Jing Zin's misunderstanding, Su Qianqian poured out all her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jing Zin's cold gaze softened slightly. I'll relay your words to Jing Tian. As for your request for a private meeting with Jing Tian, the answer is no. If you have anything to say in the future, tell me, and I will pass. If I ever catch you approaching Jing Tian alone, you will surely die. I understand. Su Qianqian listened to Jing Zin's words and lowered her head as she left. Principal, from now on, if Yi Fan makes any move, I will report to you immediately. With that, Su Qianqian walked away from Jing Tian. Watching her leave, Jing Tian quickly made her way to the restroom, where Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were staying. She intended to privately inform Jing Tian about Su Qianqian's situation. Jing Tian, are you free? Could you come to my office for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Jing Tian knocked on the restroom door. Inside, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had just finished. Seeing that Jing Tian needed him, Jing Tian told Lung Yuyin he'd be right back. He opened the door and followed Jing Tian to her office. Once inside the office, Jing Tian recounted everything that had happened between her and Su Qianqian. Jing Tian was taken. He hadn't expected Su Qianqian to betray Yi Fan just to save her own skin. It seems I was right to ditch her back then, Jing Tian thought with relief. He then turned to Jing Tian and said, "Aunt, there are no feelings between Su Qianqian and me. You were right not to let me meet her alone, to avoid giving her any false hopes. So what about her offer to monitor Yi Fan for us? Is that necessary?" Jing Tian asked upon hearing his response. "And since Su Qianqian volunteered to watch Yi Fan for us, let her do it. but we must not give her any extra benefits. She's an ingrate, feeding her too well will only backfire on us. Jing Tian stated his plan for handling Su Qianqian, then added, by the way, Aunt, there's something else I need to tell you. Haven't I tamed 2 zombies? While taming them, I got some information. About a kilometer outside Z City University, there's a department store. Inside lurks a high-tier 3rd-stage zombie. I want to check it out. If I can tame it, great. If not, killing it for the experience points wouldn't be bad either. Jing Tian, do you mean you want to leave Z City University? Jing Xian was startled by Jing Tian's words. The small area of Z City University was already fraught with danger. Stepping outside would surely present even greater perils. Jing Tian, the Apocalypse game's progress outside Z City University is several days ahead of ours inside. There will certainly be more dangers. Are you sure you want to go? Jing Xian worried that Jing Tian would encounter danger outside Z City University. Jing Tian replied, and I'm sure. Fortune favors the bold. The pace outside is much faster than ours inside. If I don't go out and see for myself and only listen to what others say, I'll never truly grasp the real danger. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Since you've made up your mind to go out, your aunt won't stop you. Tell me, do you need my help? Should I organize a survivor team for you? Seeing Jing Tian's determination to find the 3rd-stage zombie, Jing Xian chose to support him. Aunt, there's no need for a survivor team. This time I plan to take Yu Yin and my zombie army. The situation outside is unclear and having too many people would be a hindrance. Jing Tian replied to Jing Xian. She nodded in agreement. Ordinary survivors were not very powerful and might become a burden to Jing Tian. Unable to help further, Jing Xian walked over and hugged him. You brats stay safe. Don't worry, Aunt. Jing Tian replied with a smile. After finishing his conversation with Jing Xian, he immediately returned to the restroom, took Lung Yuyin, and quickly left the laboratory to find Su Tong in the library. Su Tong managed the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen for him. Their combat prowess was formidable. This time their enemy was the high-tier 3rd-stage zombie, the glutton. Having their help was certainly better than nothing. Jing Tian assembled his team and headed for the University Town department store. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the University Town department store, the Fortune's favored child, Yi Fan, had just arrived when the stench of decay emanating from inside the store made him nauseous. The putrid smell was exceptionally strong. It was even worse than the Z City University cafeteria. In fact, it was dozens of times more concentrated. What's going on? Why is the stench so heavy inside? Logically, the department store is only 2 or 3 times larger than the university cafeteria. Why is the smell so much more intense? Strange. The Fortune's favored child, Yi Fan, sensed something was amiss with the department store. However, this anomaly wasn't enough to deter him. On the contrary, it only piqued his curiosity. In the university town of Z City, inside a department store, as the chosen one, Yi Fan ventured deeper, he quickly discovered something. There were an unusually large number of corpse remains scattered about. So many that they littered the ground everywhere, densely packed in a horrifying manner. Why are there so many corpse remains here? Even if the department store was holding a promotion when the Doomsday game began, it couldn't have been packed to the brim. The deeper Yi Fan, the chosen one, went into the department store, the more eerie it felt. Especially the pile of corpse remains accumulating on the floor. It grew ever larger. So numerous it was terrifying. So numerous it felt unreal. Kid, put your hands up. Just as Yi Fan ventured deeper into the department store, marveling at the excessive zombie remains, a voice, raspy with a smoker's tone, suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked toward the source of the voice. It was an old soldier clad in camouflage. You are? Yi Fan asked the old soldier with curiosity. The old soldier had no one else by his side. In the Doomsday game, where survivor teams were everywhere, this was a rare sight. You don't need to know my name, the old soldier in camouflage replied to Yi Fan's question. Kid, I told you to raise your hands, not to kill you. I only want to tell you one thing: leave this place immediately. There's a high-level zombie here, a glutton. It's simply not something we humans can defeat. The camouflaged old soldier urged Yi Fan to leave the department store. Hearing this, Yi Fan asked in confusion, why can't we humans defeat it? Have you seen that super zombie, the glutton? Can you tell me the specifics about the glutton? I can't leave. I have a reason I must. Yi Fan declared he had a compelling reason to slay the glutton zombie. Hearing this, the camouflaged old soldier let out a disdainful, cold smirk. He was the first to arrive here and the first to engage the glutton zombie in combat. He knew all too well the terror of that creature. If not for his awakened skill protecting him, he would have long perished in the glutton zombie's 2-meter-wide maw. A reason you must kill. What reason? To level up or for the equipment it drops? Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. In recent days, no fewer than a dozen survivor teams totaling over 100 people have entered this department store. Yet not a single one walked out alive. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you dare go in to find the glutton, it's certain death with no chance of survival. The camouflaged old soldier said this, squinting his eyes as he looked at Yi Fan. He hoped that upon hearing this, Yi Fan would back down and immediately leave the department store to avoid throwing his life away in vain. This was also why he had chosen to stay. His own time was short. He didn't want more people to die at the hands of the glutton zombie. My girlfriend was taken from me by someone. The chosen one Yi Fan listened to the camouflaged old soldier's advice, took a deep breath, and said with eyes full of loathing, when the doomsday game descended. The original order of the world collapsed entirely. Many with ill intentions rose up in the apocalypse, proclaiming themselves kings and tyrants. Relying on their awakened skills and the forces they built, they plundered and seized by force. I was alone and powerless. My girlfriend was taken right before I hate it. If I were strong enough, this wouldn't have happened. If I were strong enough, I could rescue my girlfriend. You're right. I came to this department store to kill the glutton zombie and grow stronger, and also for the equipment it drops. But this is the only path I can take, otherwise I can't save my girlfriend. The chosen one's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. The camouflaged old soldier was taken aback. He hadn't expected this bald young man to have such a tragic background. Nope, I wondered why everyone else came with a survivor team, but he came alone. So he's like me, a lone wolf under the doomsday game. Listening to Yi Fan, the camouflaged old soldier recalled his own past ordeals. He let out a long sigh and said, "Kid, put your hands down. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Yi Fan." Yi Fan quickly replied when the old soldier asked his name. "Yi Fan, not bad, it's a nice name." The camouflaged old soldier smiled, lit a cigarette, and said, "Kid, is everything you said true?" "Absolutely true, Yi." "Ah, this must be fate then." The camouflaged old soldier, hearing Yi Fan's words, handed him a cigarette and said, "Kid, I wasn't lying to you earlier. That glutton zombie inside this department store is terrifyingly powerful. As far as I know, over 100 survivors have died. Its body is bulletproof, and even grenades can inflict significant damage on it. If you don't have any special means, going up against it is suicide." The camouflaged old soldier warned Yi Fan again. Hearing this, Yi Fan activated his fire attribute, energy flames erupting all over his body, and said, "I have means. I possess fire attribute energy. No matter how thick its armor, I can inflict damage. And my level isn't low either. Plus, being constantly targeted, I've been fighting on the front lines for a long time. I believe I can defeat the glutton zombie." This. The camouflaged old soldier hesitated as he looked at the fire attribute energy enveloping Yi Fan. He had seen a few awakened ones with fire attribute energy before. It was true they could bypass armor to damage high-level zombies. But that level of damage was still far from sufficient to deal with a third-tier advanced zombie like the glutton. "I'm about to die anyway. Dying a few days earlier or later makes no difference. Since fate has let me run into this kid named Yi Fan, let me help this kindred spirit." The camouflaged old soldier thought to himself, then looked at Yi Fan and said, "I can help you kill the glutton zombie. But after we defeat it, you must agree to one condition. Of course, if we both end up dead, then the condition is off the table." The camouflaged old soldier offered to help Yi Fan. Yi Fan hadn't expected to find an ally here. Delighted, he quickly nodded. The fact that the camouflaged old soldier could stay here and survive meant he possessed considerable combat power. Gaining such an ally was a tremendous advantage. No matter how he looked at it, it was a great gain. Yi Fan had long wanted to build his own force, but aside from the non-combatant Su Tian, he had never found a suitable candidate. Now he had finally found a highly capable fighter to recruit. "Uncle, what's your name?" the chosen one Yi Fan asked, trying to get closer to the camouflaged old soldier. Hearing this, the camouflaged old soldier smiled and said, "My name is Zheng Shanhai. You can call me Uncle Zheng. Let's go. We'll take on the glutton zombie together." Yi Fan, the chosen one, and Zheng Shanhai, the veteran in camouflage, walked together toward the department store. As they walked, Zheng Shanhai began sharing his experience from his first battle with the glutton zombie. The glutton zombie differed from ordinary human zombies and giant animal zombies. It bore a striking resemblance to a ghoul. It appeared almost human, yet not quite. Its body was covered in bulging muscles with an oversized head dominated by a massive mouth that took up half its face. Its razor-sharp fangs could effortlessly tear through rock, even steel. Moreover, it possessed a tongue like a lizard's, exceptionally long and capable of being freely extended and manipulated like a whip. Its destructive power was astonishing, and the tongue was also sticky. Once ensnared by it, escape was nearly impossible. Yet these were not the most terrifying aspects of the glutton zombie. The most horrifying thing was its ability to grow larger. Normally, the glutton zombie stood only 2 or 3 meters tall, but when it expanded, its height multiplied several times, with its head undergoing the greatest transformation. Its mouth alone could become 2 meters wide. In this state, the glutton zombie's combat power escalated to an entirely new level. Veteran Zheng Shanhai had once suffered a loss when the glutton zombie enlarged during their fight. He was brutally lashed by its barbed tongue, and a substantial amount of zombie venom entered his body through the barbs. The Apocalypse game notification informed him that his infection level had exceeded 85% and was still rising. Veteran Zheng Shanhai did not reveal that he had been wounded by the zombie. In this battle against the glutton zombie, he had no intention of leaving alive. He would use the last of his life to help the bald young man who shared his plight and beg that young man to agree to his terms after killing the glutton zombie. "We're here," he said. "The glutton zombie is hiding on the floor below this elevator. Do you see those fresh corpse fragments on the—" "They're the remains of a survivor team that came an hour ago. I remember their clothes, said veteran Zheng Shanhai, leading Yi Fan to an elevator entrance. Yi Fan looked at the elevator. It was broken, piled high with remains like severed arms. Among them, several corpses in blue school uniforms stood out. Although most of their bodies were hollowed out, Yi Fan could still estimate their time of death from the blood that had not yet fully coagulated. It matched what veteran Zheng Shanhai had said, about an hour. So Uncle Zheng wasn't lying. Yi Fan thought to himself. He began to worry. If the glutton zombie was as formidable as Zheng Shanhai described, could he defeat it? Would he have to rely on sacrificing his fortune again? Unknowingly, he had already sacrificed his fortune several times. That meant his luck value had dropped by several points. Under normal circumstances, the chosen one's luck value was typically 100 points. By that calculation, his luck should still be over 90 points. 90 points was plenty enough for him to continue sacrificing his fortune freely. But what Yi Fan feared was the possibility that his luck value was not 100 points, but only 50 or 60. Would such reckless sacrifice lead to backlash? At this thought, Yi Fan's face grew more troubled. Fortunately, he was unaware that Jing Tian had deducted dozens of luck points from it. Otherwise, he would have surely fought Jing Tian to the death. Just as the chosen one, Yi Fan was inwardly distressed, a low growl echoed from the floor below the elevator. Kid, that thing knows we're here, said veteran Zheng Shanhai, his form suddenly turning semi-transparent. Without a careful look, he was nearly invisible. What is this? Yi Fan asked, astonished by the semi-transparent veteran. Zheng Shanhai chuckled and replied, this is my awakened skill stealth. It's how I've survived this long. Yi Fan was speechless. He had assumed Zheng Shanhai would fight the glutton zombie hidden alongside him. Instead, the veteran was a sneaky ambusher preferring to take potshots. This meant the glutton zombie would only have one visible enemy. That left only him. Wouldn't the upcoming battle be a brutal ordeal? Damn it, he cursed. I can't believe this sneaky The chosen one felt utterly defeated. But now there was no turning back. Having one more ambusher, no matter how underhanded, was at least better than nothing. Glutton zombie, he thought. Let me see if you're really as formidable as that old fox claims. With that, Yi Fan's body erupted in flames as he activated his awakened skill, giant elephant strength. Just as he did, the glutton zombie had already reached the elevator entrance, its round, grotesque eyes scanning Yi Fan from head to toe. Whoa, Yi Fan muttered. It's exactly as that old fox described. A dead ringer for a ghoul. Yi Fan couldn't help but complain as the glutton zombie scrutinized him. The next second, he clenched his fist and charged straight at the glutton zombie. His awakened skill had a limited duration. Although upgraded, its duration had increased and cooldown had shortened. Yet facing a formidable enemy like the glutton zombie, he could not afford any slack. Otherwise, he might end up on the brink of death. I heard you're tough with bullets bouncing off you and grenades only causing scratches. Then try my fist today. Yi Fan declared, his fist wrapped in fire elemental energy, aiming directly for the glutton zombie's. Yi Fan had expected the glutton zombie to dodge, but to his surprise, it showed no intention of evading. As Yi Fan swung his fist, the zombie's claws shot toward his body. The glutton zombie rarely suffered injuries or had its thus it never backed down from a direct confrontation. However, Yi Fan mid-swing lost his nerve, seeing the zombie ready to trade blows. He hastily withdrew his outstretched fist to defend. With a loud bang, Yi Fan's retreat cost him dearly as the glutton zombie's claws sent him flying over 10 meters. He tumbled across the ground for a dozen or 20 rotations before finally stopping. Kid, are you alright? Veteran Zheng Shanhai, seeing Yi Fan knocked flying at their first encounter, quickly threw a smoke grenade at the glutton zombie and rushed to check on Yi Fan. Cough, cough. Yi Fan coughed up several mouthfuls of clotted blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he stood up and said, I'm fine. I'll let my guard down. Uncle Zheng, let's continue. Yi Fan assured the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai that he was fine. Then, under Zheng Shanhai's stunned gaze, he gradually transformed into a lion half-beast form. The combat power of the glutton zombie was terrifying. Just a single exchange had nearly cost Yi Fan his life. Now Yi Fan had no choice but to go all out. Otherwise, he would likely be beaten to the brink of death by the glutton zombie before he could activate his second awakening skill, Lion King. Beast. I just wasn't serious before. Let's try again this time, the child of fortune Yi Fan declared. He then charged straight at the glutton zombie. Seeing Yi Fan's fist hurtling towards it, the glutton zombie showed no fear. As before, it swung its sharp claws to clash head-on with Yi Fan. The glutton zombie let out low growls as its claws met Yi, but this time, Yi Fan wasn't sent flying dozens of meters, he was only knocked back a few steps. The glutton zombie was stunned by Yi Fan's sudden surge in strength. In their previous fight, it had already gauged Yi Fan's power. Now it clearly sensed that Yi Fan had become much stronger. This guy, he can actually clash head-on and withstand a blow from the glutton zombie. The semi-transparent figure of the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai showed surprise upon seeing Yi Fan's sudden increase in strength and his ability to block the zombie's attack. In his experience, awakened individuals should only possess one awakening skill. Someone like Yi Fan who had two was something he had never seen before. From this perspective, Yi Fan was undoubtedly an outstanding figure among the awakened. Yet such a prodigy had his girlfriend stolen. How strong were those who managed to take Yi Fan's girlfriend? Was it through sheer numbers? Or did they hold some leverage over him? Or was it truly a matter of overwhelming power? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai's mind was filled with speculation about Yi Fan's enemies. Meanwhile, after several rounds of intense combat, Yi Fan, locked in battle with the glutton zombie, was covered in wounds. Even with his strength doubled, he was no match for it. Uncle Zheng, I can't hold on much longer. Please help. Yi Fan called for support from the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhai snapped out of his thoughts about Yi Fan's enemies. He immediately aimed his sniper rifle at the glutton zombie and pulled the trigger. Each shot was timed to strike the glutton zombie's eyes while it was engaged with Yi Fan. The glutton zombie roared in fury. Although the veteran's bullets couldn't penetrate its eyes, they still caused sharp, stinging pain. Seizing the opportunity, while the glutton zombie was distracted by the sniper fire, the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan unleashed a flurry of flame-wreathed punches, slamming them into the zombie's body. The elemental attacks carried a penetrating effect. Each of Yi Fan's fiery blows landed solidly, forcing the glutton zombie to retreat step. The glutton zombie's originally grayish-blue skin now showed several charred, blackened wounds. It seems this is working. Seeing the wounds appear on the glutton zombie, the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan seized the moment. He swung his flaming fists and struck again. His skill's duration was limited. He had to finish off the glutton zombie in one go. Otherwise, once the skill's time ran out, he would be left defenseless. Working in tandem with the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai, the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan continued to inflict damage on the glutton zombie. The blazing fire fists rained down on the glutton zombie like a machine gun. For a time, the zombie lost its former ferocity. It no longer dared to clash head-in with Yi Fan and began to retreat. This kid is incredible. Among all the awakened I've met, he's either first. The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai was amazed by Yi Fan's ferocity as he forced the glutton zombie back. However, he knew they were still far from victory. After all, the glutton zombie hadn't even entered its second phase yet. The current battle was merely a prelude. Kid, remember to watch out for its second phase, the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai warned the Child of Fortune. Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The glutton zombie was a heightier third-stage zombie, even stronger than the evolved second-stage Queen Mosquito zombie. He had struggled greatly against the Queen Mosquito zombie alone. How could he possibly defeat this third-stage glutton zombie? So, half of my skill's duration is already gone. Uncle Zheng's direct combat ability is too weak. He can't buy me any time. It seems there's only one path left for me now. I have to go all out against it. The Child of Fortune thought it over, and the only option remained was to risk his life. He felt helpless, as if drained of all strength. Even after exhausting every trick he had, he still couldn't kill the glutton zombie. He even began to suspect the system was deliberately making him gamble his life. Why would the system send him to fight such a powerful glutton zombie? Did the system think his stats could match the glutton zombie? Yi Fan pondered, but couldn't figure it out. For now, his only choice was to burn his life force to grow stronger, hoping that his power would stabilize and his fortune wouldn't decline further. Beast, do you dare fight me? The Child of Fortune, Yi Fan roared at the glutton zombie. Then his entire body ignited with flames, and like a blazing lion, he charged after it. Is this guy even human? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai was stunned by the desperate display of power from Yi Fan. Even the glutton zombie, upon seeing Yi Fan in this state, felt a desire to retreat. It didn't know Yi Fan was fighting for his life. It feared that Yi Fan, like itself, might have even stronger hidden cards yet to be. The glutton zombie didn't want to tangle with Yi Fan and kept backing away. But Yi Fan wouldn't give it a chance to escape. This was an advantage he had bought with his life, and he had. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan closed in on the glutton zombie and threw a punch aimed at its head. Seeing that Yi Fan wasn't going to let it go, the zombie stopped retreating. Its eyes turned bloodshot and it let out a furious roar. Spreading its claws wide like two bear traps, it lunged at Yi Fan. The glutton zombie's claws met Yi Fan's flaming fist. Both were using all their strength. After a brief half-breath, the glutton zombie, leveraging its superior power, sent Yi Fan flying. While Yi Fan was still airborne, it extended its barbed tongue, aiming a swift, precise, and deadly strike at his head. But at that moment, the glutton zombie suddenly sensed something was wrong. Yi Fan, who was hurtling backward and on the brink of death, was actually smiling. What was happening? Just as the glutton zombie was baffled, Yi Fan used his hand as a shield, guarding his front and blocking the tongue thrust from the next second. With a piercing sound, Yi Fan's hand was pierced by the glutton zombie's tongue, but this was exactly what he intended. After his hand was pierced, he abruptly raised his other hand, turning it into a blade, and with one strike, severed the glutton zombie's tongue. Roaring in fury, the glutton zombie had not anticipated Yi Fan's desperate gamble. After several angry roars, it decisively entered its second phase. Watch out. The glutton zombie is about to enter its second phase. The veteran in camouflage, Zheng Shanhai, saw this and urgently warned Yi Fan. Yi Fan heard this but showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he charged recklessly toward the glutton zombie, resigned to his fate. Since he would lose a point of luck value anyway, he preferred to inflict as much damage as possible on the glutton zombie in these final seconds rather than waiting for his skill to cool down before dying. Is this kid insane? The veteran in camouflage Zhang Shanhai watched Yi Fan in astonishment, never expecting such a fierce fighting style. Damn it. Forget it. He'll go all out too. The veteran, stirred by Yi Fan's combat spirit, gripped his sniper rifle and fired repeatedly at the glutton zombie. Meanwhile, outside the department store entrance, Jing Tian and his group finally arrived. Su Tong asked the mist zombies if there are any high-level zombies inside. I want to see if that guy lied to me. As soon as Jing Tian reached the department store entrance, he asked Su Tong. This time he had brought Su Tong along because a captive from another survivor group had told him there was a high-level zombie here. Playing his role to the fullest, Jing Tian began his act immediately. Jing Tian, there really is a high-level zombie here. That man didn't deceive you. Su Tong replied to Jing Tian, I just used my divine sense link to ask the mist zombie sister and the giant mosquito zombie queen. They both told me that inside the department store they can sense a scent of a stronger kindred spirit, a scent stronger than theirs. It seems that man didn't lie to me. Let's go in and take a look. Jing Tian, upon hearing Su Tong's words, immediately led the group inside the department store. After walking just a few steps inside, they heard commotion from within. Someone inside. Su Tong was startled by the noise. The department store was littered with corpses and remains. At that moment her nerves were taut. Had it not been for Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, the mist zombie, and the giant mosquito zombie queen, she would never have come here. Could it be that another survivor group is fighting that high-level zombie? Lung Yuyin analyzed, then spread her chilling aura ready for battle. Su Tong will split into two teams from now on. Lung Yuyin and I will engage in direct combat, while you, the mist zombie, and the giant mosquito zombie queen, hide in a corner and wait for my signal. There's no need to reveal our secret weapon, the zombie army, right away. Jing Tian outlined his plan to Su Tong. After she nodded in agreement, he immediately took Lung Yuyin and followed this. 3 minutes later they arrived at the site where Yi Fan was battling the glutton zombie. The glutton zombie had already entered its body had grown enormous, reaching 14 or 15 meters in height. Because the department store ceiling was only 3 meters high, the glutton zombie had to crouch awkwardly while fighting Yi Fan. Is that Yi Fan? What is he doing here? Lung Yuyin was startled to see Yi Fan, as he had not joined their expedition this time. Logically, Yi Fan should not have been here. Could it be that Jing Tian followed Yi Fan here? The fortune-favored girl, Lung Yuyin thought, and turned to look at Jing Tian. Jing Tian had revealed his identity as a reincarnator to her right after the apocalypse game began, and had shared a crucial piece of information. In the previous life, many rewards were discovered by Yi Fan first. Thus it was no coincidence that Jing Tian encountered Yi Fan at the department store. Jing Tian, did you know Yi Fan would be here? Lung Yuyin asked Jing Tian. Jing Tian nodded and replied, Yuyin, now you understand why I kept him at the lab survivor base despite his repeated provocation. This guy is annoying, but his luck is truly remarkable. We can follow him to find many good things. That way I can protect you with more certainty. Jing Tian's words were sincere. Lung Yuyin listened, her eyes filled with, not to mention Jing Tian, even Lung Yuyin herself despised Yi Fan. He was arrogant, selfish, inconsiderate, and quick. Had it not been for their shared past as classmates and Jing Tian's assertion that Yi Fan was useful, she would have dealt with him long ago. Yuyin, I need to act now? Yi Fan can't defeat that glutton zombie. In the previous life, though Yi Fan was lucky enough to find many treasures, his own strength was limited. He always snatched them after others had done the work. If we don't intervene, Yi Fan will die soon. Jing Tian spoke with feigned seriousness. As Lung Yuyin followed him charging toward the glutton zombie, he secretly activated his awakened skills Dark Curse, Dark Weakening Hand, and Dark Mental Shock on Yi, with the 3 negative buffs applied to the favored son of fortune Yi Fan. The Yi Fan, who had been maneuvering against the glutton zombie, suddenly froze in place, dazed, and was sent flying dozens of meters by a claw swipe from the glutton zombie. He crashed heavily into the wall, coughing blood. As he got down, he felt utterly drained, as if experiencing post-exertion weakness. What's going on? Why did my mind suddenly go blank? My awakened skills duration isn't over yet. Why am I feeling weak prematurely? Strange. Could it be because of the near-death experience and the deduction of luck points? Does losing luck points affect my body? Faced with sudden weakness, Yi Fan was baffled, his mind racing with guesses. It seems I should avoid using life-draining skills like that in the future. Yi Fan attributed his weakness to the life-draining deduction of luck points. Having understood the cause, he looked up at the glutton zombie again. Suddenly, he noticed Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were both there. What's happening? Am I hallucinating? Why is that bastard Jing Tian here? Oh, it hurts. Upon seeing Jing Tian, Yi Fan thought he was hallucinating. He pinched his cheek hard, the pain jolting him back to reality. He looked again toward Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, expecting the illusion of them to vanish from his sight. Yet Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin remained. This is no illusion. Realizing the truth, Yi Fan roared at Jing Tian, Jing Tian. Why are you here? Oh, isn't this Yi Fan? You told your aunt you were going out to find a friend. How did you end up at the department store? Jing Tian, instead of answering Yi Fan's roar, directly questioned him back. My friend is here. His name is... Yi Fan had a sudden idea. Pointing at the translucent camouflaged veteran Zheng Shanhai, he replied to Jing Tian, "What about you, Jing Tian? Why are you here?" "I captured a survivor prisoner who told me there was a high-level zombie in the department store, so I came to check it out," Jing Tian replied calmly. "Jing Tian, I discovered this glutton zombie first. You're not allowed to steal it," warned Yi Fan, the child of fortune, seeing that Jing Tian also sought the glutton zombie. But Jing Tian paid him no heed, spreading his hands and saying, "Yi Fan, the glutton zombie belongs to no one. Seeing it first doesn't make it yours. Let's stick to the old rules. We each rely on our own skills. Whoever gets it keeps it." Having said this to Yi Fan, leading Lung Yuyan, he charged toward the glutton zombie. "That bastard." Yi Fan's face twitched with anger as he saw Jing Tian once again trying to steal his kill, and he quickened his pace toward the glutton zombie. He had already lost some fortune points for the glutton zombie's head. If Jing Tian snatched it away again, his entire expedition today would be a disastrous loss. Yi Fan pushed his speed to the limit. He had to reach the glutton zombie before Jing Tian and claim it. "Ian, let's pause for a moment." Just as the child of fortune accelerated, Jing Tian reached out to stop Lung Yuyan. "I sense Yi Fan has grown stronger. Let's observe a bit more." Lung Yuyan nodded at Jing Tian's words and halted. Of the three who had been charging toward the glutton zombie, only with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan stopping, Yi Fan was left alone. He hadn't expected them to suddenly halt. Now he stood alone once again before the glutton zombie. Initially, the glutton zombie had considered retreating when it saw reinforcements for Yi Fan. But then it realized the help was unreliable. Abandoning the thought of fleeing, it launched a full-force attack against Yi Fan. If it could eliminate Yi Fan, it was confident it could take down the remaining two, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, one by one. The glutton zombie let out a low growl. Its two massive arms, each 5 or 6 meters long, swung down like excavators, tearing through the air as they repeatedly smashed toward Yi Fan. Each impact sent faint tremors through the ground. "Damn it, where are Jing Tian and the others?" Yi Fan had thought he was here, but instead Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan had stopped midway, leaving him to fight the glutton zombie alone. Taking blow after blow, he was battered into a panicked retreat by the zombie's fists. Coupled with the sudden weakness he had felt earlier, he lasted less than 3 seconds before being struck 7 or 8 times, suffering multiple fractures and being sent flying backward. Cough, cough. Yi Fan clutched his chest, spitting blood, gasping heavily. His eyelids drooped as if he hadn't slept for 2 nights. "Damn. That Jing Tian. He tricked me again." Yi Fan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His life force rapidly ebbed away. He knew he was about to fall into a death-like state again. But unlike the previous time, when he had willingly approached death, this time, he was filled with resentment. Not only had he failed to significantly damage the glutton zombie, but he was also seething with rage at being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Jing Tian. Ding! Just as Yi Fan's eyes completely closed and the glutton zombie opened its kilometer-wide fang-filled maw to bite him, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! System notification: host is dying. 1 fortune point deducted. Host has been restored to peak condition. Ding! System notification: host's current strength is too weak. 1 fortune point deducted. Host has received a 3rd-tier top-quality supply crate weapon blazing sword. Damn, it deducted 2 fortune points from me. System, what do you mean by current strength is too weak? What about before? Why didn't you say that before? Just revived. Yi Fan was speechless with anger at the system's message. He was the same person earlier. The system hadn't deemed him weak enough to deduct fortune points for a weapon. Why did it think he was weak now? Could his strength actually be regressing? Yi Fan felt a wave of despair. But since things had come to this, he had no choice but to accept it. Jing Tian, you made me go up and take the beating earlier. Now I won't go either. Let's see what you do. The child of fortune, Yi Fan gripped the blazing sword, feeling smug. As long as he didn't engage, surely the glutton zombie wouldn't chase him, would it? Roar. Just as Yi Fan thought his plan was perfect, he suddenly realized the glutton zombie was right in front of him. And now it had opened its kilometer-wide maw and was lunging to bite him. Damn! Yi Fan hadn't expected to be cornered by the glutton zombie. As soon as he recovered, forced into battle mode again, he retreated while swinging the blazing sword in counterattack. What a perfect weapon! Yi Fan's face lit up with surprise as he swung the blazing sword a few times. He hadn't expected it to unleash flaming. With this, his combat power instantly shot up a level. Bang! 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 The flaming sword chi struck the glutton zombie's mouth repeatedly. The searing heat made the glutton zombie howl in agony. It quickly shut its gaping maw and stared at Yi Fan in shock. It had no idea where Yi Fan had pulled out the blazing sword. The terrifying power of the blade taught it for the first time what pain and fear truly meant. That Yi Fan really was holding back. Lung Yuyan, seeing Yi Fan suddenly gain the upper hand, instantly understood why Jing Tian had said Yi Fan seemed stronger. With that blazing sword, Yi Fan's combat power had more than doubled. Jing Tian, when should we make our move? The glutton zombie seems to be losing to Yi Fan. Lung Yuyan, worried that Yi Fan would finish off the glutton zombie, looked at Jing Tian and asked. Jing Tian glanced at the translucent camouflaged veteran Zheng Shanhai hiding in the shadows. You can keep an eye on that translucent guy? He'll go fight Yi Fan for the glutton zombie. With these words, Jing Tian swiftly closed in on Yi Fan and the gluttonous zombie. At the same time, Yi Fan also noticed Jing Tian approaching him and the creature. Seeing Jing Tian ready to snatch the kill again, Yi Fan brandished his blazing sword and slashed several fiery arcs toward Jing Tian to block his path. Jing Tian, this time, it'll make you taste the disparity in weapons. If not for our previous difference in armaments, would I have let you steal my kills time and again? Surrender, Jing Tian. From this moment on I shall rise, and you will gradually descend into decline. Yi Fan gloated inwardly, then turned his gaze to the gluttonous zombie. While the flames held Jing Tian at bay, he intended to finish off this creature that had cost him 3 points of luck. Big fella, your turn. Gripping the blazing sword without holding back, Yi Fan activated his first awakened skill, Giant Strength, and his second, Lion King, simultaneously. With his power explosively amplified, he charged straight at the gluttonous zombie. The creature, recalling the searing pain in its maw from earlier, flinched as it instantly lost its nerve and turned to flee. But as it spun around, several fiery slashes tore through its hide, sending searing agony across its back. Roaring in fury, the gluttonous zombie realized Yi Fan would not let it escape. It whirled around and launched another attack. Desperate, it fought for its life, striking with claws and tongue from 3 directions in a vengeful counterattack. You wretched beast, you're asking for death. Yi Fan hadn't expected the gluttonous zombie to suddenly go berserk. Several blows landed on him, igniting his rage. He clashed head-on with the gluttonous zombie, trading injuries. Truly the child of fortune, still fighting through so many weakening Jing Tian casually spun his laser sword to disperse the blocking flames, then stood aside to observe. After a moment, seeing the battle between the gluttonous zombie and Yi Fan near its end, he narrowed his eyes and flashed a sly grin. System: retrieve my armor-piercing blue fire Gatling from the warehouse. Ding, the villain system prompts armor-piercing blue fire Gatling retrieved. As the prompt ended, an enhanced Gatling noticeably larger than Jing Tian's previous one materialized in his hands. What's that fellow up to? Zheng Shanhai, the veteran in camouflage lurking in the shadows, stared in confusion as Jing Tian suddenly produced a Gatling gun. Initially, when he saw Jing Tian casually dispel Yi Fan's flames, he thought Jing Tian would charge in to steal the kill on the gluttonous zombie. But to his bewilderment, Jing Tian didn't advance. Instead, he pulled out a Gatling. What was the meaning of this? In Zheng Shanhai's eyes, even bullets, grenades, or shells could hardly inflict significant damage on the gluttonous zombie. Jing Tian using a Gatling against it now struck him as utterly senseless. He had initially planned to fire at Jing Tian to stop him from stealing the kill, but now it seemed he wouldn't even need to pull the trigger. Little did the veteran Zheng Shanhai know the unique power of Jing Tian's weapon. Meanwhile, the battle between Yi Fan and the gluttonous zombie was also drawing to a close. Yi Fan was now battered and bruised all over, barely staying upright thanks to his awakened skills. As for the gluttonous zombie, it fared no better. Yi Fan's blazing sword had left countless charred wounds across its body. It now looked like an over-roasted sweet potato. With a low growl, it challenged Yi Fan. Then it suddenly raised its claws and slammed them toward Yi Fan. In response, Yi Fan let out a roar of his own and swung his blazing sword. He thrust it straight at the gluttonous zombie. Both were at their last gasp. This clash would see one fall, or perhaps both, but Yi Fan was unafraid. As the child of fortune protected by his system, he could endure near death once more. He'll send Jing Tian to keep you company soon. Yi Fan's lips curled into a savage grin. Seeing the child of fortune on the verge of victory, Jing Tian also smirked and murmured, Dark Heal. Jing Tian activated his awakened skill, Dark Heal. The gluttonous zombie began to recover at a visible rate. It had been on the brink of death, but now it restored about 30% of its injuries. Compared to Yi Fan, it now held a decisive advantage. What's happening? Does the gluttonous zombie have a healing skill? Yi Fan was stunned as he watched his desperate foe suddenly regenerate. All his intel on the creature had come from Zheng Shanhai, who had never mentioned any such restorative ability. Damn it, that sneaky bastard is useless. Yi Fan cursed the veteran inwardly. If Zheng Shanhai's intel hadn't been flawed, he would never have fought so recklessly or stopped Jing Tian from engaging the gluttonous zombie. He could have used the information gap to set Jing Tian up and reap the rewards. Now he could only sacrifice more luck points again. With a wet tearing sound, the gluttonous zombie, enduring the damage from Yi Fan's blazing sword, drove its claws through his abdomen. It then flung his broken body away, sending it arcing through the air. How can this be? The veteran was shocked that the gluttonous zombie had held back. Seeing Yi Fan's abdomen pierced, guilt washed over him. But thankfully, Yi Fan had mentioned during his first near-death experience that he possessed extraordinary regenerative powers capable of recovering even from half-death. Otherwise, Zheng Shanhai would have been consumed by remorse for failing to provide accurate intelligence. My chance has come. As Zheng Shanhai wallowed in guilt, Jing Tian saw Yi Fan fall into near death. He silently raised his armor-piercing blue fire Gatling, aimed at the gluttonous zombie, and unleashed a barrage. While firing, Jing Tian also activated his awakened skill Ambush on the gluttonous zombie, causing it to lose sight of him. Instantly, the gluttonous zombie was pummeled in bewildered one-sidedness. Bullets riddled its body, each carrying an armor-piercing effect, inflicting needle-like pain with every hit. Roaring in agony, the gluttonous zombie wailed under the terrifying rate of fire, hundreds of rounds per second from the armor-piercing blue-fire Gatling. Even at full strength, it would have had to dodge. Now severely wounded, it tried to flee. It could feel its life force draining away rapidly, but it had no idea where to escape, for it couldn't see its attacker at all. With a roar, the devourer zombie let out a mournful wail. At this moment, its life force was rapidly fading as it faced Jing Tian's armor-piercing blue flame Gatling gun. It was beyond saving. What's going on? How can a devourer zombie be so ravaged by bullets? The veteran in camouflage Zhang Shanhai stared in astonishment at the dying devourer zombie. He couldn't fathom why Jing Tian's bullets could harm the devourer zombie. Yet that wasn't what troubled him most. What vexed him most was why the devourer zombie didn't counterattack Jing Tian. Hasn't Yi Fan recovered yet? No, if I wait any longer, the devourer zombie will surely die. I have to step in and stop that guy, or else by the time Yi Fan recovers, the devourer zombie will be gone. The veteran in camouflage Zhang Shanhai aimed his sniper rifle at Jing Tian's Gatling gun, intending to buy time for Yi Fan. He prepared to pull the trigger, shooting the Gatling to divert Jing Tian's attention and thus stall for time. However, to his surprise, before he could even squeeze the trigger, his hand and the sniper rifle were frozen solid. What's happening? Zhang Shanhai exclaimed in shock, staring at his ice-encased hand and weapon. Just then Lung Yuyan's voice rang out. I advise you not to think of making a move against Jing Tian. It's her. Zhang Shanhai realized upon hearing her words that it was Lung Yuyan who had frozen his hand. After parting ways with Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan had been keeping a close watch on Zhang Shanhai. Zhang Shanhai had noticed her surveillance, but seeing she carried only a blade and showed no intent to attack, he ignored her. He never expected Lung Yuyan to possess the terrifying ability to control frost. So that guy sent this girl to watch me from the start just to prevent me from interfering. Zhang Shanhai realized too late. Meanwhile, the devourer zombie collapsed with a final wail, its life force complete. Ding. The moment the devourer zombie died, a system prompt echoed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, the villain system prompts congratulations host for killing the devourer zombie. Ding, the villain system prompts congratulations host for completing the task of taking the devourer zombie's head from the favored son of destiny Yi Fan. Ding, the villain system prompts congratulations host on receiving the task reward, deducting 3 luck points from the favored son of destiny. Yi Fan total deducted 45 points, gaining 2 acquired talent, draws 2 random item, draws 1 awakening skill enhancement card and 1 awakening skill fusion card. The reward arrived so quickly. Jing Tian was surprised by the system prompts. Just then another prompt sounded in his mind. Doomsday game notification, congratulations on killing the 3rd-tier high-level zombie devourer. You have leveled up to LV15. 4 levels at once. This devourer zombie gives that much experience. Jing Tian was stunned by the game notification. The next moment, he felt a qualitative enhancement in his vision, hearing, spirit, and strength, double that of his previous self. Killing a 3rd-tier high-level zombie really pays off. I wonder if its 3rd-tier supply crate will be just as generous. Jing Tian muttered as he gazed at the devourer zombie's corpse. Drawing from his experience with the giant cockroach zombie's supply, he immediately used his laser sword to cut open the devourer zombie's body. In the span of 2 breaths, he had disemboweled it. A exquisite supply crate soon appeared before him. However, to Jing Tian's surprise, this crate was not large, only a meter long and half a meter wide. It was several times smaller than the 2nd-tier crate. Could it be packed with rare treasures? Jing Tian wondered, eyeing the 3rd-tier supply crate. But he chose not to open it immediately. He knew that as soon as he did, his acquired talent lucky would trigger. When that happened, the contents might burst out, making them hard to carry away. Jing Tian. Just as Jing Tian decided to take the crate home to open, the favored son of destiny, Yi Fan, arrived after recovering from his injuries. Seeing the devourer zombie dead, he roared at Jing Tian. Jing Tian, you bastard. You stole my kill again. Oh, Yi Fan, you're still alive. Jing Tian replied with a sneer, glancing at the wound on Yi Fan's abdomen, which had been pierced by the devourer zombie. Jing Tian, don't change the subject. This isn't the 1st or 2nd time you've stolen my kill. If you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Fan gripped his flame sword, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Jing Tian spread his hands and said, Yi Fan, don't talk to me about stealing kills. The devourer zombie's head belongs to whoever takes it. You didn't get it, so blame your own incompetence. Besides, I gave you a chance earlier. Too bad you couldn't handle it and got knocked flying by the zombie. Incompetent. Can't handle it. Yi Fan's temper flared at Jing Tian's words. Don't you dare call me incompetent or weak. Jing Tian, you stole my kill and insulted me. He'll kill you. With that, the favored son of destiny, Yi Fan, charged forward, gripping his flame sword. You want to fight me? Jing Tian aimed his armor-piercing blue flame Gatling at the approaching Yi Fan. It's useless, Jing Tian. I've closed the distance this time. Before you can aim and pull the trigger, I'll have your life. Yi Fan swung his flame sword at Jing Tian. Realizing the Gatling was ineffective at close range, Jing Tian set it down and threw a bare-handed punch at Yi Fan. Jing Tian, you're using your fists against me. The favored son of destiny, Yi Fan sneered inwardly. In his eyes, with his awakening skill giant strength boosting his power over tenfold, how dared Jing Tian fight him barehanded? Bang! Just as Yi Fan was mocking Jing Tian, inwardly a solid iron fist struck his face, sending him sprawling to the ground, rolling several times. How is this possible? Yi Fan scrambled to his feet, staring at Jing Tian in terror. He had no idea what just happened. By the time he realized it, he was already on the ground from a single punch. Yi Fan, you wanted to play? Let's continue. Jing Tian gestured for Yi Fan to come again. In terms of strength, Jing Tian was indeed no match for Yi Fan, but in speed he far surpassed him by several, or even a dozen times. With this advantage, Jing Tian could easily toy with Yi Fan. Jing Tian, what did you just do? Yi Fan, the child of fortune, stared at Jing Tian, who had called for him to come again, and demanded, "What did I do? Just a regular punch." Jing Tian saw the look of terror on Yi Fan's face. He gave a faint smile. "What's wrong? Yi Fan, can't you even beat me with my bare hands? And you say I stole your kill. Don't you find that ridiculous? You're like someone faking an accident." Jing Tian taunted. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan gripped his blazing flame sword and charged at Jing Tian again. But just like before, he couldn't see Jing Tian's. He was struck squarely in the face by Jing Tian's iron fist. With a loud bang, he was sent sprawling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, his face swollen from the beating, stood up again and stared at Jing Tian. He simply couldn't understand why Jing Tian could overpower him. Jing Tian is barehanded this time, no weapon advantage. Why can he still beat me? He only has a 0 combat power awakening skill, lucky dog. How can he compete with me? Wait, could it be that Jing Tian has awakened a new skill? That shouldn't be. He's not a child of fortune, just a stepping stone. How could he have 2 awakening skills? But if it's not a new awakening skill, then what is it? What else does he have that's better than me? Besides weapons and awakening skills, he doesn't seem superior. Alright, it's the level. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, suddenly realized a fatal issue. Jing Tian had been taking all the boss kills. His current level was already far ahead of everyone else. In this situation, Jing Tian's base stats, speed and reaction were definitely several tiers higher. And Yi Fan only had raw strength. With just that, how could he possibly defeat Jing Tian? Damn, with all my scheming, I forgot about the massive level gap. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, realized why he couldn't beat Jing Tian. He immediately played dumb and backed down. I'm done. Take the kill, it's yours. But, Jing Tian, remember this. Next time I'll snatch it back from you. The thick-skinned child of fortune, Yi Fan, directly conceded. Jing Tian didn't expect Yi Fan to suddenly give in. He picked up his armor-piercing blue flame Gatling gun and said, "Feel free to try. I'm always game." TCH. Yi Fan sneered disdainfully in his heart, seeing how easily Jing Tian let him off. Jing Tian, oh Jing Tian. In this apocalyptic world, it's all about decisive action. With a personality like yours, you're destined to be someone else's. Just wait and see. I'm not admitting defeat. This is called biding my time. Once my level catches up to yours, you're dead. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, felt smug inwardly. But he didn't know that Jing Tian kept him around to slowly bleed him dry, like boiling a frog in warm water. 55 luck points left. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan. Hang in there. Don't go and die so easily. I still need you to help me get stronger before the next child of fortune appears. Jing Tian was calculating in his mind. At the same time, Lung Yuyan rushed over urgently. She shielded Jing Tian behind her, drew her sword and pointed it at Yi Fan, saying, "Yi Fan, were you attacking Jing Tian just now? I didn't mean to. I just got a little carried away because my kill was stolen." The child of fortune, Yi Fan, quickly made an excuse to absolve himself. Humph. Lung Yuyan scoffed at Yi Fan's words, her tone icy as she warned, "Yi Fan, if you dare to harm Jing Tian, I will take your life." Yi Fan's heart churned with mixed emotions at her words. These were the words that should have been said by him to an enemy, yet now she was saying them to him about an enemy. This drove him to the brink of despair. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lung Yuyan was warning Yi Fan, and Yi Fan was wallowing in self-pity, a sudden burst of intense gunfire erupted. Hundreds of bullets rained down upon Jing Tian. Lung Yuyan and Yi were under attack. Yuyan, let's take cover. Feeling the impact of the bullets on his dragon-scale combat suit, Jing Tian quickly pulled Lung Yuyan behind the corpse of the gluttonous zombie. As for Yi Fan, after being ambushed by bullets, dozens of wounds instantly appeared on his body. If it weren't for the speed granted by his second awakening skill, Lion King, he would have nearly died. Damn it, who are they? Why are they ambushing us? Facing the sudden attack, Yi Fan cursed while following Jing Tian's lead and running behind the gluttonous zombie corpse. Huff huff. Once behind the corpse, Yi Fan gasped for air. He never imagined that inside this department store, there would be a third survivor group, and this group was especially ruthless. Without saying a word, they just opened fire. Damn it, got hit by over a dozen bullets. This is bad. Am I going to be at death's door again? Yi Fan winced at the constant pain from his wounds. Suddenly, he instinctively looked towards Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. The attackers had targeted him, not just them. Logically, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan should be in the same state as him now. Damn. As soon as Yi Fan looked at them, he couldn't help but curse. Compared to his bullet-riddled body, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan looked completely unharmed. Not a single scratch. It's the dragon scale combat suit. I have to find a way to get one. Otherwise I'm at too much of a The child of fortune Yi Fan stared enviously at the dragon scale combat suits on Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. He had one himself, but Jing Tian had made Hu Kuan strip it off him. Also because of his constant friction with Jing Tian. He knew it was impossible to get a suit from the laboratory survivor base. The only way was to steal one. To take it from another survivor group. Yi Fan, go out and draw their fire. I need to see where they are. Just as Yi Fan was scheming about how to get a suit, Jing Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Why should I? Yi Fan retorted, annoyed that Jing Tian wanted a wounded man like him to act as bait. Because I have a Gatling gun for cover fire, and you don't. Jing Tian said, brandishing his Gatling gun. Yi Fan clenched his fists momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Jing Tian said coldly, we're the only two men here. What's the holdup? Or do you want Yin to go out there and draw their fire instead? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment at Jing Tian's words, then said, fine, I'll go. Unlike some people, I'm not a coward. Yi Fan didn't want to lose face in front of Lung Yuyan. He took a deep breath and dashed out. The moment he emerged, the intense gunfire resumed. Jing Tian, give me covering fire now. Yi Fan shouted as he ran. But Jing Tian quietly peered out to observe the situation, showing no sign of opening fire to provide cover. Jing Tian cautiously observed the situation. Soon he noticed something amiss with the survivor group at the entrance of the department store. Their numbers were overwhelming. Far exceeding a typical survivor squad, there were at least 50 of them. Among their ranks, 12 individuals were clad in dragon-scale combat suits. This formidable lineup was leagues beyond any survivor group Jing Tian had encountered before. Could this be a major survivor faction? Jing Tian pondered, puzzled by the new survivor group appearing at the department store. Normally a survivor stronghold might house 50 to 60 people. That in itself wasn't unusual. But to have 50 or 60 individuals out on an operation was extraordinary. After all, in any survivor stronghold, the number of people going out on missions was usually less than those staying behind. In other words, the true population of this group's stronghold had likely already surpassed 100. Looks like I've stumbled upon a formidable survivor team. Jing Tian remarked with a meaningful tone, narrowing his eyes. A wicked idea swiftly took shape in his mind. Tonight the Doomsday game prompt at Z City University would refresh. Their progress would catch up with other survivor groups in the university town. By then they would be vying to become one of the 3 largest survivor strongholds. And this large survivor force that had come to them could serve his purposes perfectly. Jing Tian. As Jing Tian was analyzing internally, a roar filled with rage echoed. Jing Tian, you set me up. Damn it. Where's the suppressive fire you promised? The speaker was none other than Yi Fan, who had earlier run out from behind the glutton zombie's corpse to draw fire. At this moment, he was hiding behind a shelf. His already battered body bore several new bullet wounds. I needed time to assess the situation before firing. Jing Tian replied with a sly grin. You son of a... Yi Fan, realizing he had been duped, was seething with anger. However, having been tricked before, he had learned his lesson. Knowing that confronting Jing Tian yielded no benefit, he suppressed his fury and asked Jing Tian, you said you were observing. Did you see how many are on the other side? Do we stand a chance? Yi Fan tried to extract information from Jing Tian. Jing Tian was taken aback by Yi Fan's unusual demeanor. Normally Yi Fan would throw a tantrum at this point, but today was different. Not only did Yi Fan refrain from raging, he even held back his anger. Something was definitely off. This Yi Fan. It seems he's getting smarter. Unfortunately, I don't like clever enemies. Jing Tian thought to himself, a murderous intent rising towards Yi Fan. He would have to keep a close watch on him. He couldn't afford to be fleeced while trying to fleece others. The moment Yi Fan seemed about to slip from his control, he would strike without hesitation. Jing Tian's mind raced, and after becoming wary of Yi Fan's transformation, he said to Yi Fan, there are many on the other side, of full 50 to 60 people. Among them 12 are wearing dragon-scale combat suits. Their lineup is extremely formidable. Moreover, their awakened ones likely number more than those 12 in suits. There could be 20 to 30. Facing such combat strength, I'd say our chances are slim to none. Jing Tian deliberately downplayed their odds. He applied pressure on Yi Fan to see what scheme he might devise. What? 50 to 60 people, with 20 to 30 away. Yi Fan's face turned pale at Jing Tian's words. He hadn't expected the enemy force to be so terrifying, knowing that even the best fighters were outmatched by sheer numbers. Even if each of their people could take on 2, the enemy outnumbered them 10 to 1. How could they possibly fight? Would he have to keep burning his lifespan? Burning it 5 or 6 more times? Yi Fan felt a strong urge to retreat. He had risked his life to kill the glutton zombie for experience and equipment rewards. But killing these survivors would yield nothing. Apart from some shabby gear, it would be a complete waste of his fortune value. Jing Tian. I have a friend who can turn invisible. Find a way to hold off those people. He'll go find that guy. Then we'll launch a pincer attack. Maybe we can stand a chance against them. Yi Fan proposed his idea. Jing Tian nodded in agreement, telling Yi Fan to go ahead and leave the suppressive fire to him. Jing Tian, you've had your look this time. It would be inexcusable to trick me again. Yi Fan warned, fearing Jing Tian was merely paying lip service. Relax, I'm a man of principle. Jing Tian replied with a smile. Yi Fan was speechless. He didn't believe Jing Tian for a second. If he didn't need Jing Tian's help now, he would have called out all of Jing Tian's past treacherous acts. Yi Fan am throwing smoke grenades to distract the enemy. Use the chance to find your friend. Seeing Yi Fan silence, Jing Tian pulled 2 smoke grenades from his backpack and tossed them in front of the glutton zombie's corpse. He then raised his Gatling gun to provide cover fire. Finally, Jing Tian is being reliable for once. Yi Fan was surprised by Jing Tian's straightforwardness. He crawled out from behind the shelf and slowly moved towards the veteran in camouflage Zhong Shanhai. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan. Jing Tian sneered inwardly as he watched Yi Fan emerge from the shelf. He hadn't thrown the smoke grenades to distract the enemy. On the contrary, he was signaling to the enemy that they intended to escape, urging them to focus their attention beyond the smoke. And outside the smoke, there was only Yi Fan. As long as those 50 to 60 people weren't all idiots, they wouldn't let Yi Fan get away. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Jing Tian fired from within the smoke to cover Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the group guarding the department store opened fire in retaliation. As they did, Jing Tian quietly retreated with his Gatling gun, letting them shoot at the glutton zombie corpse shrouded in smoke. After a moment, the group at the entrance sensed something was wrong. The gunfire from within the smoke had ceased shortly after it began. Now, all the shooting came from their own men. This was clearly off. Why has the enemy gone quiet? Did the shooter in the smoke get hit? Impossible. There's more than one person in there. Even if one died, what about the others? Something's wrong. 2 of those 3 are wearing dragon-scale combat suits. A few stray bullets wouldn't even faze them, let alone. Could it be that they threw the smoke grenades just to divert our attention? The survivor group at the entrance realized the truth. They scanned the area around the smoke. Soon they spotted a figure crawling slowly on the ground. Those bastards threw smoke to distract us so they could. Brothers, open fire. Lay down a blanket of suppression. Don't let those bastards get away. Rat-a-tat-tat. The survivor team stationed at the entrance of the department store opened fire. Upon spotting Yi Fan, all 50 to 60 of them aimed their weapons and pulled the triggers in unison. In an instant, a hail of bullets engulfed Yi Fan. Before he could even react, his body was riddled with holes. Ding. System notification. Host is on the verge of death. 1 point of luck value deducted. Granting 30 seconds of invincibility. Body restored to peak condition. Am dying again. By the time Yi Fan came to his senses, he had already recovered from the brink of death. Now he could still sense the dense barrage of bullets strafing toward him. Yet the bullets were blocked by an invisible protective barrier, or else they would have claimed his life in an instant. What the hell is this? Why didn't you shoot when Jing Tian threw smoke grenades? I was lying low so discreetly, but you all kept chasing me. Yi Fan grumbled as he watched the survivor team still fire. After a brief moment of complaint, he quickened his pace and dashed toward the veteran in camouflage. With 30 seconds of invincibility on the clock, it was enough time for him to reach the shelf behind which the veteran was hiding. Uncle Zheng, it's me, Yi Fan. Upon arriving before Zhong Shanhai, Yi Fan greeted him. Yi Fan, why did you risk running over here? It's too dangerous. Zhong Shanhai asked in confusion as he saw Yi Fan approach. He had just taken cover and observed the situation after witnessing Yi Fan and the others being ambushed. He never expected Yi Fan to risk sprinting to his side, getting caught in a hail of gunfire and riddled with holes in the process. And yet Yi Fan was, all his wounds had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been shot at all. Uncle Zheng rest assured him, not that easy to kill. You can think of it as me having an awakened ability like a cat's 9 lives. Yi Fan explained the reason for his survival. After explaining, he immediately stated his purpose. He wanted to team up with Zhong Shanhai, split into 2 groups with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, and launch a counterattack against the survivor team that had ambushed them. There are only 4 of us. Are you sure? Zhong Shanhai found Yi Fan's words hard to believe. The enemy's numbers were more than 10 times their own. Under these circumstances, their chances of winning were slim. And that wasn't even the most astonishing part for Zhong Shanhai. What truly baffled him was that Yi Fan actually knew Jing Tian, and their relationship seemed amicable. At first, when Jing Tian stole Yi Fan's kill, he had assumed Yi Fan would fight Jing Tian to the death. Yet after just 2 exchanges, Yi Fan surrendered. Considering Yi Fan's ferocity when dealing with the glutton zombie earlier, it was hard for him to imagine why Yi Fan was so intimidated by Jing Tian. Yi Fan, do you know the guy who stole your glutton zombie kill? Zhong Shanhai, harboring his doubts, asked Yi Fan. Yes, he's the nephew of our stronghold leader. The girl beside him is my girlfriend Lung Yuyin. Yi Fan lied in response. What? Zhong Shanhai was shocked by Yi Fan's words. Recalling how protective Lung Yuyan had been of Jing Tian earlier, how could she possibly be Yi Fan's girlfriend? Had they quarreled? Zheng Shanhai grew even more puzzled. Seeing this, Yi Fan deliberately sighed and said, I don't know what's going on either. It's as if Lung Yuyan has been fed some kind of love potion. She suddenly became exceptionally nice to Jing Tian. As for me, she finds me utterly repulsive. Yi Fan put on a sorrowful expression as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shanhai finally realized the issue. If what Yi Fan had just said was true, then Lung Yuyan might have been brainwashed. Could it be some kind of brainwashing awakened ability? No wonder Yi Fan, despite being so strong, still lost his girlfriend. It's not as simple as I thought. Zheng Shanhai was fooled by Yi Fan's words and began to speculate wildly. This played right into Yi Fan's scheme, with the notion that Lung Yuyan had been brainwashed. No matter how much Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan acted like a couple in the future, it wouldn't undermine Zheng Shanhai's trust in him. From today onward, Zheng Shanhai would also be wary of Jing Tian and the forces behind him, lest he too be brainwashed and reduced to a puppet. So that's why you changed so much when you saw Jing Tian. Zheng Shanhai said to Yi Fan, then sighed helplessly as he looked at him. It's a pity that guy is wearing a dragon-scale combat suit. If I sneak attacked him, I couldn't kill him in one shot, and it would only alert him. Otherwise, I would have taken him out for you. No need, Uncle Zheng. Revenge can wait. Yi Fan was startled by Zheng Shanhai's words. He quickly said, Uncle Zheng, Lung Yuyan is inexplicably good to Jing Tian now. If we attack Jing Tian now, Lung Yuyan will definitely not let us off. Our top priority is to unite against the external threat. The survivor team guarding the entrance outnumbers us by more than 10 times. Our main focus now is to figure out how to eliminate, otherwise none of us will escape. Fearing that Zheng Shanhai might ambush Jing Tian and break the fragile truce he had secured by backing down, Yi Fan hurriedly intervened. Zheng Shanhai nodded in response. He had only been speaking idly. As a seasoned professional, he understood the stakes involved. They were currently besieged. Under such circumstances, only a fool would start an internal conflict and invite new enemies. Yi Fan. They'll start sniping the survivor team now. After I hit them a few times, they'll surely send people charging over. When that happens, you'll have to stop those who come. My aim is accurate, but my close combat skills are lacking. Zheng Shanhai outlined his battle plan to Yi Fan. After seeing Yi Fan nod, he immediately began searching for a good sniper. Using his semi-transparent awakened ability, he launched a series of stealthy attacks. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of a few breaths, Zheng Shanhai's sniper rifle fired multiple times, taking down several enemies. Do they have a sniper? Such precise shooting. No, we can't just sit here and wait. We have to charge in and take them out soon. Otherwise, the longer we drag this out, the greater our casualties will be. The survivor team stationed at the department store entrance, realizing that Yi Fan's side had a sniper, immediately changed their slow advance strategy. Several awakened individuals clad in dragon-scale combat suits led the charge, rushing toward Yi Fan and Zheng Shanhai. Yi Fan. They're coming. Zheng Shanhai, seeing that the enemy had indeed sent bulletproof awakened ones after him, quickly urged Yi Fan to intercept them. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, hiding behind the corpse of the glutton zombie, was using his ability clairvoyance to observe Yi Fan's situation. Seeing that the survivor team at the entrance was now entirely focused on Yi Fan, he silently added 2 more smoke grenades into the smoke screen. As long as Yi Fan wasn't pushed to the brink, he had no intention of stepping in to help. Kid, you think you can stop us alone? You're asking for death. 4 awakened ones clad in dragon-scale combat suit. On their way to charge at the camouflaged veteran Zheng Shanhai, they were intercepted by Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan was alone, they all sneered disdainfully. One short figure, barely 5 feet tall, suddenly expanded, transforming into a 3-meter muscular giant. Like a truck flooring the accelerator, he charged straight at Yi Fan, accelerating. A contest of strength. I've never feared anyone in that regard. Yi Fan, seeing the 4 awakened rushing toward, noticed one of them making the first move with an awakened skill. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. His first awakened skill, Colossus Power, was activated. He showed no fear whatsoever. He crossed his arms before his chest, braced to receive the 3-meter giant charging at him. Bang! A deafening impact resounded. That 3-meter giant slammed solidly into Yi Fan. But strangely enough, Yi Fan stood like an immovable mountain. The giant was not only unharmed. The 3-meter giant himself was left dizzy and disoriented, with internal injuries from the impact, spitting out a mouthful of clotted blood. How is this possible? The other 3 awakened charging at Yi Fan, seeing their leader actually being withstood by Yi, all showed expressions of shock and disbelief. Bring it on with whatever you've got. If it weren't for your numbers and sneak attack, do you really think I'd be afraid of you? Yi Fan's first victory boosted his confidence. After a flurry of dozens of flame-wreathed fists pounded into the 3-meter giant, he confidently grabbed the giant and flung him aside. That 3-meter giant collapsed on the spot, vomiting blood and dying. TCH, just because you took down the weakest trash, you think you're all that? The remaining 3 awakened, irritated by Yi Fan's boastful words, unleashed their own awakened skills, hurling them at Yi Fan. This time they had learned their lesson. No longer would they be foolish enough to duel Yi Fan like the 3-meter giant. If they were to fight, they would do it together, a gang up. A gang up, huh? You few are still not enough. Yi Fan, seeing the three awakened launch a simultaneous assault, let out a furious roar. He activated his second awakened skill, Lion King, transforming into a lion-like half-beast form, stunning This guy's awakened skill is a half-beast transformation. Wasn't he using a skill just now? Then how did he block Suke's giant form attack? And what about those flaming fists? Does this guy have more than one awakened skill? The three awakened attacking, Yi Fan simultaneously realized something was wrong. But it was too late. Yi Fan showed no mercy. With a massive lion's paw, he sent one awakened flying on the spot, then charged at the other two as they scrambled back in retreat. Holy crap. This Yi Fan is terrifying. Camouflaged veteran Zheng Shanhai, after shooting another survivor, glanced instinctively toward Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan taking on 4 awakened alone, not only holding his ground, but also killing 2, and chasing after the other 2. Zheng Shanhai had never witnessed such terrifying individual combat prowess. That guy Jing Tian must have a death wish, daring to steal the girlfriend of a monster like Yi Fan and keeping Yi Fan around. Either he's incredibly strong himself, or he has some special means to deal with Yi Fan. Zheng Shanhai's mind began to wander with speculation again. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, seeing Yi Fan dominate 4 awakened, decided not to wait any longer. He pulled out an armor-piercing blue flame Gatling gun and leaned half his body out from behind a glutton zombie corpse. Taking advantage of Yi Fan not yet wearing his dragon-scale combat suit, he aimed to shoot Yi Fan dead again with a sneak attack. Yi Yan, he'll provide covering fire. You flank from the side and get close to their fight. Once you're inside their ranks, he'll come help you immediately. Jing Tian laid out his plan to Lung Yuyan. If just one of them could infiltrate the survivors' inner circle, then the survivors' firearms would be rendered useless instantly. They would have to resort to melee weapons. Otherwise, they'd risk harming their own teammates. And this would instantly close the gap in combat effectiveness caused by numerical disparity. Lung Yuyan nodded at Jingshan's words, drawing her Tang Blade Ice Soul, ready to charge from the side at Jingshan's. Yuyan now. Jing Tian spoke to Lung Yuyan while drawing his armor-piercing blue flame Gatling and a charged rocket launcher, opening fire on the survivor group at the department store entrance. In an instant, a terrifying barrage of firepower erupted. Hail-like bullets and sporadic rocket shells caught the survivor squad guarding the entrance complete. What the hell is this? Where did they get such insane firepower? Aren't they just a few people? With this firepower, I do believe they have an entire reinforced platoon. The survivor squad at the department store entrance was stunned by Jingshan's firepower. Even their combined 50 or 60 people's firepower couldn't match Jingshan's alone. If they hadn't confirmed earlier that only Jing Tian and a few others were inside the department store, they would have absolutely believed there was a survivor group stronger than theirs inside. What do we do now? That guy's hiding in the smoke. We can't hit him at all. Can he see us through the smoke? How does he know our direction? I don't think he knows, but his firepower is so intense it's just a blanket suppression. Under these circumstances, seeing or not seeing doesn't matter. We could be taken out by a stray bullet at any moment. There's no way a few people could produce this kind of firepower and those rockets. I bet it's one of their awakened skills. Yeah, I think it's probably an awakened skill too. We clearly saw just a few people earlier. Compared to their current firepower, it doesn't add up unless it's an awakened skill. A few awakened in dragon scale suits. Follow me. Let's go see what's really going on. Amid the various discussions, a man with a crew cut and square face shouted loudly. After the man with the crew cut and square face shouted, 4 awakened in dragon scale combat suits followed closely behind him. They advanced together toward Jingshan's direction. That Jing Tian has rockets too. Zheng Shanhai, watching his sniper target suddenly get engulfed in a barrage of firepower, looked toward Jing Tian in astonishment. He had only known that Jing Tian had a special Gatling gun and incredible personal speed before. Now to his surprise, Jing Tian also had rockets. With this equipment advantage, no wonder he had the nerve to steal Yi Fan's girlfriend and keep Yi Fan around as a lackey. With strength like this, it's no surprise he's arrogant. Zheng Shanhai was inwardly shaken by Jingshan's displayed power. He was grateful he hadn't tried a sneak attack on Jing Tian earlier. Otherwise, if Jing Tian retaliated, his already short lifespan would likely be cut even shorter. Zheng Shanhai felt relieved he hadn't fired at Jing Tian. On the other side, Jing Tian, using his clairvoyance, saw Yi Fan take down another awakened. He silently adjusted the bullet trajectory, sweeping left and right randomly. From time to time, he edged the fire closer to Yi Fan's direction. Brat, since you refuse to spare me, then don't expect to fare well yourself. These were the words of the last of the 4 awakened beings who had been battling Yi Fan. By now, only one remained. After being cornered by Yi Fan, that final man roared a few times, then activated his awakened ability. His body rapidly swelled, like a balloon on the verge of bursting. What is this? Yi Fan gazed at the bizarre spectacle. He instinctively retreated, keeping his distance. Bang! An explosion resounded. A terrifying wave of energy, like a surging tidal wave, swept toward Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan crossed his arms, shielding himself defensively. He had never expected the opponent's awakened ability to be self-destruction. That guy's awakened ability is actually self-destruction. How did he survive until now? Jing Tian, through his awakened ability clairvoyance, watched the situation unfold with Yi Fan. Soon, he realized with astonishment that the self-destructing awakened being had not died. His body remained at the very epicenter of the explosive energy. He perfectly evaded the damage from the blast. What kind of skill is this? His main body is unharmed after self-destruction. Jing Tian stared at the self-destructing awakened being in amazement. Meanwhile, seeing Yi Fan forced back the awakened being felt a surge of joy and quickly retreated toward his main force. But he was completely unaware that another pair of eyes was fixed on him. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of bullets suddenly engulfed him. Even with his dragon-scale combat suit, he couldn't withstand it. The main issue was that these bullets were different from their power was several times greater. The self-destructing awakened being, after being inundated by bullets, vomited a mouthful of blood. In just a second, his entire body was battered by the sudden onslaught of bullets, leaving over a dozen craters. Even though the dragon-scale combat suit absorbed most of the damage, his body was still blasted into a mangled, unrecognizable mess by the bullet's impact. Ding, the villain system prompts host has slain awakened being Xiao Chu, triggering awakened ability Sin of Greed. Congratulations host for acquiring awakened ability Explosion. Ding, the villain system prompts awakened ability Sin of Greed has enhanced the host's newly acquired ability Explosion. Congratulations host for obtaining awakened ability Dark Explosion. So it's explosion, not self-destruction. Jing Tian pondered the system prompt in confusion, but he didn't immediately ask the system to investigate the dark explosion. Now that Yi Fan's view was blocked by the earlier explosion, it was the perfect opportunity for Jing Tian to open fire and ambush him. Bang, bang, bang. Jing Tian pulled the trigger of his armor-piercing blue flame Gatling, sweeping it toward Yi Fan's direction. At that moment, Yi Fan had his arms crossed in front of him, bracing against the residual shockwave of the explosion. Just as he sensed the explosive energy waning and thought it was his turn to counterattack, suddenly, he felt something pierce through his body. And not just one or two. Before Yi Fan could even see what was happening, his entire body was sent flying by the impact of a hail of bullets. Dozens of holes appeared all over his body. He immediately fell into a near-death state. Ding, system prompt host is in a near-death state. Deducting 1 luck point from host. Host has been restored to optimal physical condition. System, I'm near death again. Can you tell me who attacked me just now? Yi Fan regained consciousness after a brief upon hearing the system's prompt. A flicker of anger appeared in his eyes. He shouldn't have been near death this time. His condition had been so good before. Damn it, what exactly pierced me just now? Yi Fan pressed his hand against the spot where he had been struck. Even though the wound had healed, he could still recall the terrifying penetrating power that had claimed his life in an instant. Bastard, Yi Fan cursed angrily, quickly retreating back to the corpses of the awakened beings he had slain earlier. Those individuals had been wearing dragon-scale combat suits. To avoid dying inexplicably again, he had to enhance his own defensive capabilities. A few breaths later, Yi Fan had changed into a dragon-scale combat. He then looked back toward the survivor group at the entrance of the department store. As he looked, he was stunned. In the brief time it took him to nearly die and change clothes, the main survivor force guarding the department store entrance had already been breached by Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Now Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan were like war gods, charging back and forth through the survivor ranks, cutting them down. So strong. Yi Fan marveled at the power displayed by Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, especially Lung Yuyan. Yi Fan could clearly see a pair of dragon horns atop Lung Yuyan's head. Lung Yuyan had never used this ability before. Now that she was using it, there was no doubt. As the favored daughter of fortune, she had acquired a second awakened ability. Lung Yuyan has awakened a second ability too. As expected of the favored daughter of fortune, truly gifted. But Jing Tian, surely he hasn't awakened a second ability as well. Is the advantage in level really that significant? His speed earlier was far too fast compared to mine. Yi Fan speculated inwardly that Jing Tian might have awakened a second ability. Yet he hoped Jing Tian hadn't. Otherwise this stumbling block, named Jing Tian, would only trip him up for even longer. Heavens, please don't let that Jing Tian have a second awakened ability. Yi Fan clasped his hands in prayer, never imagining that a minor character like Jing Tian would trouble him for so long, repeatedly ruining his plans. Yi Fan, are you slacking off? Get over here. Jing Tian, seeing that Yi Fan hadn't come over even after recovering, called out to him. Of course, Jing Tian didn't actually want Yi Fan's help. He was only subtly implying to Yi Fan that the person who had shot at him earlier had nothing to do with Jing Tian. Got it, Yi Fan replied with irritation at Jing Tian's call. Then he drew his blazing sword and charged toward the survivor group guarding the entrance. Moments later, the people in that looked at Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Yi Fan as if they had seen a ghost, even when they had encountered formidable high-level zombies before. They had never felt such despair. Overwhelmed in speed and strength, and even in awakened abilities. Fighting like this. How could they possibly win? Is this for real? Over 50 of us, and we can't even beat a few of them. They're terrifying. They're all awakened beings, and 2 of them have multiple abilities. That's just insane. What's so insane about having multiple abilities? We have more awakened beings on our side. If you want to talk about insane, it's their weapons. Even with dragon scale combat suits, we still get cut down in one blow. How are we supposed to fight that? Let's retreat. If we keep fighting, well, all die here. They're few, and we're many. If we want to run, they can't stop many of us. The survivor group guarding the department store entrance was shattered by Jing Tian and the others. They had lost all will to fight. In their eyes, the terror Jing Tian and his companions instilled in them was even greater than that of the zombies. Speak of the devil. As the survivor group prepared to retreat, they turned around, only to see 2 high-level zombies staring directly at them. It's zombies. What do we do now? Our escape route is blocked by zombies. The survivor team guarding the entrance of the department store gazed in despair at the zombies, with wolves ahead and tigers behind. Now to survive was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Brothers, there are zombies. Let's unite against the external threat first. How about we resume our fight after we've dealt with the zombies? The survivor team, who were being driven back by Jing Tian and his group, attempted to enlist their help against the zombies. They planned to launch a sneak attack or flee, while Jing Tian and his companions were occupied with the zombies. But what filled this survivor team with utter despair was Jing Tian and his group showed no intention of stopping. They kept attacking relentlessly, as if they hadn't heard a word about, are those guys insane? Seeing that Jing Tian and his group paid no heed to the zombies, the survivor team at the department store entrance was utterly dumbfounded. After all, even a single high-level zombie would require half their combat strength to stand a chance against. Now 2 high-level zombies appeared behind them, and ahead there were the terrifyingly powerful lunatics Jing Tian and his group. In this situation, to stay alive, they had no choice but to flee. The survivor team guarding the department store began to break and scatter in panic. The mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen, witnessing this, unleashed their respective signature moves. One released a black mist that obscured vision. The other summoned a swarm of oversized mosquitoes to launch a mass assault. They annihilated the fleeing survivors entirely. Only a few survivors clad in dragon-scale battle suits managed to escape. Damn, this is insane. Those 2 high-level zombies are actually working together. No way. Where are the others? Are we the only 4? Shit, this is terrifying. The people I met today were abnormal, and so were the zombies. I feel like I'm cursed. Stop talking, and let's go before those 2 high-level zombies catch up. What's there to fear? Those high-level zombies kill everyone in sight. They're probably busy fighting those lunatic survivors inside. Yeah, maybe we should stop running and see what's happening. Maybe we can still profit from their conflict. Sounds good. The 4 awakened, who had barely escaped the department store, suddenly halted their flight and turned to look back. That single glance felt like being doused with icy water. A chill ran down their spines. Not for any other reason. They had discovered something that would shock them for a lifetime. Those 2 high-level zombies that had attacked them earlier were now chasing after them alongside Jing Tian and his group. There was no sign of them attacking each other, let alone any opportunity for the 4 to reap the spoils. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Why aren't those 2 high-level zombies attacking them? Could it be that those lunatic survivors inside aren't actually survivors? Are they just high-level zombies that look like survivors? Utter disbelief filled the eyes of the 4 awakened, until within 2 breaths Jing Tian and his group caught up to them. Even then they couldn't understand what kind of beings they had encountered today. Jing Tian, don't get carried away. Leave one alive. Yi Fan, seeing that Jing Tian had beheaded 3 of the 4 awakened in an instant with his laser sword, urgently called out. Jing Tian, hearing Yi Fan's words, looked at the last survivor, a man with a mushroom haircut, and said, Yi Fan, tie him up and carry him back to the lab. Why do I have to carry him? Yi Fan habitually retorted upon hearing Jing Tian's order. My words are an order, no questions asked. Also, there's the 3rd-tier supply crate. Since you're strong, carry that too. Jing Tian commanded Yi Fan. Hearing this, Yi Fan ground his teeth in anger. He didn't want to obey Jing Tian's orders. He even felt like talking back. But his reason told him, now that the glutton zombie was dead, and Jing Tian's strength was no less than his own. In this situation, going against Jing Tian would bring him no benefit. Jing Tian, just you wait. The next Apocalypse game will be a battle between the university towns. By then there will be countless powerhouses. I doubt you'll survive without your protagonist's halo. Yi Fan chose to swallow his pride for the time being. He obediently went to carry the captive and the 3rd-tier supply crate. Meanwhile, while Yi Fan was busy with the crate, Jing Tian summoned Su Tong. He instructed Su Tong to keep the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen inside the department store for a while longer, to try and consume the 3rd-tier high-level glutton zombie and the dead survivors, to see if they could evolve. At midnight tonight, the Apocalypse game would update. Then, the battlefield would expand. The surviving teams would all be the strongest of their era. The pressure of competition was unimaginable. In such circumstances, only by continuously improving their strength could they break through the encirclement and advance to the next stage of the apocalypse game. The apocalypse game was like raising goo insects. It divided survivors like Jing Tian into small jars. When the goo insect survivor teams in a jar survived, it would then redivide this batch of surviving insects into new jars, continuing the slaughter until the ultimate goo king, the strongest survivor team, emerged. As for the reason behind the apocalypse game, no one knew. To find out, one had to survive until the very end. Su Tong. Stay safe. After explaining his plan to Su Tong, Jing Tian looked at her small stature and spoke with a hint of reluctance. Don't worry, Jing Tian. I'd rather live like this than be a burden to others, Su Tong replied with a smile. She had experienced being a liability. She knew the helplessness and bitterness of being one. No normal person would want to constantly drag others down while being taken care of. Thank you for your hard work, Jing Tian said, acknowledging her efforts. Hearing this, Su Tong waved her hand with a smile and said, You're welcome. As a member of the lab, this is my duty. With that, she began leading the Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen to clean up the battlefield. Besides serving as food for the Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen, the weapons and equipment of the dead survivors were also of considerable use to the lab. Z City University, the lab survivor base. As soon as Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, Yi Fan, and Zheng Shanhai returned to the lab base, they sensed something was wrong. A purple mist had risen over the entire lab base. Within the mist, nearly all the survivors were weakened, collapsed on the ground, unable to move. What happened? Did another survivor team attack the lab base? But why are these people on the ground still alive? What the hell is going on? Yi Fan was baffled by the sight of the collapsed survivors. He put down the third-tier supply crate and the captive he was carrying with Zheng Shanhai, and quickly helped the survivor up to ask for information. The survivor he helped up upon seeing Yi Fan and Jing Tian return had eyes full of excitement, but he still couldn't speak, like a drunkard lying helplessly on the ground. No matter how much Yi Fan shouted or shook him, the man wouldn't respond. If not for the man's eyes telling Yi Fan that he was being watched, Yi Fan would have thought he was dead. What exactly is going on? Why didn't the system give a warning? Normally when the base is in danger, the system alerts us. Why didn't it this time? Is the base not in danger? Yi Fan was puzzled. He looked at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Just as he was about to ask for, a silhouette with purple hair appeared before Yi Fan, Jing Tian, and the others. Who is she? Yi Fan wondered, gazing at the sudden appearance of the purple-haired, elegant woman. Earlier he had been searching for potential factions to develop within the stronghold. He had already scrutinized every survivor in the stronghold. Without any false modesty among the survivors in the laboratory, Yi Fan remembered every single one of them. Yet this purple-haired, elegant woman before him left no trace in his memory. This meant she was definitely not an original member of the laboratory stronghold survivors. Who are you? Yi Fan, harboring doubts, looked at the purple-haired woman and inquired. The purple-haired woman glanced at Yi Fan upon hearing this. Then without any pause she turned her gaze to Jing Tian and said, You must be Jing Tian. Hello there. I'm a Z. A Z. Jing Tian was taken aback by the purple-haired woman's words. This name left no impression in his memory. As he pondered the true identity of the purple-haired woman, AZ, the purple-haired woman revealed her identity herself. The general sent me to protect you and Jingya. The general is swamped with many affairs. Unable to come immediately, so I was asked to assist you first. The general, Jing Tian, upon hearing the purple-haired woman, finally understood her identity. In Jing Tian's memory, he only knew one general, his aunt, the mother of his cousin Jingya. This aligned perfectly with Aziz's statement that she was sent to protect him and Jingya. System view Aziz's life resume. Although Jing Tian learned of her identity from Aziz, his cautious nature prompted him to verify the situation through the system. Ding, the villain system prompts currently viewing the life resume of Ziyan. Ding, the villain system prompts Ziyan's life resume successfully retrieved. Specific data as follows. Name Ziyan, gender female, height 175 centimeters, identity deputy adjutant to the general of the Flame Kingdom. Level LV24, experience 3000009520000, reputation 1500 gold coins, 800 strength, 370 spirit, 371 physique, 371 weapon, 5-tier, Sichuan, sword, defensive equipment, 5-tier energy barrier ring items, spatial teleportation scroll, weakness, grenade, spatial storage, bracelet, mechanical arms, automated attack helicopter. Title, high-level zombie butcher. Zombie infection rate 8, growth halted, learned skill, Zishu swordsmanship, awakened skills, eye of myriad breaks, sword domain, innate talent, martial arts prodigy, acquired talents, sword master, protective nature. She's actually level 24. Jing Tian was astonished by Ziyan's life resume. Her level was terrifying, practically overwhelming everyone else in Z University City. Wait, am I seeing this right? She has 2 awakened skills. Does that mean besides the Child of Fortune, others upon reaching a certain level of power can also awaken a second skill? My first awakened skill is the 7 deadly sins greed. Does this imply I might awaken the other 6 sins skills? Jing Tian's heart raced with excitement. Meanwhile, the child of fortune Yi Fan watched Jing Tian conversing with Zi Yin, feeling intensely displeased. He never expected Zi Yin to be on Jing Tian's side again. Why? I am the protagonist. Why aren't any beautiful female experts coming to me? Instead, that Jing Tian, just a side character. Why do all the beautiful female experts I meet have some connection to him? Yi Fan's heart burned with extreme resentment. The stronghold leader was Jing Tian's aunt. The child of fortune was Jing Tian's girlfriend. The Flame Kingdom general was Jing Tian's aunt. The cute loli was Jing Tian's cousin. Now this newly appeared expert beauty was Jing Tian's bodyguard. How could this be? Jing Tian seemed to have it better than him, the supposed child of fortune. What rotten luck. Why is this a trash-derising plotline? I wanted a path of invincibility. System. Can we switch scripts? Yi Fan ranted internally. If not for the system repeatedly reviving him from the brink of death, he would have doubted if he was truly the child of fortune. Ding's system prompts Zi Yin is exceptionally powerful. Building a good relationship with her can bring the host many benefits. Ding's system prompts in the Z University City area. The Doomsday game enters its 3rd phase in 6 hours. The host must quickly find a way to level up to 10, otherwise the upcoming battles will be extremely dangerous. So her real name is Zi Yin. Yi Fan frowned upon hearing the system's prompt. Zi Yin's attitude towards him was icy and strange. She hadn't even bothered to reply to his words. Under these circumstances, the difficulty of getting close to Zi Yin was immense. System, oh system. You're forcing me to be a sycophant. Can't you just max out her favorability with one click? Yi Fan thought, exasperated. Anyone connected to Jing Tian for some unknown reason had a huge rift with him. Faced with this rift, to forcibly build a good relationship, there was only one way: grovel. Seize every opportunity to boost favorability and constantly curry favor. See what happened to our people. While Yi Fan was silently complaining, Jing Tian asked Zi Yin. They were just hit by a weakness grenade, temporarily exhausted. Zi Yin replied. And my aunt and Jing Ya. Jing Tian scanned the first floor of the lab, and not seeing Jing Xian and Jing Ya asked. With me watching the place, they took those unaffected by the weakness out to hunt zombies for leveling. Zi Yin answered. After replying, she suddenly thought of something and asked Jing Tian, what level are you now? 15. Jing Tian replied directly, without hiding. Compared to level advantage, his awakened skills were the real game changer. So regarding his level, he saw no need for secrecy. 15. Zi Yan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. She had assumed Jing Tian was at most level 7 or 8. She had even planned to help Jing Tian level up, preferably reaching level 10 before the 3rd phase. Who knew Jing Tian was already level 15? At this level in the 3rd phase, he might not be able to act arrogantly, but at least when it came to escaping and self-preservation against stronger foes, he would have no problem. And you're Jing Tian's girlfriend Lung Yuyin, right? What level are you? Seeing Jing Tian had no need to kill low-level monsters for negligible experience, Zi Yin turned to ask Lung Yuyin. Sister, I'm level 8. Lung Yuyin replied with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Lung Yuyin wouldn't be so warm to a stranger, but she liked what Zi Yin said, especially the part about being Jing Tian's girlfriend. Jing Tian, could I ask for 2 favors? Zi Yin looked at Jing Tian. First, I'd like to borrow your girlfriend to take her leveling. Second, I need you to watch over the laboratory stronghold. You two go ahead. Leave the lab to me. Jing Tian replied. He was also planning to organize the system rewards he had obtained earlier in the lab, to see if he could draw good acquired talents, boost his strength, or stack more weakness buffs on Yi Fan. I'm only level 8. Can you take me along? Don't worry, I'm not weak. I can handle killing zombies on my own. Yi Fan, seeing that Jing Tian rarely had a chance to go out without Lung Yuyin, immediately volunteered himself. He looked at Zi Yin and Lung Yuyin, who were preparing to go level up, and spoke. No, I don't have the time. Zi Yin listened to Yi Fan's words and refused outright. She didn't know Yi Fan after all. There was absolutely no need to bring Yi Fan along and distract her. Most importantly, after arriving here, Jing Xian had given her a general rundown of the lab situation. She had specifically warned her about the friction between Yi Fan and Jing Tian. It was precisely for this reason that she treated Yi Fan coldly. I don't need you to manage me, I just want to tag along with you all as a team. Seeing Zi Yan's direct refusal, Yi Fan's face twitched. Suppressing his anger, he continued with a thick skin. I won't tell you a second time. You should know better. Lung Yuyin, let's go. Zi Yin gave Yi Fan no chance, taking Lung Yuyin and leaving. Yi Fan was left standing there stunned with a face full of displeasure. He had never suffered such indignity. Damn it, Shorts, who do you think you are looking down on? If the system hadn't hinted that you're somewhat useful at this stage, do you really think I'd bother getting close to you? Just wait and see. When my level surpasses yours, it'll make you come chasing after me. Yi Fan was fuming after being rejected, as the child of fortune being ignored and treated coldly was something he absolutely could not accept. Even before his transmigration, he had always endured such treatment. Now that he had finally transmigrated, possessing the system enough to defy fate and reach the pinnacle of life, yet he was still being looked down upon. How could he swallow this insult? Uncle Zheng, what level are you now? Want to go level up with me? Seeing no hope of teaming up with Ziyin, Yi Fan turned to the veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai and asked, I'm level 11. I don't need to level up, and it's useless for me anyway. My time is short. You go level up quickly. I have something to tell you when you get back. Zheng Shanhai replied to Yi Fan. Alright. Yi Fan hadn't expected Zheng Shanhai to already meet the level requirement. He looked dejected. Just as he was about to go level up on zombies by himself, Su Qianqian walked over. Yi Fan, are you going to level up? Take me along. I'm only level 2 now. Su Qianqian, didn't you go level up with Principal Jing and the others? Yi Fan, not knowing where Su Qianqian had come from, asked in confusion. Su Qianqian threw Yi Fan a flirtatious glance and smiled. I thought I'd go with you. Alright, let's set off then. Yi Fan, finally having someone to team up with, agreed regardless of whether Su Qianqian was a liability. After all, Su Qianqian was his eyes in the lab to observe Jing Tian. He couldn't let her die from a zombie bite during the third phase because her level was too low. Su Qianqian. Jing Tian squinted his eyes as he watched Yi Fan leave with Su Qianqian. Jing Xian had told him earlier that Su Qianqian had already stated her position, willing to monitor Yi Fan for him and Jing Xian. In that case, Su Qianqian not going level up with Jing Xian was very likely a deliberate arrangement by Jing Xian for her to stay and wait for Yi Fan, so that she could follow Yi Fan and monitor his every move. Auntie is really meticulous in her work, Jing Tian thought to himself with admiration. After a brief moment of admiration, he turned his gaze to the veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai. Zheng Shanhai was now in Yi Fan's camp. If there was a chance, he would have to pull Zheng Shanhai over to his side. System, check this veteran's life resume. Ding, the villain system prompts Zheng Shanhai's life resume is being retrieved. Ding, the villain system prompts Zheng Shanhai's life resume is as follows. Name Zheng Shanhai. Gender male, height 178 centimeters, identity retired soldier of the Yin Nation. Level LV 11, experience 2000-025, 6000, reputation 30 gold coins, 10 strength, 63 spirit, 62 physique, 62 weapon AWM, sniper rifle, defensive equipment, tier 3, camouflage suit items, none, title none, zombie infection rate 92100, imminent infection, learned skill sniper mastery, awakened skill stealth, innate talent none, acquired talent opportunist, zombie infection rate 92100. Jing Tian was surprised by Zheng Shanhai's life resume. He hadn't expected his infection value to be so high. Without a cure, Zheng Shanhai would likely turn into a zombie. Zheng Shanhai should be an assistant brought to Yi Fan by his fortune. Logically, Zheng Shanhai shouldn't die so easily, unless his existence is merely as a tool to lead Yi Fan to his next opportunity. Interesting. Earlier he said he had something to tell Yi Fan when he got back. That seems to be his purpose. Jing Tian analyzed everything about Zheng Shanhai internally. After finishing his analysis, Jing Tian greeted Zheng Shanhai and told him to find a place to rest. As for Jing Tian himself, he returned to the rest area on the second floor. While keeping watch over the lab from the window, he called the system to claim his accumulated rewards. Ding, the villain system prompts the host currently has 2 and used acquired talent, draws 2 and used random item, draws 1 and used awakened skill enhancement card, and 1 and used awakened skill fusion card. Does the host wish to use these rewards now? System, first use the 2 acquired talent draws. Ding, the villain system prompts the first acquired talent draw is complete. Congratulations host, you have obtained the acquired talent early death. Ding, the villain system prompts the second acquired talent draw is complete. Congratulations host, you have obtained the acquired talent bringing good fortune to spouse. Ding, the villain system prompts, does the host wish to use these talents immediately or grant them to others? System, as usual, let me check the talent descriptions first. Ding, the villain system prompts, the descriptions for the acquired talents early death and bringing good fortune to spouse are as follows. Early death, the possessor of this acquired talent will have their resistance reduced by 80, be plagued with illness, and their lifespan will end during their youth. Bringing good fortune to spouse, the possessor of this acquired talent will receive the blessing of fortune, bringing luck, enhancing their partner's various attributes, including luck, health, opportunities, and lifespan. Early death, I like this acquired talent. System, grant early death to Yi Fan. This acquired talent suits him perfectly. Ding, the villain system prompts, the acquired talent early demise has been activated on the chosen one Yi Fan. Ding, the villain system prompts, the chosen one Yi Fan's resistance has drastically decreased. Struck by the cold wind, he has caught a chill, reducing his overall attributes by 20%. So fast acting. Jing Tian listened to the system's prompts, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Compared to other weakening debuffs, the acquired talent early demise was far more terrifying. It directly lowered Yi Fan's resistance, making him susceptible to gaining a new negative debuff at any time. One could even call it the workhorse of negative debuffs. System, bestow the acquired talent good fortune upon Lung Yuyan. Ding, the villain system prompts, the acquired talent good fortune has been granted to Lung Yuyan. Ding, the villain system prompts, Lung Yuyan's acquired talent good fortune has been activated. The host receives a 20 boost to all attributes, 50 lifespan, 50 personal luck, 100 fortune, and has awakened the acquired talent harmonious union of Phoenix and Dragon. Whoa, such a huge boost. Jing Tian was overjoyed by the system's prompts. He had never expected that a single good fortune acquired talent could grant him so many attribute rewards. And more importantly, it allowed him to obtain the acquired talent harmonious union of Phoenix and Dragon for free. System view the description of the acquired talent harmonious union of Phoenix and Dragon. Ding the villain system prompts the description of the acquired talent harmonious union of Phoenix and Dragon is as follows. Harmonious union of Phoenix and Dragon, a harmonious and loving couple. It boosts all attributes of both partners by 10 and synchronizes their current levels, and henceforth any experience gained by one partner will be simultaneously gained by the other. Whoa, synchronized levels. Is that for real? So overpowered. Jing Tian couldn't believe the free acquired talent harmonious union of Phoenix and Dragon had such an incredible effect. For a moment, even he felt it was surreal. But just then a series of system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding, your partner Lung Yuyan has slain an ordinary zombie. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience. Ding, your partner Lung Yuyan has slain an ordinary zombie. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience. Ding, your partner Lung Yuyan has slain a giant mantis zombie. Congratulations, you have gained 20,000 experience. All this seems legit. Jing Tian listened to the system prompts, grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, on Lung Yuyan's side, the sudden doubling of all her attributes caught her off guard. She had no idea what was happening, only feeling an instantaneous surge of power doubling her strength. Just as she was bewildered, a doomsday game notification left her even more puzzled. Doomsday game notification: congratulations on leveling up to LV15. How did I suddenly reach level 15? Wasn't I just level 8 before? Lung Yuyan stood frozen, listening to the game's prompt, utterly unable to comprehend what she hadn't killed any high-level zombies. Why was her level rising so fast? Lung Yuyan, what's wrong? Is something the purple-haired mature woman Z Yin, seeing Lung Yuyan suddenly freeze in place, asked with concern. Sister Z Yin, I think I'm level 15 now. Lung Yuyan replied softly. What? Z Yin exclaimed in shock at Lung Yuyan's words. She remembered Lung Yuyan telling her earlier that she was only level 8. Why had she suddenly jumped to level 15? They had only just left the lab not long ago, having killed only a few ordinary zombies and a giant mantis zombie. But the giant mantis zombie didn't give that much experience. How could it possibly allow Lung Yuyan to jump from level 8 to 15? Lung Yuyan, are you joking? Really level 15? Didn't you just tell me you were only level 8? Ziyan asked incredulously. Seeing Ziyan's shocked expression, Lung Yuyan furrowed her delicate brows. She too didn't understand what was happening. Regarding her level, she certainly hadn't lied. She had indeed been level 8 before. Sister Ziyan, I don't know what's going on either. Lung Yuyan replied, dazed. Oh, it's okay. Maybe the doomsday game has a bug. Leveling up is always a good thing no matter what. Seeing the bewildered look on Lung Yuyan's face, Ziyan reached out and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Should we go back? Lung Yuyan asked Ziyan. She had far surpassed level 10 now, and continuing to grind ordinary zombies wouldn't yield much improvement. Lung Yuyan, it'll take you to kill more zombies and try to get you to level 16. Level 15 might be a bug in the doomsday game. To prevent the game from resetting you back to level 8, it'll help you break through to level 16 first to stabilize your level. Okay, thank you, Sister Ziyan. Under Ziyan's guidance, Lung Yuyan continued to follow her, grinding monsters to level up. Every time she killed a zombie, a notification would sound in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, your partner Lung Yuyan has slain an ordinary zombie. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience. Ding, your partner Lung Yuyan has slain an ordinary zombie. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience. Ding, your partner Lung Yuyan has slain an ordinary zombie. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience. This leeching experience is way too satisfying. Inside the restroom on the second floor of the lab, Jing Tian listened to the constant stream of experience notifications. He felt an immense thrill. Just then his system notification sounded once more. Ding, the villain system prompts the host currently has 2 unused random item lottery draws, 1 unused awakening skill enhancement card, and 1 unused awakening skill fusion card. Would the host like to use these items immediately? System, use the random item lottery immediately. Ding, the villain system prompts the first random item lottery draw has concluded. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 4th-tier defensive equipment sub-energy protection aura. Ding, the villain system prompts the second random item lottery draw has concluded. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 4th-tier defensive equipment sub-energy protection aura. Sub-energy protection aura. I recall Ziyan's defensive equipment is the 5th-tier energy protection aura. But her aura doesn't have the sub-prefix. Is this the difference between 4th tier and 5th tier? System, can I view the attribute description of sub-energy protection? Ding, the villain system prompts now viewing the attribute description of sub-energy protection aura. Ding the villain system prompts. The attribute description of sub-energy protection aura is as follows. Sub-energy protection aura upon use provides the user with a protective aura that covers the entire body, offering extremely high defensive capabilities. A defensive aura. No wonder Zi Yin didn't wear the dragon scale combat suit. With this defensive aura, it doesn't matter what she wears. Once Lung Yuyan returns, ill-equip her with it immediately. Jing Tian analyzed the newly acquired defensive equipment, the secondary energy protection aura. As he was analyzing the familiar system, prompt chimed again. Ding the arch-villain system reminds you that the skill reward for killing an awakener at the department store has been credited. Please check. The reward list is as follows. Dark Explosion, Dark Optimization. Dark Wither, Dark Butterfly Transformation. Dark Blessing, Dark Swap. Dark Fear. Dark Potential Burst. Dark Deceitful Jester. Dark Giant's Hand. So I killed 10 awakeners alone last time. 10 awakening skills, interesting. I happen to have awakening skill enhancement cards and fusion cards. I can use them on these later. System view their skill descriptions. Ding the arch-villain system is now displaying the descriptions of the 10 awakening skills listed above. Ding the arch-villain system has finished displaying the descriptions. Details are as follows. Dark Explosion upon use triggers an explosion centered on the user. Cooldown 10 minutes. Dark Optimization partially strengthens a specific part of the user or a target. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark Wither selects a target, gradually reducing their attributes from 10% up to 50%. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark Butterfly Transformation, a demi-human skill. Upon use, transforms the user into a butterfly demi-human. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark Blessing blesses a chosen target, increasing all their attributes by 20%. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark Swap swaps the positions of any 2 targets within 30 meters. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark Fear upon use inflicts a mental fear attack on all targets within a 5-meter radius, causing mental confusion for 1 second. Cooldown 3 minutes. Dark Potential Burst instantly boosts the user's attributes by 50% for 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark Deceitful Jester upon use, the user enters an invisible state for 3 seconds and leaves a clone at their original position. Cooldown 5. Dark Giant's Hand summons a giant hand to assist in combat. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. System use the Awakening Skill Fusion card to fuse the Awakening Skill Dark Butterfly Transformation and the Awakening Skill Dark Giant's Hand. After reviewing the 10 newly acquired skills, Jing Tian promptly selected 2 that were relatively less useful, and Ding the arch-villain system reports that the Awakening skills Dark Butterfly Transformation and Dark Giant's Hand are now being fused. Ding the arch-villain system reports that the fusion is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the new Awakening skill Dark Four-Winged Angel. Four-Winged Angel. System view the skill description for Dark Four-Winged Angel. Ding the arch-villain system displays the description for Dark Four-Winged Angel. Dark Four-Winged Angel summons a four-winged angel to assist in combat. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. A summoning type awakening skill, Interesting. They'll keep it for now. When the chance comes, they'll secretly summon it to test Yi Fan's strength. Ding the arch-villain system reminds you that you still have one unused awakening skill enhancement card. Would you like to use it now? System, not yet. The Doomsday game is about to enter its 3rd phase. I have dozens of awakening skills now, and my self-preservation and combat abilities are solid. Rather than gilding the lily for myself, it's better to let Yuyan's combat power make a qualitative leap. Fighting together is always better than fighting alone. Jing Tian planned to save the awakening skill enhancement card for Lung Yuyan. After sorting out his rewards, he went to rest by the windowsill. He kept watch over the laboratory while waiting for Lung Yuyan and the others to return. 3 hours later, just as he was about to a Doomsday game notification sounded in his mind. Ding, Doomsday game notification, congratulations, you have leveled up to Lung Yuyan, level me up. Jing Tian's heart raced with excitement upon hearing the Doomsday game prompt. With the innate talent harmonious union of Phoenix, the speed at which he and Lung Yuyan leveled up while hunting monsters together would be directly doubled. Ding the arch-villain system reports that the Child of Destiny, Yi Fan, has leveled up to LV10, earning a system reward of a 10% increase to all attributes. A 10% increase to all attributes. Fortunately, I obtained the Dark Wither Awakening skill this time, and also burdened Yi Fan with the innate talent Untimely Demise. Otherwise, seeing Yi Fan's power increase would be more painful than seeing my own stagnation. Jing Tian mused inwardly as he listened to the system prompt. Soon through the window, he spotted Jing Xian and Jingya returning with the main group. System, check the levels of my aunt and Ding. System prompt, Jing Xian is currently LV5 and Jingya is LV7. Level 5, and it seems without killing high-tier zombies the leveling speed isn't that fast. It's a good thing I snatched all of Yi Fan's high-tier zombie kills. If Yi Fan had leveled up, it would have been troublesome. Analyzing the situation, Jing Tian left the rest area and went to the first floor of the laboratory to greet Jing Xian and Jingya. In the first floor lobby of the lab, Upon returning and seeing that Jing Tian was already back, Jing Xian and Jingya quickly walked over to him. Cousin, let me tell you. My mom assigned us a bodyguard. She's my mom's adjutant and personal bodyguard. She's super strong. Oh, by the way, cousin, where's Sister Ziyin? Why don't I see her? Jingya clung to Jing Tian. Proudly introducing Ziyin, Jing Tian smiled and patted Jing Ya's head. Jingya's sister Ziyin took Yin out to level up. Huh. Jing Ya's eyes lost their sparkle at his words, and she wore a look of utter despair. Sister Ziyin is a big traitor. Haha, you little rascal. Yin is one of our stronghold's core members. Who else would Ziyin take to level up if not her? Seeing Jingya pouting in a tantrum, Jing Xian laughed. By the way, Jing Tian, why didn't you go level up with Ziyin? I'm level 16. Killing ordinary zombies gives me negligible experience, so I decided to stay and guard the base. Jing Tian replied with a smile. What? Level 16? Jing Xian and Jingya were stunned by Jing Tian's words. They knew he was strong, and they knew he had killed high-tier zombies several times. But what they couldn't believe was that his level was nearly 10 levels higher than theirs. Jing Tian were back. Just as Jing Xian and Jingya were reeling from the shock, Lung Yuyin and Ziyin also returned. Jing Tian, there's something I want to tell you. After returning to the lab, Lung Yuyin quickly walked over to him. She wanted to share the good news of her level up with Jing Tian. Jing Tian. Lung Yuyin walked up to Jing Tian smiling as she waved her hand before his eyes. Jing Tian, I have good news for you. I've leveled up to 16. Lung Yuyin said, a sweet smile gracing her lips as if telling Jing Tian that she had finally caught. She could now fight alongside him and protect each other. What a... Before Jing Tian could respond, he heard the astonished voices of Jing Xian and Jingya. The two women were utterly taken aback. They had never imagined that Lung Yuyin, like Jing Tian, had also reached level 6. Yuyin, if I recall correctly, you haven't killed as many high-level zombies as Jing Tian. Why is your level rising so quickly? Jing Xian asked Lung Yuyin, curiosity piqued. Lung Yuyin smiled in response. My leveling up is purely due to luck. It seems the Apocalypse game has... I was only level 8 before, and then suddenly the game notified me that I had jumped to level 15. In other words, aside from the level 15 to 16 increase, I skipped all the other level ups. Really? Jing Ya's face registered disbelief as she listened to Lung Yuyin. A bug that only appeared in games could actually occur in the Apocalypse game. Jingya was filled with nothing but envy. Jing Xian, witnessing this, could only offer a helpless bitter smile. 7 levels for free. Such luck was truly unmatched. Aunt. Jing Tian, seeing that the conversation was winding down, took Lung Yuyin's hand and said to Jing Xian, Aunt Yuyin and I have things to discuss, so we'll excuse ourselves. Go ahead, but remember to bring some food. Jing Xian nodded. You two have worked hard. The Apocalypse game update isn't until midnight tonight, so take a break and rest well before then. Thank you, Aunt. With Jing Zin's permission, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin toward the restroom on the second floor of the lab. That Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin seemed deeply in love. In a corner of the lab's first floor hall, the veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai watched Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin head upstairs together, a puzzled look in his eyes. According to what Yi Fan had told him, Lung Yuyin had been brainwashed into following Jing Tian. So why was she so happy with Jing Tian? That happiness, he could tell, was genuine, not feigned. Moreover, their conversation lacked any sense of hierarchy. They were like a normal couple. If Lung Yuyin had been brainwashed, then Jing Tian, who knew this, had no reason to treat her as a normal. If she were brainwashed, wouldn't she just do whatever he said? Why go through all this? How strange. Could Yi Fan be lying to me? I was planning to entrust my daughter to his care. Cough. This body is growing weaker. I reckon in 2 days at most it'll fully turn into a zombie. I hope Yi Fan's words are true. With his strength, surviving in the Apocalypse game should be no problem. Shimo, your father can't come find you. Until Yi Fan does, you must take care of yourself. Zheng Shanhai sighed deeply. Regardless, the only person he could trust now was Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan still owed him a favor. All he could do now was pray that Yi Fan was an upright man and that his words were true. Jing Tian, what did you want to talk to me about? Does it have to do with my sudden level up? While Zheng Shanhai was praying, Lung Yuyin followed Jing Tian into the restroom, closing the door behind her. She knew Jing Tian was a reincarnator. She also knew he had awakened a system in this life. When she had suddenly leveled up earlier, she had thought it might be a game bug, but she also suspected it might be Jing Tian's doing. And now, with Jing Tian wanting to talk and his lack of surprise at her level up, Lung Yuyin was even more certain that her sudden advancement was closely tied to him. Yuyin. Jing Tian didn't beat around the bush. I awakened a postnatal talent called Luan Feng He Ming. Its effect is to synchronize the levels of a couple, and from then on all experience gained is shared. Yuyin, do you remember my level when you went out with Sister Ziyin? I do, it was 15. Lung Yuyin, unable to contain her excitement, threw her arms around Jing Tian. Jing Tian, ever since I suddenly leveled up, I've been wondering if you were helping me. And it turns out you were. Lung Yuyin smiled sweetly against Jing Tian, shedding the aloofness she showed to others. Yuyin, I have something else for you. Jing Tian produced an item, secondary energy shield aura. Yuyin, this is a 4th tier defensive equipment. It's much stronger than the second-tier dragon scale combat suit we're wearing. Most importantly, it's an aura-type item that provides full-body automatic defense without any blind spots. It's more convenient than the dragon scale suit, and allows you to wear other clothes. A fourth-tier defensive item. Lung Yuyan stared at the secondary energy shield, aura. Currently Z City University was still in the second phase, and even the university town was only in the third phase. For Jing Tian, to possess a fourth-tier item in such an environment was practically a dimension-breaking advantage. Jing Tian, how many of these secondary energy shield auras do you have? Lung Yuyan asked cautiously, not wanting to take the only one out of selfishness even if it was offered willingly. Don't worry, I have two. Jing Tian produced a second one, showing it to her. Having spent time together, he now understood Lung Yuyan's nature and knew what she was thinking. Thank you, Jing Tian. Let me prepare some self-eating rice for you. We can study this while we eat. Lung Yuyan began preparing the meal as a token of her gratitude. Meanwhile, in the lab's first floor hall, Zheng Shanhai stared at the entrance perplexed. Given Yifan's strength, he should have leveled up quickly. But why hadn't he returned when Lung Yuyan and the others had? Had something gone wrong? The veteran in camouflage had no idea what was happening with Yifan on the other side. It wasn't until several hours later, when the sky had turned completely dark, that he could know. He picked up his weapon ready to go out and search for Yifan. As luck would have it, Yifan returned at that very moment, bringing Su Qianqian along with him. That kid Yifan is finally back. What in the world was he up to? With his abilities, why did it take him this long? Zheng Shanhai, the veteran in camouflage, had no clue what trouble Yifan had encountered. He hurried over to Yifan and Su Qianqian and asked Yifan, "Did you run into some high-tier zombie? Why are you back so late?" Zheng Shanhai looked at Yifan, awaiting an answer. He wanted to know what had held Yifan up for so long. Yifan, hearing Zheng Shanhai's words, cast a helpless glance at Su Qianqian. He never would have imagined Su Qianqian could be such a disaster. He had beaten the zombie to the brink of death, yet she still managed to screw up and let it escape. Besides letting the zombie get away, Su Qianqian's marksmanship was abysmal. There were several times she nearly blew Yifan's head off, leaving him utterly speechless with frustration. Especially when he compared her to Lung Yuyan, he couldn't help but feel that Su Qianqian was nothing but a huge liability. "Uncle Zheng, we did run into a minor hiccup, but it's nothing serious." Yifan waved his hand to explain to Zheng Shanhai. He was still counting on Su Qianqian to act as his eyes and observe Jing Tian and his group, so he naturally couldn't bring up how she had screwed him over. A minor hiccup. Zheng Shanhai saw that Yifan didn't want to elaborate and didn't press further. Changing the subject, he said, "Yifan, remember that matter I mentioned to you earlier? I have a favor to ask of you." Before Zheng Shanhai could finish, Yifan suddenly interrupted, "Uncle Zheng, can we talk about it tomorrow? I'm feeling really unwell today. I want to get some sleep first," Yifan said to Zheng Shanhai. He found a corner and leaned against the wall to sleep on his own. He didn't know what was wrong with him today. After leveling up to 10, he didn't feel any increase in his strength. Instead, his body felt much weaker and his head was even a bit dizzy, as if he had caught a cold. "Yifan." Zheng Shanhai stared at Yifan, who had fallen asleep against the wall, stunned. He never expected Yifan wouldn't even let him finish speaking. They had already agreed on this before. And it was just a few words. Could he really not spare even that much time? Was he genuinely unwell, or did he simply not want to? Zheng Shanhai's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Su Qianqian glanced at Zheng Shanhai, sidled up to him, and squinted her eyes, saying, "Hello there, Uncle Zheng. What were you about to tell Yifan just now, eh? Could you tell me? No ulterior motives, just curious." This. Zheng Shanhai looked at Su Qianqian, his eyes darting away, unable to bring himself to say it. After all, he was asking Yifan to rescue his daughter and keep her by his side for some care. For Su Qianqian, who was already a woman close to Yifan, this was tantamount to adding a rival. She certainly wouldn't be pleased. Although Zheng Shanhai had no intention of his daughter developing a romantic relationship with Yifan, Su Qianqian would surely misunderstand. To come clean or not, Zheng Shanhai was torn with inner conflict. If he didn't reveal his intentions to Su Qianqian, once she found out later, she would definitely target his daughter. Perhaps then his daughter wouldn't even be comfortable by Yifan's side. The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai let out a. After much internal struggle, he finally chose to come clean. He told Su Qianqian everything about his plan to have Yifan rescue his daughter. "You want Yifan to save your daughter?" Su Qianqian was surprised by Zheng Shanhai's words. However, she wasn't worried that Zheng Shanhai's daughter would compete for favor. She simply saw it as useful information, something she could report to Jing Xian and Jing Tian to show her loyalty. "You don't agree, do you?" "It's fine, I was just thinking about it. Don't worry, I won't insist on Yifan going." Seeing Su Qianqian's surprised expression, Zheng Shanhai quickly explained. In his heart, he had already given up on the idea of asking Yifan to find his daughter. But just then Su Qianqian's reply shocked him, leaving him incredulous. "I think it's a great idea. Yifan owes you a favor, so it's perfectly reasonable for him to help save someone. Besides, you made an agreement with him beforehand, not forcing him afterward." Su Qianqian showed no sign of opposition at all. Zheng Shanhai was taken aback. He never expected her to respond like that. "You really don't mind?" Zheng Shanhai confirmed again. "What's there to mind? Why would I mind saving someone? Su Qianqian asked, puzzled. Thank you, young lady. You're truly kind. Rest assured, I only want Yi Fan to save my daughter. I absolutely won't let her develop that kind of relationship with him or compete for your favor. Zheng Shanhai swore solemnly. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. She didn't like Yi Fan anyway, with his bald head and sickly, ugly uncle appearance. What was there worth competing for? She had no time for that. Besides, for some reason, the more she looked at Yi Fan, the uglier she found him. It was as if Yi Fan had gotten even uglier lately. Young lady, may I ask you something? Seeing how kind Su Qianqian was, and how reasonable she seemed, Zheng Shanhai, to satisfy his curiosity about Lung Yuyan, asked her, Young lady, although asking this might upset you, I still want to ask. Do you know about the relationship between Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan? Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan. What relationship could there be between them? They hardly even exchange a word. Su Qianqian frowned in reply. She had no idea why Zheng Shanhai would ask such a question. Did he actually think Yi Fan was handsome? Not to mention Lung Yuyan, the top school beauty. Even she, who ranked in the top 10, looked down on Yi Fan. What made him think Yi Fan could have anything to do with Lung Yuyan? What? Zheng Shanhai was astonished by Su Qianqian's answer. To avoid any misunderstanding, he asked again, could you tell me, have you Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan known each other for a long time, or did you just meet these past 2 days? It's been a long time. We're all students in the same grade, we see each other all the time. Su Qianqian found Zheng Shanhai's. At that moment, Zheng Shanhai finally confirmed one thing: Yi Fan had lied to him. Brainwashing. It never existed. Moreover, Yi Fan already had a beauty like Su Qianqian by his side. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Fan was also coveting Jing Tian's girlfriend Lung Yuyan. This by any measure made him a scumbag. Furthermore, if Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan were truly in love after Lung Yuyan was brainwashed and they were separated, why did Yi Fan so quickly acquire a new woman by his side? This hardly looked like the behavior of someone deeply devoted. The veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai began to suspect Yi Fan. If Yi Fan had truly deceived him before then, he absolutely could not entrust his daughter to him. Otherwise, when the time came, he would not only fail to protect his daughter, but would personally hand her over to a scoundrel. Worried that he might harm his daughter, the veteran in camouflage sought out several people at the laboratory survivor outpost to inquire. You're asking if Lung Yuyan has any connection with Yi Fan? Were they ever in a relationship? How could that be? They rarely even spoke to each other, so how could they possibly have been a couple? Exactly, Lung Yuyan has long been spoken for. She is Jing Tian's girlfriend, and their bond is exceptionally strong. Apart from when she talks to Jing Tian, I've never even seen her smile. I don't know what you old man were thinking. Yi Fan is so ugly, oh, any random man in the lab looks better than him. What would Lung Yuyan see in him? Uncle, although you're new here, you must remember not to speak carelessly or spread rumors. Otherwise you might find yourself under attack. Jing Tian is very popular among us survivors. Is that so? Veteran Zheng Shanhai asked 4 or 5 people and received identical answers. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan had been together since the doomsday. They had stayed together all along, and their feelings for each other were very deep. There was absolutely no trace of the scenario Yi Fan had described where Jing Tian had stolen Lung Yuyan away, let alone any brainwashing. It was all a complete fabrication by Yi Fan. That bastard. He almost made me harm. Upon learning the truth, the veteran in camouflage raised his gun and aimed it at Yi Fan. But after a moment, he lowered the weapon. Yi Fan possessed a resurrection-like awakened ability. If he fired now, he would be unable to kill Yi Fan. Uncle, were you just about to ambush Yi Fan with that gun? Just as Zheng Shanhai put his gun down, a voice spoke beside him. That person was none other than Su Qianqian. After her conversation with Zheng Shanhai, she had been observing him, seeing him constantly asking people questions. And recalling their earlier talk, she immediately realized that Yi Fan must have said something to Zheng Shanhai that had aroused his. Taking advantage of Yi Fan being asleep, Zheng Shanhai had gone around inquiring about the truth. After Su Qianqian quietly followed him and listened in a few times, she became even more convinced that Zheng Shanhai had been deceived by Yi Fan. One point was particularly obvious: the matter concerning Lung Yuyan. Uncle Zheng, you've been tricked by Yi Fan, haven't you? Su Qianqian asked, looking at him. Zheng Shanhai was currently the only person besides herself who sided with Yi Fan. Therefore, if she could get a clear picture of Zheng Shanhai's situation and pass that information to Jing Tian and Jing Xian, it would definitely be a significant achievement. Young lady, can you tell me why you are following Yi Fan? Zheng Shanhai, not daring to answer, Su Qianqian immediately asked in no particular reason, just for some food. Yi Fan is strong and gets enough food. Of course I don't like him personally. When Su Qianqian said she didn't like Yi Fan, she deliberately emphasized it. Her purpose was to let Zheng Shanhai know that she wasn't truly on Yi Fan's side, so he would feel comfortable revealing his hand to her. Oh, young lady, to be honest with you, I really was tricked by Yi Fan. Seeing Su Qianqian's disdainful attitude when she mentioned Yi Fan and recalling her earlier, he finally let down his guard and confessed everything to Su Qianqian, including Yi Fan's claim that Lung Yuyan was his girlfriend and that Jing Tian had brainwashed her. What? Su Qianqian hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so brazen and such a good liar. She said angrily, "This Yi Fan, he's so shameless, making up such a huge lie. How could he think of something like that? Exactly. If I hadn't asked around, I would have died never knowing the truth. Zheng Shanhai laughed bitterly. He let out a long sigh and said, "Young lady, to tell you the truth, my infection value is nearly at 100%. I followed Yi Fan and did him a favor earlier, hoping he would save my daughter and take care of her. But now that I know what kind of person he is, how can I entrust my daughter to him?" Nearly infected. Su Qianqian was surprised by Zheng Shanhai's words. This was a very important piece of information. You can still ask Yi Fan to save your daughter. Don't worry with me here, I will never let Yi Fan harm your daughter. Oh, Uncle Zheng. I've just started my period. My stomach's a bit uncomfortable. Let's talk later. With that, Su Qianqian excused herself and quickly went upstairs to report to Jing Xian. Knock knock knock. In the second-floor lounge of the laboratory outpost, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had just finished their meal. They were testing the defensive strength of the secondary energy protection aura on each other. Suddenly a few knocks sounded at the door. "Jing Tian, it's me." Jing Xian greeted Jing Tian from outside the lounge door. "And what brings you here so late?" Jing Tian asked, opening the door when he saw it was her. "There is something." Jing Xian nodded, then looked at Lung Yuyin. "Yuyin, can I take Jing Tian out to talk for a moment?" "Of course, Aunt." Lung Yuyin replied with a smile. Seeing Lung Yuyin agree, Jing Xian led Jing Tian back to her. Closing the door, she whispered, "Jing Tian, Su Qianqian just came to report to me. Do you remember the veteran in camouflage who came to our outpost with Yi Fan today?" Su Qianqian says his name is Zheng. He was tricked into coming by Yi Fan. Jing Xian then relayed all the information Su Qianqian had given her. This included how Yi Fan had deceived Zheng Shanhai into believing Lung Yuyin was his girlfriend, that Zheng Shanhai had a daughter to save, and that Zheng Shanhai was on the verge of turning into a zombie. "Jing Tian, this Yi Fan is going too far. Why don't we find a chance to kill him? It's not like the lab outpost is short on awaken." After relaying Su Qianqian's information, Jing Xian proposed to Jing Tian. "This Yi Fan is truly thick-skinned, lying without even a draft. Claiming Lung Yuyin is his girlfriend, how could he even think of that?" Jing Tian complained about Yi Fan upon hearing this. Inwardly, he gave Yi Fan a mental middle finger of contempt. Those were tricks he had already used. For Yi Fan to think of them now was far too late. And we can't rush things with Yi Fan just yet. After mentally insulting Yi Fan, Jing Tian said to Jing Xian, "On our trip out this time, Lung Yuyin and I discovered that Yi Fan has more than one awakened ability. One of them is an ability that allows him to revive multiple times. Therefore, we can't have a direct falling out with him right now. Aunt, I have a good idea. I want to recruit that veteran Zheng Shanhai and have him secretly monitor Yi Fan for us. That way we can find Yi Fan's weakness without breaking ties and then take him out." Jing Tian laid out his plan. Jing Xian thought it over for a moment and nodded. If Yi Fan truly had a multiple revival ability, as Jing Tian said, then having a direct conflict with him now would not only fail to kill him, but would also create a very formidable enemy. "Jing Tian, how do you plan to win over that veteran Zheng Shanhai?" Jing Xian agreed with Jing Tian's idea and asked, "I have my ways, Aunt. Leave this to me." Jing Tian said, and after bidding her farewell, he headed towards the ground floor hall of the lab. He held something in his hands that Zheng Shanhai would be unable to refuse. With this item, Zheng Shanhai would definitely agree to keep an eye on Yi Fan for him. At Z City University, in the first-floor lobby of the laboratory survivor stronghold, Jing Tian immediately went to find the veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai right after his conversation with Jing Xian. "Uncle Zheng, I'd like to talk with you." Jing Tian approached Zheng Shanhai and greeted him. "You want to talk to me?" Zheng Shanhai asked, puzzled. He had hardly any interaction with Jing Tian and wondered why Jing Tian sought him out. "Uncle Zheng, you're really unhappy with Yi Fan, aren't you? Su Cici told me everything. Don't worry, I have a way to help you deal with him." Jing Tian stated his purpose. Zheng Shanhai was now standing very far from Yi Fan, which clearly confirmed that Su Cici's information. Zheng Shanhai no longer trusts Yi Fan. "Su Cici told you?" Zheng Shanhai asked in surprise. He hadn't expected that Su Cici was still on Jing Tian's side. "Jing Tian, tell me a way to deal with Yi Fan. I'll owe you a favor. My worthless life is nearly over, but I can still go through fire and water for you once." Zheng Shanhai wanted to find a way to deal with Yi Fan from Jing Tian. Hearing this, Jing Tian led Zheng Shanhai up to the laboratory rooftop, where they were alone, and said, "Uncle Zheng, Yi Fan possesses multiple awakened skills, one of which allows him to resurrect. To be honest, killing him is very difficult. Most importantly, we only have one chance to strike. If we fail to kill him completely in one go, it will certainly alert him, and he will retaliate against us. The few of us who are stronger aren't afraid of Yi Fan, but the others are no match for him. So I plan to first find Yi Fan's weakness and understand his resurrection mechanism before making a move. Uncle Zheng, you know that Yi Fan has his eye on my girlfriend Lung Yuyin. I want him gone even more than you do. But as I said, we only have one chance. I can't act rashly. That's why I've kept Yi Fan here at the laboratory stronghold without find his weakness first before acting. So you mean you haven't found it yet?" Zheng Shanhai frowned as he listened. His time was running out, and he couldn't afford to wait for Jing Tian to find Yi Fan's weakness. "That's right, not yet. The reason I'm talking to you is that I want you to stay close to Yi Fan to find his weakness for me and for yourself, and then we'll take him. Jing Tian replied. Zheng Shanhai fell silent, then sighed bitterly and shook his head. Didn't Su Cece tell you? My infection level is extremely high. He'll turn into a zombie soon. I don't have that much time to spy on Yi Fan and find his weakness for you or for myself. She did tell me, Jing Tian replied calmly. Then why come to me with this plan? I can't help you, and I can't help myself. Zheng Shanhai's voice was filled with helplessness. Seeing this, Jing Tian purchased an anti-zombie infection vaccine from the great villain's fortune shop. Uncle Zheng, what if I told you I have a way to stop your zombie infection level from rising? Would you be willing to monitor Yi Fan for me, and for yourself, and find his— Jing Tian, what did you say? You have a way to stop my infection level from rising. Zheng Shanhai became extremely excited. His eyes were fixed on Jing Tian, full of anticipation. A favor received should be repaid tenfold. If there was a way to survive, he would be willing to do anything for Jing Tian, even work for him for the rest of his life, let alone just monitor Yi Fan. I really do, Jing Tian replied with a faint smile, seeing Zheng Shanhai's eager expression. I once killed a rare zombie. Among its kill rewards was something called anti-zombie infection vaccine. After using it, the infection level immediately stops rising. I don't have many of these, but if it can save your life, Uncle Zheng, it's worth it. With that, Jing Tian handed the anti-zombie infection vaccine to Zheng Shanhai. Zheng Shanhai took the vaccine, his hands trembling with excitement. He had never imagined that he, a man on the brink of death, would so suddenly be granted a new lease on life. Jing Tian. Zheng Shanhai was so excited he stammered. Seeing this, Jing Tian told him not to speak, but to inject the vaccine first. Zheng Shanhai nodded, rolled up his sleeve, and quickly administered the anti-zombie infection vaccine. After the injection, in just a few breaths, Zheng Shanhai could clearly feel that the sensation of the zombie virus corroding him had completely vanished. What Jing Tian gave him was not fake, it was a genuine anti-zombie infection vaccine. Thank you, Jing Tian. From now on, your matters are my matters. Even if you told me to die for you, I would do so without hesitation. No need to die for me, Uncle Zheng. Just stay by Yi Fan's side and help us find his weakness. Seeing Zheng Shanhai so moved, he almost knelt to thank him. Jing Tian quickly said, Uncle Zheng, you have a daughter, don't you? You can give me her information and it'll help you save her. Thank you, Jing Tian, but my daughter isn't in Z City. She's far away in the military. You can't go there yet. When the opportunity arises, well, go find her together. Zheng Shanhai hadn't expected Jing Tian to remember his daughter, and he was deeply moved by him. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, the great villain system notifies Zheng Shanhai's loyalty to the host has increased to 85%. It seems the remaining difference is his daughter. Jing Tian analyzed the system prompt. After his analysis, he made an agreement with Zheng Shanhai for him to return to Yi Fan's side, pretending nothing had happened. He would monitor Yi Fan for Jing Tian, and for himself, to find the weakness of Yi Fan's supposed multiple reincarnation skill. Of course, Jing Tian had known all along. Yi Fan didn't have any reincarnation skill at all. His ability to reincarnate relied entirely on consuming his fortune value and sacrificing his lifespan. As for having Zheng Shanhai monitor Yi Fan, it was merely a breakthrough for Jing Tian to recruit Zheng Shanhai to his side. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan. I wonder what expression you'll have when you build your faction only to find that everyone in it is my people. Jing Tian squinted his eyes as he watched Zheng Shanhai's retreating figure. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now the people closest to Yi Fan were all his pawns. How could he possibly lose? Just as Jing Tian was lost in thought, a doomsday game notification echoed in his mind. Doomsday game notification. All Z City University survivors, please be aware that the Z City University Doomsday Game channel will now merge into the Z City University City Game channel. Doomsday game notification. Attention, all survivors of Z City University City. There are only 2 days left until the 3 strongholds with the highest number of survivors in Z City University City are decided. Doomsday game notification. A new batch of zombies has been deployed in Z City University City. Their strength has been comprehensively enhanced compared to before. Doomsday game notification. Among the latest batch of zombies, there are 5 major categories: high-tier zombies, giant animal zombies, giant zombies, yellow spring zombies, and mechanical zombies. Doomsday game notification. The latest batch of zombies upon death will not only grant the killer a massive amount of experience rewards, but also drop various rare equipment, including 3rd-tier weapons and 3rd-tier defensive mechanical armor. While the environment becomes more dangerous, have the rewards also increased? Jing Tian listened to the Doomsday game notification, analyzing inwardly. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the villain system notifies that the Mist Zombie has evolved and ascended to become the Mist Zombie Queen. Ding, the villain system notifies that the Mist Zombie Queen has evolved and ascended to become the 3rd-tier Mist Zombie Empress. Ding, the villain system notifies that the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen has evolved and ascended to become the 3rd-tier Giant Mosquito Zombie Empress. The Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen evolved together. Jing Tian had been feeding the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen all along. He had hoped that after their evolution, they would be able to assist him. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. The mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen had finally evolved. Ding, the villain system notifies that Su Tong under your acquired talent leader has an infection value exceeding 80%. What? System, you say Su Tong's infection value has exceeded 80%. Jing Tian listened to the system notification, suddenly realizing something very important. He had previously asked Su Tong to stay outside the survivor stronghold with the mist zombies. This did allow someone to manage his zombie army for him, but he had forgotten one thing. As long as survivors didn't rest inside the stronghold at night, the doomsday game would punish them by increasing their zombie infection. Now Su Tong's infection value had exceeded 80%. It was clear that she had been penalized by the doomsday game for not staying. System, helped me buy another dose of anti-zombie infection vaccine. Su Tong was serving Jing Tian, and he would never let his own people feel disheartened. He immediately purchased a dose of anti-zombie infection vaccine for Su Tong from the villain's fortune value shop. He would have her take it as soon as they met the next day. The next day, at dawn, Jing Tian led Jingya and Ziyin to stand before the captive that Jing Tian had brought back from the supermarket. According to Jing Tian, the captive survivor stronghold housed nearly 100 survivors. Such a large number of survivors. If the laboratory could take them all in, the population of the laboratory stronghold would double. This was crucial for their subsequent goal of becoming one of the top 3 survivor strongholds in Z City University Town. Do you want to live? I can give you a chance. Tell me the location of your survivor stronghold and the total number of remaining survivors in your stronghold, as well as the skill information of the main combat members. Jing Tian loaded her gun as she interrogated the captive brought back by Jing Tian. The captive, a man with a mushroom haircut, was just an ordinary person. He had never seen such a scene before. When Jing Tian aimed the loaded gun at his forehead, he immediately cried and begged for mercy, revealing all the information about their stronghold to her. Ziyin, what do you think? Can we take it down? After finishing the questioning, Jing Tian looked at Ziyin. Previously, Jing Tian had been handling everything. Now that Ziyin had joined, Jing Tian wanted to share the burden for Jing Tian. Yes, no problem. Ziyin nodded in response to Jing Zin's. This time, the main force of the survivor stronghold Jing Tian had sent her to deal with was already dead. As for the rest, she could handle them alone. She still needed some people to help escort the captives. Sister Jing Tian, can you give me 20 people? I need them to help escort the captives. Of course, I'll go pick out the people for you right now. Jing Tian immediately agreed upon hearing Ziyin's request. She promptly called Hu Kuan to select 30 people to accompany Ziyin. The doomsday game had now entered its 3rd phase. The pressure of competition was dozens of times greater than before for the laboratory stronghold to survive in such an environment. As the commander-in-chief, she had to demonstrate her abilities. Aunt, you're sending Sister Ziyin to capture survivors from other strongholds. What about cousin? Does he have other things to do? Jingya asked curiously, seeing that Jing Tian had dispatched Ziyin and her team at dawn. Of course he does. Jingya, do you remember last night's doomsday game notification? Jing Tian smiled at Jingya's question. Now many 3rd-tier zombies have appeared in Z City University Town. The increase in those zombie levels isn't very significant for Ziyin. But for Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, it's a different story. So I asked Ziyin to help capture survivors to give Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan ample time to fight and level up against the 3rd-tier zombies. Jing Tian explained her plan to Jingya. At the same time, Yi Fan, who had fallen asleep due to illness since returning last night, finally opened his eyes and woke up. At this moment, having slept for so long, his entire body felt sore. Am I really sick? Damn it. Are you kidding me? Can a child of fortune even get sick? And doesn't the doomsday game say that after leveling up, all physical attributes become stronger? Why, after my attributes got stronger, has my body fallen ill instead? What the hell is going on? Yi Fan's body, yet he felt extremely cold. He curled up, trying to wrap himself into a ball as much as possible. No, if my body stays like this, how can I still fight? I have to find a way to get medicine. Ding. Just as Yi Fan was thinking about finding medicine to cure his, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, system notification, the 3rd-tier Yellow Spring Zombie Undertaker has appeared at the Mermaid Internet Cafe in Z City University Town. Defeat it to obtain its unique one-time item Yellow Spring Rebirth, which has a resurrection effect. Resurrection. System, you've finally come through. Yi Fan was excited by the system notification. A resurrection item was infinitely better than medicine for his illness. Uncle Zheng Su Qianqian. After learning the news from the system, Yi Fan quickly woke up Zheng Shanhai and Su Qianqian, who were still asleep beside him. Uncle Zheng, I want to go to the Mermaid Internet Cafe. Can you accompany me? Su Qianqian, tell Principal Jing later that I went out on some business. Tell her not to worry, and that when I return, I will definitely bring back ample rewards for her. Upon receiving the system's message, Yi Fan was ready to set off immediately. Zheng Shanhai and Su Qianqian looked at each other upon hearing this. They both nodded in support of Yi Fan. Just as Yi Fan and Zheng Shanhai stepped out of the laboratory, Su Qianqian immediately went to report the news to Jing Xian. A knock resounded through the lounge on the second floor of the laboratory. After learning from Su Cici that Yi Fan had left, Jing Xian immediately went to find Jing. Jing Tian, it's me, your aunt. Hearing Jing Zin's voice, Jing Tian rose from bed and opened the door saying, Aunt, why are you looking for me so early? Jing Tian, Yi Fan has left the laboratory. According to Su Cici, he seems to have gone to the Mermaid Internet Cafe. Jing Xian explained the reason for her visit. Jing Tian listened, a flicker of confusion in his heart. He wondered what Yi Fan was doing there. Just then the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The villain system reminds you the child of destiny. Yi Fan has received a system prompt. The undead zombie funeral director has appeared at the Mermaid Internet Cafe. Defeating it will grant the exclusive one-time item Yellow Springs Passage. Ding! The villain system reminds you a villain mission has been initiated. Host must steal the kill of the undead zombie funeral director from Yi Fan, the child of destiny. Ding! The villain system reminds you completing this mission will deduct 2 luck points from Yi Fan, the child of destiny, and reward you with 2 draws for innate talents, 1 draw for a random item, 1 skill fusion card, 1 tier 3 equipment fusion card, and 1 tier 3 item fusion card. A tier 3 item fusion card. Can tier 3 items even be fused? Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system's prompt. The University District of Z City was currently in its 3rd stage. Killing high-tier zombies yielded tier 3 rewards. If such a thing as a tier 3 fusion card existed, he could fuse tier 3 items to create even more powerful tier 4 ones. And I wanna. Jing Tian started to say he wanted to take Lung Yuyan to follow Yi Fan and check the situation. But as he uttered the words I want to, he suddenly remembered something. The prisoners he had captured from the department store were still waiting to be interrogated. After the interrogation, he needed to lead a team to subdue another stronghold. He had too much to do. How could he find the time to follow Yi Fan to the Mermaid Internet Cafe? Jing Tian, you're thinking about the prisoners, aren't you? Jing Xian saw his hesitation. She walked over to him and gave him a hug. She patted his head and said, Jing Tian, little one, you've been working so hard lately. You've been bearing so much all by yourself. It's all my fault for being incapable and not being able to help you. But now Ziyin is here. Jing Tian, you don't have to push yourself so hard anymore. I've already discussed the matter of the prisoners with Ziyin. She will lead the team to subdue them. You can now focus on your own affairs. Aunt. Jing Tian hadn't expected the relatives he met after his transmigration to care so much about him. His nose tingled, and he quickly took a deep breath. Aunt, we'll go keep an eye on Yi Fan now. Jing Tian said to Jing Xian, then turned to wake Lung Yuyan. As he turned, he saw that Lung Yuyan was already awake. Jing Tian, Aunt, why do we need to keep an eye on Yi Fan? Lung Yuyan didn't understand why Jing Tian was so intent on watching Yi Fan. Jing Xian then told Lung Yuyan everything about how Yi Fan had deceived Zheng Shanhai. After hearing Jing Zin's words, Lung Yuyan's face instantly darkened. A chilling aura emanated from her, carrying a barely contained fury. She never imagined that Yi Fan could be so despicable. Knowing full well that she was in a relationship with Jing Tian, he still went around claiming she was his girlfriend. And that wasn't the most unforgivable part was that Yi Fan falsely accused Jing Tian of taking her from him, portraying himself as a victim to deceive others and gain their sympathy. Can't we just kill him? Lung Yuyan's killing intent was firm. She could no longer tolerate Yi Fan. Jing Xian sighed upon. She revealed the fact that Yi Fan possessed the ability to reincarnate multiple times. What? Yi Fan has the skill to reincarnate multiple times. Lung Yuyan recalled how Yi Fan had been on the brink of death several times before, only to end up perfectly fine. It all clicked into place. We can't be hasty about killing Yi Fan. We need to find his weakness first. Jing Xian said, seeing that Lung Yuyan now understood the problem. I understand, Aunt. Lung Yuyan finally grasped why Jing Tian was so determined to watch Yi Fan. Yuyan, I was planning to tell you when you woke up. But since you already know everything, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Jing Tian said, handing a slice of breakfast bread to Lung Yuyan. Lung Yuyan nodded as she took the bread from Jing. After saying goodbye to Jing Xian, the two of them immediately left the laboratory. Once outside, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyan to the library first and said, Yuyan, let's go find Su Tong first. For the sake of the zombie army plan, Su Tong has been away from the survivor stronghold, and her infection value has been rising non-stop. I earned system coins from killing high-tier zombies and bought an anti-zombie infection vaccine to give to her. Jing Tian explained his purpose for seeking out Su Tong. Lung Yuyan nodded in understanding. Su Tong had made tremendous sacrifices for the laboratory stronghold, staying alone in the library and living among zombies. If she were to die from a zombie infection, it would be a travesty. Classmate Jing Tian, classmate Lung Yuyan, why are you here so early? Su Tong waved at them as she saw them. However, both Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, possessing keen perception, could detect the weakness in Su Tong's voice. Classmate Jing Tian, classmate Lung Yuyan, I have great news. The Mist Zombie Sister and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen Sister have both evolved. Su Tong did not mention her own physical condition. Upon seeing them, her first thought was to share the news of the zombies' evolution with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Sutong, I'm sorry. I asked you to oversee the zombie legion, but forgot that survivors not resting in a stronghold would increase their zombie infection value. That's why you're so weak. Jing Tian didn't respond to the news about the zombies first. Instead, he was concerned about Sutong's well-being. Sutong was momentarily stunned. She smiled and said, "It's fine. My body can hold on a bit longer. When I can't, I can always go back to the lab." After evolving, the sisters are stronger and smarter. They can stay here on their own without any problem. Cough. Sutong kept coughing as she spoke, her face pale. Seeing this, Jing Tian quickly took out the anti-zombie infection vaccine and handed it to her. Sutong, this is the anti-zombie infection vaccine I got from killing a high-tier zombie yesterday. Use it quickly. With it, your infection value won't increase anymore. Jing Tian handed the anti-zombie infection vaccine to Sutong. Sutong stared in astonishment at the vaccine presented before her. She had never imagined such an item existed to prevent the rise of zombie infection values. This is far too precious, she said. Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, you too often fight on the front lines. You should keep this for yourselves. Don't worry about me. It'll be fine. From now on, I'll just return to the lab to rest every night. Sutong pushed the vaccine back toward Jing Tian. Seeing this, Jing Tian looked at Sutong, who appeared frail and weak. Sutong, he said, I told you to use it, so use it. Lung Yuyan and I return to the lab every night to rest. This item would be wasted on us. Right now you need it the most. With that, Jing Tian once again pressed the vaccine into Sutong's hands, not giving her a chance to speak. He placed it firmly in her grasp. Sutong, he said, Yuyan and I are heading to the Mermaid Internet Cafe. Before we return, please guard the lab stronghold. Time is short. We're leaving now. Make sure to use the anti-zombie infection vaccine. Having said that, Jing Tian quickly departed with Lung Yuyan, leaving Sutong standing there clutching the vaccine frozen in place. Truth be told, who isn't afraid of death? Who doesn't wish to recover from illness? Yet she felt she was unworthy of such a rare item. Jing Tian, she whispered, I will manage the zombie army even better for you in the future. They'll build a stronger force for you. Sutong had found her purpose in the doomsday game world. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, the great villain system notifies you under the leader faction Sutong's loyalty has reached 100. Congratulations, host, on receiving Sutong's loyalty gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Sutong's loyalty is at 100%. Jing Tian was thrilled by the system prompt. He then said, system, open it immediately. Ding, the great villain system notifies you Sutong's loyalty gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the awakened skill spirit. Ding, the great villain system notifies you the host's awakened skill sin of greed has detected the newly acquired skill spirit link and has automatically enhanced it. Congratulations, host, on acquiring dark spirit link. System, display the description of dark spirit link. Ding, the great villain system notifies you the description of dark spirit link is as follows. Dark Spirit Link, the awakened who obtains this skill can initiate a spiritual link allowing up to 4 living beings within a 100-meter radius to communicate without restrictions. Note the skill lasts for 30 minutes. After the duration ends, it enters a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Finally, I have the Spirit Link skill. Note the skill lasts for 30 minutes. After the duration ends, it enters a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Finally, I have the Spirit Link skill. Moreover, from now on, he could directly communicate with zombies. This would give him an extra trump card, whether for ambushing Yifan or for subjugating zombies to his cause. Now it's time to find Yifan, he thought. The Netherworld Zombie Undertaker. I wonder what it looks like. As Jing Tian mused over the appearance of the Netherworld Zombie Undertaker, on the other side, the favored son of fate, Yifan, and the veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai had already arrived at the entrance of the Mermaid Internet Cafe. However, upon reaching the door, both were stunned by the eerie scene before. The originally transparent glass door of the Mermaid Internet Cafe was now inexplicably coated in a layer of black blood. A pungent, nauseating stench constantly emanated from the black blood, assaulting the senses of Yifan and Zheng Shanhai. Had the two not been seasoned fighters, the mere odor would have been enough to make them retch for a long time. Yifan, Zheng Shanhai asked, why did you think to come here? I don't recall the Doomsday game providing any hints about this place. Is it because you have a friend here? Zheng Shanhai looked at Yifan beside him, inquiring. Yifan had suddenly dragged him here, so there must be a reason. A friend of mine was at the Mermaid Internet Cafe when the Doomsday game broke out. Yifan lied casually. I thought I'd check if he's still here. After Zheng Shanhai stopped pressing for details, Yifan approached the glass door of the Mermaid Internet Cafe, trying to peer through the glass to see inside. But to his surprise, the layer of black blood actually blocked his view. No matter how close he got, he couldn't see through the black blood to observe what lay behind the glass door. What a nuisance, Yifan muttered, cursing the black-blooded glass door. Suppressing his revulsion, he reached out his palm to wipe the black blood off the door, trying to clear the obstructive black blood to see what was behind it. However, to Yifan's surprise, no matter how hard he wiped, the black blood on the glass door wouldn't come clean. In fact, the more he wiped, the more black blood seemed to appear. After a few breaths, it even began to flow like liquid across the glass surface. What's going on? Yi Fan had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. The fear of the unknown sent a chill down his spine. Damn it! Yi Fan roared, clenching his fist, which ignited with a layer of flame. He slammed it fiercely into the black-blooded glass door. But the door was like a quagmire. Despite Yi Fan's heavy punches, aside from splattering some black blood, the door showed no signs of damage. What the hell is this thing? Yi Fan frowned at the black-blooded glass door. This door could no longer be the same as the previous glass door, otherwise how could it withstand his flaming fist? Am I, Yi Fan, going to be stopped by a mere door? Feeling deeply insulted, he immediately activated his first awakened skill, Giant Elephant Strength. He struck the black-blooded glass door once more. This time his punches came faster and harder. Each time his fist hit the door, it splattered copious amounts of disgusting black blood. Break, damn it. Yi Fan's fury burned within him. He had never expected that before even meeting the Netherworld zombie Undertaker, he would be blocked by a broken door. Creak. As Yi Fan continued, a creaking sound suddenly came from the door. Seeing that the troublesome door had finally opened, Yi Fan excitedly tried to tell. However, before he could speak, a terrifying suction force erupted from the gap of the opened black-blooded glass door, sucking both him and Zheng Shanhai inside. After they were pulled in, the black-blooded glass door closed again, plunging the entrance of the Mermaid Internet Cafe into utter silence, as if no one had ever been there at all. What's going on? What just happened? Yi Fan was utterly bewildered after being sucked into the Mermaid Internet Cafe. He had never imagined entering the place in such a manner. Yi Fan, we can't get out. While Yi Fan was still in a daze, Zheng Shanhai pushed against the dark blood glass door and warned him. What? Yi Fan was taken aback. He quickly turned and rushed to the dark blood glass door, using all his strength to push it open. To his despair, the dark blood glass door stood as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge an inch. What in the world is going on? Yi Fan's anxiety grew. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he was exposed, and this passive feeling made him deeply uneasy. Just as Yi Fan was feeling stifled and uncomfortable, a dark red lantern suddenly lit up behind him. When he and Zheng Shanhai turned to look, the dark red lanterns began to illuminate one by one in rows. Yi Fan and Zheng Shanhai stared at the bizarre scene before them. Both wore expressions of terror. The zombies they had encountered before, though powerful, had never put on such a display. It felt like the prelude to entering a boss room in a game. Yi Fan, I think there's a formidable foe in here, Zheng Shanhai warned Yi Fan while activating his awakened skill Stealth. His body turned semi-transparent as he quietly distanced himself from Yi Fan. Seeing Zheng Shanhai use stealth right away, Yi Fan's face twitched. Inside the Mermaid Internet Cafe, there were only the two of them. Now that Zheng Shanhai had gone stealth, it was as if Yi Fan was left alone. That sneaky bastard. Yi Fan was utterly frustrated by Zheng Shanhai's move. But aside from internal complaints, he couldn't really say anything to Zheng Shanhai. After all, his stealth skill was meant for ambush. If he had to blame anyone, it was himself for not having teammates capable of direct combat. I'm already level 10, compared to before. All my attributes have been enhanced, and upon reaching level 10, the system granted me an additional boost to my. Plus, with the dragon scale combat suit, no matter how strong the enemy is this time, they can't one-shot me. Yi Fan desperately reassured himself. This helped him calm down. Just as he steadied himself, a series of terrifying low growls suddenly erupted. Yi Fan looked toward the sound. All the dark red lanterns were growling as if each housed a living being. What's happening? Could these dark red lanterns all be zombies? No way. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. Unable to bear the atmosphere inside the cafe any longer, he drew his tier 3 weapon, the flame sword, and slashed repeatedly at the dark red lanterns. Streaks of flaming sword energy ignited the lanterns instantly. They emitted a series of miserable, spine-chilling wails that grated on Yi Fan's nerves. Uncle Zheng, these dark red lanterns have no combat ability. They must be an illusion cast by that high-tier zombie. It'll break all its lanterns. You keep an eye out for the high-tier zombies. Yi Fan planned to destroy all the irritating dark red lanterns. But as he spoke to Zheng Shanhai, a figure emerged from one of the lanterns. It grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a hunchbacked zombie nearly 3 meters tall. Is this the Netherworld zombie Undertaker? Yi Fan stared in shock at the hunchbacked zombie whose body was covered in human. Each face moved as if alive, all staring intently at Yi Fan. Damn! Yi Fan was thoroughly disgusted by the faces on the zombie's body. Gripping the flame sword, he unleashed several flaming sword slashes at the hunchbacked zombie. The slashes flew with incredible speed, striking the zombie directly. But the next moment, the flaming sword energy passed through the zombie, as if it were air, leaving not a single scratch on its body. How is this possible? Yi Fan looked at the zombie in disbelief. He couldn't understand why his attacks had no effect. What is Yi Fan doing? The veteran in camouflage, Zheng Shanhai, stared in confusion. From his perspective, Yi Fan was swinging his sword at thin air, muttering about how it was impossible. Uncle Zheng, try shooting it. See if you can hit it. Having missed with his sword, Yi Fan wanted Zheng Shanhai to try with his sniper rifle. But what he didn't know was that in Zheng Shanhai's eyes there was no zombie at all. Yi Fan, where is this zombie you're talking about? Zheng Shanhai voiced his confusion. Yi Fan, who had been expecting Zheng Shanhai to fire, felt his pupils contract and goosebumps rise all over. How can this be? Uncle Zheng, you can't see it. Only I can see it. Yi Fan's head throbbed with pain. He hadn't recovered. And now this. Anger surged within him. Activating his second awakened skill, Lion King, he charged directly at the hunchbacked zombie. Damn thing, die. Yi Fan punched the hunchbacked zombie, but his fist met no resistance, no feedback of hitting an enemy. Instead, due to the missed strike and excessive force, he tumbled to the ground, rolling a dozen meters. What's wrong with Yi Fan? Zheng Shanhai frowned as he watched Yi Fan punch air and fall flat on his face. He had already guessed that Yi Fan was seeing something invisible to him. But why could only Yi Fan see it? And why could he see it yet not hit it? Just as the veteran soldier was puzzled, a figure carrying a red lantern suddenly dropped from the ceiling and walked directly toward the fallen Yi Fan. Its entire body began to slowly turn transparent, the red lantern fading away with it. That thing is the real. Zheng Shanhai was shocked by the zombie carrying the red lantern. By now he had pieced together what was happening. Because he was semi-transparent, the high-tier zombie with the lantern hadn't noticed him, so he hadn't fallen under its illusion. Yi Fan, however, was trapped in a hallucination fighting an imaginary foe. This high-tier zombie's ability is mental-based. How terrifying. Zheng Shanhai felt a deep wariness toward the red lantern. This was the first time he had encountered a zombie with a mental skill. Should I warn Yi Fan? He was torn. The red lantern zombie had now turned invisible. Clearly it was heading for Yi Fan. If he didn't warn him, Yi Fan would likely be killed. Forget it, I won't warn him. Let the zombie kill Yi Fan first. Then I can see exactly how he resurrects. Recalling how Yi Fan had deceived him earlier, Zheng Shanhai's eyes turned cold. He had no intention of warning him, choosing instead to watch from the shadows. He waited for the invisible zombie to launch its attack on Yi Fan. Coughing, Yi Fan struggled to rise. He looked at the spot where the hunchbacked zombie had been. The zombie's body was covered in human faces. All of them sneered at Yi Fan, mocking him for failing to strike them earlier. Damn it. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Clenching his fists, he wanted to charge at the hunchbacked zombie and teach it a lesson. But reason told him he couldn't. He was in a passive. He had no idea what skill the hunchbacked zombie possessed, allowing it to ignore his attacks. If he couldn't find the cause. Even if he charged again, the result would be the same. Missing and falling flat on his face. Uncle Zheng, have you found anything? Yi Fan, unable to discern the hunchbacked zombie's trick, sought help from Zheng Shanhai, who had come with him to the Mermaid Internet Cafe. Zheng Shanhai replied with a cold glint in his eyes, no. Nothing. Yi Fan felt disheartened by the answer. Just as he was thinking of approaching the hunchbacked zombie to find its weakness, a squelching sound was heard. Yi Fan felt something pierce through his abdomen. He choked and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. What's happening? Yi Fan stared in shock at his pierced abdomen. He hadn't seen the hunchbacked zombie make a move, nor what had pierced him. Fear, uncertainty, searing pain, suffocation. All these dire sensations assailed Yi Fan simultaneously. If not for the system's prompt that killing the Netherworld zombie Undertaker would yield a reward, he wouldn't want to stay in this godforsaken Mermaid Internet Cafe for another moment. Ding. System prompt: host is dying. 1 point of luck deducted. Host's body restored to optimal state. 30 seconds of invincibility granted. I'm dying already. Yi Fan was startled by the system prompt. He still hadn't figured out how to deal with the Netherworld zombie Undertaker, yet it had already brought him to the brink of death once. It was hard to imagine how many times he would be pushed to the edge trying to kill it. Dying again. Losing luck again. Will I run out of luck at this rate? Yi Fan thought. Terror gripped his heart. His luck had been constantly dropping, never rising. That meant it could only go down, never recover. If he kept squandering his luck like this, when it ran out, would he still be the favored child of fortune? Could he still cheat death? I should have called Jing Tian. Yi Fan began to regret. If Jing Tian were here, even if there was a risk of the zombie kill being, Lung Yuyen would be with him. With the two of them, he wouldn't be so passive. At worst, he'd just lose the zombie kill. But now he was completely at a loss, pushed to the brink of death by the zombie without any clue. Damn it. I'm not done with you. Yi Fan roared out his pent-up rage. Taking advantage of the system's invincibility, he had to find the hunchbacked zombies to avoid being killed by it again. Where's the zombie? As Yi Fan prepared to get close to the hunchbacked zombie, it had vanished. It ran. Yi Fan stared in surprise at where the zombie had been. Logically, the hunchbacked zombie had the upper hand. So far, Yi Fan hadn't even touched it. Why would it run? What reason could it have? Baffled, Yi Fan looked around warily. Meanwhile, the Netherworld zombie Undertaker, carrying a dark red, seeing Yi Fan's wounds suddenly heal and him looking around, hastily backed away several steps, staring at him in confusion. Yi Fan had been caught in its mental illusion. Normally, he would only stare in one direction, not look around like this. Had the skill failed? The Netherworld zombie Undertaker thought, shaking the dark red lantern in its hand. Instantly, the dark red lanterns hanging from the ceiling glowed with eerie bloodlight and emitted a series of annoying low growls. Again. Yi Fan, enraged by the growling lanterns, swung his flame sword and unleashed several fiery sword beams. They struck the dark red lantern. In an instant, the familiar hunchbacked zombie emerged from one of the lanterns. So you were hiding in the lantern. I thought you'd run off. Now that you're out, die. Taking advantage of his invincibility, Yi Fan charged at the hunchbacked zombie and slashed wildly at it. But to his dismay, no matter how he struck, the hunchbacked zombie seemed like a projection, taking no damage. How is this possible? Yi Fan's mind was blown. He kept slashing at the hunchbacked zombie with his flame sword, but just as before, he couldn't inflict any damage. The faces on the hunchbacked zombie's body let out mocking laughs, shrill and irritating. They maddeningly provoked Yi Fan, stripping away his rationality. Clang! As Yi Fan kept slashing at the zombie, a clashing sound suddenly rang out, drawing his attention. He could clearly feel that something had attacked him from behind. And if not for the system's invincibility, he would likely have been pierced again. Sneak attack again. I can't even hit you. Can't you fight me fair and square? Yi Fan turned angrily, but found nothing behind him. However, his move startled the netherworld zombie Undertaker that had just attacked him, causing it to retreat dozens of steps in panic. What was happening? The netherworld zombie Undertaker stared at Yi Fan in confusion. It had clearly struck him. So why was Yi Fan unharmed? It was as if a layer of armor had blocked its attack. Once bitten, twice shy? After one failed sneak attack, it kept its distance, watching Yi Fan warily, not daring to strike again. Was Yi Fan attacked by the zombie again, just now, eh? While the netherworld zombie Undertaker observed Yi Fan from a corner, the veteran in camouflage Zhong Shanhai was also analyzing him. From the scene where Yi Fan was attacked, but unharmed, he gleaned a valuable piece of information. After using his awakened skill to revive, Yi Fan had a temporary high defense. During that time, attacking Yi Fan would cause no harm, but instead give him a chance to spot the attacker's trail. This trip wasn't wasted. Zhong Shanhai felt pleased. By following Yi Fan, he had obtained very useful information. Once back at the laboratory survivor base, he could report this to Jing Tian and prove his worth. It seems something smeared on this door. As Zhong Shanhai planned to report the info to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had arrived at the Mermaid Internet Cafe entrance. Like Yi Fan and Zhong Shanhai before them, as soon as they reached the door, they were disgusted by the black blood smeared on the glass. What is this thing? Jing Tian stared at the blood-black glass door, suppressing the pungent foul odor it emitted as he stepped closer. He attempted to peer through the blood-black glass door to observe the situation inside Mermaid Internet Cafe. However, he soon discovered the door was not transparent. It was utterly impossible to see through the blood-black glass door into the cafe. Awakening skill Darkness Clairvoyance activate. The blood-black glass door might have hindered others, but not Jing Tian. He immediately activated his awakening skill Darkness Clairvoyance. He scanned the entire interior of Mermaid Internet Cafe. Where is the Yellow Spring Undead Undertaker? After a moment of observation, he only saw Yi Fan and Zhong Shanhai inside. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. Strangest of all, despite the absence of any undead, Yi Fan was swinging his sword and cursing at empty air. It was utterly bizarre. Awakening skill Darkness Spiritual Link open. Having just arrived at Mermaid Internet Cafe, Jing Tian was still unaware of the situation. To obtain the most useful information immediately, he activated his awakening skill Darkness Spiritual Link, establishing a mental dialogue with the veteran in camouflage Zhong Shanhai. Uncle Zhong, don't panic. It's me, Jing Tian. This is my newly awakened skill, I can converse with you mentally. Uncle Zhong Yuyin and I are outside Mermaid Internet Cafe now. What's the situation inside? Jing Tian communicated with Zhong Shanhai through the awakening skill Darkness Spiritual Link. Zhong Shanhai was startled by the sudden voice in his mind. He hadn't expected Jing Tian to have awakened a new skill as well. Jing Tian. Is it really you? Can you hear me? Zhong Shanhai asked excitedly. Yes, I can hear everything, Jing Tian replied. There's actually such a miraculous awakening skill, Zhong Shanhai said, exhilarated by Jing Tian's response. After a moment, Zhong Shanhai organized his thoughts and said to Jing Tian, there's an invisible zombie inside this Mermaid Internet. Moreover, it seems to possess mental-type skills capable of creating illusions. I haven't seen it yet, but Yi Fan has fallen victim. Even now, Yi Fan is still swinging at thin air. Oh, Jing Tian, there's another crucial piece of information. Earlier, Yi Fan was attacked by that invisible zombie and died once. After he revived, I noticed a protective barrier. The invisible zombie that ambushed Yi Fan was caught off guard by this barrier and nearly exposed. Fortunately, the barrier's duration wasn't long. I counted, but lasted only about half a minute. The camouflage-clad veteran Zhong Shanhai relayed everything he knew to Jing Tian through Darkness Spiritual Link. Listening to Zhong Shanhai, Jing Tian finally understood why his awakening skill Darkness Clairvoyance had failed to spot the zombie inside. This Yellow Spring Undead Undertaker can turn invisible and use mental skills. No wonder Yi Fan was swinging it, so he fell for an illusion. Jing Tian smirked inwardly. With the information Zhong Shanhai provided, dealing with the Yellow Spring Undead Undertaker would be far easier for him than for Yi Fan. Yuyin stepped back. He'll try to figure out how to open this glass door. Now aware of the Yellow Spring Undead Undertaker's abilities, Jing Tian's primary task was to find a way inside Mermaid Internet Cafe. Lung Yuyin nodded, retreating several steps and drawing her Tang Blade Ice, soul guarding against any potential ambushes, while Jing Tian attempted to open the door. Here I go. Seeing Lung Yuyin step back, Jing Tian drew his fourth-tier weapon, the laser sword, and thrust it into the blood-black glass door. The next moment, cracks spread wildly from the point of impact, covering the entire blood-black glass door. What's this? Jing Tian looked at the cracks on the door in confusion, instinctively pulling the laser sword back. The moment he withdrew it, the blood-black glass door shattered, instantly collapsing into a pile of glass shards on the ground. Jing Tian, can you still hear me? It's Zheng Shanhai. I forgot to mention something. The glass door at the entrance of Mermaid Internet Cafe is very strange. We couldn't figure out how to open it. Yi Fan pounded on it for ages without success. Eventually, it just opened on its own. Zheng Shanhai had just recalled the matter of the blood-black glass door and was still explaining to Jing Tian when he heard a loud crack. The entire blood-black glass door had shattered into pieces. Uncle Zheng, it seems to be broken. Jing Tian stammered in response to Zheng Shanhai's warning. All this. Zheng Shanhai was speechless, stunned that the door Yi Fan had struggled so hard to open had shattered so easily before Jing Tian. What was that noise? Just as Zheng Shanhai was marveling at Jing Tian's prowess, Yi Fan turned toward the sound. When he saw Jing Tian at the entrance, he felt both joy and irritation. Joy because with Jing Tian's arrival, he wouldn't be so passive anymore. Irritation because Jing Tian always stole his kills, and now he might take the Yellow Spring Undead Undertaker as well. Jing Tian, why are you here? Yi Fan demanded. Jing Tian, instead of answering, retorted, Yi Fan, what are you doing here? I came to find a friend at Mermaid Internet Cafe. Running into you is just bad luck. Jing Tian turned the accusation around, leaving Yi Fan baffled. After a pause, Yi Fan said, I'm here to find a friend too. TCH, what a small world. Jing Tian shot Yi Fan an annoyed glance. Yi Fan, seething with frustration, thought, I was here first. This guy is just asking for a beating. Yi Fan clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Now wasn't the time for a conflict. The Yellow Spring Undead Undertaker was still inside. The priority was to find a way to defeat the hunchbacked zombie. Without help, Yi Fan still didn't realize he was under an illusion. Uncle Zheng, can you tell me how Yi Fan fell into the illusion? Jing Tian asked Zheng Shanhai through darkness spiritual link once Yi Fan fell silent. Just as he awaited Zheng Shanhai's reply, a dark red lantern lit up inside Mermaid Internet Cafe, and a series of mind-disturbing low growls reached Jing Tian's ears. What's this? Jing Tian listened to the low growls emanating from the dark red lanterns, puzzled. Upon witnessing this from a corner, the veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai recalled Yi Fan's previous encounter with an illusion and warned Jing Tian. Yi Fan encountered these dark red lanterns that emit sounds before. Chop them all down. Perhaps there is a connection between cutting the dark red lanterns and falling into an illusion. You must not touch those lanterns. Zheng Shanhai cautioned Jing Tian through his dark mental link. Hearing this, Jing Tian glanced at the dark red lanterns and said, Uncle Zheng, I have a plan. First, he'll try to fall into the illusion, then counterattack that invisible zombie. According to you, that invisible zombie is cunning. If I don't fall into the illusion, it likely won't attack me. Jing Tian shared his thoughts with Zheng Shanhai. No risk, no reward. The Yellow Springs Undead Undertaker was clearly a sneaky ambusher. To capture such an invisible zombie, he had to show a weakness. Only then would it take the bait and strike. This. The veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai was surprised by Jing Tian's bold approach. After a moment's thought, he said, Jing Tian, that thing likes to attack from behind. Guard your back. Zheng Shanhai provided as much information as he could. Jing Tian nodded upon hearing this. Gripping his laser sword, he swiftly struck the dark red lanterns. Each time he shattered one. It let out a piercing, mind-disturbing wail. Had Jing Tian's caught the same thing I did. Yi Fan watched from the side, seeing Jing Tian fall for the lantern's lure like he had, and smirked with schadenfreude. He was no longer the only one getting beaten by the zombie. Now he could be a spectator and observe the situation. Indeed, until I have strong enough teammates, I still need to call on Jing Tian. Otherwise, I'm too vulnerable. Yi Fan analyzed inwardly while watching Jing Tian. Recalling the times he acted without Jing Tian, he always suffered greatly, even facing near death 3 times in a row. Thinking this, Yi Fan resolved to always bring Jing Tian along. Even if his kills were stolen, at least he wouldn't be on the verge of death. If his kills weren't stolen, it would be a huge gain. While Yi Fan was scheming, Jing Tian, after smashing 4 or 5 dark, finally saw a hunchbacked zombie emerge from a lantern. Is this the illusion Yi Fan saw? Jing Tian analyzed, looking at the hunchbacked zombie. To lure the Yellow Springs Undead Undertaker into a trap, he raised his laser sword and charged at the hunchbacked zombie. The illusion is indeed linked to cutting the dark red lanterns. I see a hunchbacked zombie covered in faces. Jing Tian reported his situation to Zheng Shanhai. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhai finally understood why he heard the lantern's growls but didn't fall into the illusion. He had never attacked the dark red lanterns. Jing Tian, remember to watch your back. Zheng Shanhai warned while aiming his sniper rifle at the area behind Jing Tian. If that invisible zombie dared to ambush Jing Tian from behind, he would fire immediately to cover him. Yes, Uncle Zheng, I'll guard my back. Jing Tian nodded at Zheng Shanhai's reminder. While deliberately slashing at the hunchbacked zombie with his laser sword, he activated his awakening skill Dark Barrier to defend his back. Clang. Just after Jing Tian activated his awakening skill Dark Barrier, a sound of impact against the barrier suddenly rang out. Hearing it, Jing Tian, already prepared, turned swiftly, without hesitation, and slashed his sword horizontally behind him. Instantly a spray of green blood arced through the air. Roar! The Yellow Springs undead Undertaker howled in pain, utterly shocked by Jing Tian's lightning-fast reaction. The moment it attacked Jing Tian, he had already counterattacked. What baffled it most was why its strike couldn't harm Jing Tian. It was as if a wall completely blocked its attack. Impossible. Yi Fan, watching from a distance, saw Jing Tian seemingly slash green blood out of thin air and was stunned with disbelief. Why couldn't he land a hit on the hunchbacked zombie no matter how he attacked? Yet Jing Tian in his first exchange had already wounded it. The difference was enormous. Jing Tian hit that thing. The veteran in camouflage, Zheng Shanhai, marveled at the green blood Jing Tian had seemingly conjured from nowhere. Jing Tian's reaction was even faster than his own trigger pull. Bang! 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 Zheng Shanhai fired repeatedly, targeting the area in front of Jing Tian, where the green blood hung in the air, hoping to contribute to the effort. Meanwhile, the thwarted Yellow Springs undead Undertaker quickly retreated, trying to create distance from Jing Tian. However, Jing Tian wouldn't let it have its way. With a swift step, he closed the gap, instantly pursuing the Yellow Springs undead Undertaker. The laser sword in his hand, wielded furiously, he hacked at the cornered Yellow Springs undead Undertaker, splattering streams of green blood. Struck repeatedly by the laser sword, the Yellow Springs undead Undertaker howled in agony. Seeing that invisibility was useless against Jing Tian, it revealed its true form and swung a large shovel at Jing Tian in retaliation. Is that? The favored son of fortune Yi Fan was shocked to see the Yellow Springs undead Undertaker suddenly appear. It was his first time noticing the Yellow Springs undead Undertaker's existence. Recalling the elusive hunchbacked zombie and the numerous ambush, he finally understood. The hunchbacked zombie was merely a decoy. The real attacker was the invisible zombie carrying a dark red lantern in one hand and a shovel in the other. Could it be the Yellow Springs undead Undertaker? Yi Fan's pupils dilated as he stared at the lantern-wielding zombie, gripping his flame sword tightly. He charged swiftly at the Yellow Springs undead Undertaker. Now that it was injured, had dropped its invisibility, and was focused, it was the perfect time for him to strike. Jing Tian, Yi Fan's coming. Zheng Shanhai quickly warned Jing Tian, seeing Yi Fan ready to. Before he could finish, Lung Yuyan, who had been watching Jing Tian and Yi Fan from the entrance of the Mermaid Internet Cafe, flashed forward and blocked Yi Fan with her Tang Saber Ice Soul. Yi Fan, what do you think you're doing? Lung Yuyan pointed her sword at Yi Fan. Furious at being blocked, Yi Fan roared, Lung Yuyan, what's your problem? With a great enemy before us, instead of dealing with that lantern-wielding zombie, you're stopping me. What does this mean? Yi Fan was extremely displeased. Hearing this, Lung Yuyan looked at him coldly and said, Jing Tian can handle that zombie. He doesn't need help from you or me. Yi Fan fell silent as he listened to Lung Yuyan's words. He knew well that Jing Tian did not require his assistance. The purpose of his journey here was merely to snatch the kill of the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker from Jing Tian's hands. A growl echoed. As Yi Fan fell silent, the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker let out another wail. Jing Tian's strength far exceeded its expectations, not only in terms of level, but also the weapon in his hands. Against the Undertaker's skin, which even bullets struggled to penetrate, that weapon cut through it as easily as slicing paper. Lung Yuyan, seeing that the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker couldn't hold out much longer against Jing Tian, Yi Fan anxiously raised his blazing flame sword and pointed it at Lung Yuyan, saying, Lung Yuyan, that high-level zombie was discovered by me first. How can you expect me to stand by and watch Jing Tian kill my prey? Are you sure you saw it first? Lung Yuyan replied coldly to Yi Fan's words. From the moment she and Jing Tian entered the Mermaid Internet Cafe, she hadn't seen Yi Fan launch a single attack on the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker. All she saw was Yi Fan as if possessed while swinging his weapon at the empty air. Yi Fan was stunned before Jing Tian appeared and found the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker. He hadn't even seen the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker at all, only an illusory hunchbacked zombie. If he had to force a connection between himself and the Undertaker, it was that he had been ambushed by it and brought to the brink of death once. Uncle Zheng, you be the judge. Wasn't this zombie discovered by us first? We just hadn't found its true form yet. Unable to argue with Lung Yuyan, Yi Fan turned to Zheng Shanhai, who had come with him for help. Hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Zheng Shanhai's mouth. Yi Fan, I'm sorry, I never saw any zombie, not even the hunchbacked zombie you mentioned. Yi Fan never expected Zheng Shanhai to be unhelpful. He was utterly, but Zheng Shanhai had indeed said before that he couldn't see the hunchbacked zombie Yi Fan spoke of. Therefore his response wasn't entirely wrong. For Yi Fan, however, this undoubtedly left him with no excuse to snatch the kill of the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker from Jing Tian. Zombies are masterless creatures. As long as it's not dead, anyone can kill it. The zombie is right before our eyes. Why can't we strike? Yi Fan deliberately used we to include Zheng Shanhai, seeking a legitimate reason to make Lung Yuyan step aside. Listening to Yi Fan, Lung Yuyan's aura turned icy cold. She fixed a warning gaze on him and said, "Zombies are indeed masterless, and anyone is free to compete for the kill. But I am also free to protect Jing Tian and keep others away. You have your freedom. I have mine. If you're not satisfied, we can settle this with a fight." Lung Yuyan had long been extremely irritated with Yi Fan. If not for Jing Tian and Jing Xian telling her that Yi Fan possessed a resurrection skill and advising her not to act rashly, she would have already erased his existence. All because despite knowing she was in a relationship with Jing Tian, Yi Fan spread rumors everywhere, claiming that he was her boyfriend and that Jing Tian had taken her from him. These words thoroughly disgusted her. "Lung Yuyan, you want to fight me?" Yi Fan frowned at her words. Lung Yuyan was a child of fortune and her strength was not to be underestimated, though she rarely fought. Every time she did, her combat prowess was astonishing. The thought of fighting her honestly made Yi Fan feel uneasy. And even if he could win, it would undoubtedly take a long time. By then, the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker would have already perished at Jingshan's. What would be the point of defeating Lung Yuyan and rushing over? "I won't fight you. Move aside." After analyzing the situation, Yi Fan realized that fighting Lung Yuyan was a losing proposition no matter what. So he activated his first awakening skill, Power of All Things, and second awakening skill, Lion King. He attempted to bypass Lung Yuyan and charge towards Jing Tian and the Yellow Spring Corpse Undertaker. But Lung Yuyan wouldn't let him succeed. With a flicker of movement, she appeared before Yi Fan. Before he could react, her blade slashed through his dragon scale combat suit, leaving a more than 10-centimeter gash on his body. Damn! Yi Fan, seeing Lung Yuyan was serious, quickly retreated. Had he continued charging forward, he believed the Tang Dao in Lung Yuyan's hands would have severely wounded him. Such speed. Why is Lung Yuyan so fast? Jing Tian is the one taking all the high-level zombie kills. Logically, our level gap shouldn't be large. So why is she so much faster than me? And I have a tribute boost from the system reward, given that my base stats should be higher than hers. Could it be that Lung Yuyan, as a child of fortune, also has a system? The thought sent a chill down Yi Fan's spine. As a transmigrator, the greatest taboo was the non-uniqueness of the system. Was like mortal enemies, only one would survive. If Lung Yuyan also possessed a system and sided with Jing Tian, then a life-or-death battle between them might be inevitable. This was something Yi Fan desperately wanted to avoid. He had long considered Lung Yuyan his woman. How could he bear to kill the woman he so coveted? I must find a way to get Lung Yuyan on my side. Whether she has a system or not. As long as she's with me and doesn't harm me, it's fine. At this moment, Yi Fan desired even more to win Lung Yuyan over. But clearly he couldn't do so yet. He lacked an opportunity, a chance to sow discord. Just wait. Lung Yuyan, you will be mine. Yi Fan thought to himself, then looked at Lung Yuyan and said, "Lung Yu, since you want to fight, I'll fight you. But let's agree beforehand, we'll keep it to a draw." After speculating that Lung Yuyan might have a system, Yi Fan abandoned the idea of snatching the kill. Instead, he accepted the fight with her. He wanted to use this battle to gauge her true strength and incidentally confirm whether she truly had a system. "Watch out, Lung Yuyan." Hoping to win her favor, Yi Fan gave her a warning as he struck with his blazing flame sword. Lung Yuyan did not reply. She gripped her Tang Dao Eye Soul, fully focused on preparing for battle. What Yi Fan didn't know, that her fight with him was partly to protect Jing Tian and partly to teach Yi Fan a lesson and make him remember. She intended to make him remember it well. Jing Tian, Yi Fan, and Lung Yuyan are about to fight. Zheng Shanhai, seeing that Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan were on the verge of clashing, hurriedly used his awakened skill Dark Spiritual Link to alert Jing Tian. Upon hearing this, Jing Tian accelerated his movements, giving the Netherworld Zombie Undertaker no chance to escape. To prevent Lung Yuyan from facing any danger, he had to swiftly eliminate the Netherworld Zombie Undertaker. Awakened Skill Speed is paramount. Activate. Awakened Skill Potential Burst. Activate. Jing Tian activated 2 awakened skills in succession to boost his attributes. Gripping his laser sword, he launched a relentless assault against the Netherworld Zombie Undertaker. The Netherworld Zombie Undertaker was astonished by Jingshan's suddenly doubled speed. Jing Tian was already faster than it before, and now he was moving so swiftly that it could not react at all. Fear took root in the Netherworld Zombie Undertaker's heart. It wanted to flee, its will to fight utterly shattered. Just as it turned around, it noticed something. It could sense the signal from its body turning, but its head and gaze remained fixed on Jing Tian, still watching him. The Netherworld Zombie Undertaker's life force drained away rapidly. In the moment it turned, it had been decapitated, although its head failed to follow. With a thud, the Netherworld Zombie Undertaker's life force vanished completely. It collapsed to its head rolled away. So powerful. Zheng Shanhai, watching from a corner, was awestruck by Jing Tian. In just an instant, that third-rank high-level zombie had died at Jingshan's hands. Recalling Yi Fan's earlier predicament, and comparing it to Jing Tian's current display, it was enough to reveal Jing Tian's terrifying prowess. This Jing Tian, he's hidden his strength deeply. Luckily, he didn't go for the kill against me and Yi Fan last time. Otherwise, the veteran in camouflage, Zhang Shanhai, felt a surge of relief inwardly. Fortunately, he and Jing Tian were now on the same side. Otherwise, he would have kept his distance from Jing Tian. With Jing Tian's current strength within this apocalypse game zone, almost no one could stand against him. Ding. Just as the veteran Zhang Shanhai was inwardly relieved, a system notification chimed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, the villain system notifies congratulations to the host for successfully killing the third-rank Netherworld zombie. Ding, the villain system notifies the host has stolen the kill of the Netherworld zombie Undertaker from the Child of Fortune Yi Fan. Congratulations to the host for completing this villain mission. Ding, the villain system notifies congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards for this villain mission, deducting 2 luck points from the Child of Fortune Yi Fan, obtaining 2 acquired talent lottery, draws 1 random item lottery, draw 1 awakened skill fusion card, 1 third-rank equipment fusion card, and 1 third-rank item fusion card. Ding, the villain system notifies, does the host wish to use the above items immediately? System, not for now. Jing Tian declined upon hearing the system prompts. Now that Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan had already begun to fight, he needed to keep a close watch on Yi Fan to prevent him from harming Lung Yuyan. Clang. Just as Jing Tian looked toward Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan, he saw their weapons clashing together. Scorching flames, and at that moment were eroding each other. So strong. In their first exchange, both Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan sensed something. Although Lung Yuyan's strength was inferior to his own, when he activated giant strength, the power of the cold energy emanating was clearly superior to his flames. The once unstoppable flames dimmed considerably in front of Lung Yuyan. Lung Yuyan's base strength is indeed stronger than mine. But why is that? She's at the same level as me. Why is there such a huge gap between us? Yi Fan couldn't understand the source of the disparity between him and Lung Yuyan. As he pondered this confusion, Lung Yuyan activated her second awakened skill, Frost Dragon, maiden, entering a half-dragon form. Her strength, speed, reflexes, and all other attributes exploded with a massive boost. Without giving Yi Fan a moment to catch his breath, she gripped her Tang sword Eye Soul, circled behind him, and swung the blade. If Yi Fan hadn't reacted in time and blocked with his flame sword, that strike would have cost him half his life. Is Lung Yuyan Yi Fan hadn't expected Lung Yuyan to show no mercy at all. Rage boiled within him. While swinging his flame sword in counterattack, he roared, Lung Yuyan. What's the use of being so good to Jing Tian? You don't get any experience from him killing high-rank zombies. Is it worth it? Don't you think he's just using you, making you work for him for nothing? Yi Fan attempted to sow discord. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuyan didn't utter a single word in reply. Only her cold Tang sword kept seeking weaknesses in Yi Fan's defenses, launching attacks. She drove Yi Fan back step by step, leaving him battered and disheveled. In just a few exchanges, several wounds had appeared on Yi Fan's body. Had it not been for the flames blazing on Yi Fan's body, the cold energy from Lung Yuyan's blade would have already seeped through his wounds, costing him most of his life. Damn it, this bitch. Is she really trying to kill me? Going this hard? Yi Fan panted heavily. He stared at Lung Yuyan with a face full of resentment. Her speed far surpassed his. He had strength, but without the speed to match. He could only remain on the defensive, taking hits. No. The skill duration is almost up. If I keep fighting, fear rose in Yi Fan's heart. He retreated frantically, swinging his flame sword to send a wave of fire at Lung Yuyan, blocking her advance. I'm done. He'll give up the zombie kill, alright. Yi Fan backed down. Lung Yuyan initially wanted to pursue him. But recalling that Yi Fan had multiple rebirth skills, she held back, knowing it wasn't yet time to kill him. Just as she stopped, an Apocalypse game notification rang simultaneously in both her and Jing Tian's minds. Apocalypse game notification, congratulations on leveling up to LV-17. Leveled up. Lung Yuyan was surprised by the Apocalypse game prompt. She hadn't killed any zombies. Why had she leveled up? Could it be the acquired talent Harmonious Union of Phoenixes that Jing Tian told me about yesterday? As this thought struck Lung Yuyan, she understood the reason for her level up. It was because Jing Tian had killed the third-rank zombie, and both she and Jing Tian had received the experience from it, leveling up together. Apocalypse game notification, you have killed the third-rank Netherworld zombie Undertaker. Congratulations on receiving the exclusive kill reward, the one-time item Netherworld Passage. Apocalypse game notification, congratulations on leveling up to LV-17. Leveled up. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the Apocalypse game prompt. Just as he was about to ask the system for the description of the one-time item Netherworld Passage, the system's notification rang out. Ding, the villain system prompts the Son of Fortune. Yi Fan's fortune value has only 50 points remaining. Ding, the villain system prompts the Son of Fortune. Yi Fan received a system notification that a giant zombie has appeared at Onkong apartment 1 kilometer away from the Siberia Internet Cafe. Slaying it will grant a Tier 3 equipment supply crate and a Tier 3 item supply crate. Ding, the villain system prompts stealing the kill of the giant zombie from the Son of Fortune. Yi Fan will deduct 2 points from his fortune value, grant 2 draws for acquired talents, 1 acquired talent fusion card, 1 tier 3 equipment fusion card, and 1 tier 3 item fusion card. Did Yi Fan receive another system notification? Jing Tian was taken aback by the system's prompt. He turned his gaze toward Yi Fan. Under normal circumstances, after Yi Fan failed a mission, he would wait for a while before starting the next system task. A situation like today's where one task ended and another immediately began was extremely rare. Just as Jing Tian was puzzled by Yi Fan's system, a prompt from the Doomsday game echoed in the minds of all survivors in Z City's University Town. Doomsday game prompt: attention, all survivors in Z City's University Town. A tier 3 giant zombie has appeared at Oncong apartment. Slay it to obtain a tier 3 equipment supply crate and a tier 3 item supply crate. A tier 3 equipment supply crate and a tier 3 item supply crate. 2 supply crates. Hearing the Doomsday game's prompt, the survivors in Z City's University Town grew excited. Tier 3 equipment was extremely rare. Even slaying a high-level tier 3 zombie made it difficult to drop even one piece. Most of the time, killing a high-level tier 3 zombie only yielded an ordinary tier 3 supply crate. The contents were merely food and slightly better thermal weapons than those from tier 2 crates. Genuine tier 3 equipment almost never appeared from ordinary tier 3 crates. But this time the Doomsday game's prompt indicated the giant zombie would drop both a tier 3 equipment crate and a tier 3 item crate. This was an irresistible temptation. Damn it! Yi Fan cursed upon hearing the Doomsday game's announcement, furious. He had just received the giant zombie's information from his system moments ago. Yet in the next second the Doomsday game made it public. Thus his system's notification was rendered useless. Can this broken system be any more useless? What good are you if you're this pathetic? Yi Fan complained about his system's incompetence. As he was griping, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding, system prompt: host fortune value is only 50 points remaining. Please strive to complete the system's tasks. If tasks remain unfulfilled, the Doomsday game world will continuously deduct your fortune value at an increasing rate. What? System, what did you say? My fortune value is only 50 points. Yi Fan's face turned pale as the Doomsday game world had descended less than half a month ago, and his fortune value had already plummeted to 50 points. At this rate, he might not last a month before perishing in this world he had transmigrated to. No, I cannot afford to fail again. Yi Fan felt a deep fear of death and dared no longer underestimate the system's tasks. Uncle Zheng, come out. Yi Fan called for Zheng Shanhai to appear. After Zheng emerged, he led him to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan and said, Lung Yuyan, you heard the Doomsday game's prompt just now, didn't you? With a great enemy before us, let's move together. Yi Fan actively invited Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan to act as a team. Having suffered from the undead river funeral zombie, he no longer dared to face high-level zombies alone. Then lead the way, Jing Tian said, gesturing for Yi Fan to go ahead. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and walked to the front of the group. Jing Tian, with perseverance, 3,000 you troops can swallow Wu. Go ahead and flaunt your superiority now. I will definitely find a chance to pull you down from the peak. Yi Fan muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, Jing Tian was stunned to see Yi Fan obediently. Normally Yi Fan would immediately retort. But this time not only did he invite them to act together, but he also obediently took the lead. This was highly unusual. Could Yi Fan's system have told him something? Jing Tian pondered, growing cautious. Strange events often hide schemes. Yi Fan's behavior, whether prompted by his system or not, indicated he had a new plan. At the security booth of Oncong Apartment's main gate in Z City's University Town, Jing Tian and his group of 4 led by Yi Fan arrived after a quarter of an hour. As soon as they got there, they noticed something. Many survivor teams were gathered here, unusually refraining from attacking each other, all resting by the entrance of Oncong Apartment. Why isn't anyone going in? Yi Fan wondered, looking at the surrounding teams. Dozens of groups, totaling several hundred people, were present. Strangely, none of them showed any intention of entering to find the giant zombie. Yi Fan, let's find a quiet spot to sit and rest and observe the situation first, Zheng Shanhai advised. The early bird gets the worm, but also risks being the cannon fodder. The best way to avoid being used by others was to rest and wait for the impatient ones to scout ahead. Yes, Yi Fan nodded at Zheng's words. The survivors here were no pushovers. If they hadn't rushed in to find the giant zombie, there had to be a reason. Half an hour later, more and more survivor teams gathered at the entrance of Oncong Apartment, numbering over 100. The total headcount exceeded 1,000. Yet still no one was eager to enter and scout. Damn it. Everyone's waiting to profit from others' efforts. If no one makes a move, no one will get the tier 3 equipment crate and item crate. A middle-aged man in a suit with a receding hairline and glasses complained. Seeing all survivors waiting for someone else to act, he stood up and cursed at the surrounding teams, hoping to stir up some reckless fool to charge in first. But to his surprise, his words incited public outrage. The other survivor teams seized the opportunity to target him. What did you say? As if you're not waiting here too. Exactly, we're all the same. Who are you to act so sanctimonious? Brothers, since he's so righteous, why don't we let his team take the lead? Great idea. If he refuses, well, I'll attack and wipe out his dozen men. The teams surrounding the suited man reached a consent. They raised their weapons, targeting the suited man's team, forcing them to enter Onkong apartment to scout. The suited man, enraged, turned red-faced and cursed, "Damn it." As he cursed, a bullet grazed his cheek. Clearly the others were serious. Those who had survived to the third stage of the doomsday game were ruthless. Their words were no joke. They wouldn't pass up a chance to force someone else to be the guinea pig. You? The suited man clenched his fists. The situation was beyond his control. He gritted his teeth and led his team into Onkong apartment. But as soon as they entered, a deafening roar echoed through the building. There was something massive inside Onkong apartment. Immense. What was that sound? It was as if it rang out right beside my ear. Is it a giant zombie? The doomsday game only mentioned a giant zombie here. None of the other survivor teams made a move, so why should we be the ones to take the lead? A blessing in disguise, perhaps. It's just our misfortune to have been caught in this situation. The survivor team, which included the middle-aged man in a suit with a receding hairline and glasses, began to murmur among themselves as they entered the Onkong apartment. Many in the group, to varying degrees, voiced their resentment toward him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man lowered his head in silence. He too had never anticipated things would come to this. His initial plan was to use provocation to goad other survivor teams into taking the lead. Who would have thought those people were even more cunning than him? They turned the tables and outnumbered him, forcing him to take the lead. Ah! Just as the middle-aged man was consumed by regret, a piercing female shriek reached his ears. What's wrong? The middle-aged man asked, hearing the scream from a teammate. The woman who had screamed upon hearing his question trembled all over. She raised a hand and pointed toward the first corridor of the Onkong apartment. So huge. A terrifyingly huge zombie. The screaming woman spoke, her face twisted in terror. She kept shaking her head and backing away. Bang! The moment she retreated a single step, a massive boulder flew over and crushed her into a mist of blood, splattering the middle-aged man's face. Oh! The man was terrified out of his wits. He quickly turned around to look in the direction from which the boulder had come. There in that direction stood a giant zombie over 20 meters. It was tearing another stone from a tall building, its gaze fixed menacingly on the middle-aged man. Before the man could even, the zombie hurled the stone again. The massive rock, trailing debris, shot forth like a cannonball. With a deafening boom, it tore through the air with a sonic boom. It flew straight toward the middle-aged man and his survivor team. Bang! Another cloud of blood mist rose. The survivor team, led by the middle-aged man, was decimated in that instant. More than half were dead, leaving only 2 or 3. With their bodies shattered and broken, they ran in despair toward the entrance of the Onkong apartment. Isn't this third-tier zombie a bit too terrifying? The survivor teams hiding outside the Onkong apartment upon seeing the giant zombie appear frowned with grim expressions. As expected, third-tier gear isn't easy to obtain. The strength of this giant zombie is utterly monstrous. A survivor team got almost completely annihilated within seconds of entering. What's the point of even trying? The Doomsday game calls this thing third tier. Then what about fourth tier? Damn it, I dare not imagine. This Doomsday game never intended for us to survive properly. Let's give up, everyone. This giant zombie is beyond our ability to defeat. The survivor teams outside the Onkong apartment, witnessing the giant zombie wipe out an entire team in a single encounter, were gripped by fear. More than half of the survivor teams chose to flee immediately, abandoning any thought of fighting the giant zombie. Although the allure of third-tier equipment and supply crates was immense, no matter how good the rewards were, they were useless without a life to enjoy them. Are they already backing down? Yi Fan frowned with anxiety as he saw most of the survivor teams retreating. He had been counting on these teams to help draw the zombies aggro. If the majority of them fled, his own difficulty in dealing with the giant zombie would increase drastically. What worried him most, however, was that Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan might also choose to retreat. If that happened, then he and Zheng Shanhai would face the giant zombie in what could only be described as a hellish challenge. I have to find a way to reverse this atmosphere of despair. If everyone leaves now, there will be no chance to kill the giant zombie. Yi Fan weighed the pros and cons in his mind. To halt the exodus of survivor teams and ensure that Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan wouldn't retreat, he stepped forward decisively and declared, though the giant zombie is powerful, we awakened ones are no pushovers either. What good does running do? If we flee from this third-tier zombie, can we escape the next one? And even if we avoid all third-tier threats, what about the fourth tier? Is a life of mere survival truly comfortable? As he spoke, Yi Fan activated his fire attribute energy, his entire body bursting into flames. He charged forward, taking the lead and rushing toward the giant zombie inside the Onkong apartment. Is that guy insane? Charging in alone. Others in the remaining survivor teams had been about to mock Yi Fan for his grand words, daring him to charge in himself. But to their astonishment, he actually did it. Is he throwing away his life? Even if third-tier equipment and items are tempting, it's not worth dying for. What a fool. Isn't it better to stay alive? Has he never heard of knowing when to retreat? Yi Fan charged ahead, hoping to inspire the remaining survivor teams to follow. But reality was harsh. Although the remaining teams stopped retreating after Yifan's charge, they still showed no intention of joining the fight. Most of them stayed merely to watch the spectacle. This Yifan. Jing Tian shook his head in exasperation, seeing that Yifan's words had failed to rally anyone. He shrugged and sighed. Trying to get others to risk their lives with mere grand speeches was utterly futile. As the saying goes, profit leads the way. Without benefit, how can one expect others to act willingly? Jing Tian silently criticized Yifan. After a few muttered complaints, his gaze fell upon the blazing sword in Yifan's hand, and he raised his voice. That bald man is wielding a third-tier weapon. He has slain a third-tier high-level zombie. No wonder he's so bold, daring to take on the third-tier giant zombie alone. So he's already killed a third-tier high-level zombie. Quick, let's follow him. This giant zombie is exceptionally powerful. That guy might just end up in a mutual destruction with the giant zombie. When that happens, we'll hit the jackpot, Jing Tian declared. He then led Lung Yuyan and Zheng Shanhai in a swift pursuit of Yifan. The other survivor teams exchanged glances, looking at one another in uncertainty. Once they confirmed the extraordinary nature of the blazing sword in Yifan's hand, they could no longer resist the temptation of a third-tier weapon and scrambled to follow. Boss, don't trust them. Those four are in cahoots. Although they kept some distance from each other during rest, I noticed them the moment they arrived. They came together as a group. A member of one survivor team had spotted the ruse and reported it to his leader. His leader narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and said, whether they're together or not doesn't matter. What matters is that the weapon in his hand is indeed third tier. That's why the other teams are following. If they die, we can scavenge the spoils. Each survivor team harbored their own ulterior motives, but they finally reached a consensus and led their groups into the Onkong apartment. Great rewards come with great risks. They hadn't fled at the first sight of the giant zombies' attack because they were still clinging to the obsession with third-tier weapons and supply crates. Within the Z City University town inside the Onkong apartment complex, over 100 survivors suddenly charged headlong toward the giant zombie. The colossal zombie gazed at the morsels no larger than its palm that willingly delivered themselves to its feet. After a moment of bewilderment, it licked its lips, a glint of greed flashing in its eyes. With a thunderous roar, the giant zombie let out a deafening bellow. Like a monkey, it dropped to all fours and bounded toward the crowd of survivors. Holy shit! The survivors exclaimed as the giant zombie's massive frame bore down on them. Amidst a chorus of curses, they scattered, quickly ducking into the corners of various buildings within the Onkong apartment complex. Even Yifan, who had led the charge, this behemoth is too huge. Do you have any ideas to deal with it? At building No. 3 of the Onkong apartments, Yifan asked Zheng Shanhai, Jing Tian, and Lung Yuyan. There's only one way, Jing Tian replied to Yifan's question. What is it? Yifan asked excitedly, sensing Jing Tian had a plan. Go straight for it, Jing Tian said flatly. What? Yifan's face twitched. He had thought Jing Tian had a brilliant idea, not such a reckless one. If going straight for it were that easy, he would have already defeated the giant zombie. Why would he be here asking Jing Tian for advice? He would have just gone and done it. Jing Tian, are you joking? If we could win by charging Heroine, we wouldn't be hiding like this, Yifan grumbled in displeasure. Jing Tian squinted his eyes and said, it's true that we alone can't defeat the giant zombie. But if all the survivors here joined forces, the giant zombie would surely be no match for us. Right now, everyone is hiding out of fear of the giant zombie. If someone steps up and fights the giant zombie to a standstill, they will join in willingly without being called. Yifan, go ahead. You're the best fit for this leading role. Jing Tian finished speaking, a sly grin spreading across his face as he looked at Yifan. Yifan retorted, why should I? Jing Tian, why me and not you? In terms of strength, you're far stronger than I am. It's different, Jing Tian said, spreading his hands. You led the charge earlier and stole the spotlight. All the survivors remember you. If you want to rally them, no one else will do. You can't let the survivors who followed you think you're all talk and no action, only to flee the moment things get tough. That would only crush their morale. Jing Tian trapped Yifan with his logical reasoning. Yifan was reluctant, but he had indeed led the charge. He had already said all the grand words. If he didn't step up and let someone else do it, wouldn't that make him a laughingstock? Yifan fell silent. Back then, he only wanted to keep the survivor team and Jing Tian together, never expecting things to escalate to this point. Seeing Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and even Zheng Shanhai watching him, waiting for him to act, Yifan took a deep breath. Gripping the flame sword, he charged out from building No. 3 of the Onkong apartments. Jing Tian, I can't hold out alone for long. You'd better follow up soon, or if I get beaten, the morale of the other survivors will plummet, Yifan said to Jing Tian, then swung the flame sword, unleashing a series of slashes at the giant zombie. Over a dozen fiery sword auras, streaking through the air like trails of fire, they flew toward the giant zombie, leaving scorched black marks on its calves. Is that a tier 3 weapon? So cool. The survivors hiding in every corner of the Onkong apartments watched Yifan in action, their eyes filled with envy. Good thing I didn't leave. Whoever leaves will regret missing out on this tier 3 weapon. How awesome. If only I could have a weapon that cool. We misjudged him. This guy really is an expert who has killed tier 3 zombies. No wonder he's so confident. I hope they wear each other down so we can reap the benefits. The survivors in various groups watched Yi Fan calculating their gains. Meanwhile, feeling a slight sting on its calf, the giant zombie turned to face its attacker. Spotting Yi Fan, it uprooted 2 trees and hurled them at him like javelins. The trees in its hands were like 2 spears carrying terrifying speed and penetrating power. At first, Yi Fan didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. Thinking they were just trees, he planned to slice them apart with his sword aura. But the impact of the trees upon colliding with his aura shattered it instantly. If he hadn't dodged quickly, being hit by a tree would have cost him half his life. Damn it. So you like throwing things, huh? Yi Fan, having narrowly escaped death, felt a surge of rage and swiftly closed in on the giant. Since the giant zombie enjoyed hurling objects, he would engage it in close combat, preventing it from throwing anything else at him. First awakening skill, Colossus Strength, activated. Yi Fan, now close to the giant zombie, activated his first awakening skill. He circled the behemoth, striking opportunistically. With low growls, the giant zombie, annoyed by this persistent morsel, stood up and stomped after Yi Fan. But Yi Fan, like a cockroach, always managed to evade its attacks. This giant zombie is nothing special besides its throwing. I thought it was stronger. Brothers, let's move in close. When it falters, well, swarm it and snatch the kill. Inside the Onkong apartments, the hidden survivor groups, seeing Yi Fan holding his own against the giant zombie, regained their confidence. Their earlier fear vanished, replaced by a craving for the giant zombie's head. They're actually moving. Zheng Shanhai exclaimed excitedly as survivor groups emerged from hiding. Jing Tian, what do we do now? Should we follow? Uncle Zheng, let's hold back for now. The giant zombie's true strength hasn't been fully revealed yet, Jing Tian replied. His reasoning was simple. Yi Fan was burdened with a host of negative debuffs. Coupled with his level of only 10, if he could defeat the giant zombie, then why would the Apocalypse game give it a special warning and 2 Tier 3 supply crates? That was clearly illogical. More importantly, Jing Tian had the skill Darkness Cure. If the giant zombie were truly weak, he could heal it at a critical moment, buying himself enough time to act. Bang! Jing Tian had just told Zheng Shanhai not to act rashly. A booming sound erupted from the direction where Yi Fan had dodged every attack from the giant zombie, infuriating it into a frenzy. It swung its fists, relentlessly chasing after him. Each missed strike left a massive crater on the ground, shaking the earth. Holy crap! Yi Fan exclaimed in shock as he continued to evade. Given the terrifying force of the giant zombie, if he failed to dodge, even once, he would likely be crushed into a paper-thin figure. Thud, thud, thud. A series of impacts echoed behind Yi Fan, each sound deeply unsettling him, driving him to despair. No, he thought. If I keep being this passive, once my skill duration ends, I'm dead. Yi Fan realized the gravity of the situation. Gripping his flame sword, he suddenly charged toward the giant zombie's calf. The giant zombie, puzzled by his move, extended a massive hand to grab it. But Yi Fan was like a cockroach in the kitchen. Not only swift, but also incredibly agile. He easily dodged the giant zombie's reaching hand. Closing in on the zombie's calf, he began a leg-hugging assault, repeatedly stabbing the flame sword into its leg, provoking furious roars from the giant zombie. Most importantly, the giant zombie couldn't get a hold of Yi Fan. Shielded by its own leg, he was even harder to catch than when he was on the ground. Wow, what a beast. He's got the giant zombie on the ropes all by himself. Other survivor teams who had arrived and hidden in various corners less than 50 meters away marveled. But soon their admiration faded, replaced by concern. Yi Fan's extraordinary strength and his Tier 3 equipment made him a formidable figure. A powerhouse like him, not aligned with their faction, posed a significant threat in this apocalyptic world if he survived. Many survivor teams even raised their sniper rifles, aiming at Yi Fan. Once his awakened skill ended, and he was no longer useful against the giant zombie, they would fire immediately, eliminating him first before dealing with the giant zombie. Damn it, why aren't those guys moving in? Yi Fan, clinging to the giant zombie's calf, looked puzzled at the survivor teams that had arrived, but remained hidden. If they all attacked together, they could surely take down the giant zombie. Yet those people, despite coming over, refused to engage. Why? What were they waiting for? Yi Fan was bewildered, and his skill duration was nearly over. If those survivors didn't act soon, he would have to retreat and return after his skill cooldown. It's time. Just as Yi Fan was perplexed by the other survivor teams, Jing Tian, watching from afar with narrowed eyes, activated his awakened skill. Awakened skill Dark Weakening Hand activated. Jing Tian cast Dark Weakening Hand on Yi Fan. As Yi Fan's skill was about to enter cooldown, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over his entire body. What's happening? My skill isn't over yet. There are still 2 seconds left. Yi Fan was shocked by the premature weakness. He quickly jumped down from the giant zombie's calf to escape. If he couldn't get far enough from the giant zombie within those 2 seconds, he would never be able to dodge its attacks again. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. The moment Yi Fan leaped from the giant zombie's calf, gunfire erupted around him. Yi Fan assumed these shooters were providing cover for him. But when the bullets struck his body, he realized their target was not the giant zombie. It was him. Why? Yi Fan couldn't understand. He had been the one to lead the charge and find a way to deal with the giant zombie. Yet these people were stabbing him in the back. Not only did they refuse to help, but they attacked him instead. Coughing, Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though his dragon-scale combat suit protected him from being pierced by bullets, the relentless impact of countless rounds dealt devastating damage to his body. Especially now that his awakened skill had ended, leaving him in a weakened state. Under these circumstances, he couldn't withstand the impact of thousands of bullets. With a thud, Yi Fan collapsed to his knees, his life force fading. Just as his consciousness grew hazy, he finally saw the survivor teams spring into action. But they were all charging toward him, not to fight the giant zombie, but to snatch the Tier 3 flame sword from his hand. Ingrates. Yi Fan seethed with hatred. Just as his consciousness was about to vanish completely, a system notification chimed in his mind. Instantly, his shattered body was restored, and his consciousness returned to its peak state. Ding, system notification, host near death, deducting 1 luck point, restoring to optimal state, granting 30 seconds of invincibility. Ding, system notification, due to host luck value falling below 50 in the Doomsday Game World Dimension penalty mode activated, deducting an additional 1 luck. What the heck? The Doomsday Game World Dimension deducts another luck point from me. On what grounds? Does it think I'm unworthy of being the chosen one? Damn it. Yi Fan raged as he heard the system prompts, furious at the loss of 2 luck points. As he roared, another system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, system notification, system deducts 5 luck points to forcibly awaken new skill clarity for host. When used, it removes negative status effects from awakened skills. Cooldown 30 minutes. What a, you lousy system. How dare you deduct 5 of my luck points to exchange for something without my permission? Awaken skill clarity. What good is this crappy skill? And it costs 5 luck points. Damn it. Trash system. Are you in cahoots with the Doomsday Game World Dimension? Trying to kill me? Yi Fan, terrified at the thought of losing 7 luck points in a row, angrily berated the system. If his luck value hit 0, he was done for. Ding. As Yi Fan cursed the system, a notification from the villain system rang in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, villain system notification, chosen 1, Yi Fan near death, deducting 1 luck point, restoring to optimal state. Ding, villain system notification, due to chosen 1, Yi Fan's luck value dropping below 50, Doomsday Game World Dimension penalty triggered, deducting 1 luck point from him. Ding, villain system notification, Yi Fan's system deducts 5 luck points to forcibly awaken new skill clarity for him. When used, it removes negative status effects from awakened skills. Cooldown 30 minutes. Yi Fan's system forcibly awakened a new skill for him. A skill specifically for removing negative status. As Yi Fan's system detected his negative buffs, Jing Tian was taken aback by the system prompts. Yi Fan's system was clearly acting unusually. Fortunately, he had plenty of trump cards. Far more than just 1 negative buff. Not only did he have negative buff skills, but also a post-negative innate talent. No matter how much Yi Fan's system tried to block it, it couldn't stop them all. Jing Tian analyzed the system prompts Yi Fan had received. Meanwhile, after Yi Fan's body recovered, he seized the 30-second invincibility window. He immediately entered a berserk state, gripping the flame sword, and wildly attacking the crowd of survivors who charged at him, intent on snatching it. In just a few seconds, over a dozen people fell to Yi Fan's flame sword. Given the survivors' strength, they shouldn't have been so easily slaughtered. Unfortunately, their eyes were fixed solely on his 3rd-tier flame sword, never expecting Yi Fan to revive and strike back. Caught off guard, they were engulfed by the sword's blazing chi, turning into balls of fire. This guy isn't dead. Impossible. Watching the front lines turn to cinders, the other survivors halted, finally noticing Yi Fan's condition. No way. That many bullets would turn even a stone into a honeycomb, let alone a man. How can he still stand and fight back? Fall back. He's far stronger than us. Retreat. He's just one man. Can he really take on all of us? He's an awakened like the rest of us. Charge together and finish him. Everyone here has already made a move. If we let him escape, you know the consequences. Right, let's kill him together. No mercy. The Apocalypse game is about Survivor stronghold competition. If we don't, well, face him again sooner or later. The other Survivor teams, after a brief shock at Yi Fan's revival, quickly unified their decision to strike him down together. Ingrates. You bunch of bastards. I led the charge and this is my reward. Die all of you. Yi Fan swung the flame sword relentlessly, sending fiery chi arrows flying from his hands. Each blast claimed a life. The survivors were no pushovers, and once they resolved to eliminate Yi Fan together, they drew their weapons and opened fire: assault rifles, submachine guns, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, everything. Even with the system's invincibility shield, the impact of the attacks forced Yi Fan to stagger backward. No good. Their firepower is too intense. If this continues, once the invincibility wears off, I'm in danger. Sensing the peril, Yi Fan cast a reluctant glance at the giant zombie, and Lung Yuyan then clenched his teeth. He activated his awakened skill Lion King and bolted toward the exit of Onkong apartment. The other awakened, seeing his escape, refused to let him go. They unleashed their own skills to block him. One of them burrowed underground like a mole. Emerging at Yi Fan's feet, he grabbed his ankle to halt his flight. Feeling the grip, Yi Fan thrust the flame sword into the earth. In an instant the hand on his ankle went limp. Block me. You're asking for death. After killing the assailant, Yi Fan sped up his escape. From a distance, Jing Tian, watching the scene, cast a negative buff on Yi Fan. Awaken skill Dark Withering activate. Instantly a wave of weakness washed over Yi Fan, intensifying with each passing second. What's happening? I just activated my skill. There shouldn't be any fatigue. Is this an awakened ability from those survivors? Damn. They're useless against the giant zombie, but full of tricks against me. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. At that moment, he recalled the value of his system's awakened skill Clarity. Without hesitation, he activated it to dispel the negative state. He sprinted toward the exit of Onkong apartment. You want escape? Awaken skill Direction Reversal activate. Just as Yi Fan cleansed Jingshan's debuff, another awakened from the survivor group hit him with a new curse. Under its effect, his brain's directional sense flipped entirely forward, became backward. Left turned to right. His entire spatial awareness was inverted. Fortunately, the skill was simple. Yi Fan quickly adapted, learning to move in the opposite direction to flee. Roars filled the air as he neared the apartment's exit. Suddenly, the giant zombie leaped to block the doorway. Yi Fan had stabbed its calf countless times. It wouldn't let him leave so easily. Damn it. Is everyone against me? Seeing no escape, Yi Fan cursed in frustration. Just as he thought had be caught in a pincer and killed Jing Tian, and his group appeared at the rear of the survivor crowd. Yi Fan stabbed the flame sword into the giant zombie and run. The survivors are after your third-tier weapon. Seeing Yi Fan cornered, Jing Tian shouted a warning. With Yi Fan's luck value plummeting, even his system sensed something wrong. In this situation, Jingshan's best move was to stabilize Yi Fan, strip his equipment, and keep him close. Plotting his demise step by step. Jing Tian. He's actually helping me now. Unaware of Jingshan's scheme, Yi Fan was moved by his assistance and advice. Had always thought Jing Tian was a drag. But today, facing other survivor teams, he realized Jing Tian was actually a decent ally in this apocalyptic world. Originally, Yi Fan had planned to enact revenge, escape Onkong apartment, and attack other strongholds. To claim territory and build his own power. But with the giant zombie blocking him and Jingshan's help, he abandoned that idea. You want my flame sword? Then come get it. Yi Fan roared at the survivors charging toward him. He activated his Lion King skill and sprinted at the giant zombie. This time he climbed higher than before. Reaching 7 or 8 meters, he plunged the flame sword into the zombie's thigh. Then he quickly fled, leaving the other survivors bewildered. Moments later, just as Jing Tian predicted, they ignored Yi Fan entirely and rushed toward the giant zombie. Killing it was beyond them, but pulling out a sword wasn't too difficult for them. Are these people insane? Yi Fan muttered as he retreated to stand beside Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Zheng Shanhai, watching the frenzied crowd. He glared angrily at the survivors who charged toward the giant zombie, especially recalling the reason they had opened fire on him. All for a mere third-tier weapon. He ground his teeth in fury. If not for the giant zombie blocking his path once he escaped Onkong apartments, he would make the entire Z City University district witness the flames of his revenge. Jing Tian, those maniacs have lost their minds. What do we do now? Yi Fan turned to Jing Tian for guidance. Though he harbored a deep resentment toward Jing Tian after spending so much time together, he had to admit that Jing Tian was indeed sharper than him, capable of conjuring far better ideas. Let's bide our time. Didn't they enjoy watching you get beaten before? Now the roles have reversed. It's our turn to watch the show. Jing Tian deliberately used the word our to include Yi Fan in their camp. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded repeatedly. Jing Tian's words carried a protective tone that felt like avenging his humiliation, a gesture that flattered Yi Fan, who had always been ostracized. It seems Jing Tian is pretty reliable when it comes to dealing with outsiders. They'll give him a proper burial when I eventually kill him, Yi Fan mused inwardly. Meanwhile, by the giant zombie, after the blazing sword was embedded in its thigh, nearly 100 survivors surged toward it. Seeing this, the giant zombie's massive bulky body leaped into the air, then crashed down like a meteor toward the ground. Run! The survivors charging at the giant zombie looked up, their faces turning pale as they saw it descending, and scrambled to scatter. Bang! A deafening impact shook the ground, and the entire Onkong apartments trembled. Most of the fleeing survivors lost their balance and collapsed heavily before they could scramble to their feet. The giant zombie's boulder-like fists followed, smashing them like tomatoes, splattering pulp everywhere. Bang! 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 The giant zombie swung its fists relentlessly, pounding the ground like crushing cockroaches, chasing the survivors with a furious barrage. In just a minute or so, over a dozen survivors fell to the giant zombie. Why is it so strong? It seemed so mediocre against that bald guy earlier, but now it's terrifying against us. Should we retreat? This giant zombie is too fierce. If we stay, casualties will only mount. Retreat. Go ahead if you want. The third-tier weapon is stuck in its leg. We just need to grab it. What's so hard? Those who died were just too weak. But what? If the third-tier weapon falls into other survivors' hands, we'll be the ones suffering in future base conflicts. Voices clashed within the survivor group. Some argued for retreat, while others insisted on retrieving the blazing sword from the giant zombie. After heated debate, the allure of the blazing sword won out, and over 90% of the survivors chose to continue fighting. They activated their awakened skills and charged at the giant zombie once more. One among them could leap 3 times in the air. He dashed toward the blazing sword embedded in the giant zombie's thigh. Trash, do you think you're worthy of touching that? Just as the triple jumper was about to land on the giant zombie's thigh, a man carrying a rocket launcher pulled the trigger. The rocket streaked out and precisely struck the leaping survivor. Seeing this, other awakened ones held back, no longer plunging into chaotic battle. Anyone who got ahead of them was shot down. Roaring in agony, the giant zombie howled as the survivors waged war around its legs. Though their main target wasn't its legs bore the brunt of the collateral damage. Before long, its calves were shredded by various awakened skills and gunfire, exposing stark white bones. Damn it. If these idiots had focused their fire like this from the start, the giant zombie would be dead already, and I wouldn't have been so humiliated. Yi Fan grumbled inwardly, watching the survivors' firepower. No matter how strong the giant zombie was, it was still just a third-tier creature. If they had all attacked together, they could have defeated it. But those people only cared about their own interests. As Yi Fan fumed, Jing Tian, seeing the giant zombie wounded, decided to provoke the other survivors into attacking it. He cast 2 negative buffs on the giant zombie, his awakened skills Darkness Weakening Hand and Darkness Fear. One weakened the giant zombie's combat power, while the other amplified its fear of the survivors, making it show signs of terror. This was to convince the other survivors that the giant zombie was not invincible, that it was afraid of their combined assault. Roaring after Jing Tian applied the 2 debuffs, the giant zombie indeed began to show fear toward the survivors. It stopped striking at them, and instead turned to climb the tallest building, Building 5 of Hong Kong Apartments, trying to shake off the relentless pursuers. But what the giant zombie didn't realize was that its retreat only spurred the survivors on, making them even more relentless. Everyone stop fighting over that sword first. The giant zombie can't beat us. There's no need to waste our collective strength on each other. Let's kill the giant zombie first, then we'll fight over the third-tier equipment and supply boxes. Deal. Soon someone in the survivor group noticed the change in the giant zombie and proposed a truce. After all, compared to a single third-tier blazing sword, the allure of third-tier equipment and item supply boxes was several times greater. Fine, let's call a truce. United against the enemy. Let's finish off the giant zombie first. Hearing this, the other survivors came to their senses and nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed the giant zombie's power. Facing it alone was nearly hopeless. Now that they could overpower it through numbers, their best bet was to kill it together, and then compete for the rewards. That way the spoils they could claim would far exceed a single blazing sword. Z City University Town. Hong Kong Apartment. The top of Building 5. The giant zombie stood atop it, relentlessly prying stones from the roof and hurling them downward. In its eyes, the food had gone mad. Even as it tried to flee, that group of food showed no intention of letting it go. They began scaling the building, closing in on the rooftop where it stood. Beast die. A survivor was the first to climb onto the roof. A bolt of lightning crackling and sizzling, the lightning struck the giant zombie's already wounded calf. The power of the thunder was astonishing. The giant zombie screamed in agony from the piercing pain in its leg. It tore chunks of cement from the roof and hurled them at the awakened who had attacked it. That awakened was clever. Seeing the giant zombie launch an attack at him, he quickly pulled back, retreating down a floor, breaking the zombie's line of sight. Just as the giant zombie leaned over to search for him, several other survivors climbed onto the rooftop from different sides of the building. They used their equipment and awakened skills to strike the giant zombie from behind. The zombie hadn't even caught the first attack. Now it was being struck from multiple directions behind it. The pain and rage drove it mad. What made it even more desperate was the inexplicable terror it felt towards those survivors. That fear constantly told it, this group of survivors is strong, you cannot win, you must flee, or you will die at their hands. It was this fear that completely shattered the giant zombie's will to fight. It could only resist pathetically, single-mindedly, trying to drive away its attackers to survive. What it didn't know was that the more non-aggressive it appeared, the more those survivor groups sensed its end was near. They scrambled to attack it from every direction. Jing Tian, it's time to go right. The giant zombie is almost done for. Yi Fan, seeing the giant zombie being beaten from all sides by other survivor groups wailing in agony, looked anxiously at Jing Tian and asked. He feared the giant zombie would be killed by another group, causing him to miss out on the kill reward. It's time to act. Jing Tian nodded at Yi Fan's words. Hearing this, Yi Fan swiftly charged towards the giant zombie's position. He had to retrieve his weapon, the flame sword. Kill the giant zombie, then take revenge on the survivor group that had ambushed him earlier. Yu Yi and Uncle Zheng follow Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan rush ahead towards the giant zombie, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin and Zheng Shanhai, following closely behind him. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Building 5 at Hong Kong Apartments, the giant zombie, facing attacks from survivor groups on all sides, began to weaken. Its massive body was covered in countless wounds. Green blood gushed out like from a leaking plastic bag. That big guy is almost done. Hurry, activate your skills. Don't let anyone else steal the kill. The leaders of each survivor group, seeing the giant zombie nearing its end, ordered their teams to go all out and secure the kill. Just then a figure they knew all too well suddenly burst from the crowd, transforming into a half-human, half-lion form. He charged towards the third-tier flame sword embedded in the giant zombie's calf. That bald guy who took the flame sword. TCH, no time for him. The priority is securing the giant zombie's kill. Yi Fan's appearance instantly drew the attention of the other group leaders. However, after weighing the pros and cons, those leaders chose to continue attacking the giant zombie's head, ignoring Yi Fan. Compared to a third-tier flame sword, the kill reward for the giant zombie was clearly far superior. My flame sword. With no one stopping him, Yi Fan quickly reached the spot where the sword was embedded. Ecstatic, he reached out to retrieve the flame sword. But at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. 1 second, Yi Fan saw the flame sword stuck in the giant zombie's thigh. The next second, the flame sword embedded in the zombie's thigh had transformed into a bayonet AK. As Yi Fan pulled out the bayonet AK, he was utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is it a bayonet AK? Where is my flame sword? It was right here a moment ago. I clearly saw it here. Why is it gone? Why has it turned into this thing? Yi Fan stared at the bayonet AK in his hand, stunned. On the other side, Jing Tian, who had activated his awakened skill Dark Ambush on Yi Fan, was holding Yi Fan's flame sword, storing it in his system inventory. Just moments ago, Jing Tian had used his awakened skill Dark Swap, exchanging the flame sword stuck in the giant zombie's thigh with a bayonet AK he had picked up. This was why Yi Fan was so bewildered to see the flame sword turn into a bayonet AK. Now that Yi Fan's system had been alerted and was starting to guide him towards targeted skills, Jing Tian wasn't foolish enough to stand by and watch Yi Fan retrieve the flame sword and regain his combat power. As Jing Tian stored the flame sword in his system inventory, a frustrated Yi Fan cursed flung the bayonet AK away, his body bursting into flames. Clenching his fists, he charged towards the giant zombie's head. Time was of the essence. He had no time to ponder why the flame sword had become a bayonet AK. He had to get close to the zombie's head and secure the kill. Otherwise, if he delayed any longer, the giant zombie's kill would be snatched by other awakened. Awakened skill Dark Four-Winged Angel activate. Seeing Yi Fan abandon the bayonet AK and charge towards the giant zombie's head, Jing Tian immediately summoned Dark Four-Winged Angel to follow closely. And while summoning Dark Four-Winged Angel, Jing Tian also activated the awakened skill Dark Heal, restoring some health to the... But that wasn't all. Jing Tian also removed all the negative buffs he had placed on the giant zombie. After doing all this, Jing Tian frowned and said the giant zombie's aura is wrong. Yu Yin, Uncle Zheng, let's fall back. With that, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin and Zheng Shanhai in a swift retreat. Just as the three of them descended Building 5 of Onkong Apartments, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the rooftop. For some reason, the giant zombie suddenly felt that the horde of survivors before it wasn't so terrifying. It felt it had a chance to turn the tables. It immediately launched a counterattack, wildly swinging its fists. Coupled with the fact that most awakened had already used their skills, this counterattack from the giant zombie was devastating. Every second, several survivors were sent flying or crushed into pulp by the giant zombie's strikes. Why did the giant zombie suddenly get stronger? Did it enter a second phase of berserk state? Yi Fan, like the other survivors, stared at the giant zombie in confusion. But the arrow had been shot. There was no turning back. They had no chance to retreat now. They could only fight desperately, engaging the giant zombie in its final berserk form. In a life-or-death battle,